Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Who the Hell Is That? By David Achord, narrated by Graham Halstead. Chapter 1. The O'Malley Brothers. I don't know, brother. This is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Logan glanced over at Liam. The two of them were sitting motionless in their SUV, gazing out the front window. Powdery snow covered the road and surrounding countryside. The wipers moved the fresh flakes from side to side every few seconds. I'd say 2 inches, and the snow is still coming. We'll have another couple of inches before sundown, Liam said. He made a head gesture at the falling snow. And as for needles, we've solved tougher cases. Logan grunted. President-elect Rochelle Van Allen and 3 of her cronies had gone missing a week ago. Mount Weather's Quick Reactionary Force, better known as the QRF, conducted a search several hours after it was determined they were overdue. Their search proved futile. The conspiracy theories started almost immediately. Another search was conducted by a group of volunteers whose skills were better suited for gardening and KP duty in the cafeteria. A meeting was called, and much like a Dickens satire, the politicians began endless debates on what should be done. Finally, Grace Garrett sent a note to Senator Duckworth reminding him there were 2 veteran police officers living in the Mount Weather community. Another meeting was held, whereupon an hour of superfluous debating was conducted before an emergency resolution was passed. On a cold November day, it was resolved. The Mount Weather community created an official police force. It consisted of 2 members, Logan and Liam O'Malley. Their first official case was to find President-elect Rochelle Van Allen and her entourage. This isn't going to be easy, Liam said. Never is, Logan added. All right, let's talk this through, Liam suggested. Rochelle Van Allen and 3 of her cronies load up a van with their personal belongings and leave Marcus Hook destined to Mount Weather, whereupon she was going to be assuming the duties of President of the United States. Yep, that was exactly 5 days ago, Logan said. The QRF was sent out after they were 4 hours overdue. It was headed up by First Sergeant Crumby, so we both know he took it seriously and did not slouch in his duty, Liam surmised. Agreed, brother. His written report stated they found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, not even Zed activity. But it's not Zeds who did this. Definitely people, Logan concurred. But if Rochelle is doing this as some kind of hoax, I might be tempted to go ahead and kill them off. Logan let off the brake and the SUV crept forward. Travel was slow due to the snowfall, but they had a job to do, and they were not going to let a little snow stop them. They'd packed enough supplies to last them for 2 weeks. They knew this would be a slow, laborious process. Even so, both brothers wanted this to be over as soon as possible so they could get back to Mount Weather and their respective girlfriends. Crumby's search party had driven the entire journey to Marcus Hook and back again with no success. A different search party tried again the next day with the same results. A team from Marcus Hook had also conducted a search. Now it was up to the O'Malleys. We'll get back on I-70 and head toward Marcus Hook, but we may need to find a place to hunker down for the night, Logan said. Funny, I figure we would have run into at least a few Zeds, Liam said. Logan agreed. They had not seen a single Zed all day. They had not even spotted any Zed tracks in the snow. The O'Malleys figured there were 2 possible scenarios. Scenario 1, Rochelle was playing an elaborate hoax of staging their own disappearance. At some point, probably when their food ran out, they'd miraculously show up at Mount Weather with some crazy story about how they were kidnapped. They figured Rochelle was entirely capable of this deception and would use it for sympathy and to solidify her power base. Scenario 2, someone had ambushed them. Since there was no ransom demand, they figured it wasn't a kidnapping but an actual ambush, the kind of ambush where they got killed. If that had happened, they needed to find the bodies. Also, if it were indeed Scenario 2, they would be expected to identify the suspects. They were cops, after all. The rumors had already started. The day before the president's scheduled arrival, Zach and his family had packed up and left in the middle of the night. When Rochelle failed to show, this was enough for some people to believe Zach was the culprit behind her disappearance. After leaving the downtown area of Frederick, the brothers had to take a detour off I-70 due to a snarl of over 100 vehicles blocking the roadway at a bridge overpass. Crossing the Monocacy River, Liam pointed at a subdivision on the south side of Route 144. "We should probably drive through these subdivisions and look for that danged van. But first things first, I need to take a leak." Logan slowed and, out of habit, parked on the shoulder. Killing the engine, he hopped out and joined his brother. The two men proceeded to urinate their names in the snow, something they'd done at least once every snowfall since their childhood. Finishing, they zipped up and started to walk back to the car, but Liam stopped in his tracks. "You see something?" Logan whispered, thinking Liam had spotted zeds. Liam pointed at a subdivision consisting of approximately 20 homes. "A couple of homes have burnt since the last time I've been through here." "That van you boys are looking for is over there." The two men jumped and turned toward the voice. A man on a horse was sitting under a large tree. The overhanging branches filled with snow nearly obscured him. He was wearing a tan duster and a Stetson hat pulled low on his head. A rifle rested across the saddle. Even though the man's collar was turned up, the brothers knew immediately the apparition staring at them with cold, steely eyes was Fred McCoy. Chapter 2. Fred. The two Burley brothers would later admit, but only to themselves, that the hairs on the back of their thick necks were not only standing out straight, but were having seizures and trying desperately to run away at the sight of Fred McCoy. Fred stared at them, unmoving. Even with the brim of his cowboy hat hiding most of his features, the men could feel his eyes staring holes through them. "Easy, brother," Logan cautioned. "I know," Liam whispered back. Both men knew if Fred wanted them dead, they would already be sprawling on the ground, drawing their last breath. Logan smiled and spoke up. "Hello, Fred. What brings you out on a day like today?" "Same reason as you boys," Fred replied. "What you're looking for is over yonder where those houses are burned up." Fred clicked his tongue, and the horse, a beautifully colored Arabian, walked out from under the tree. Fred's hat rubbed against a couple of low-hanging limbs, knocking some snow loose, but he seemed not to notice. Walking his horse by them a few feet, he stopped and peered back. "You boys coming?" Logan and Liam hastened a cautious glance at each other, wondering if they were being led into a trap. Nothing was spoken, but the two men tacitly agreed they weren't here to stand around and do nothing. They jogged and caught up with Fred, who led them to one of the burned houses. Stopping, he tilted his Stetson toward it. "The van is in that one," he said. The brothers exchanged another look before walking toward the burnt house. They spotted the van in what used to be the garage. Part of the roof had collapsed on top of it. "It's the same model van," Logan remarked. "I don't see the trailer anywhere, though." Liam nodded and used a tactical light to look through a broken window. He then forced the side door open for more access. After a few minutes, they exited the garage. "It looks like the van, Fred," Liam said. "It's got bodies in it." Fred stared but didn't respond. "4 bodies," Liam added. "It's most likely them." Fred continued staring for another long 5 seconds before speaking. "There are some people who have already decided that Zach was involved in this, and some people are probably believing that I might have had a hand in it as well." "Yes, sir, there's a few who've made mention of that," Logan said. Fred grunted. "You boys conduct your investigation. I'm sure you'll figure it out." He then turned his horse and trotted off without another word. They watched until he disappeared out of sight. "I have a question, brother," Liam said. "Let me guess. How in the hell did Fred find the van while riding around the area on horseback?" "He lives almost 20 miles from here," Liam said. "So how did he know where to look?" "I don't know, brother. He's either got an uncanny sense of intuition or he's got some other game up his sleeve." Liam shook his head. "That man doesn't play games." Logan looked back toward the garage. "Well, you know what we need to do next. Why don't you bring the SUV up? I'll start us a little fire to keep our fingers warm, and we'll get this investigation underway." "We're going to do this here?" Liam asked. "There's not enough room in our ride to load them up and carry them back," Logan answered. "We could strap them on top, I suppose, but I don't think that'd go over well if we rode back to Mount Weather with the dead president and her entourage strapped to the roof like trophy deer." Liam grunted. "Yeah, and what we're about to do won't endear us to them either." "We're policemen, brother. It's a thankless job," Logan said. Liam agreed. They'd been police officers most of their adult lives. It was a childhood ambition for both men, and it had never wavered. After scanning the area for zeds, he trotted off back toward their vehicle. Logan surveyed the area and decided he could safely build a small warming fire in the driveway leading to the partially collapsed garage. Kicking at the snow, he located paving stones surrounding what was probably a mulch bed once. He put them in a circle at the head of the driveway and then located some dry branches under some nearby trees. He gathered an armload and got a flame going as Liam drove up in their vehicle. Liam parked and brought out some equipment from the back of the SUV. The first thing he did was set a tea kettle on one of the stones as Logan began adding wood to the growing flames. "Some hot tea will hit the spot," he explained. Logan nodded in agreement and maneuvered his way back into the garage. The rear of the van was facing the garage opening. He opened the doors and took several photographs with his cell phone before dragging the burnt remains out. After several minutes of finagling, the two men had the remains of the 4 corpses lined up on the soot and snow-covered concrete. He then took additional pictures of the corpses as Liam handed him a mug of tea. "This is not going to be pleasant," he remarked. "But necessary," Liam replied. "I wonder if an autopsy has ever been performed under these circumstances." "Who knows," Logan said. "But at this time, we can't trust anyone else with this task." Logan was referring to the few doctors living in Mount Weather and Fort Detrick. They had not yet eliminated anyone as the assassins or co-conspirators. No, this was a task they were going to undertake themselves. The snow was still falling, causing the men to fashion a tarp over the bodies, which was held in place by bungee cords and rope. They stood there, staring at the burned corpses, as Logan sharpened a blade on his pocketknife. "Remember that bus wreck about, 12 years ago now? All those old people were burned to hell. What was it Warkowski called them?" "Crispy critters," Logan said. "Ski said that's what they called the burned bodies back in Vietnam." "Yeah, well, that's what we got here. 100 years from now, when people read about this case and what we're about to do you think people will be amazed or appalled?" Liam asked. Logan grunted. "A little bit of both, I imagine." "Yeah," his brother agreed. "I suppose I need to get started." Logan squatted down at the first corpse, said a silent prayer, and then started. He made a Y incision on its torso. It was dirty work, and the smell was horrendous, but it did not deter the burly man. He took the pair of pruning shears from his brother's outreached hand, but paused. "You know, I think I need to start down below. Make sure these are women and not men." "Understandable, brother. I hope you remember the difference between a uterus and gonads." Logan's reply was a grunt. He worked his knife in the groin area and confirmed the first corpse was indeed female. He said as much to his brother. Liam paused in taking photos to notate this in a small pad as his brother continued working. He stopped a couple of times to add fresh wood to the fire, but that was the only noise he made. He knew his brother hated distractions and preferred it quiet when he was working on something important. It took a little over 4 hours. Logan was not a doctor, nor had he performed an autopsy back in his previous life, but he'd watched plenty and he had studied the subject extensively. It was easy to determine the most likely cause of death in 2 of them. Multiple bullets were found in them, including a spent projectile in the heads. The 3rd corpse was interesting, though. As much as Logan cut and dissected, he could find no projectiles. After much effort, he was able to find a deep serration to the hyoid bone. The 4th and final corpse was interesting. There were also no projectiles found. The burning of the tissue limited his observations of any injuries to the skin, but he did find gouges in 2 ribs. After he was satisfied that he'd done all he could, Logan lined up the projectiles on the ground and then cleaned his hands in the snow. Liam handed him a fresh mug of tea when he was finished. Logan nodded his thanks and gestured at the 3rd corpse. Those 2 weren't shot. It appeared as though one of them was stabbed multiple times, and this one may have had her throat cut, he declared. Their assailants were able to not only get them to stop their van, but they also got up close and personal with 2 of them. Oh, and none of them had soot in their lungs. They died before the fire. Interesting, Liam said, and paused in thought for a moment before speaking. You know, brother, they're going to ask us to tell the cause of death. I'm thinking something. He peered at his brother quizzically as he warmed his hands by the fire. Liam continued. I think we agree the corpse with the gash in her throat is Rochelle, right? Logan nodded. Her physique is similar to Rochelle's, so I'd agree with that. He pointed at the 2nd one. She's a big gal. That matches the Lillard woman. I'm thinking at least 2 assailants. Logan thought a moment before speaking. Let's do something, brother. Let's tell, or at least imply, that they were all shot to death and not mention the knife wounds. False witnesses and all that. Liam thought about it before responding. We keep a little info to ourselves in case somebody comes forward claiming to have information or witnessed it. Yeah, exactly. Good idea, brother. We can't tell Pris or Grace, Liam said, and then chuckled slightly. Do you know the only person who comes to mind whom I'd trust with such a secret? Fred McCoy, Logan instantly said. Yes, indeed. Isn't that funny? Liam asked. I'd add Zach to that list of trustworthy people, but he's gone. Justin would tell his wife, and she'd tell somebody, and they'd tell somebody. Same with everyone else, including our girls. All right, it's settled. We'll omit the true cause of death for these 2 in our report, for now, Liam said. His brother nodded in agreement. They recovered a total of 9 projectiles. Liam had them lined up and looked them over. All 9s, he observed, meaning 9mm. Currently, the Mount Weather logistics team only reloaded 9mm and 5.56 due to a shortage of material. Indeed, Logan said. That and the stabbing makes one thing 2 things. They knew their assailants, Liam said. They had to. Yeah, and Rochelle's killing seems to indicate the assailant had a personal grudge against her. Zach had a grudge against her, Liam remarked. Yeah, but we happen to know he and his family were miles away when this happened, Logan said. Although that's another one of those things we can't tell anyone. Liam nodded in agreement. There were only a couple of people who knew where Zach was. The fact that the 2 brothers knew happened entirely by accident when Grace accidentally divulged the information. The 2 men agreed to keep it to themselves until they otherwise needed to let someone know about it. It's getting dark, Liam remarked. We can make it back, I think. The snow is powdery and the tires still have plenty of tread on them. Liam nodded in agreement. Let's hurry up then. They gathered up their equipment and packed it back in their vehicle. The only noise heard in the desolate landscape were the sounds of the crunching snow from their footsteps. Liam put out the remains of the fire while Logan scanned the area. "Still no zeds," he remarked. Liam looked around and shrugged his shoulders. He snapped a few more pictures before knocking the snow off his boots and getting in. Logan got in the driver's seat, started it, and let the vehicle warm up as he continued scanning. The subdivision they were in consisted of a dozen houses, and it looked like they had been building more before it all went bad. "What are the odds of finding the bodies if Fred hadn't come along?" Liam asked. "Slim," Logan replied. "You have to give him credit. He's a hell of a tracker. If Zach were involved in killing them, I don't think the old man would have shown this to us." "Agreed, brother, but our work is hardly finished. It's going to get more complicated. All right, enough chit-chat. I'm going to rest my eyes for a little bit while you drive. Try not to hit any potholes." Chapter 3. Louisiana, the city, not the state. It was well before dawn when Clay awakened. His fire had gone out during the night, and he was shivering. Looking into the stove, he only saw a tendril of smoke. "Dang it," he muttered. The bucket he kept kindling in was down to only a couple of pieces of pine wood, and his other bucket only had a handful of dried leaves left. He put it all in the stove and tried to coax the embers to life. "Come on," he growled in between puffs of breath. He was rewarded a moment later with a lick of a flame, and after another minute, the kindling was burning. He hurriedly dressed and, after peeking out of his spy hole, went outside and gathered up some seasoned logs from the woodpile. Soon he had a roaring fire in the stove, and the interior was warming up. He went through his morning chores with no level of vigor before washing up and sitting down to breakfast. While he ate, he thought of all the things he needed to do. He needed to go hunting, scavenging, and pay a visit to Big Tussie, but the snow and cold temperature would make any of those endeavors twice as hard. He ultimately decided to fix a thermos of hot tea and climb up the radio tower for a while. There were 3 small wooden platforms built by the previous occupant, a man by the name of Merlin LeBlanc. Clay estimated the first platform somewhere at the 70-foot mark. The other 2 were higher up, but Clay never went up to those. Nope, 70 feet was high enough for him. He secured his safety tether, brushed the snow off the seat, and sat. It wasn't comfortable by any means. The cold seeped into his butt cheeks within seconds, and the wind stung his cheeks. He made himself as comfortable as he could before doing a slow, deliberate sweep of the area with a pair of binoculars. The town of Louisiana and surrounding landscape was white with a 4-inch blanket. Only the mighty Mississippi was free of snow. Its brown water flowed quietly. He could see a few animal tracks, but no tire tracks, no humans, and thankfully no zeds. He hung the binoculars on a hook, which was fastened to one of the pylons, stretched, and rubbed a kink out of his neck. One of his pressing tasks was to go through some of the houses until he found a comfortable pillow, but that would have to wait. Taking a sip from his thermos, he began pondering his life, as he often did when he was sitting up here. This gig, as he thought of it, was not bad, except for the loneliness, the extreme loneliness. When he was sentenced to banishment, his wife and stepdaughter turned their back on him. They did not even come to say goodbye when they loaded him up to bring him here. He still fumed at the memory and had to admit it hurt. It hurt a lot. He thought back to the first night he met Irina. He was at a honky-tonk bar, and she was wearing a tight shirt with a low V-cut that revealed a lot of cleavage. He was probably smitten from the beginning, and after a whirlwind relationship, they married 6 months later. Life was good, but not without its problems. Irina was needy and high maintenance. At one time, he suspected her of cheating on him with a coworker and was ready to leave her. She swore it wasn't true and then played the sympathy card. If he left, she and Hermione would be homeless. Hermione was 7 at the time, and her mother had her crying uncontrollably. Clay ultimately caved in. Then the plague hit. Fortunately for the Flemings, Clay was one of those guys who regularly surfed the survival and conspiracy websites. He believed, like most doomsday preppers did, that a major event of some type was coming. When they started closing the international airports, he knew this was no ordinary winter flu bug. This was it. The big one. The red balloon. He left work early and promptly cashed out his retirement account, bought everything he could think of, and hauled his wife and stepdaughter to his grandmother's old farmhouse in the Shamong Township of New Jersey. It was him, his mother, wife, and daughter. The 3 women did not have the first clue about using firearms, but he figured it was far enough out of the way that they'd be safe. He was wrong. They were overrun by zeds in the first week. Clay had killed several. He was a good shot, and he didn't waste ammo, but there were too many of them, and they were trapped inside his grandmother's house. His mother died the same day the electricity went out, and they had to store her decomposing remains in a closet for the next 14 days until the zeds finally ambled off, drawn away by some other stimuli. Then there was the flooding and the marauders. The flooding destroyed the garden. The marauders showed up before sunrise a day later. They were probably nice, civilized people at one time, but when they showed up on the property, they were starving and desperate. They also had Clay outgunned. They took all their food, but at least they did not rape Irina and kill them. That all happened before the new year. They nearly starved to death that winter. Clay remembered how he had to sneak around, using snares to trap small game and fishing every morning before sunup. Then the Marcus Hook survivors found them and took them in. He missed that place. Sure, there were unending days of hard work, but they had a safe place to live and hot food on most days, and the people were decent for the most part. Clay wouldn't admit it, but even Dalton was a decent guy. He still could not understand why he lost his temper and killed him. If he had taken the time to think it all out, he would have realized Hermione was a drama queen, just like her mother. Clay took a deep breath of the crisp air. It was clean, brisk, intoxicating. This area had grown on him. He'd always loved the outdoors. He loved hunting and fishing, and fell in love with the Mississippi River the first time he saw it. If not for the loneliness, Clay was content. Aside from Big Tussie and Little Natty, he'd not seen a human in 3 months. He thought how nice it'd be to find a woman who was content to hunt and fish alongside him and keep him warm at night. He sighed to himself. The way it looked, the odds of him finding a woman like that were between slim and none. There was always Big Tussie, but he didn't see that happening. She was a decent cook, though, he had to admit that. He absently licked his lips. It had been a week or so since he'd had a good meal. He briefly thought about strapping on the snowshoes and making the long walk to their house, but dismissed the idea. It would take a couple of hours just to get there, and then another couple of hours to walk back. He knew he was going to go nuts if he had to spend much more time by himself. That's why he was keeping a meticulous journal of all the things he had done to improve his outpost. He hoped to send it back with the next supply run, along with a letter requesting his sentence to be commuted and he be allowed to return. He scanned the area again with the binoculars and spotted a familiar animal emerging from a copse of trees near the riverbank. It was a lone wolf that had been hanging around for a few months. Clay watched as the wolf ambled along the riverbank, pausing occasionally to sniff the air. It was an adult male, perhaps getting up in his age. He'd lost some weight since Clay last saw him, although he still had muscle under his thick coat. His muzzle had a lot of white in the fur, and there was a distinctive scar on the bridge. Clay knew he should probably kill him, but he felt a kinship with the wolf. They were both solitary souls, without a mate or family. The wolf looked up and toward Clay, perhaps sensing Clay's presence. He sniffed the air once more before trotting off and out of sight. Clay grunted in amusement. He was about to end his surveillance and climb down the tower when something caught his eye coming up the river. Grabbing the binoculars, he focused and inhaled sharply. It was a paddle boat. Chapter 4. The Russians Are Coming? Clay stared in amazement as the paddle boat banked itself on the east side. Two men tied off the boat and took up guard positions while others began unloading. Clay took his eyes off them momentarily to open a suitcase that was strapped to one of the rails. It was a gray-colored plastic piece of luggage that blended into the tower's metal rails and was waterproof. He pulled out a digital camera with a 500mm zoom lens attached. "Let's hope you still have a charge," he muttered as he turned it on. He was rewarded with 3 out of 4 bars. Nodding to himself, he began taking pictures. He counted as he snapped photos. They were all dressed alike in nondescript gray outfits with generic hats of the same color. Most of them were armed with military-style assault weapons that were unfamiliar-looking to him. After a few minutes, he stopped taking photos and tried instead for a head count. If he got it right, there were approximately 400 of them. When the last one had disembarked, the paddle boat reversed and, once off the bank, turned around and started back south. When it was out of sight, he descended the tower as quickly as he could without risking a slip and fall. Once on the ground, he hustled to the radio house. He gave an anxious look around before stepping inside and securing the door behind him. He shrugged out of his jacket and hung it from the hook on the back of the door before sitting down in front of the radio. He was breathing heavily, and even though it was cool inside, he was sweating profusely. "Damn it," he muttered and wiped his brow with his shirt sleeve. After a minute, his breathing slowed and the shaking in his hands diminished somewhat. He willed himself to take slow, deep breaths while trying to think how best to proceed. Should he use the shortwave radio or the satellite radio? If he used the shortwave, he would need to start the generator. That would use precious fuel and make noise. The satellite radio was the better choice, but Clay always had trouble tuning in the dish to the satellite and repeatedly seemed to mess up the sequence for sending an encrypted message. A few more deep, calming breaths brought his heart rate returned to near normal. He looked back and forth from the shortwave to the Pelican case containing the satellite radio. The thought of the generator's noise was the deciding factor. Grabbing the case, he peeked out of the eye-hole before walking outside to a clearing and opening the case. He went slow and careful, silently reciting the step-by-step process of setting up the radio and aligning the dish. He then slowly spoke into the microphone before sending the encrypted message. After a moment, a small diode flashed, indicating the message was successfully transmitted to the satellite. Now it was a waiting game. They usually responded within 30 minutes, but sometimes it took longer. The battery was running low, but he continued to wait. He'd recharge it later and send the digital pictures, but right now he wanted a response from Mount Weather. He wanted direction from them. Most importantly, he wanted them to tell him to pack up. They were coming to get him. Chapter 5. Let's talk about murder. It was well after dark when Liam and Logan arrived at the front gate. They had plans of raiding the kitchen before getting a hot shower and then perhaps some sexy time with their respective girlfriends before sleep. But the guards at the main gate thwarted those plans by making prompt notification of their return to the TOC. Within minutes, an emergency meeting was ordered, and the two men were gathered up and escorted to the main conference room. Vice President Gil Van Allen was sitting at the head of the conference table, the chair normally reserved for the President of the United States. It was an oddly interesting story of how Gilbert Van Allen came to be sitting in that chair. It started back in college. He was a typical college kid, a laid-back, fun-loving guy who leaned toward the liberal side of politics. He was at an after-football keg party and found himself discussing politics with a pretty bouncy-bottom cheerleader. Her name was Rochelle, and her political beliefs were far more to the left. As she frequently liked to brag, Karl Marx was a pussy compared to her. They fell in love and eloped in Las Vegas on graduation night. Gil was enamored with his beautiful young wife. Rochelle had a differing view of life and set down rules from the beginning. One of those rules was Gil could not expect her, a modern, independent woman, to be monogamous. Gil did not like it, but agreed. Upon graduation, Gil landed a job at an investment firm. Rochelle was accepted to the Scalia Law School at George Mason University, but was kicked out halfway through her first year for an undisclosed misconduct violation. She told Gil it was a contrived act of vindictiveness from a dean whose advances she had spurned. That was their life for the next 3 years. Gil fit in nicely with his peers and was even promoted ahead of schedule. On the other hand, Rochelle had a succession of jobs and affairs. One dreary November morning, Rochelle and Gil were watching the morning news over breakfast. There was a live feed of a panicked journalist watching the infected attacking other people. "Oh my God," Gil muttered. The two of them sat in stunned silence, transfixed on the live feed for several minutes. Eventually, Rochelle quietly stood and walked into their bedroom. She moved quickly, packing 2 suitcases and a shoulder bag with what she felt were the most important items. She then went into the restroom and applied fresh makeup. Gil was staring at the TV screen in a hypnotic trance and either did not notice her walk out or did not care. She ignored the speed limit and hurried to Peter's condo. Peter was her latest lover. He was a handsome, rugged kind of guy who liked tequila and Rochelle's proclivity for kinky sex. Peter was also an avid outdoorsman who had a hunting cabin near Seneca Caverns. Rochelle had spent more than one weekend there. She worked out all the details in her head as she drove. She decided the two of them would ride out this storm together and smiled at the thought of the many romantic nights they would have, safely tucked away in his cabin. She followed a car through the security gate of Peter's condominium complex and parked next to his truck, which she noticed was already packed. She nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Gil, Peter was a man of action. She got out of her car as Peter emerged from his condo. But he wasn't alone. A young, trim, blonde bombshell was walking with him. When she got out of her car, Peter was momentarily surprised. "What are you doing here?" he had asked. The blonde stopped with him. She was standing so close one of her oversized breasts was pushed up against his arm and threatening to burst through her tight jersey. Rochelle's mouth went dry. "What's going on?" she managed to ask. Peter's expression was that of puzzlement. The blonde giggled and whispered something into Peter's ear, causing him to smirk. "What are you doing, Peter?" Rochelle asked. "Listen, I don't know why you're here or what you're expecting, but my friend and I are about to leave." "Take me with you," Rochelle found herself saying. "Please." Peter shook his head. "Two's company, three's a pain in the ass. Best of luck to you." Rochelle's momentary confusion disappeared. It was a grim epiphany. She was out. The pert young blonde was in. Peter saw her expression and chuckled. "Oh, baby, don't be glum. You've always got your husband," Peter said. Rochelle responded by reaching into her shoulder bag and coming out with a revolver, the same revolver that Peter had given to her as a birthday present. She shot him twice in the groin. The blonde screamed and tried to run, but Rochelle shot her in the back. She then calmly shot Peter in the head as he lay writhing on the ground, and then did the same to the girl. She tossed her suitcases in Peter's truck and drove it back to her residence. Gil was still watching the same newsfeed. Rochelle noticed he had opened a second bottle of wine. He barely glanced at her when she walked inside. "Gil, we need to leave," she said. She repeated herself twice before Gil pulled his attention from the television and stared at her with vacant eyes. Rochelle swore at him and then slapped him. His eyes widened, and he grabbed the side of his face. "Why did you do that?" he asked. She was tempted to leave him, but she instinctively knew she could not do this alone. Pack your stuff, idiot. She swore and went to a closet and began throwing some of his clothing at him. They were packing a second suitcase when she heard gunfire, an indicator it was time to go. Grabbing Gil with one hand and a suitcase with the other, she dragged him to the truck. He never asked where the truck or the supplies came from, nor did he ask about the hunting cabin in Seneca Caverns. Their remote location kept them from getting infected and safe from murdering marauders. Even so, they had few survival skills and were nothing but skin and bones when a scouting team found them. They readily agreed when asked if they wanted to relocate to Mount Weather. A short time later, they were transferred to Marcus Hook. Rochelle began scheming almost immediately and soon manipulated her way into the presidential election with her husband running as her vice president. Through an intensive propaganda campaign of vicious smears and lies that would have equaled any mudslinging politician from the past, she won by a narrow margin. She began executing her agenda the day after the election. She sent word to Abe Stark that if he wanted to make her wait 2 months for her to be inaugurated, she was going to evict him from Mount Weather. Abe was a defeated man and had recently been informed he was exhibiting symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. He no longer wished to play the political game. He made a backdoor agreement to cede the office early if she guaranteed he would never be evicted. When the alert went up that Rochelle and her entourage disappeared, Gil wasted no time. He traveled to Mount Weather the next day and immediately took charge. "Please, come in," Gil greeted when the O'Malley brothers arrived. He was dressed casually in gray sweatpants, an old white t-shirt, and an oversized green sweater. He was flanked on both sides by a husband and wife team who looked like they both competed in Willie Nelson look-alike contests. Both were armed with pump-action Mossberg shotguns. Logan and Liam took seats at the opposite end of the table. They nodded toward the others who were present. Gil wasted no time. "I'm happy to see you two made it back safely. Would you two like some hot cider to warm the bones before we get started?" he asked, but did not wait for an answer. "Grace, be a dear and fix them up." Grace complied and filled 2 glasses from a stainless steel jug. When she handed Logan his glass, her hand lingered, which caused a stirring deep in him. Logan had long been a committed bachelor, but Grace evoked emotions in him he did not realize he had. William Reinhardt did not wait and leaned forward in his chair. "Do you men have anything?" He was not normally a pleasant man, but Liam was currently living with his daughter, Pris, and even the old man had to admit that Liam was good for her. He was once the senator from Ohio, and after Abe Stark had taken over as president, he had worked himself into the position of vice president. He was an old man now, but that did not quell his ambitions. He strongly believed he should be president. Having a tough son-in-law would certainly be an asset, should he ever be able to realize his dreams. Logan glanced at Grace before speaking. She saw Logan's solemn expression and knew the news would not be good. Indeed, the brothers knew what they were about to say was going to drastically change the course of events in the community of Mount Weather and perhaps the history of the United States of America. They had rehearsed what they were going to say on the drive back. Logan took a sip of cider before gently setting the glass on the table. "We have found President-elect Van Allen and the 3 women in her entourage," he said, "out near Frederick. They were murdered and then placed in their van, whereupon it was set on fire in an apparent attempt to cover up the crime." Grace emitted a gasp, as did Ruby, the female bodyguard. Gil inhaled sharply and his features darkened, but amazingly he kept his emotions in check. "Are you certain?" "With a reasonable degree of certainty, yes," Liam answered. He glanced around at the other people present. Most were stoic. He could see Senator Connie Nelson's jaw muscles working. Liam knew the man was already calculating how he could use this to his advantage. Logan saw it too. "We have made a preliminary examination, but there is still much work to do," he said. "How were they murdered?" Bob Duckworth asked. "Gunshots," Logan answered with a poker face. William Reinhardt cleared his throat. "Didn't you say they were burned to death?" No, sir, Logan answered. They were murdered first, and then they were loaded into their van. The van was then parked inside a garage of an abandoned house and set on fire. How were you able to determine all of that? Reinhardt pressed. We analyzed the scene and performed autopsies on the corpses, Liam said. He finished his cider and helped himself to another glassful. He also topped off his brother's glass while ignoring the incredulous looks. Excuse me, did you say you performed autopsies? Connie asked. Yes, sir, we did, Logan answered. An autopsy is the preferred method for determining a probable cause of death. My brother and I are not doctors, obviously, but we're cops. We've attended several autopsies in our time, and we know what to look for. For instance, the lungs of all victims bore no evidence of soot. If they were alive during the fire, they would have breathed in smoke. Also, neither their nasal passages nor their esophaguses... He paused and glanced at Liam. The plural of esophagus is esophagi, brother, Liam said. He gave Gil an apologetic expression. Please have patience with my brother. Neither of us have eaten in several hours, and he tends to swoon when he's hungry. Logan gave his brother a brief scowl. As I was saying, their esophagi had no soot nor any interior burning. Ergo, they were dead before the fire was started. We took pictures, if anyone would like to have a look. Interesting, Connie said. What other evidence did you find? One or more 9mm firearm was used, Logan said. Since we don't have the means to perform ballistics examinations, there's no way to tell if they were shot with a single firearm or multiple firearms. Also, the snowfall has prevented us from finding the original crime scene, but one can speculate that it occurred somewhere along their route of travel. The interstate was near where they were found, so we are speculating that they stopped for some reason, and that is when they were killed. We are merely speculating, mind you, Liam said. But the van had no bullet strikes and it had not been wrecked, which would indicate it was stopped when the attack occurred. Gil Van Allen had been listening in silence. His only display of emotion were a few tears, which he had quietly wiped away with his shirt sleeve. When Logan had paused to take a sip of cider, he held up a finger. Yes, sir? Logan asked. Where are the bodies? He asked. Did you bring them back? We left them at the house, Logan answered. The cold air and snow will preserve the remains until they can be safely recovered. Liam grunted, which earned him a subtle look from Logan. He knew what his brother was thinking. Each woman was burned beyond recognition. It didn't matter if they were preserved or not. Gil took the information in while biting his lower lip. After a moment, he held up a finger again. This time, he did not wait for acknowledgement before speaking. All right, but we're going to make it a priority that they are brought back and not left for the zeds to eat. Nobody mentioned that zeds did not eat flesh that was burned and decomposed. They had a trailer in tow. I personally helped load it and hitch it to the van. Has it been recovered? Gil asked. Excellent question, sir, Logan said. The trailer is missing. One may speculate that their assailants took the trailer. If it is located, it may help tremendously in the investigation. I'll send out a bolo, Grace said. No, don't do that, sweetie, Logan said, and then realized he'd called her sweetie in front of everyone. He cleared his throat. I mean, what we'd like to do is keep that info secret, and then we go around and visit the various communities to see if we spot the trailer. He glanced around the room. Keeping this information under your hats is essential. Otherwise, whoever has the trailer may dispose of it if they learn we're looking for it. Excellent idea, Bob said. I suggest we form up groups of people within this room and start going to the various communities first thing in the morning. The snow is still falling, and we had a hard time getting back, Liam said. We may be snowbound for a few days. We have to do something, Gil said. As acting vice president, I am authorizing every resource at our disposal to aid in this search. William Reinhardt, who was the acting vice president before the election, cleared his throat. If I may point out, the 25th Amendment dictates that when the president dies, the vacancy is immediately filled by the vice president. He glanced around the room before resting his gaze on Gil. Pending a formal ceremony, You are now, by law, the President of the United States." "He's correct," Connie said. Gil acted surprised at this information, but then gave a thoughtful expression. "We will need to have a formal swearing-in ceremony as soon as possible." Reinhardt agreed and called for a vote from the senators. It was unanimous. Some were reluctant, Bob Duckworth especially, but there was no legal alternative. "You will also need to nominate a vice president," Connie stated. Yes, but we'll get to that later," Gil said. "Our next priority is Zachariah Gunderson." Gil waited for someone to speak. After several seconds, Connie tentatively raised his hand. "His current whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps we should put out a bolo on him and have our officers conduct a search." "Excuse me," Logan said. "Maybe I missed something. Did you miss something, brother?" "If you are referring as to why we are going to put out a bolo on Zach, yes, I'm missing something as well," Liam said. Gil suddenly jumped to his feet. "Are you two daft? He is the person responsible for assassinating the president." The two brothers remained calm. Liam finished off his cider before speaking. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are still governed by the Constitution and our pre-existing laws, are we not?" "We are," Bob said. "And in answer to your as-yet unasked question, there is hardly enough probable cause to obtain a murder warrant against Zach." "We don't need no stinking warrant," one of the bodyguards said. Bob gave him a distasteful look. "You go by D-Day, correct?" he asked. "Yeah, that's what I'm called." "D-Day, we don't need any commentary from someone who has no idea what they are talking about." D-Day's expression turned ugly and he racked his shotgun. Before he knew it, Logan had jumped up and was pointing his handgun at him. Liam was only a fraction of a second behind him. "Drop that weapon," Logan growled. Only a couple of people had ever seen this side of the O'Malleys. Normally, they were often joking around with everyone and playing the role of bumbling oafs. But their comedic personas belied the fact that these two brawny men were once veteran cops from the tough streets of Pittsburgh. They had also fought off both zeds and armed gangs when it had gone bad. They did not put up with bullies. Gil saw this going bad quickly and held up his hands. "Here now, everyone needs to take a breath and calm down." Liam ignored him and walked over to D-Day. He then unceremoniously snatched the shotgun from his hands and unloaded it before turning to Gil. "Mr. President-elect, if you want us as police officers, we're going to enforce the law, and we aren't going to let some Willie Nelson-looking reject threaten a United States senator with a loaded shotgun." Gil's expression toward Liam was that of anger, but only for a microsecond. He then turned toward his bodyguard. "D, you should know better. You two are here to protect me from violence, not hyperbole." D-Day glanced at his boss in confusion, but after the mandatory tough guy scowl at Logan, he lowered his head. "Sorry, boss," he muttered. "Gentlemen, please put away your weapons as well," Gil said to the brothers. They warily holstered their weapons, and Logan placed the shotgun on the table in front of Gil. Gil waited for everyone to return to their seats before speaking. "What is next in the investigation?" he asked. "If the weather permits, we'll go retrieve the bodies first thing in the morning and look around the area. Maybe we'll find something. And as soon as possible, we are going to travel to Marcus Hook and talk to people. In the meantime, I believe we are finished with our briefing. We'd like to go eat before they close down the kitchen for the night," Logan said. Logan started to stand, but Gil held up a finger. "There is one other item of business before you leave. You two did not exactly express your thoughts about Mr. Gunderson being the culprit in this crime." The brothers exchanged another glance. They knew this was coming as well. Logan took a breath and adjusted himself in his chair. "At the present time, there's no evidence to indicate he was involved in the murder," he said. "I'm not saying he didn't do it, but right now we have nothing to indicate he did. That may change as the investigation develops. We are going to take it one step at a time." "He needs to be brought in for questioning. At the minimum, he needs to be charged with grand larceny," Gil said. Liam cleared his throat. Mr. Vice President, or Mr. President, I'm not sure exactly how to address you, so please forgive me. But first, nobody seems to know where Zach is currently. And second, what are you alleging he stole? He drove out of here with a semi-truck pulling a trailer full of property, along with a pickup truck. Bob interrupted. If I may, as far as anyone has been able to determine, everything he left with was personal property belonging to the Gundersons. It is possible that there is an item or two that might be considered property of Mount Weather, but it's not like we have not stocked people with provisions when they have decided to leave Mount Weather. Zach and his family should not be treated any differently. Gil was not swayed. I will reiterate, Gunderson is to be arrested for the assassination of the President of the United States as soon as possible. He leaned forward in his chair. I want him found and brought in, gentlemen. I bet that McCoy fella knows where he's at, D-Day said. In fact, I bet that's where he's hiding out. Gil slapped the arm of his chair. There you go, gentlemen. D-Day has given you two a starting point for locating Zachariah Gunderson. It took another 10 minutes before Liam and Logan got out of the meeting and headed to the cafeteria. Grace, Bob, and Pris joined them. The only food left was mashed potatoes and chicken casserole, with only a sparse amount of chicken in it. They were hungry, though, so it didn't matter. I'll give D-Day credit. That was a clever trick he pulled when he mentioned Fred. I didn't think he was that smart, Bob said. Yeah, I'd rather French kiss a rattlesnake than tangle with the likes of Fred McCoy, Liam said. Logan agreed. Pris scoffed. I thought you two were badass Pittsburgh cops. Liam chuckled. We're tough when we have to be, but Fred is a horse of a different color. I don't believe I've ever seen anyone better with a firearm than him, Logan added. And he has an uncanny sixth sense. And you can't kill him. He took a kill shot through the chest a few years back, and that old cuss survived without any medical assistance. Liam swallowed some food and wiped his mouth. He's tough as nails. He's hell on wheels with those pistols, and he's got ice running through his veins. Nobody in their right mind would ever mess with Fred McCoy. You got that right, brother, Logan said. Bob drummed his fingers on the table. Knowing all that, some people would think he might have had a hand in killing the president. The two brothers looked at each other. Liam gave Logan a tacit nod. Let me ask all of you a hypothetical question. If Fred killed those women, or if his best friend Zach killed them, do you think he would have told anyone where the bodies were? Bob stared at Logan inquisitively. Fred told you guys where the bodies were? Logan nodded. The three of them sat in rapt silence while he explained. We don't think Fred would play any kind of game where he was simply trying to throw suspicion off himself. He's not that kind of man. No, he's not, Bob agreed. He wouldn't play around, Liam said. He would have killed us today and hid our bodies too. Nobody would have ever found us. Wait, I'm confused, Pris said. He was with you guys today? Yep, we were traveling on I-70 and stopped the car to use the restroom. He was right there, Logan said. He could have killed us right then and there, but he didn't. So you believe that since he didn't kill you two, that means he didn't kill the president, Pris concluded. Not only did he not kill us, but he also told us where the bodies were. Whoever killed the president and her people tried to dispose of the bodies. If the average person had come upon the burned van, they would not have been able to recognize the corpses, Liam said. Crispy critters, Grace said, eliciting a chuckle from Logan. They weren't recognizable as humans, but we've had a little experience in that area. The bus crash, Grace prompted. Yeah, the bus crash, Logan said. He turned to Bob and explained. Back about a dozen years ago, there was a bus crash and it caught fire. It was full of old people who couldn't get around so good. Most got out, but a few were trapped and died. I think there were 6 of them who were burned up. The local news media caught one of the old detectives comparing the victims to Viet Cong soldiers being burned up by napalm strikes. He called them crispy critters. The media played it up and the public was outraged. He was forced to retire, Liam said. Pity. He was a damn good cop. Anyway, Fred found the bodies and pointed them out to us. Based on that alone, I don't think there's any way he or Zach killed the president." "I hope you're right," Pris said. Liam shrugged. "Me too." Chapter 6. Bringing Home the Prez. The snow had stopped during the night, but the next morning was bitter cold, with the thermometer hovering in the teens. They were told the night before they were expected to leave at first light and conduct 2 missions. The first mission was to perform a follow-up with Mr. Fred McCoy. The way Van Allen and Reinhardt worded it, they were to give Fred a good old-fashioned police interrogation. There was a wink and a nod from Reinhardt when this directive was given, implying they were to use whatever means necessary to extract information from Mr. McCoy. Little did they know, the O'Malley brothers had far more respect for Fred McCoy than any erstwhile politician, and any questioning would be done respectfully. The second mission was to retrieve the bodies of the late president and her entourage. It did not seem logical that they were to pause their investigation simply to transport the bodies. After all, they got all the information they were going to get from the corpses. But orders were orders. The brothers were dressed alike this morning, brown insulated overalls with similar colored jackets and gray hand-knit crew caps. They were both wearing thermal underwear and a double pair of wool socks under their boots, but they could still feel the biting cold. Pris was wearing an insulated snowsuit with a once fashionable knit beanie cap, boots, and heavy mittens. She started complaining about the cold as soon as she walked outside. The 3 of them walked together to the motor pool where Logan signed out a military M35 2.5-ton truck from the motor pool. Josue reminded them of the effect of cold weather on big diesel engines and to not shut off the truck for an extended period unless they had to. Pris shared the passenger seat with her lover. "Don't think I don't know why you brought me along," Pris said. "Why is that, my little love muffin?" Liam asked. "You think Fred won't be as inclined to shoot you if there's a woman present." Liam glanced over at Logan. "We've been busted, brother." Logan acted surprised, causing Pris to scoff. When they stopped at the main gate, they made a point of telling them they were going to see Fred, and if they did not make hourly radio contact, perhaps they should send the QRF to retrieve their remains. The roads were covered with a mixture of snow and ice, but with careful driving by Logan, they safely arrived at Fred and Rachel's home 15 minutes later. They could see footprints in the snow where someone had walked up to their heavily fortified gate and opened it, as if they knew visitors were coming this morning. When they drove up the winding drive to the house, they saw Fred out by the woodshed, splitting logs. He was wearing jeans, a long flannel shirt, and a felt cowboy hat. The 3 of them mentally wondered how he wasn't freezing to death. Fred barely glanced up at their approach and kept swinging the axe, splitting the logs with seeming ease. Setting the parking brake, the 3 of them exchanged a glance with each other before exiting the truck and walking over to Fred. "Good morning, Fred," Logan greeted. Fred stopped and faced them. "Morning. Which one is it?" "Pardon?" Logan asked. "Are you here to arrest me or ask questions?" "Is Zach here?" Pris blurted. The 2 brothers tensed up. She noticed. "What? That's what we've been ordered to find out. May as well get to the point, right, Mr. Fred?" He stared at the 3 of them for a moment before answering. "I've not seen Zach and his family since the day they left." He then took his hat off and wiped his brow before focusing on Pris. "Rachel is inside, and I'm sure she'd like some female company." "Yeah, okay, I get it. Men talk is about to happen." She made a point of looking to the sky and shaking her head before walking to the house. Fred waited for her to go inside before speaking. "She's the daughter of Reinhardt. He's one of those old-school sociopathic politicians. Maybe you 2 shouldn't be so trusting," he said. "She's got her moments, but she's all right," Liam said, a little defensively. Fred stared at Liam a moment. "You men need to watch yourselves. Those politicians back at Weather are manipulators. That's what happens when you become a politician. You master the art of lying and manipulating. They're going to convince you they're on your side, and they'll use you to do their dirty work for them if you let them. Stark tried the same with Zack and I. He set up a log on a stump and whacked at it. 2 pieces flew to the side and landed on the ground. "You make that look easy," Logan said. "It's easy if you do it right. Season the wood properly, put a good edge on the axe. All that's left is to know how to swing." He took each halved piece, quartered them, and tossed the pieces onto a growing pile of other split wood. He then paused and fixed each of them with a hard stare. "I believe you boys understand that Zack did not kill those women, and neither did I." "Yes, sir, we do," Logan said. "But my brother and I talked a little bit after we met you, and we can't help but believe you know more than you're saying." Fred did not answer and picked up another log. He eyed it a moment before sitting it on one end. "If you're inclined, why don't you tell me what you've learned so far?" They exchanged glances. Liam shrugged. Logan shrugged back. "All right, 2 were shot with a 9mm firearm, maybe more than one. A knife was used on the other 2, but we haven't told anyone that little tidbit, and we'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself." Fred said nothing, but after a moment he gave one of his micro-nods. Logan took it as a cue to continue. "Then whoever killed them loaded up the bodies into the van, drove it to that house, and set it on fire. They took the victims' firearms and their trailer, which was loaded with their personal possessions, clothing and stuff mostly. We think they encountered their assailants up on the interstate," Liam said, and then added, "and they most likely knew them." Fred paused a moment in his woodcutting to respond. "Sounds about right." "All the snow has covered up any kind of crime scene, but we're curious how you found them," Logan said. "And why you went out of your way in a snowstorm to search for them," Liam added. Fred split the log before answering. "If you'll ask around, you'll find that Rachel and I visited Mount Weather and had breakfast with the Garcia family on the same day the new president was scheduled to arrive. We spent the day at Weather. Rachel had a doctor's appointment, and Maria had put together a baby shower for her. It was close to sundown when we left. Lois Marnix had guard duty at the gate. She's the one who told us the president was overdue and was not answering the radio. You can corroborate everything by interviewing the Garcias and Lois. It'll be a waste of time, but it will verify I'm not lying." "Fair enough. What happened after you left Weather?" Logan asked. "We went home. The next morning, Lois and her husband Norman came to our house. They told me and Rachel about some things that were going on and said if the president-elect was not located, there was no telling what kind of nonsense would happen. They asked me to go look for them." "So you hopped on your horse and started searching," Liam said. "Yep," Fred replied. "That was some good searching," Logan commented. "It took me a while," Fred said. "That choke point on the interstate made me stop and have a look around. I started riding in circles and noticed that fire. You could still smell it, which told me it was fairly fresh. Once I located the house that was the point of origin for the fire, it didn't take much to find them. What's the word back at Weather?" "It looks like Gil Van Allen is going to be our next president," Logan said. "One of his first official acts is to accuse Zack of murder. Oh, and he thinks you're complicit somehow." "What do you boys think?" Fred asked. "Honestly, we think if you had something to do with it, those bodies would have never been found, and you certainly would not have led us to them," Logan said. "But there are people back at Mount Weather who are conjuring up all kinds of theories." Fred stared a moment before giving a slight nod. "I'm sure you boys will figure everything out." He gestured at the truck. "You boys going to go retrieve the bodies?" "Yes, sir. We've been voluntold to do it today," Liam said. Fred gave a small grunt and went back to splitting logs. It took the brothers a few seconds before realizing the conversation was over. They gathered up Pris and headed out. "I still think he knows more than he's telling," Liam remarked. Logan nodded and shifted gears. "That old man knows all kinds of things, I'm betting," he said. "Hell, I bet he knows who did it."
"Why wouldn't he tell?"
Pris asked. "Who knows? I'm sure he has his reasons," Liam said. "How is Rachel?"
"She threw up her breakfast, but otherwise she's good. She's all smiles. Said she never believed she was ever going to have children. They done a hell of a lot to the place. I was with a team that searched the house a couple of years ago. It was in bad shape. They've totally remodeled it."
"The fortifications are impressive," Logan remarked.
"Rachel really loves him, doesn't she?"
Liam asked.
"Yeah, I think she does," Pris said. "He's got to be 20 or more years older than her, but she seems happy."
She then changed the subject.
"How long is it going to take to get there?"
Logan frowned. "Even though this truck is a beast, I don't want to push it and risk running off the road or hitting a hidden pothole and breaking something. So I'm guessing 4 hours?" Pris frowned and crossed her arms. Liam noticed and knew his girlfriend was mad about something.
"What's wrong, my little ray of sunshine?" he asked. "You lied. This isn't going to be a one-day job. By the time we get there and load up the bodies, it'll be late afternoon, and we can't travel at night."
"Well, my sweet-tasting honey bun, it is possible that we'll have to sleep in the truck overnight," Liam said.
"So I'll be stuck with you two all night. It's bad enough to put up with you farting and snoring, but your brother is just as bad, if not worse."
"He's worse," Logan quickly responded. "Besides, I have it on good authority you snore too." Pris glared at Logan.
"That is a bullshit lie."
Logan shook his head. I've seen a video." Pris's jaw dropped and she fixed a stare on her boyfriend.
"You recorded me and showed it to your brother?"
After a moment, she punched him on the arm.
"I can't believe you did that,"
she huffed. Logan laughed gleefully as Pris punched Liam again.
"I didn't see Zach's tractor-trailer rig anywhere,"
Liam said, hoping to change the subject.
"But that doesn't mean anything. If Zach is nearby, I have no doubt he'd hide it where it won't be found."
He glanced over at Pris, who did not appear to be ready to hit him again.
"How'd it look inside?"
Pris shrugged.
"It's quaint but nice, and spotless. She showed me the baby's room, too. It's nice. I didn't see anything that would indicate anyone else has been living with him."
She looked at the two brothers.
"That's probably why Fred sent me inside. That way I can report back to my dad that nobody else was living there."
Logan chuckled. "Yeah, probably." Liam grunted in agreement. "So we're going to retrieve the bodies and maybe have a look around since there's no way we'll get back to weather before sundown."
"I think we should probably have a baby,"
Pris suddenly blurted out. Liam's eyes widened in surprise. Logan was about to make a smart-assed remark, but Grace had said the same thing a couple of nights ago. He knew how his brother was feeling at the moment. They traveled a slow mile before Liam spoke again.
"What was that one big gal's name? Zelda or something?" Liam asked.
"Yeah, that big corn-fed girl," Logan asked. "Xena or something like that."
"Zelida," Pris corrected. "Yeah, that's her name. According to Roscoe, when they left Marcus Hook, Zelida was driving and her daughter was riding in back with the other woman," Liam said. "She was a homely gal. Tortellini or something like that." "Tatiana," Pris corrected. "Yeah, that's it. I remember Zulu during firearms training. She was a decent shot." "Zelida, dumbass," Pris corrected. "She could swing a bat, too. That time last year when we were scouting in Lancaster and those zeds attacked, I saw her take out 4 of them with a baseball bat. She wasn't a pussy. The rest of them talked a lot of trash, but they depended on others to keep them alive. Zelida could handle herself." "So she's driving, but they stopped the van," Liam states. "We're not certain, but most likely they see someone they know and are not wary of." "That'd leave out Zach or Fred," Pris said.
"Most definitely," Logan said. "Rochelle despised Zach."
"Despised. Good word, brother," Liam said. "And if they despised Zach, they'd naturally despise anyone who was close to Zach, like Fred."
The same would go for strangers. If they stopped for strangers, Zelida would be on guard and ready to shoot, Logan said. She'd warn the others, too. The three of them agreed that this was a targeted attack, and they speculated who may have done it and who may have conspired to have it done. Their analysis of the facts and circumstances convinced them the perpetrators were people they knew and were not afraid of. That would mean it would have to be someone from Mount Weather, Marcus Hook, or someone living in one of the nearby communities. It was a little before noon when they arrived at the location of the burned house. The van was still there, undisturbed, as were the bodies.
"How did Fred find them here?" Pris asked.
Liam repeated Fred's explanation of the reason he took it upon himself to search for them and how he found them. They made a cursory inspection of the bodies, ensuring nothing had changed, before rewrapping them and loading them into the back of the truck. It wasn't difficult. The bodies, what was left of them, were frozen stiff and could be easily manhandled by the brothers. They then drove back to the area on the road where Fred believed they were ambushed and parked. It was now a little after noon, and the three of them were hungry, so they elected to have lunch before searching the area. Their meal consisted of cured ham, butter beans, and cornbread, which had all been packed in plastic food containers. They sat in the cab of the heavy truck and ate. There was no talking now. They ate and scanned the area. It was second nature now, even while eating. Logan had his window slightly open to listen for any sounds, but the only noise came from the truck's heater. When they were finished, Pris and Liam began searching the area while Logan cleaned the plasticware with snow. Storing the items, he started searching in the opposite direction that Liam and Pris had walked. This went on for an hour. During that time, they discovered no evidence, nothing that might aid them in their investigation. Logan had walked a couple of 100 yards down the roadway. He turned back to see Pris and his brother looking at a derelict automobile, an SUV that had been wrecked long ago. There were cars and trucks everywhere. Most, if not all, had been searched of anything valuable. Logan did a slow 360. There were a mixture of commercial businesses and residential neighborhoods in this area. As far as he knew, there was nobody living nearby. There were certainly no footprints or recent tire tracks indicating human activity. He hadn't seen any indications of zeds either. If there weren't any food sources, they tended to wander. The latest intelligence seemed to indicate most, if not all, zeds in this area had left. There was speculation that once patient Eve and her baby had escaped, they had fled to somewhere where they wouldn't be hunted by the humans. Nobody seemed to know where they were, though. Logan walked back to the truck, where he met up with Liam and Pris.
"It's cold as hell out here," Pris griped.
"I think hell is supposed to be hot," Logan retorted.
"Whatever. It's too cold to be doing this. The snow's covered everything up anyway."
Logan did not say anything, but he agreed. Despite wearing heavy boots and thick gloves, his toes and fingers were numb. "Did you two find anything?" he asked. Liam shook his head.
"If there's anything out here at all, the snow is covering it up." "That's what I said," Pris grumbled.
"One thing we've not considered, brother. If the perps took the time to hide and burn the bodies, they probably took the time to clean up after themselves," Liam surmised. "I bet when the snow thaws, we won't even find a single cartridge lying around." Logan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you're right. It also tells us a little something more about them."
"Like what?" Pris asked.
"Anyone who would take the time to clean up the crime scene, like pick up the cartridge casings or wash down any blood, wants it hidden because they're somehow associated with the community. Marauders would not have cared."
"Oh, I guess that makes sense. All right, so who do you think did it?" she asked.
Logan exchanged a glance with Liam. Liam started to speak, but Logan interrupted him. "We don't have anything solid yet, so it would be premature to name anyone specifically," he said.
"But you two have an idea, don't you?" she pressed.
Logan saw the gentle nudge his brother gave Pris before speaking.
"No ideas yet,"
Liam said. Pris nodded. She knew she'd get it out of him later during pillow talk. Logan knew his brother would tell her everything. Hopefully she'd keep her mouth shut. "All right, let's get out of here," he said. Logan swapped with his brother and sat in the driver's seat. Grinding the gears, the truck lurched forward, and they were on their way back to Mount Weather. Chapter 7. Bringing Home the Prez, Part 2. As a result of the endless pestering by Pris, when sundown came, they did not stop for the night and instead pushed on. It was risky. There was a slew of traffic hazards that were enhanced by the limited visibility, not to mention the headlights could be seen by anyone, friend or foe. Surprisingly, they had not spotted a single Zed their entire trip. They made it to the front gate at 2100 hours. After checking in, they parked the truck in the fenced-in area by the motor pool and headed directly to the cafeteria. No surprise, one of Gil's cronies was waiting and escorted them directly to the small conference room where Gil and a few others were waiting. "Gentlemen, and ma'am, please give us an update," he said as soon as they had seated themselves. "The bodies are in the back of the Deuce and a Half," Logan said. "The cold will preserve them until you're ready for the funeral." Gil nodded somberly, as did a few others. The brothers waited in silence. Pris was not so patient. "Is that all you wanted?" she asked, and cast a glance at her father. He responded with a sour expression before speaking. "We are expecting an update to the investigation." Liam cleared his throat. "Unfortunately, we did not discover anything new, nor did we locate the missing trailer. Our hypothesis has not changed, though. We still believe they knew who the suspects were." "Like Gunderson," Gil said. Liam shook his head. "The president, your wife, did not like Zach. Therefore, her entourage would not like Zach either, especially that big gal, Zelida. It stands to reason if Zach or anyone who would be considered friends with Zach had encountered them on the road that day, they would have been suspicious and on guard. Especially Zelida. She was the fighter of the group, right? At the first hint of trouble, there would have been a firefight. Like we said earlier, we found no evidence of that. The evidence indicates they were caught off guard." "What about Fred McCoy?" William Reinhardt asked. "Did you go question him?" "Yes, we did," Logan said. "He stated he was not involved in any way. He also stated he has not seen Zach since he left." Logan waited for one of them, any of them, to ask why they had not been harder with Fred. He had an answer prepared that assuredly would not have gone over well. When nobody said anything, he continued. "Oh, and Pris searched their house. She did not find any evidence of any member of the Gunderson family staying there." Reinhardt focused on his daughter, who nodded in agreement. "That tractor-trailer of Zach's was not there either," she added. "In fact, we did not see it anywhere, and I was looking close for it." Gil peered closely. "Are you saying you'd be able to single out that particular tractor-trailer from others that are abandoned along the roadways?" "Yes, absolutely," Pris said. She left out the part where she and her brother had once gotten caught by Zach breaking into the trailer a few years back. Zach did not take kindly to it. She involuntarily squirmed in her seat as the memory came back of Zach taking a switch to her backside. "I still believe Gunderson and his family are close. Somebody is hiding them," Gil surmised. "What about that sister of his?" "Lysandra," Pris said. "I doubt she's hiding them. They don't get along that well." "Doesn't she live nearby?" he asked. "Yes, she does. Zach put them up in a house a few miles from here over by the Shenandoah River. I think presently there are 5 or 6 people living there." "All right, Miss Reinhardt, since you seem to be familiar with her, I want you to organize a team and pay them a visit." "You got it," Pris said. She got the impression the new president believed she and Zach were adversaries. In fact, over the years, they had become good friends. Pris had once even made a pass at Zach, but to her chagrin, she learned he was steadfastly faithful to his wife. She was not going to tell him this. As far as she was concerned, he could keep believing she did not like Zach.
It could work to her advantage. "Okay, what's next?" he asked. Logan stifled a yawn and cleared his throat.
"Our next course of action is to go to Marcus Hook."
Gil frowned, but then he yawned and looked at the clock.
"Oh, all right. I assume this is to continue your investigation. So be it. You two will be leaving in the morning?" "Yes, sir. Right after breakfast," Logan said.
Chapter 8. The Funeral. Captain Justin Smithson was usually good at keeping his emotions hidden, but he was having a hard time now. He didn't like it. The president had directed the entire Marine contingent to the funeral, and they were ordered to wear their dress blues. It wasn't that the president, the deceased president, was not worthy of a funeral with full honors, but Justin always wanted at least one Marine at Fort Detrick and one Marine in charge of the QRF. It made sense, and he explained his logic, but the current living president would have none of it. The 4 women had individualized coffins built. Nothing fancy. Plain wood and gently used bedding was upholstered into the interior. Since the women had been burned beyond recognition, the coffins were nailed shut. No open viewing for this funeral. Justin gave a final inspection of his Marines. Each of them had a distinct odor of mothballs from the uniforms, but all of them had fresh haircuts and looked the way Marines were supposed to look. He lined them up along the coffins at parade rest, where they stood for the duration of the services. Thankfully, only one person spoke. Unfortunately, Gil's eulogy lasted for over an hour. He spoke of how kind and loving his wife was. That lasted maybe a minute. The next hour consisted of how, if she were still alive, she would have accomplished great things and would have been the most successful president ever, had her life not been cut short by the savage massacre perpetrated by Zach Gunderson. He then began tooting his own horn. He vowed to not only fulfill her legacy, but he was going to in fact surpass it, although there were no specifics to this proclamation, only inane rhetoric. After much mind-numbing rhetoric, he climaxed his eulogy by proclaiming the history books were going to tell a glorious story of the Van Allens and how they lifted America out of darkness. The funeral was held outside. The weather reflected the collective mood, a soupy gray and chilly. Justin watched the audience in detached amusement. Some people were dignified and polite. Some rolled their eyes or shook their heads at some of Gil's proclamations. Some simply stood and left. Justin noticed many of them headed toward a building commonly known as the party barn. Finally, it came time for the Marines to perform their services. Taps was played. The 21-gun salute was given. The flag, there was only one, was expertly folded and presented to Gil. After it was over, the Marines carried the coffins one at a time to an area inside the perimeter where a new chicken coop was going to be built, but Gil felt that instead it would be a good spot for a cemetery. Once it was finally over with, Justin made a head nod to his Marines, and they too headed toward the party barn. Chapter 9. Marcus Hook. The Fitzgeralds were sitting at the back of the cafeteria, seemingly enjoying their meal, but in fact were speaking in hushed voices as they surreptitiously eyed the O'Malley brothers, who were currently sitting at a table with Roscoe and Johnny G. The brothers had shown up an hour ago and had been seemingly socializing with everyone, when in fact they were asking veiled questions about Rochelle Van Allen. "They found the bodies," Little Joe informed them. "Yeah, no shit," Riley retorted. Little Joe gave his sister an impatient scowl before focusing on his father. "How in the hell did they find them? I mean, we did a good job of cleaning up." "They were cops, back in the day," their father said. "I guess they were more than lazy donut eaters. Let's remember the plan and stick to it. I'm going to do my part now." Riley and Little Joe watched as their father stood, casually stretched, and walked over to the 4 men. "Gentlemen," he said with an earnest expression, "may I join you for a couple of minutes?" "By all means," Logan replied. Trader Joe made himself comfortable in a chair beside Johnny G and put his hands in a steeple before speaking. It is my understanding we were on the road to Marcus Hook on the same day the president was on the road traveling to Mount Weather.
That appears correct, Logan said.
Trader Joe caught a subtle glance between Roscoe and Johnny G, but acted as though he did not see it. I suppose you have questions for us, but let me reiterate what we've already stated before. We did not encounter the president or her entourage. We only saw a few zeds, that was it. Did you kill them? Liam casually asked. Trader Joe was expecting this question at some point, but he thought it would be under a more formal interrogation. He was about to answer, but then Liam spoke again. The zeds. Did you kill them? He clarified. Trader Joe smiled easily, masking his relief. The kids wanted to, but they were off the road a couple of 100 yards or so and didn't pose any kind of immediate threat, so I told them to save their ammo. Did you guys see any smoke, like something had been burning? Logan asked. Trader Joe made a point of frowning and rubbing his chin. No, I don't believe so. Hold on a sec. He turned toward Little Joe and Riley and waved them over. Did you two see any smoke that day we went to Mount Weather? Riley shook her head. Little Joe scrunched up his face as if he were in deep thought for a moment, before slowly shaking his head. I honestly don't think I did, he said. I can't say I did either, Riley said. Trader Joe turned back to the O'Malleys. If it was a significant amount of smoke, I believe one of us would have seen it. What would you guys have done if you had? Liam asked. Well, there isn't supposed to be anybody living in that area, so if it wasn't too far away, I suppose we would have investigated, Trader Joe replied. Little Joe nodded in agreement with his father. Liam nodded as well. Yeah, that's what my brother said you would have done, and I agree. So you guys did not see or encounter any other live humans during that trip? Not a one, Little Joe answered, perhaps a little too quickly than his father would have liked. Was there anyone else traveling that day? Trader Joe asked. No one from here or from Weather, Liam answered. We've sent out a broadcast to the other communities, but so far there's been nothing. Maybe it was marauders, Riley suggested. It's possible, but there haven't been any other reports, Liam said. None at all, Logan added. He'd been observing the Fitzgeralds closely, hoping to detect any signs of deception, but he did not see any. They were either telling the truth, or they had rehearsed this scenario. If they had, it suggested this has not been the first time they've done something like this. He decided to throw in a zinger and see how they responded. Oh, just one other thing, he said. You guys took 3 hours longer than normal before you arrived back at Hook. Yeah, we never let an opportunity to do some scavenging go to waste, Trader Joe said with another easy grin. Yeah, we're the same way, Liam said. Did you find anything good? Trader Joe shrugged. Not much. I think the most valuable thing was a bag full of yarn and knitting needles. Riley said she's going to try her hand with them. Trader Joe leaned back in his chair and stretched. The kids are going to watch tonight's movie, but I think I'm heading back to the room. If you have any other questions, that's where I'll be. They all said goodbye to one another, and the Fitzgeralds left. The four men watched them walk out before speaking to each other. Any thoughts, gentlemen? Roscoe asked. Logan sipped his water before speaking. They're the only people we know of who were out on the road the day the president was killed. Are you men certain this was not an attack by some rogue marauders they happened to have encountered on the road? Logan quickly shook his head and explained their reasoning. So you believe they were targeted, Roscoe surmised. That's what we believe, Liam said. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of disposing of the bodies? Perhaps they wanted to disguise their activity so travel would not be curtailed and they would not be hunted, Roscoe surmised. Logan cleared his throat. Let's say that a group of marauders have moved into the area, and they hid the bodies in the belief that they would disguise their activities in order to make a few more attacks before moving on. I have a feeling you're about to rebuff this theory, Roscoe said with a slight grin.
Remember the big gal, Zelda? Logan asked.
Zelida, Roscoe corrected.
Yeah, Zelida. She had a military assault weapon, correct? Logan asked.
Actually, she had a Taurus 357 revolver, Johnny G said. But her daughter was carrying an M4. I issued it to her myself.
Yeah, my mistake.
I told you, brother, Liam said, although he had said no such thing. Logan intentionally mixed up the weapons to see if they were being told the truth. They'd already gotten the lineup on who had what weapons from Gil.
Very true, Logan replied. So, Zelida, you two seem to have known her well enough. Would she have tried to shoot back?
Yes, she would have, Roscoe said. Absolutely. If she perceived a threat, she would not have hesitated, Johnny G agreed. She was a fighter.
Curious, Logan mused.
Why is that? Roscoe asked.
It confirms what my brother and I have been thinking.
What's that? Roscoe asked.
This was not an attack by marauders, Logan answered. First, there was an attempt to hide the bodies. A lot of work was expended by doing so. Second, we searched everywhere and did not find any expended cartridge casings on or near the roadway.
Most people call them shell casings, Liam said.
That they do, brother, Logan agreed. No shell casings lying around anywhere. Oh, we found some old casings in the neighborhood, but they'd been there a while.
So the shooters hid the van and bodies and picked up all the expended cartridge casings, Johnny G said.
Yes, Logan said.
And their trailer is missing, Roscoe added.
Yes again, Logan said. Getting back to our scenarios, there's no collision damage to the van. That alone eliminates any scenario where someone rammed them or somehow disabled their vehicle.
What about the tires? Were they damaged by something like caltrops? Roscoe asked.
Good question. The answer is we cannot tell. The tires were obliterated by the fire, but we found no kind of skid marks on the asphalt.
Between us, it was hard to tell due to the ice and snow, Liam said. But if that scenario had happened, we believe
Zelida, Logan corrected.
Yeah, we believe Zelida would have immediately opened fire, Liam said. Right now, our prevailing theory is they stopped of their own accord, which means they knew the people they encountered. And, more importantly, it was not people they would have cause to be cautious of.
Cautious? I would have used wary, Logan said.
How about distrustful, or maybe even circumspect, Liam asked.
You've been reading Roget again, haven't you?
All right, I get what you're saying, Roscoe said, interrupting their litany of synonyms. So it definitely would not have been someone like Zach or Fred. Zelida would have been wary.
Exactly. Or any stranger either, Logan said. At this time, our most prevailing theory is they stopped of their own accord. If they had a flat tire, Zelida would have been on guard. Or if she was the one changing the tire, we believe she would have had her daughter and the other woman, Shanae, stand guard while she changed the tire.
Shayla, brother. Her name was Shayla.
Yes, like I said, Shayla. Let's say they had a tire blowout. Someone's going to change the tire while the other two women stood guard. Zelida would have made sure of that. If all tires were blown out, she would have instantly known they were being ambushed.
They knew their assailants, Liam said. Would that make the Fitzgeralds your prime suspects? Roscoe asked. The short answer is yes, they could be considered suspects, Liam said. It's purely circumstantial evidence, but it cannot be ignored or discounted.
Roscoe considered this and nodded in understanding.
So the trailer is still missing? Yes, Liam said. I assume that means you haven't seen it.
No, we haven't.
And when they put out the broadcast, we sent teams out to search for it, Roscoe said.
Logan nodded thoughtfully and then focused on Johnny G. You haven't had a lot to say, Johnny.
Johnny G gazed at the man, wondering if the man knew more than he was letting on. He set his drink down before responding. Personally, I don't care who killed that woman. If she had lived, she would have ruined everything. Now, Roscoe admonished. We shouldn't talk ill of the dead.
Johnny G grunted, but did not reply.
There was a lot more that Johnny G was not saying, but these weren't the men to say it to. At least, not now. The men had been speaking quietly throughout the conversation, but now Roscoe lowered his voice to almost a whisper. However, my compadre here has a point. There are more than a few people here who have the same sentiment.
Same at Mount Weather, Logan said, but not enough to re-elect Stark, apparently.
Yes, it's rather odd how she won, Roscoe said, and leaned a little closer to Liam. Now Gil is the president, and I'm not so sure it'll be any better.
How so? Logan asked.
Gil is a nice enough fellow. When he lived here, he got along with everyone and was a hard worker, but he's not presidential material. He's in over his head.
The Peter principle, Johnny G remarked. He has risen to a point where he is incompetent.
Roscoe nodded. Indeed, Stark was many things, but he knew how to be a president. We had a secret communication network in place with President Stark and a couple of others. It facilitated a lot of things and was important to the revitalization of our nation. Now that Stark is out of office and Zack is gone, that line of communication has been disrupted, Johnny G said. What do you two think of that?
The brothers glanced at each other. Logan shrugged. We're not sure what to think, he said. We're just a couple of dumb cops.
But we are certainly committed to doing what is best for this nation, such that it is, Liam added. Roscoe nodded solemnly. How long are you two staying here?
If the weather holds, we'll head out tomorrow. We'd like some diesel, too, if possible. We have a lot of riding around to do, Logan said.
No problem, Johnny G said. He shifted in his seat. If I may ask, what do you two think of our new president? Logan scratched at his beard.
He seems likable enough, but I can see what you mean about that Peter principle stuff.
Yeah, Liam agreed.
I don't think he has a plan or anything, and he seems pretty convinced Zack is the prime suspect. Fixated might be a good word to describe it.
He paused and glanced at his brother. Preoccupied, Liam quipped.
Yeah, one would think that as the new president he'd have more important matters. One might even say it's abnormal.
Liam chuckled. Abnormal, I like it. Speaking of abnormal, our new president strongly suggested we start performing hard-handed interrogations, starting with none other than Fred McCoy.
Did you? Roscoe asked.
Yeah, well, we stopped by his place and chatted with him, Liam said.
Johnny G grunted. Since you're still alive, you two must have caught him in a good mood.
I think he likes us, maybe, Liam said. Getting back to Gil, you men be careful. If you go along before you know it, you two will be working as his personal henchmen. Stark tried that same tactic with Zack and Fred. Yeah, that's what Fred said, but it's not going to happen, Liam said. It might cost us a place to live, but it's not going to happen. If it does happen, you two are always welcome here, Roscoe said. I'll let you in on a little secret. By the time spring rolls around, we'll be self-supporting as far as food goes, and we've got our corridor into the city secured. Once the snow melts off, we're ramping up scavenging runs, and we're going to need some good people.
Logan cleared his throat. We appreciate that. So, speaking of Zack, we have to ask, have you men seen him around lately? Or maybe you know how to get in touch with him?
We got a message from him a short time before he went off-grid. He only said that he'd be in touch when the time was right, Roscoe said.
Oh, and we don't know where he is, but we wouldn't tell you if we did. No offense.
None taken, Liam said.
Don't worry about him, though. He knows what he's doing. He's smarter than most. Most of the positive things that were accomplished at Mount Weather was by Zack's hand, Roscoe said.
Johnny G nodded in agreement. Now there's nobody filling his shoes, Johnny G said. You men mark my words. Things are going to get bad at Mount Weather. If a significant event occurs, Van Allen won't know what to do. He doesn't have Zack to advise him, and he doesn't listen to people like Stark and Duckworth. It could be a disaster.
He was that smart? Logan asked.
Roscoe chuckled. He lacks worldly experience, but his raw intelligence is amazing. He also has what you call vision.
If he were running things and had the right people, he could put America back together quicker than anyone." "That says a lot coming from you," Logan said. "I mean, you're the one who figured out how to start producing diesel again." "I did, but my work skills and life experience helped me along," he said with a smile. "For Zach, he could have read a book and done it." He shifted in his seat and looked around before continuing. "What I'm about to say isn't for everyone to know, because I'd most likely bruise some egos, but most of those people who are supposedly running the place don't have a good understanding of what they're doing. Stark did, but he's a defeated man now. Duckworth is a good one you two can depend on, and there are a couple of others." "The rest are shit," Johnny G said. "Just like here. We have some good worker bees, but they don't have any concept of how to run this place and never will. Unfortunately, a few malcontents convinced a bunch of people that they were being used and mistreated, and that Rochelle Van Allen would cure everything," Roscoe said. "I don't know if you listened to any of her campaign speeches, but she promised the moon and the stars," Johnny G said. "Now she's dead, and we have her husband, a semi-intelligent worker bee, as our leader." Logan had been resting his chin in his hand. He glanced over at his brother, who shrugged. "We've never been all that interested in politics, but we understand what you're saying," he said, and rubbed his nose. "You aren't the first people to warn us, and we take it seriously. We won't be used and we won't be played. Even so, we have been hired to solve the murder of the President of the United States, and we take our duties seriously." Logan stood and stretched. Liam stood as well. "If you two don't mind, we're going to mingle and socialize," Liam said. "Maybe something will turn up. Once we get this sorted out, we'll talk some more. Hell, after this is over, we might have to take you up on the offer to live here." "Consider it an open invitation," Roscoe said with a smile. The brothers thanked them and then meandered over to another table full of people and began talking to them. Roscoe and Johnny G watched. They could not hear what Liam had said, but the entire table erupted in laughter. Roscoe sipped some homemade hard cider before speaking in a low tone. "Do you think they'll come on board?" "Hard to say," Johnny G said. "They're cops, and even more, I'll go as far as to say they're honorable cops. In their eyes, the law is the law, and justice should always prevail," Roscoe said. "Yep, the question is, will they ever interpret Rochelle's death as an act of justice? My answer would be probably not." "They play dumb, but they aren't," Roscoe said. Johnny G chuckled. "Did you hear they performed autopsies on the corpses? Who would have thought to do something like that?" "Yeah, and who would have had the knowledge to know how to do it and what to look for? Not many. Maybe Zach and the docs, but not many others. Yeah, they're smart ones. They think in tandem. Kind of like you and me. Which means, in all likelihood, they will figure it out. They probably have already, but they don't have enough evidence yet to openly make an accusation." Roscoe murmured his agreement. "What do you propose we do?" Johnny G said nothing for a moment and took a sip of his cider. "I think for the time being we do nothing. Let it play itself out, unless it interferes with our plans." Roscoe rubbed his chin, and even though he said nothing, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. Justin. Captain Justin Smithson was mad enough to chew up nails and spit them out. He had spent the entire day at Mount Weather, and it wasn't because he wanted to. What he wanted to was to go back to Fort Detrick, but that did not seem to matter to the president. After the funeral, he spent a little time with his Marines. He did not get many opportunities to hang out with them anymore. He had a glass of homemade wine and chatted with them for an hour before walking out of the party barn and heading to his vehicle. All he wanted to do was go back home to Fort Detrick, where his wife and kid awaited him. But His Holiness, Gil Van Allen, had ordered him to stand by at Mount Weather until further notice. He needed a clear head, so he sat in the cafeteria drinking tea until he was summoned a few hours later. Van Allen and the acting vice president, William Reinhardt, were waiting for him. Gil's bodyguards, D-Day and Ruby, sat off to one side. All of them appeared as though meeting with him was an enormous pain in the ass. In the past, when he met with President Stark, the man always dressed in a manner befitting a president. Van Allen was wearing a long sweater that somebody's grandmother might have once worn and was smoking a pipe that emitted some rancid-smelling odor. "Sit down, Captain," William said by way of greeting. There was no mention of the performance of his Marines at the funeral, no attaboys, nothing. There was also no apology or explanation of why he'd been kept waiting so long. Instead, they began peppering him with a litany of questions about his interactions with Zach and his life back in Tennessee. After several minutes, the questions started becoming repetitive. When Justin had reached the end of his patience, he cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, you are at the point where you are wasting my time. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get back to Fort Detrick." He started to stand, but the president motioned for him to sit back down. "Have a look at this and tell us what your thoughts are, Captain," he directed and pushed his laptop toward Justin. Justin hesitated but slowly sat and pulled the laptop closer to him. He read the report and perused the photographs for several minutes before speaking. "Interesting, but there is a major problem right from the get-go," he said. "Explain," Gill rejoined. "The timestamp on this report is from 8 this morning. It should have been shown to me immediately. If not before the funeral, definitely immediately after." "The information needed to be analyzed first," President Van Allen replied. When Justin responded, he could barely contain the anger in his tone. "By whom, sir? Who in this room can better analyze this type of report than me?" President Van Allen scowled, and Justin could see his cheeks turning red. "You're out of order, Captain." "Am I, Mr. President? I respectfully disagree. I have an ample amount of military experience, more than anyone else in this room. I believe that alone makes me the most qualified. But instead of you getting this to me immediately, I spent the day overseeing funeral processions that could have been handled by one of my NCOs. The two men were at a loss for words, so they compensated by sitting there like their hemorrhoids were on fire and glowered at the Marine. Justin was undaunted and stared back. D-Day stood, walked over to William, and whispered something in his ear. William nodded absently. "All right, Captain, I will concede you have ample expertise in these things. Give us your input." Justin took a deep breath before speaking. "Before I answer your question, Mr. Vice President, why don't you tell me about this expert analysis the two of you have conducted? What information have you gleaned?" "Our analysis is from a governmental and political perspective, Captain. You need not concern yourself with it. Your job is to assess this information from a military perspective." "Very well, here is my analysis. These people appear to be Chinese soldiers. Therefore, the Chinese have military personnel on American soil." D-Day scoffed. "How do you know they're Chinese? Maybe they're Russian or North Korean." Justin gave the man a look of utter disdain before focusing on the president. "Well then, since you have an expert on your staff, you don't need me, Mr. President." He started to stand again, but Gill held up a hand. "I would like to hear more about your analysis, if you don't mind, Captain." Justin started to leave anyway, but stopped himself. Instead, he clicked the icon on one of the two pictures Clay had sent and turned the laptop toward them. "You can't see faces, obviously, but zoom in and look over their weapons. There are a couple of different types, but several of them are what are known as a QBZ-03, or simply the Type 3. That was the standard issue assault rifle for the People's Republic of China military. Russia does not use those type of rifles." "You're calling these people Chinese based on their rifles?" President Van Allen asked. "Yes, sir, no doubt," Justin replied. "Would you like to hear the rest of my analysis?" Gill waved a hand. "By all means, continue." "If we were to inspect that paddle boat, I bet it would be steam-driven. I'm basing that on the amount of smoke coming out of the stacks. Now, I ask you, why is that significant?" He waited a moment for an answer. When there was none, he continued. "This calls for a little speculation, so follow along with me. Since they're Chinese, I think they landed on the West Coast, and they sent contingents of troops east. If that is true, there are probably thousands of soldiers out there." "You don't believe they came up from the Gulf?" William asked. Justin rubbed his chin before responding. "It's possible, but if they came from China, that means they took a long, circuitous route to get to the Gulf. It makes more sense they landed on the West Coast and proceeded east." "All right, continue," William said. Once they reached the Mississippi River, they found a paddle boat and converted it to steam. "Why would they do that?" Gil asked. "To cut down on travel time and troop fatigue," Justin answered. "All right, what do you think their mission is?" William asked. "I'm being speculative, but my guess is they are setting up bases of operation. This group may set up a base on the river, or they are going to travel east, perhaps to D.C., perhaps they're coming here."
"How do you know they didn't fly in on planes?" Ruby asked.
Justin shrugged. "That too is possible, but that means they're able to manufacture jet fuel and maintain their aircraft. If that's the case, we may be in trouble." Gil and William huddled together and whispered to each other for a minute before they faced Justin. "Is there anything else, Captain?" William asked. "There are a lot of unanswered questions here. You know, Zach had made several contacts with survivor groups in the South." He was cut off by the president. "All right, that will be all, Captain." Apparently, bringing up Zach's name was a quick and effective means to end a conversation with the man. That was fine with him. He'd been ready to go home for hours now. Justin stood before any further questions were asked and walked out. He kept walking and made it to the parking lot without anyone stopping him to talk, and paused by his vehicle. Before getting in, he took a long look around. He realized he was worried. Were they about to be involved in hostile actions by the Chinese? He would have felt more comfortable if Zach were still around, but he wasn't. Stark was no longer president, and Zach had packed up and left. It seemed rather odd, but those two events had caused subtle changes in the Mount Weather dynamic. Yeah, he was worried. He couldn't simply bug out like Zach, though. He understood why he did it, but Justin could not simply leave. Or could he? He squashed those thoughts and headed out. One thing he was not worried about was Fort Detrick. Stretch and Ruth did such a good job running things, he would not need to check everything when he got home, which was nice. He doubted his son would still be awake, thanks to those knuckleheads that kept him hanging around all day. One thing was certain. Before he crawled into bed, he was going to prepare a formalized report and send it to the president tonight as soon as he got back to Detrick. He waved at the guards, but did not stop. It was late, and he still had a long drive ahead of him. The roads had patches of black ice. He knew this, but he was anxious and impatient. He made it 30 miles before it caught up with him. Rounding a slight curve that he had negotiated at least 100 times before, he hit a patch of black ice and slid off the road. The SUV, a Jeep Grand Cherokee, slid sideways before the wheels went into a ditch, causing the vehicle to land on its side. Justin rarely wore a seatbelt and was not wearing one now. As a result, he was thrown around in the passenger compartment and took a hard lick to the head, addling him for a couple of minutes. When he regained his senses, his first thought was to crawl out of the vehicle as quickly as possible, but his instinctive training kicked in. He turned the ignition off and then looked and listened for a full minute. All he heard was a ticking from the hot engine. When there was nothing that indicated any threat nearby, he worked his way out of the vehicle and had to lean against it to keep his balance. He checked himself for any major injuries. He felt a lump on the side of his head, which explained the headache, and his left wrist was hurting a little. He rotated it, but it did not seem to be broken. He seemed to be relatively unscathed, considering what had happened. "Dang it," he muttered, along with a couple of other more colorful invectives. He found a flashlight and inspected the damage before again scanning around the area to see if anyone was present. He spotted no movement. The surrounding countryside was dark and eerily quiet. Justin knew he was a solid 10 miles or more from Detrick, 30 from Mount Weather. "Dang it," he muttered again as he inspected the Grand Cherokee. It was lying on its side, and there was no way he'd be able to upright it on his own. He was stuck out here, and he started thinking of his options. Sleeping in the Jeep was not a viable option. It was too cold, and he did not dare risk a fire. There was a small community near Harper's Ferry, only a few miles away from where he believed he was. He knew them well, but if he were to come walking up in the middle of the night, he might be shot. No, his best bet would be to stick to the main road and start walking. After all, he was a Marine. It was certainly not the first time he'd done a road march. Eventually, someone would come looking for him, but if they didn't, the walking would keep him from freezing to death, and he could make 10 miles in under 2 hours. He grabbed some gear and began walking. Chapter 11. Wolves. Justin remembered a story Zach had told him about an incident from years ago. His car had broken down or something in the middle of the night, and he had to run home, which was around 10 miles or so. He ran into zeds all along the way and came close to being killed several times. It got him to thinking. He was armed. He had a Glock Model 43 holstered on his waist. He had an M4 assault rifle, and he had his Marine bayonet. He also had a couple of good fists. Despite that, he did not want to waste ammo. The more he walked, the more he had second thoughts of walking all the way back. Besides, his headache was intensifying. He figured he'd walked 2 miles when he heard the howl of a wolf. He knew wolves rarely traveled alone, and a second howl confirmed it. It was inky black, no moon, and the stars were hidden by thick clouds. If they caught his scent, they'd be on him before he even saw them. Walking in the dark no longer seemed to be a good idea, and Justin decided the best thing to do was find a place to hide for the night. He'd head out in the morning, and somebody would come looking for him when he was overdue. All he had to do was not freeze to death, which was no problem, because Marines weren't allowed to freeze. He kept walking and soon came upon an intersection. He stopped and used his light to read the street sign. He only activated it for no more than a second and then searched his memory of the area. To the west were a few houses. A block over to the east were a couple of commercial businesses. They were both on side streets off the main route. He decided to keep walking until he found any kind of structure that was on the road. He'd walked only a dozen or so yards when the mist began turning to sleet. He doubted any zeds were out, but his numb cheeks told him frostbite and hypothermia was a concern. He needed to find shelter. The nearness of the howl startled him. It was close, maybe only 200 yards away. Justin readied his M4, but his visibility was severely limited. They'd rush him. He might be able to shoot 1 or 2, but if there were more of them, he wouldn't stand a chance. Justin turned back around and broke into a jog. Returning to the intersection, he slowed, pondering if he should turn left or right. Another howl on his right made the decision for him. He jinked left and increased his speed down the side road. Coming to the next intersection, he made another left, and looming in the darkness was a solitary building. Justin had no idea what type of business it was back before. It was large enough to have been a factory or a warehouse, but currently all he wanted was a safe place to hole up until help came. Jogging into the parking lot, he saw the shape of a semi's trailer, sitting silently and gathering rust. "That might work," he muttered as he headed toward it. The doors to the trailer were partially open. Slinging his M4, he unholstered his Glock and held his light with his left hand. Turning it on, he peered inside the trailer with the light. It was empty. Nodding to himself, he gently pulled open one of the doors a few inches, hoping the hinges wouldn't squeak. He was about to holster his Glock when he felt, rather than saw, the furry object leaping toward him. It was fast, much faster than him. In only a microsecond, he felt excruciating pain as the wolf clamped down on his right arm. The Glock clambered to the asphalt, and the wolf emitted a deep growl as it snapped his head back and forth in an effort to bring Justin down. Justin grunted in pain and struggled to remain on his feet as he dropped the light from his left hand and retrieved his second best friend, his Marine Corps-issued bayonet from the scabbard on his left hip. The wolf yelped in pain as Justin stabbed repeatedly into its torso. It wasn't until the fourth stab before he felt its jaws loosen. He wrestled free of it just as another wolf leapt at him. Justin was ready this time and stabbed it in the neck in mid-flight. The wolf let out a short yelp of pain before falling to the asphalt beside his pal. Justin could not see them clearly. He heard some grunting and panting, so he maneuvered his M4 and shot toward the shapes with his left hand. The grunting and panting stopped. Justin dropped to the ground and felt around until he found his handgun and penlight. The Glock was fine. The penlight was broken.
"Damn," he muttered.
He heard movement somewhere off to his right. Sensing that it was another wolf, he leapt into the trailer and tried closing the doors. It was a typical trailer for a semi. That is, the latches were on the outside. Justin pulled the doors closed, but one of them kept swinging open a couple of feet. His head was pounding and his arm hurt like hell, but he forced himself to think. A sudden thought came to him, and he used one of his bootlaces to tie the door closed. It wasn't the most secure, but the doors were high enough off the ground and heavy enough that he did not think a wolf would be able to pull it open. A few zeds might be able to, though, which meant he would not be getting any sleep tonight. Not that he'd be able to sleep in the freezing cold. He could not see the extent of the injuries to his arm, but he could feel his jacket sleeves soaked with blood. Justin wiggled his way out of his jacket, pulled a couple of ragged bandanas out of a cargo pocket, and gently wrapped it around the injured arm. It wasn't easy doing it with one hand, but if he kept from moving it around, he believed it would hold. As the adrenaline wore off, he felt the coldness seeping in, and despite his first aid procedure, it felt like he was still bleeding. He gently touched the bandanas. They were damp. He put his jacket back on and thought briefly about exiting the trailer and trying to get into the building, but a short bark right outside let him know there were other wolves out there. He had no doubt they smelled the scent of his blood. They were not going to leave any time soon. All he could do now was hunker down and wait for someone to come find him. Chapter 12. Justin's Arm. Justin tried in vain to will himself to ignore the cold, his pounding headache, the throbbing of his arm. He was failing. His arm injury prevented him from doing any kind of exercises to keep his metabolism going. If not for the injury, he'd do squats, push-ups, anything to raise his metabolism and fight off the cold. But he couldn't. With each movement, spasms of pain shot up through his arm and throughout his torso before ending in his head. His toes were numb. He had no idea how much he'd bled. A decent first aid kit was sitting somewhere in his overturned vehicle. "And my silly ass forgot to bring it with me," he muttered. He did not, could not, allow himself to nod off. Instead, he slowly paced inside the trailer and willed his mind to think of other things. The memories of his past slowly came alive. His childhood was rotten, and it seemed as though he was destined for a life of rottenness until he found salvation in the Marine Corps. The Corps taught him almost everything that his parents had failed to teach him. He absently started thinking about the memories of his life back in Tennessee. The Zed epidemic had been raging for 3 years when he found himself at the Centers for Disease Control and questioning his role in the abduction and imprisonment of the 2 small Gunderson children, Frederick and Macy. He and Ruth spent many nights talking about it. They came to a decision. The plan was to surreptitiously prep a Humvee. When the time was right, they grabbed the children. It was intended to only be the 4 of them, but Grant Parsons discovered their plan and insisted on going with them. He was certain that Zach was going to kill him once they arrived in Nolensville, but there were no other options. Ruth had developed a friendship with him during his captivity, and he only hoped he'd take that into consideration. Zach may kill him, but he'd take care of Ruth, and that's all he could ask for. Surprisingly, Zach didn't kill him. Oh, he kicked Grant in the balls and put him in a cage for a couple of days, but instead of killing anyone, he gave them a place to live. More surprisingly, Zach taught them how to really survive in post-apocalyptic America. Zach was a few years younger than him, had never served in the military, but seemed to know everything, and he learned a lot from the man. He smiled at the memory of being taught how to ride a horse. He never admitted it, but his thighs were sore for days afterward. It was hard for him to remember if his thighs hurt worse than his arm currently did. He reminisced throughout the night to pass the time, all the while listening intently for the sound of any vehicles. It seemed odd that nobody had come looking for him yet. He started to pace to keep the blood flowing, but his footsteps made too much noise, so he occasionally did deep knee bends. Eventually, the sky started growing lighter, though it was gray and gloomy. It was going to be one of those days.
He pushed the door open slightly and peeked outside. It was quiet and nothing stirred, but then again his visibility was only limited to about 20 feet. His situation assessment had not changed much since last night. He was at least 2 blocks off the main route, which meant if he stayed here it could possibly take the search party hours to find him, and his arm needed immediate medical attention. He didn't like it, but he had to take the risk. He undid the door and relaced his boot and cinched as tightly as he could. The otherwise simple act was almost impossible with one bad arm, and doing it was pure torture. But he pushed through the pain the way all Marines were trained to do. When he was finished, he was breathing heavily and was surprised to note a couple of beads of perspiration on his forehead. It was light enough now where he could see the jagged bites to his arm. It was a bloody mess and seemed to be swollen. Gingerly putting his jacket back on, he checked his weapons before slowly pushing open one of the trailer doors with the barrel of his M4 and readied himself. There were 2 of them. Well, 4, but 2 were dead, lying on the ground less than a dozen feet away. The other 2 had been sitting, but at the sound of the trailer door opening, they got to their feet. One of them, a big male, made eye contact and started growling. Justin did not hesitate. He took aim and shot him between the eyes. The other wolf ran off before Justin could get a good aim. He waited and listened. Only silence greeted him. There weren't even any birds chirping. He had to move. He crouched and tried to lower himself out of the trailer as easily as he could. When he landed on the asphalt, a spasm of pain went from his arm through the rest of his body, an indicator that the injury was more severe than he was ready to admit. The pain only strengthened Justin's resolve to get back to the main road. Tucking the hand of his injured arm into his jacket pocket, he held the rifle with his left and scanned the area. Except for the dead wolves, he appeared to be all alone. He started walking. The sun had been up an hour when he heard a vehicle. It was coming from the direction of Fort Detrick, which he took as a good sign, and after a minute, a truck came into view. Justin gave a wave with his good arm and waited. The truck approached and stopped. Stretch was the only occupant. She put the truck in park and jumped out.
"Man, what happened?"
"I hit some black ice and slid into a ditch," Justin said. "I should have been more careful." Stretch nodded and then noticed the arm.
"Holy shit, Justin. Is that from the wreck?"
"Nope. A damn wolf attacked me," Justin said. She gave it a sidelong look.
"Damn, baby, that looks bad. Let me get the first aid kit."
"Thanks, girl," he replied. He liked Stretch, but if she called him baby in front of Ruth, he'd be in trouble. She went into the truck and emerged a moment later with a tattered bag. There were sterile rags in it and a couple of tourniquets, but not much else.
"We need to upgrade this," she remarked. "All right, try to hold still."
She then used his knife to cut off Justin's sleeve, rinsed off his arm with his bottle of drinking water, and wrapped it in the rags.
"Sorry, can't do much else," she said. "We could cauterize it if you're inclined."
"It might come to that. Let's get back and let Kincaid look it over."
"You know he's not really a medical doctor," Stretch said.
"I know."
"Why don't we go back to Mount Weather and let Doc Salisbury take care of it?" she asked.
"That's the last place I want to go right now. Come on, I'll explain everything on the way back. You're driving." They got settled in, and Justin welcomed the warm air emanating from the vent. He found himself starting to drift off almost immediately, but shook himself awake. "Question, where is the mighty, quick reactionary force?" he asked. Stretch slowed and maneuvered through some ice before answering.
"We called them on the phone when you were an hour overdue. They said they'd send someone out to check. When I woke up this morning and you weren't here, I figured you were back at Mount Weather in a nice warm bed. But I decided to call anyway. When I got a hold of Joker, he said not only were you not there, but they didn't have any idea you were overdue. Isn't that some bullshit?"
"Who did you talk to on the phone last night?" Justin asked.
D-Day.
Justin frowned. That explained some things. Stretch read his thoughts.
"It's gotten to where we can't rely on them for anything anymore. Why didn't you call us on the radio?"
"The wreck knocked it out. A fuse is blown or something."
"All right, I'll grab somebody and we'll come back and get it taken care of later.
First things first, you need to get that arm looked at, Stretch said. Well, first I'm going to call Joker. Justin agreed and watched as she worked the radio. Anything you want me to tell Joker? She asked. When there was no response, she looked over. Justin was leaning against the passenger door, sound asleep. Chapter 13. Fred. While Justin was being driven back to Fort Detrick, the president, his entourage, and 5 other people sat at one side of the conference table, while several other individuals sat on the other side, including Fred McCoy. He'd been personally invited by Lois and Norman Marnix. Otherwise, he doubted he'd be here. He sat stoically, wearing jeans that bore a few stains from the morning chores, a flannel shirt mostly hid a off-colored T-shirt underneath, and a Carhartt brand vest which had the appearance of being well-used but clean. Fred eyed the president while the man spoke in hushed tones to William Reinhardt, the country's vice president. It did not appear to him that the man was grieving over the death of his wife too terribly much, but Fred supposed people grieved in their own way. "You're looking well, Mr. McCoy. Fatherhood must suit you." Fred glanced over to see former President Abe Stark speaking to him. "Thank you, Mr. President," Fred replied. "He ain't no president," D-Day chortled. Fred did not bother acknowledging his presence, which seemed to irritate him. "When do you think this meeting will start, Mr. President? I've still got a few chores to complete before dinner." Former President Stark started to reply, but the current president spoke up. "Excellent question, Mr. McCoy. Let's get this underway." He rapped the table with his knuckles. "Everyone quiet down," D-Day yelled. Since Gill had taken charge as the President of the United States, he had employed the services of a husband-wife team as his entourage and bodyguards. D-Day and Ruby had been living in Marcus Hook. They'd originally come from Philadelphia, where D-Day claimed he was once an enforcer for an outlaw biker gang. "First, let me thank you all for coming," Gill started. "It makes me proud to have a community like Mount Weather, where everyone works together." "Except for McCoy over there," D-Day said. "He don't help out at all." When he made eye contact with Fred, he gave a contemptuous stare. Gill gave a slightly impatient nod and continued. "As you may or may not be aware, Clay has spotted a large group of people getting off a paddle boat on the eastern bank of the Mississippi." A hand shot up. "I heard they're Chinese soldiers." "That is the supposition," Gill said, and nodded to the vice president. William Reinhardt gave a brief synopsis of Clay's report and the implications it might entail. When he was finished, he glanced back at the president. "Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Now, here is the reason for this meeting." Before he could speak further, he was interrupted by someone else in the audience. "Are Melvin and True really out there looking for them?" "Yes, they recently embarked on a reconnaissance mission in an attempt to find this group of people and determine what they are doing," Gill said. "If anybody can do it, those two can. I remember the time when I first saw Melvin. He came driving up in that big red truck and—" The president slapped his hand down on the table twice, causing the person who was in the beginning of a long-winded tale to become silent. "As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, my military people advise we need to conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Unfortunately, we are spread thin, and we must keep a contingent of personnel here to not only keep Mount Weather safe, but to keep it running as well. So, with that in mind, I am beseeching you good people to volunteer for these missions, especially you, Mr. McCoy." Ruby made a loud, contemptuous scoff. "You shouldn't trust him with anything, Mr. President." "And why is that, Ruby?" Gill asked. "Because the son of a bitch is aiding and abetting Gunderson," D-Day declared. "He's a traitor." "Watch your mouth," Fred warned. D-Day sneered at him. "You don't make threats around here, old man. Back when I was regulating my club, we had a way of dealing with traitors like you." "All right now, let's cut that nonsense out," Reinhardt admonished.
There were a few murmurings of assent. The president noticed.
Yes, none of that now, he said.
Fred stared at D-Day a moment before focusing back on the president.
I have a question. What makes you think those folks are Chinese soldiers?
Captain Smithson looked at the photographs Clay sent with his report. It is his opinion they are Chinese, but that is all supposition, Gill said.
Fred grunted.
If Captain Smithson said they're Chinese soldiers, they're Chinese soldiers.
Gill was taken aback, but was undeterred.
Yes, well, Captain Smithson also believes that is why we should conduct these reconnaissance missions.
That is a prudent measure.
All right, if Captain Smithson feels it is necessary, I'll volunteer. But there are 3 conditions that must be met prior to me agreeing to volunteer, Fred said. What would those conditions be, Mr. McCoy? Vice President Reinhardt asked.
First, my wife is beginning her 3rd trimester. I want a room and medical care for her.
Most certainly, William said.
Second, during my absence, I want Sam Hunter temporarily relieved of all duties at Mount Weather so he can stay at my house and tend to the farm.
William glanced at Gill, who nodded.
Of course. What is your 3rd requirement?
Fred pointed a calloused finger at D-Day and dipped his head slightly.
I'm challenging Mr. Tough Guy to a fight. Right here, right now. We can do it in here or outside. I don't care which. But I'm thinking he's all talk, no action.
The room went quiet. Everyone had been staring and listening to Fred. He had that kind of charisma. But when Fred made the challenge, everyone turned to D-Day, whose jaw had dropped.
You want to fight me? He asked incredulously.
Yep, unless you're a coward.
Oh, I know all about your skills with a pistol, McCoy. That's not going to happen. But I'll take you on in a fist fight and we'll see who the coward is.
Fred surprised everyone with his response.
Fists, then, Fred replied. And I know all about that hideout knife you got in your boot. If you try to pull it out, I'll kill you.
First Sergeant Crumby, who had been sitting quietly in the back of the room, snickered loudly. D-Day heard it. His expression of astonishment turned to an angry sneer.
You got it, old man. Everybody says you're tough. I'm about to show them different. Outside, right now.
Fred stood, put his hat on, and walked out. Everyone jumped up and started moving toward the door before President Van Allen could adjourn the meeting. Chapter 14. The Fight. Word had traveled fast. A crowd was already gathering when Fred, who had stopped off in the cafeteria, walked out the door. Nobody knew it, but he'd taken a small dab of lard and smeared it on his face. Ambling over to the crowd, he took off his gun belt and handed it to Sammy. Handing over his knife, he leaned close.
If anyone pulls out a weapon, toss me my pistol if you can. Otherwise, you know what to do.
Sammy nodded solemnly. D-Day and his wife walked out a minute later and paused when they saw the crowd. Ruby whispered something to her husband, who grinned and began taking off his heavy shirt.
That woman might try something, too. Keep an eye on her, Fred whispered.
You got it,
Sammy whispered back. Fred turned to face D-Day. The man had stripped down to a stained wife-beater, showing a plethora of faded, poor-quality tattoos. Still, there was whip-cord, lean muscle in his arms, much like Fred's, and he had a few scars here and there that did not come from a surgeon's knife. Fred did a little stretching, but not much. Rachel had him doing yoga every morning before breakfast. He hated to admit it, but he had grown to like the stretching routines. D-Day stopped him with a curt whistle.
You ready for your ass-whipping, or are you going to stand there and do a jazzercise routine?
Fred did not bother answering. Instead, he walked toward D-Day, closing the distance until they were about 10 feet apart. D-Day flexed his muscles and began circling Fred, occasionally throwing out a jab to test the distance. Fred had no illusions. He was in his 50s. His reflexes weren't what they once were. Back when he shot Calvin Malloy not too long ago, the grouping of the 2 bullet holes were almost an inch apart. He hadn't shot that badly in years.
Fred pivoted as D-Day circled, watching, waiting. After throwing a couple of ineffective jabs without a response, D-Day interpreted Fred's hesitance as fear. He smirked and charged in, faked a left and threw a right hook. Fred ducked and simultaneously sidestepped under the hook. He twisted his hips and drove his right fist into D-Day's liver, all within a half-second. D-Day gasped in pain and stumbled back. Fred stepped in and punched him in the mouth with his left, and as D-Day kept stumbling and trying to cover up, Fred followed in and continued with a barrage of punches. Even though Fred was clearly winning the fight, he reluctantly admired the fact that D-Day seemed to have a head made of concrete and was still putting up a fight. He knew he had to end it before he got too winded or the man caught him with a lucky punch. D-Day managed to graze Fred's head with a right, but Fred parried the follow-up left and delivered an uppercut to D-Day's chin. D-Day's head snapped back and his knees began to buckle. Fred wasted no time. He tucked his chin in, squared up, and put all his weight into another thunderous punch into the man's jaw. Spittle flew from his mouth from the impact, and he went down, hitting the frozen ground with a loud thud. Fred took no chances. His intention was to finish the fight by planting the heel of his boot between D-Day's eyes. He missed. Instead, his heel connected with D-Day's mouth. The noise of crunching teeth caused the crowd to emit an audible gasp. Fred stepped back and watched D-Day while he took some deep breaths. Satisfied the man was out of action, he gazed at the crowd. "Anybody else feel the need to insult my mother?" There were several grins and a few more shakes of the head. Fred grunted and walked back over to Sammy. Ruby ran over to D-Day and crouched beside him. She put a hand to his bloody face and tried to shake him back to consciousness without success. She then looked up at Fred with pure, unadulterated hatred in her eyes. Standing, she pulled a .38 snub-nosed revolver out of her waistband. Before she could act further, her wrist was suddenly seized in a vice-like grip. First Sergeant Crumby had been watching her the whole time. When he saw her go for her gun, he ran up behind her. He grabbed her left shoulder with his other hand and squeezed tightly as he shook the revolver out of her hand. He then leaned in and put his mouth to her ear. "You try to commit murder in front of me, I'll kill you and your man right here, right now. You got it?" "You're hurting me!" she screamed. The first sergeant let go of her and she ran off, leaving her so-called husband lying on the ground, groaning in misery. Jeremiah picked up the revolver and unloaded it. He shoved the bullets into his pocket and tucked the revolver in his waistband before walking over to Fred. "Appreciate that," Fred muttered. "I just wanted to tell you you're a tough old SOB, Jeremiah proclaimed with a grin. Fred looked at the first sergeant, and a hint of a smile tugged at one corner of his mouth. "Heads up," Sammy whispered. They turned and saw the president and Reinhardt walking over. "Well, you got that out of your system, Mr. McCoy, although I cannot say I approve," President Van Allen remarked. "So, are you going to accept the job?" "Said I would, didn't I?" He'd finished putting on his gun belt, but he was too hot to put on the vest. He stared at the president, waiting. For some stupid reason, Gil Van Allen, a desk-riding financial consultant in his past life, tried to stare down Fred McCoy. It didn't work. Instead, he turned to Jeremiah. "First Sergeant, please brief Mr. McCoy on his responsibilities for this mission." "Aye, sir," Jeremiah replied, but he did not salute. After the two men had walked away, a few people walked over and complimented Fred. Jeremiah waited until everyone had left before speaking. "We have a mission briefing in an hour with everyone that is going on recon missions. And, before I forget, I must thank you." "For what?" Sammy asked. Jeremiah gestured at Fred. "If it weren't for this, only a couple of people had planned on volunteering, if any. There'll be a few more now." He smiled and gave a mock salute to Fred. "I'll see you in an hour." "I'll be there," Fred replied. He turned to Sammy. "I've worked up a powerful appetite. Let's go eat." Chapter 15. To cauterize or not to cauterize? Dr. Stephen Kincaid made a tisking noise as he inspected Justin's arm. His friend and colleague, Dr. Hiram Smeltzer, did the same.
"Well, Captain, I have good news and bad news."
"Spit it out, Doc," Justin said.
"Cauterizing it at this point would be painful and probably ineffective. Stretch seems to have done a good job of cleaning and dressing the bites, but there was a delay of a few hours. Your tetanus vaccination is still good for a couple more years, but it won't prevent rabies. Do you have excessive salivation?"
"No, in fact, I could stand to have something to drink. Cup of hot tea, maybe," he said, and looked hopefully at Ruth. She nodded and hurried off.
"All right, that's a good sign. We're going to leave these wounds open and keep a loose dressing over them. I have some Neosporin in the lab. It's expired, but it won't hurt to squirt some on these bites."
"So far it sounds like good news, Doc," Justin said. The doctor frowned.
"When Shooter called this in, I did a little reading. Rabies may take 10 to 60 days before it presents itself."
"If I have it, what happens?" Justin asked.
"I'm afraid you will die," Hiram said. "There is no cure. If you don't have rabies, I'm concerned that you may have sustained nerve damage. The wounds are pretty deep."
Justin gave a terse nod as Ruth came back with a steaming cup of tea. He gave her a small smile and took a sip. It was an herbal spice blend that he could have done without, but he didn't complain. Stephen started to say something more, but Justin cut him off. "All right, Doc, if you two have something to take care of, do it now. We're going to have an important meeting in 30 minutes in the cafeteria, and it'll last until lunch." They indicated they understood and hurried off. Stretch waited until they had shut the door before speaking.
"How'd it go?" she asked.
"Shitty, with a healthy dose of shitty," he replied. "Reinhardt has always been difficult, and Van Allen is worse. They think they know everything. He was a financial consultant back before. Did you know that?" Ruth scoffed.
"My uncle was a financial consultant. He told me it didn't matter what he told his clients to invest in. He got a commission no matter how poorly the stock or mutual fund performed."
"Sounds right up his alley," Justin muttered. "They showed me the intel report from Missouri. Clay had pictures of Chinese soldiers getting off a paddle boat."
"A paddle boat?"
Ruth questioned. "Yeah, think about it. It wouldn't take much to convert some of the older ones back to steam engines. My guess is they came up from the Delta. And if I had to guess, there was more than one paddle boat full of Chinese troops traipsing around."
"What did Reinhardt and Van Allen think of that?"
"They had very little interest," Justin said. "But we'll go over it together. If there are more, and I'm sure there are, Fort Detrick is a possible target."
"All right, I'll get on the intercom," Ruth said and sighed. "This shit never seems to end. So, how's your arm? Really?"
"It hurts like hell."
"I'll rig you up a sling. You should take a quick shower and change before the meeting."
"Yes, ma'am," Justin replied.
Chapter 16. Recon Briefing. Fred and Sammy walked in the Tactical Operations Center almost an hour after the fight. When they walked in, Joker looked up and grinned.
"I hear we missed an educational tutorial in the fine art of fisticuffs," he said. "You should have seen it," Sammy exclaimed. "Fred put it on him."
"It was long overdue," Flash remarked. "That man has a mouth on him, and he's made it pretty clear he doesn't like blacks." The three of them talked while Fred studied one of the many topographic maps that was lying on the table. Someone had created overlays of sectors around Mount Weather. Fred suspected it was Zach's work. Joker stood and walked over to Fred.
"What are your thoughts?" he asked.
Fred glanced over. There were now others in the room that Fred had not heard enter, which made him question if he had taken a few more punches to the head than he'd realized. To be honest, while sitting in the cafeteria, he'd stiffened up, and his hands began to ache to the point where there were occasional shooting pains up his arms. He'd have Rachel ice them down later, but in the meantime he was not going to show any weakness.
"It's a lot of area to cover," Fred said.
"Yes, it is," Jeremiah said. "Ideally, we'd need at least a dozen patrols for each sector, but this is all we have."
He waved a hand around the room, which now held 11 people. Fred recognized most of them. There was Joker, Flash, Hicks, Slim, one of the Red Bank women, Kyra, he believed, and a few others. There were a man and woman he'd never seen before. They gave him a respectful nod. He didn't know if they'd witnessed the fight or heard about him. He returned the nod with one of his micros. He walked over to a chair by Sammy and sat. Fred then casually placed his hands under the table and furtively massaged them. "All right, let's get started," Jeremiah said. "Obviously, we are limited in manpower. You'd think we'd have more, but you all know how that goes. So I'll make it simple. Your mission is to recon these sectors and determine if there are hostile forces in said areas." The first sergeant continued with his mission briefing using a modified version of the military's 5-paragraph format. There were a lot of gaps in the mission order. Paragraph 2, the situation, consisted of Jeremiah saying, "There may be enemy troops out there." This segued into Jeremiah informing them of the possibility of foreign soldiers on American soil, hence the objective of the recon missions. "If you happen to spot them, do not make contact and do not let them see you. Complete the standard salute report and call it in as soon as it is safe to do so." A hand shot up. "What do we do then? Keep following them?" "That decision will be made if and when you spot them." Jeremiah explained radio procedures and frequencies. The mission briefing lasted 15 more minutes. When he was finished, he asked who wanted to pair up and what part of the countryside did they want to recon. Flash was the first to raise his hand and asked to recon the Virginia Beach area. The first sergeant, knowing Flash grew up in that area, immediately agreed. A couple of people volunteered to join Flash. Joker then raised his hand. "What's the latest on Melvin and True?" "They are currently in Cincinnati, where they are still actively looking for the alleged soldiers that Clay had originally reported. Unfortunately, they have missed their scheduled comps. I'm sure they're okay, and we'll hear from them later." There were a few murmurs, but nobody was overly worried. After all, Melvin and True were a tough pair. "All right, we've got Virginia Beach covered," Jeremiah said, and pointed toward another sector. "Who wants to recon this area? Someone volunteer, or I'll decide." "How come we're only looking east? What about the northern and southern areas?" one of them asked. Jeremiah shook his head. "If we had more people, sure, but the cold makes it improbable that anyone would come from the north, and the people at Oak Ridge are actively patrolling their own area. The coastal area is a lot of territory. We'll recon what we can and then evaluate what we learn." "All right, let's hear it. Volunteers or you'll be voluntold." Fred cleared his throat. "If nobody has a problem with it, I'd like to take this area here." He pointed toward a section on one of the maps. "I'll start there and work my way toward Annapolis. It'll take me a few days, but I believe I can cover the entire section." "All right," Jeremiah said, and used a marker to put Fred's name on the dry erase board for the appropriate sector. Jeremiah then gazed at the remaining people. "All right, Fred needs a teammate, and I'll bet $1 to a donut he's going to be doing his recon work on horseback. So, which one of you can ride a horse?" A young woman immediately raised her hand. Fred glanced over, and his brows furrowed slightly. She was in her 20s, about 5.5 feet tall, brown hair braided down the back and stopping a couple of inches below her shoulders, the rest of her hair hidden under a worn black resistol cowboy hat. She was no prissy beauty queen, more of a hard-riding cowgirl type. Her nose was slightly crooked from an old break, but otherwise she was a good-looking filly. Fred had seen her type before, back in his rodeo days. Fiery, independent. Her type was only interested in stallions, both the 4-legged and 2-legged kind. If he were a younger man and single... "No need," Fred said. "I work better alone. Nice hat, though." She narrowed her eyes at Fred, like he'd insulted her. "You're going to need someone to watch your back." Fred grunted and turned to Jeremiah. "I'll go ahead and sign up the gear I need today and head out from my house in the morning." Fred didn't wait for an acknowledgement. He stood and walked out, with Sammy following. It took only a second for the woman to jump up and run after them. Chapter 17. Nikki. "Yo, dude!" Sammy and Fred turned toward the voice. The woman had exited the building and was walking quickly toward them. They stopped and waited for her to catch up.
His name is Fred, not Dude, Sammy scolded. Most people call him Mr. Fred. Maybe you should too. The woman narrowed her eyes at Sammy for a second before responding. All right, Mr. Fred. I want to talk to you, she said. She stood about 3 feet from Fred, staring at him like they were about to argue. Or fight. Fred noted she had smooth but taut features, a little bit of windburn to her cheeks, and hazel brown eyes that were smoldering now. Sammy fully expected Fred to turn his back on this woman and walk off. After all, Fred didn't talk to anyone. But he didn't do that. "What's your name?" he asked. "Nicky." "I don't believe I've seen you around. Where are you from?" "I live with a small group who live over near Shenandoah Park. You and Zach came through a while back looking for some people. Rumor is y'all found them, and they aren't around anymore. Since then, I've heard a lot of stories about you two."
"Don't believe everything you hear, Nicky. What do you want to talk about?" Fred asked.
"I'd like to talk about working with you," she said.
"What do you mean?"
"I rode up here for one reason. I've heard a lot about you, and some of the stories seem bigger than life."
"Like I said, don't believe everything you hear," Fred said.
"Yeah, no doubt. But I'd like for you to teach me what you know, and what better way to start than to let me team with you on this recon mission?"
Fred found himself shaking his head. "No, I don't think so."
"The area you picked is Zed country, but you know that. You'll need someone to watch your back," she retorted.
When Fred didn't respond, she pointed at his hands.
"You beat the hell out of that man, but now your fists are hurting. Don't think I didn't see you rubbing them. That's probably going to hurt your shooting skills, don't you think?"
Fred gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "You could be right, but I'm not much of a people person. That's why I don't go holding seminars." He gestured at Sammy. "I generally only deal with 1 or 2 people at a time. Sammy has come a long way since I first met him, and if I needed anyone to watch my back, it would be him. But he's a new father and has responsibilities here. Now, as far as traipsing out in the country with a young gal, I don't think the mother of my child would care much for it."
"Care much for what?"
They all turned in unison to see Rachel and Serena walking toward them. Even wearing a heavy jacket, Rachel's bulge was noticeable. Before Fred could say anything, Nicky walked up to Rachel and extended her hand.
"Hi, I'm Nicky. I'm trying to convince Fred to let me go with him on his recon mission."
Rachel stared at Nicky a moment before staring at Fred and then back at Nicky.
"Careful, the old man still packs a potent load,"
she said with a sly grin and a pat on her belly. Serena and Sammy burst out laughing. After a moment, Nicky grinned. Fred couldn't help but notice her teeth were in excellent shape, except for a missing bicuspid. Having good teeth was a challenging feat nowadays. "She used to embarrass me frequently," he said. "The one thing I'm always certain of now is there's no telling what she'll say." That elicited more laughter. Nicky seemed embarrassed now.
"I'm not looking for sex. I want Fred to teach me about survival. Everyone knows about his skills, and I want to learn them."
Rachel patted Fred on his backside.
"Oh, you don't even know half of his skills."
While they laughed again at Fred's expense, Fred glanced around as if trying to find a way to escape his embarrassment. He spotted Ruby staring out a window at him. When she saw him looking, she lingered a moment longer before disappearing. Her stare was that of pure hatred. He instinctively knew there was going to be more trouble from those two.
"What about it, stud?"
Rachel asked. What's that?" Fred asked.
"I said, do you want to take on a new protege?"
Fred looked at Nicky again, who met his gaze with a challenging stare of her own. "Like I mentioned, I've been teaching Sam, but I don't think I'm doing all that great," he said. "I don't think I'd do you any good either."
"No offense, Mr. Fred, but I'm going to disagree with you. I heard one of the teachers talking about Sam this morning at breakfast, and she said he's going to be an excellent engineer thanks to your math tutoring. Besides, he's not going to be traipsing around the countryside, hunting zeds. He's going to be home with his girl and their child and in bed every night where he belongs. I want you to teach me about living out there with all the zeds and other hostiles."
Rachel grabbed Fred's hand and squeezed. Before he could help it, he winced in pain. the others noticed.
"Let me guess, you hurt your hand in this fight I heard about," Rachel said. "He hurt both of them," Nikki said. "I saw him rubbing them during the mission briefing."
"The knuckles are just a little sore," Fred replied. "Nothing a little ice won't cure."
Rachel stared at Fred a long moment before turning to Nikki. "Serena's baby is with the grandmother at the moment, but we're going to get her and go to the house. We have a venison stew on the stove and a fresh loaf of bread. We also have homemade wine that I currently cannot drink for obvious reasons. Why don't you join us?" "I'd love to," Nikki said, before smirking at Fred.
Chapter 18. Home Cooking. Nikki was impressed. The house, barn, and greenhouse were surrounded by multiple layers of barbed and concertina wire. An armored vehicle could get through it, but the house itself was surrounded by thick barrier walls. The roof was metal and the house was brick, which would make it almost impossible to firebomb. When they arrived, Nikki noticed Fred was a bustle of activity. He hurried inside and began straightening up before stoking the fireplace and the potbelly stove in the kitchen. He then excused himself, remarking the livestock needed tending to, and hurried off to the barn. Sammy followed. Nikki wanted to join him. She loved horses, but she understood she needed to ingratiate herself with Rachel first. "Come join us," Rachel invited, and led Nikki to the kitchen table. Serena sat with her newborn daughter while Rachel went to the stove. "She's cute as a button. What's her name?" Nikki asked. "Caitlin," Serena said. "She's 2 weeks old today. My mom wanted to name her Rochelle. We vetoed that idea." "Yeah, that was a good decision. Do you like to cook, Nikki?" Rachel asked as she stirred the pot of stew. "I'm decent at it. Nothing special," Nikki said. "If you want to sit down and rest, I can keep an eye on the food." Rachel smiled. "I'm fine. Besides, I think you'd rather be out in the barn with Fred and the horses." Serena laughed. "You'd have to fight Sammy for his attention. Why do you want to go traipsing out in the wilderness with Fred anyway?" "It's not my style to stay cooped up in a wild compound," Nikki replied. "I like to hunt and fish. I want to be able to go out on my own and survive if I have to. I mean, I already can, but I want to be at Mr. Fred's level. I heard he once rode over 300 miles on horseback in a couple of weeks. Is that true?" "It's true," Rachel said. "That was after he was shot and left for dead. There's a lot about Fred McCoy that most people don't know about." She blew a tuft of hair out of her face. "Hell, there's a lot about him even I don't know." "Tell us something about him," Nikki urged. She walked over to the table and sat down. After a moment, she gave a small smile. "Here's one only a few people know. When the plague burned through America, Fred was living in Tennessee. He had a daughter named Betsy. I think she was 19 or 20, and she was living in Los Angeles. He wanted to go to her, but with zeds everywhere, he knew the odds were impossible to travel across the country. It gnawed at his conscience for a long time. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, and he went to find her." "And he did," Rachel said. "But she was infected." "Wait, you said he was living in Tennessee when it went bad, right?" she asked. Rachel nodded. Nikki frowned. "How far is it from Tennessee to Los Angeles?" "About 2,000 miles, Rachel said. "So you're telling me he traveled 2,000 miles in zombie-infested America to find his daughter?" Nikki asked. "He did. That's how he met Sarah." "Who's Sarah?" Nikki asked. "Sarah Fowkes," she said. "Fred met her at an air base in Oklahoma. She was a major in the Air Force back then. They struck up a friendship, and he convinced her to fly him to Los Angeles. He found her, still in her apartment, but she'd become infected. Fred killed her, and then they flew back to Oklahoma. They'd become an item, and he stayed with her for a while, but he was homesick and asked Sarah to come back to Tennessee with him." "Did she?" Nikki asked. "Not right then. She felt she had a duty to stay at Tinker Air Base. She stayed about 6 months before deciding to rejoin Fred. She loaded up a military vehicle and headed east. She found Sammy and 2 women named Kate and Kyra Red Bank somewhere along the interstate. They were stranded and starving.
Sarah rescued them and convinced them to come with her to Tennessee. "I've met them," Nikki said. She didn't say it out loud, but she had an instant disliking to the two women. Rachel seemed to sense this and gave a knowing nod. "So they show up and she's told Fred is dead. It's a long story, but the group of people Zach was living with were ambushed and he was shot. Zach and his kids were abducted. It's a long, crazy story. I'll give you the short version. Even though Fred was shot through the chest, he lived. Not only did he live, when he found out Kelly, Zach, and Zach's kids were alive and living at Mount Weather, he hopped on a horse and rode up. That's the 300-mile ride you heard about," Serena said. "Yep," Rachel said. "You ride horses a lot, right?" "I do," Nikki said. "I know what you're thinking, and I'd have to say riding 300 miles on a horse after being shot would be tough. Really tough." "Yep," Rachel said. "I've heard some of this story," Nikki said. "This is where some crazy Marine colonel had a bunch of people murdered and then kidnapped Zach and his children." "Yep. Once I give birth, I'll tell you the whole story over a bottle of wine one night," Rachel said. "It's like a soap opera." Nikki laughed. "You got it." "Tell her about that man who was smarting off during training," Serena suggested. "Yeah, there was this young man who was going through some of the mandatory training at Weather. He wasn't listening to the instructors, one of whom was Fred, and then he made a few smart-assed remarks." "What did Fred do?" Nikki asked. "He shot the tips of his ears off," Rachel said, "but only a little bit of skin off the top." "Holy shit," Nikki exclaimed. "I bet nobody smarted off to him after that." Rachel and Serena laughed. "You got that right," Rachel said. "All right, so when Fred learned Zach and family are still alive, he comes up to Mount Weather." "He did," Rachel said. "Now here's another story about Fred. You see, he and Sarah had been an item back when they met each other in Oklahoma, but they separated. When she finally came looking for him in Tennessee, she was told he'd been killed. It wasn't too long before she and I became an item." Nikki stared a long moment to see if Rachel was joking. "Really?" she finally asked. Rachel smiled. "Yes, we did." "How did Fred take it when he found out?" she asked. "He was a gentleman about it. She was a wonderful woman, and Fred wanted her to be happy. But I knew she was in love with Fred, and Fred was in love with her." "What did you do?" Nikki asked. "I told them they belonged together," she said. "Wow." "Yeah, that was 2 days before she was killed," Rachel said. Suddenly her eyes started watering. She stood with a little effort due to the pregnancy. "Excuse me," she murmured and hurried from the room. Nikki looked at Serena. "Sorry, I didn't mean to upset her with all my questions." "It's all right," Serena said. "Can I ask how she was killed?" "There was this group of thugs who called themselves the Blackjacks who had wandered into the area. Fred and Sarah were helping a couple who had moved into a house near Mount Weather. One of the Blackjacks shot Sarah with a sniper rifle." "Damn," Nikki muttered. "Yeah, but Fred got payback. He hunted them all down and killed them." "How many were there?" she asked. 13, Serena replied. 13? Holy hell. "Oh, there's more. He scalped them." Nikki's eyes widened. "What? He scalped them?" "Yeah, all 13 of them." "Holy hell," she muttered again. "Yeah, Mr. Fred has always been kind toward me. He's nice to everyone who deserves it, but don't get on his bad side. D-Day is lucky he still has his hair." Nikki slapped her knee. "No shit." She then glanced down the hallway and lowered her voice. "How did the two of them end up together?" Serena smiled. "Rachel decided she liked him, and that was that." Nikki laughed now. "How old are you?" Serena asked. 19. How about you?" 16. She held Caitlin close and bounced her baby on her knee. "I know I'm a little young to be having a kid, but things happen, you know?" Nikki nodded. "What's a soap opera?" Serena asked. Nikki smiled. "Back before there were these shows on TV that were called soap operas."
Serena nodded and was about to say something else, but Rachel walked back into the kitchen and sat. Sorry about that. I loved Sarah with all my heart. It's still hard for me. I understand, Nikki said. So, I heard you say you're 19? Yeah, I was 9 when shit hit the fan, Nikki said. Tell us a little about yourself, Rachel urged. My parents became infected almost immediately. I was rescued by some neighbors. They still live in Shenandoah. Oh, and you don't have to worry about me having eyes for Fred. I mean, he's old enough to be my dad. Mine too, Rachel said, and burst out in giggles at her own joke. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking? Nikki asked. Just turned 29, Rachel answered, and then gave a wink. Nikki nodded and smiled, although she suspected Rachel was fibbing a little. It caused her to ponder the considerable age difference between her and Fred, but she could see how a woman, even a woman in her 20s, could fall for him. He had rugged good looks, and she saw him fight. The man was strong and tough as nails, and from the stories, the man really was a badass. She briefly thought about what it'd be like to sleep with him, but quickly quashed it. She wasn't after Fred for a sexual relationship. She'd already said that to Rachel and repeated it. Rachel laughed. Oh, sweetie, I'm not worried about that. Fred is old school. Old school. He'd never cheat on me. It must be cool having that kind of man, Nikki said. It is, but I was wondering about you. Why are you single, and why don't you have a kid or two already? Rachel asked. You're a good-looking woman. You must have plenty of men chasing after you. Rachel then gave one of her mischievous grins. Or women. Nikki shrugged. I was 16 when I had my first real boyfriend. He was a typical immature asshole and dumped me about a week after he took my virginity. About a year later, I met Colton, and he was great. We knew we were meant for each other and had made so many plans for our future. One day we were out hunting, and a damn snake spooked his horse. It bucked and threw him. He hit his head and got knocked out. He came to a couple of minutes later, and I thought he was going to be okay. But about an hour later, he had a seizure, passed out, and never woke up. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rachel said. Thanks, Nikki said. She thought about Colton often. It was good between them most of the time. Both had fiery tempers, though. She absently rubbed her nose, remembering how it got broken. Since then, I haven't really settled down with anyone, man or woman, she said with a small smile. I'm sure I will one day, but in the meantime, I want to learn everything I can about survival. Rachel nodded in understanding. If anyone could teach you, it'd be Fred. Or Zach, but he's not here, Serena lamented. I wish they'd come back. Nikki, did you ever meet Zach and his wife? I met Zach one day, but not his wife, Nikki said. I've heard a lot about him, too. Yeah, he's something else. I miss all of them terribly, Rachel said. If Zach and Kelly decide they're your friends, they'll do anything for you, and they'll always have your back. She looked out the window toward the barn. It's the same with Fred. Nikki nodded as she looked out the window. I can see that. Fred and Sammy emerged from the barn 30 minutes later. Dinner was soon served, and they conversed about the recent events while they ate. Fred mostly listened in silence, only speaking when Rachel would ask him a specific question. When dinner was over, the two men cleaned up the kitchen while the women sat in the den on a large leather couch. Fred had added a couple of split logs to the fireplace in the den, and it was soon basked in warmth. When he and Sammy had finished their kitchen chores and joined the women, Rachel had an announcement. I think I'd like for Nikki to go with you, she said to Fred. Fred arched an eyebrow. Why? 2 reasons. 1, she's absolutely right. You are a wealth of knowledge, Fred McCoy, and you need to be teaching all of what you know to other people who are worthy of it. What's the other reason? Sammy asked. Because my adorable husband needs someone to watch his back when he's out there. No, I don't, Fred said. Fred, if you take a fall and break a leg or something, you'll die if you're all alone. I can't have you die before you see your child. I've been doing this for a while now. I don't make mistakes, he protested. Fred, Do you remember the nightmares?" Fred's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Rachel looked over at the other three. "He shot an asshole not too long ago and was so messed up over the fact that he couldn't put a quarter over his shot grouping, he had nightmares about it for the rest of the week."
"Rachel, honey, please change the subject," Fred said.
Rachel grinned and winked at him. She continued grinning, and after a second they saw a reluctant smile form on Fred's mouth. Chapter 19. The Scratched Label. The room was dark, with only a hint of light coming from the gap between the bottom of the door and the floor. Riley could see his outline in the dark. He was several years older than her, but she liked him anyway. He was smart, and his body was lean and taut, but most of all, there was something about him that attracted her to him. His aura, or bearing, or something. He was not a talkative kind of guy. There was an aloofness about him, and she wondered if he'd always been that way or if the apocalypse had made him like that. She'd heard that he'd survived the apocalypse on his own for a while before showing up at Marcus Hook one day, but he never talked about it. Even his name was odd.
"How would they know?" she asked.
"You know them as well as anyone," Johnny G said. "They come across as big, dumb oafs, but it's an act. They're clever, intuitive, and can read people. I bet they were damn good cops back in Pittsburgh."
Riley stroked his chest.
"But you're smarter."
"Well, thanks, but I'm not that smart. I have no idea what they'll do next. It would be nice to know what they're thinking. If they figure it out, what do you think they'll do?"
"I guess I'm not sure either. I can try talking to Logan," she suggested.
"I don't know if that's a good idea. He may suspect you're trying to get information out of him or manipulate him. Besides, I think you still make him a little insecure."
He was referring to that time where she and Logan had almost had sex, but things went awry. The memory made her laugh.
"Yeah, probably so, on both counts. So, what should I do?"
"Act normal, like nothing is wrong. Tell your father and brother to do the same," he said. "I've got my listening ears on, and if something happens, if they make accusations, I'll hear about it." She thought about it for a moment before responding.
"Okay, I'm putting a lot of trust in you. You know, I can always move out of here and live at our trading post."
"How is it progressing?" he asked.
"We found some solar panels, but we're not real sure how to hook them up. Dad says we need at least one power inverter, whatever that is."
Riley had worked her way halfway on top of him, and he felt himself becoming aroused again. "I'll have a look at our inventory and see what we have. I suppose I could go down there with you, look it over and see what you guys need," he said.
"Really? Can we drive down there tomorrow?"
Johnny G thought a moment. Everything he had planned for tomorrow were not high-priority issues and could be done later. "Sure, I suppose so."
"We're going to need some diesel, too," she said.
"Yeah, that'll be doable." Riley kissed him.
"I'm already excited. We can stay a night or two, just the two of us. It'll be like a romantic getaway."
He chuckled. She reached down and started stroking him. After a moment, she threw a leg over and straddled him. He lay there and let her do all the work. The woman was ravenous and full of energy. She orgasmed twice before he felt himself reach climax. She continued gyrating, but he'd had enough for the night and pulled her down. She huffed but didn't complain and gave him a passionate kiss before getting out of the bed. Johnny G looked at her questioningly. "Are you spending the night?" he asked.
"Not tonight. I need to tell Dad what we're going to do. Don't worry, he'll love it that you're going to help."
She got out of bed and went into the restroom. Johnny G listened to the water running, and after a minute she came back into the bedroom and gathered her clothes. He watched her dress in the dim light. She had a lean, fantastic body. Her breasts were smaller than he preferred. He preferred D-cups or larger ever since puberty. But Riley was by far the best-looking woman at Marcus Hook. But, and he wasn't sure if this was a good but or a bad but,
There was also a hint that she was a little bit off-center. The way she looked at a person with those feral eyes could be unsettling, and Johnny G knew she had the capability of being a cold-blooded killer. He wondered how many she'd killed and at what age she'd killed her first human. He was tempted to ask. Maybe later. She finished dressing, leaned down, and kissed him again. "I'll see you in the morning. We can leave after breakfast if that's okay."
"Yeah," he said.
She cracked the door open slightly, peered down the hallway, and slipped out, softly closing the door behind her. Johnny G lay in the darkness, exhausted but not yet sleepy enough to close his eyes. He had no doubt Riley's sudden attraction toward him was filled with ulterior motives. Why else would a younger woman want to sleep with him? He knew he was average-looking, nothing special. It served him well at his former employment. He was so average-looking he could blend into crowds and nobody remembered him. He was physically fit, but not a big, muscular man. That worked to his advantage, too. He was always underestimated. He was stronger than he looked, but his real strength was in his intelligence. He let it happen. They had hooked up the first night she'd come back to Marcus Hook to live. There was the usual socializing after dinner. The Fitzgeralds had brought supplies from Mount Weather, including a few 5-gallon jugs of homemade wine. And the marijuana. There was a lot of marijuana use. Too many people relied on it to self-medicate, which he supposed was better than the dozens of antidepressants people were addicted to back before. Johnny G hated marijuana and was not much of a wine drinker. Back before, he preferred single malt scotch or Finnish vodka. The more expensive, the better. Tonight, he was sitting off to himself, sipping a glass of tomato juice spiced with a generous amount of black pepper, irritated at the amount of smoke in the air. He considered refreshing his drink and going to his room when Riley walked over, carrying a backpack. "You want some company?" she had asked. "Sure," he replied without too much enthusiasm. If she noticed his reticence, she didn't act like it. She put the backpack on the floor under the table and pulled out a bottle of Kettle One vodka before sitting. "I've heard it goes pretty good with tomato juice." Johnny G stared at the bottle with its distinctive diagonal scratch on the label. It was almost half full. It was full and still had the seal intact when he gave it to Rochelle Van Allen as a victory present after the election. He didn't want to. The fact was, he didn't like her. She was a big talker who never seemed to be around when the work crews were formed. But, as Roscoe pointed out, she was the new president and they needed to play the political game. Riley saw him pointedly staring at the bottle, perhaps sensing what he was thinking. "Dad said you have a lot in common with us. Is he wrong?" Johnny G stared a moment longer before grabbing the bottle and poured a liberal amount into his glass of tomato juice. It would have been nice to have some Tabasco sauce to add to it, but he hadn't had any of that in years. He held the glass up in a mock toast. "He's not wrong," Johnny G replied. They ended up in bed after the bottle went dry. That was only a week ago. He thought of that night often. Did Trader Joe direct his daughter to seduce him, or was it solely her idea? He didn't know, and eventually he decided he didn't care. The sex was great, and she was a pleasant conversationalist, even if she did have a rather peculiar perspective of how life should be. When the president was reported missing, he sent Jimbo and a couple of others to look for them. They'd driven 30 miles out and back with no success. Their deaths were not made official until 2 days later, but Johnny G knew that night what their fate was, and he knew the Fitzgeralds were responsible. He was undecided about what to do with this knowledge. There were pros and cons on either side, and he debated each point to himself. After much consideration, he decided to keep quiet for the time being. Before doing anything, he was going to check out this trading post they were talking about. Chapter 20. Melvin and True. It was cold. Within the last hour, the temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees. The two men, crouching back in the shadows of the old business, spoke in whispers. The wind is picking up, True whispered. Another front is moving in, I'm thinking. Yeah, Melvin whispered back.
He knew what True was inferring. If more snow was coming, traveling back home was going to be difficult. He pulled his shimok scarf tighter around his neck and face. They did not dare risk a fire, especially not now. They had left Mount Weather after devising a mission plan. They were going to take the normal route to Louisiana, but rather than traveling the entire route, they were going to pick a spot to intercept these interlopers if they were indeed heading east. They settled on Cincinnati. Why Cincinnati? According to Clay's report, the alleged soldiers had disembarked from a paddle boat on the east side of the Mississippi River and had headed east on foot. Melvin and True figured they'd walk anywhere from 10 to 12 miles a day. Cincinnati was a good intercept point. It was 500 miles from Mount Weather, which was feasible for the men if they hauled one of their fuel trailers with them. The Melvin and True team arrived in the city a little over 13 hours after leaving Mount Weather. The blanket of snow hid the numerous potholes, which forced them to drive slowly. But the snow was also an excellent indicator of any traffic, whether it was animal, vehicle, human, or Zed. They spotted a lot of animal tracks, but little else until they reached the outskirts of Columbus. That is when they began seeing multiple footprints. The nature of the tracks indicated Zeds rather than humans. A rough estimate put them in the dozens. But they did not see them. "They are hiding good," True remarked. Melvin agreed and speculated that these new Zeds were clever enough to hide from humans until they decided to attack. He reminded himself to notate that observation in the mission report. It was dark when they arrived in Columbus, and they decided to stop for the night. They found a used car lot on National Pike with several vehicles still in the lot. The two men checked the area and, finding it clear of any hostiles, parked the truck amongst some other vehicles and bedded down in the office. Their sleep was not interrupted, and they were back on the road as the sun was coming up. They'd been in Cincinnati for a couple of days. They did the usual things survivors in post-apocalyptic America did. They scavenged, hunted for food, avoided the Zeds when they could, and killed them when they couldn't. With knives, preferably, to save on ammo. On the fifth day, they were in the Bellevue neighborhood. They had not found much, small stuff, but nothing major, with one exception. They found an unopened case of toilet paper in a storage area above the women's restroom at a convenience store on Greenup Street. The men only spoke out loud when they were inside their truck. "If they're still coming this way, this will be the day they should show up," True said, "depending on how fast or slow they're traveling." "Yeah, 10 to 12 miles a day. I doubt they could walk any faster, and I haven't seen any wild horses they could ride," Melvin said. "Do they have horses in China?" True asked. "Yes, they do," Melvin replied. "I suppose they could have found some horses to ride." "Doubtful, though." "Yeah, doubtful. Let's unhook the fuel trailer and ride the route," Melvin suggested. They put the fuel trailer in between two dumpsters behind a restaurant, but situated where they could hook it up quickly if needed. As an afterthought, Melvin topped off the tank to the truck before they left. The discovery of the toilet paper had them in high spirits, but after 2 hours, they were growing frustrated. "This is like looking for a needle in a haystack," Melvin grumbled. "Like searching for a black man at a Klan rally," True countered. Melvin chuckled. "Like searching for a black man in a coal mine." True chuckled now. "Good one. You think we really going to spot 'em?" "Hell, I don't know. They're somewhere around here. The question is, where? At least we got some halfway decent scavenging in." "We still going to wait 2 more days?" True asked, although he already knew the answer. They had already decided to stay a full week, and if there was no contact, they'd head back. Although they'd killed a couple of rabbits to supplement their rations, they did not have enough food to sustain them longer. "Yeah, we might rethink that one. I think—" "Wait a minute," Melvin said. He stopped the truck and killed the engine. Squinting out the window, he stuck a finger out in front of him. "Tell me what I'm seeing. Is that smoke or what?" True stared out. "Smoke," he said after a moment. Melvin turned off a side street, turned it around so it was pointed in the direction that it needed to be in case they needed to make a hasty escape, and parked it. Without having to talk it out, the men loaded up their rucksacks, checked their weapons, and began tactically walking toward the smoke. After walking 2 miles, they'd pinpointed the source of the smoke to a hotel that was located near I-70 at exit 66. There were a dozen people milling around 4 trash cans that had fire in them. As they watched, 2 men smashed up a coffee table and added the broken wood to the cans, adding to the fire and the smoke. "I think we found them," Melvin whispered. Their facial features indicated they were Asian. They were all wearing similar uniforms with a mottled gray pattern, and they were all armed with Chinese assault rifles commonly known as Type 95s. After watching them for 5 minutes, Melvin and True moved backward in a crouching duck walk until they had maneuvered behind a building. They walked into a recess that was dark and sat. True rubbed his knees while Melvin stared out. He pointed ambiguously and whispered, "There's a convenience store across the road and down a little bit. It's a good distance away, but it has a good line of sight to the hotel. If we get in there, we can watch them from a safe distance, maybe get an idea of what they're doing." They agreed and waited until dusk before moving to the back of the convenience store. Thankfully, the back door was already standing open. They silently entered with their knives drawn, cleared it of the possibility of any zeds hiding inside. With the exception of some barren counters that used to hold merchandise, the place was empty. There was little vandalism. The tempered glass of the front windows was shattered, and the years of neglect caused the place to accumulate grime, and maybe a few rodents had lived there at one time, but otherwise there was nothing. Melvin gave True a nod, and they surreptitiously set up their observation post. They'd put down some old blankets on the floor behind a counter, deep in the shadows, several feet away from the window opening. True got the binoculars and scanned them over. "They're rough-looking, and they ain't too disciplined," he said. "Yeah, and they're gaunt. They haven't been eating too well. Kind of makes you wonder what the hell they're doing here," Melvin whispered back. "Think of how far they've traveled just to get here, and how much further they're supposed to go to reach their objective. What the hell is their mission?" True had no answers for his friend, so he remained silent. They watched the soldiers well into the night. Several of them had little pots they held over the fires with pieces of pipe and cooked their rice. They did not observe any other kind of food product, which probably explained why they looked so gaunt. Melvin knew better than to underestimate them, though. He had once read a book that was all about Dien Bien Phu. It memorialized how an underfed, bedraggled force of Viet Minh revolutionaries had decimated a French unit of hardened soldiers. Soon there were only 4 of them standing guard. "I'm a little puzzled as to why they're outside. If they were inside, they'd be better protected." "Sorry leadership, or they're being punished," Melvin surmised. "Most of them are inside." "Yeah, maybe. They don't sense nothing's wrong. They ain't paranoid like us," True remarked. "Poor leadership, maybe, but we shouldn't underestimate them," Melvin whispered back. "They have a mission, and it isn't good." "An exploration mission, maybe?" True whispered. He did not finish his sentence. As they watched, several apparitions emerged from the dark and attacked the 4 guards. It lasted for maybe 10 seconds, and then the zeds ran off, disappearing into the darkness almost as quickly as they had attacked. 3 of the guards had been knocked off their feet. The other had been pushed up against the wall. Even with the binoculars, they were too far away to see any injuries. Melvin said as much. "Maybe something scared the zeds away before they could chow down," True surmised. Melvin watched with binoculars a moment longer before handing them to True. "They're looking each other over, and one of them is holding something over his cheek, a rag or field dressing, something like that. Another one is holding onto his arm." True watched a moment and then inhaled sharply. Melvin stared in alarm. He did not need the binocs to see the 4 guards start to spasm in an odd, eerie ticking. It lasted for a couple of minutes before stopping. The guards turned slowly. One of them knocked on the locked doors, which amazed the 2 men. If they had turned, how would they know to do something like that? After a moment, the door cracked open. Chapter 21. Time to Leave. Melvin hastened to glance toward the back door. Instead of stepping over the broken glass at the front of the erstwhile business, they snuck in through the back door and then secured it with an old hex bolt that was stuck through the hasp where there was once a padlock. The front of the business slightly faced the hotel. That's why they snuck in the back, so they wouldn't be spotted. There was nothing stopping anyone or anything from gaining entry through the open windows, but with the back door secured, they at least did not have to continuously worry about someone ambushing them from behind. He turned back toward the hotel. They could hear noises, and they thought they heard some screaming before there was the sporadic sounds of gunfire. The two men exchanged glances. "We might be stuck here," Melvin whispered. "We have enough food to last 3 more days if we stretch it out," True whispered back. "But we ain't got but a gallon of water left." The two men discussed their situation. They kept looking at the hotel while they spoke, each expecting at any moment for the soldiers to come charging out. Although the back door was secured, the front could be easily accessed through the shattered plate glass windows. In addition, they could not see out behind the building. Was the area empty, or were there 1,000 zeds waiting on the other side of the door? After a minute, they reached a decision. To stay any longer was going to increase the risk of them being discovered. So they were going to attempt to slip out the back door and run back to their truck, which was about a mile down the road. Most of their gear was already packed in their respective rucksacks. True used a small flashlight with a red lens to aid them in packing up the blankets. They then shouldered the rucks, intentionally keeping the straps fairly loose in the event they had to drop them, if they had to do it in a hurry. They then checked their weapons and gave each other a nod. True turned off the light and stuck it in his pocket. Melvin had access to one of Mount Weather's coveted night vision goggles. He put them on and adjusted them before soft-stepping to the door. True put one hand on Melvin's shoulder, and the two men moved in unison. "All right, here we go," Melvin whispered. He swung the door open as quietly as he could. When they had set up in the empty business, they had doused the hinges and hasp with used motor oil. Despite that, one hinge emitted a tiny squeak as he opened it. In normal times it would not have been noticed, but tonight it screeched in the men's ears like an air raid siren. Melvin stopped when the door was a couple of inches open and peered out. The goggles colored the area in a pea soup green. One of the lenses had a distinctive scratch on it, which interfered with the quality of image, but Melvin ignored it. He scanned for a full minute. Seeing no activity, he reached back to his shoulder and patted True's hand twice, the signal to move. Melvin pulled the door open far enough for the two men to walk out. It squeaked some more, but the men did not hesitate. They walked in step and soon were at the road. Their truck was several blocks away, parked on a side street amongst several derelict automobiles. "All right, 1 mile to go," Melvin whispered. They made it 2 blocks before encountering zeds. Chapter 22. The Cincinnati Zeds. 2 o'clock, 8 zeds, Melvin whispered. The zeds had emerged from behind a building, silent as ghosts. They were approximately 50 yards away and walking toward them on a diagonal course. Melvin was not sure if they had been spotted or if the zeds were simply wandering in the night. Not a common behavior, but not unheard of. True squeezed his shoulder in acknowledgement as Melvin steered them left, maneuvering to put some derelict cars in between themselves and the zeds. Whatever thoughts Melvin had of the zeds merely being out on a stroll were dispelled when they altered course to intercept the men, and although they were not running, they were ambling toward them at a faster speed than your average decomposing zed. Melvin picked up his pace. True duplicated his pace, occasionally turning to watch their six. As he turned back, Melvin suddenly began firing. True turned to see another group of zeds. They were on the opposite side of them and were less than 20 feet from them. True began firing, while wondering how they'd gotten so close without the men seeing them. "They maneuvered us into an ambush!" Melvin shouted. There was no need for noise discipline now. True did not have time to voice his agreement. Although the moon was out, there was still limited visibility, and he was trying to make every shot count. They eventually created a gap between the zeds and the route to their truck, and at Melvin's prodding, they took off in a sprint. Melvin dropped his magazine, a valued item these days, and inserted a fresh one into his weapon while he ran. "Green!" he shouted, letting True know he had reloaded. True performed the same task just as another group of 5 Zeds emerged from behind an overturned semi. Fred McCoy would have given a nod of approval if he saw how Melvin expertly double-tapped headshots to each Zed. Their respite was short-lived. 5 more Zeds emerged from the open doorway of a fast-food restaurant and charged toward them. Both men fired, killing the Zeds in under 2 seconds. "To the truck!" Melvin shouted. Both men increased their pace and were soon sprinting. They still had a little over a mile to go, but more Zeds were joining in on the fun, and they were preventing the men from running directly to their truck. At one point, one of the Zeds jumped out from behind a wrecked Honda and actually had its hands on Melvin before he was able to push it away. Once he got a little wiggle room, he stuck the barrel of his assault rifle under the Zed's chin and blasted its face off. True was dealing with 2 Zeds that were in the road and coming right at him. There were also others coming in from both sides, but they were not yet a threat, only the 2 coming at him. True shot one, but the other kept coming toward him. True didn't break stride until he was right on it, and then he raised his right foot and stomped down hard on the Zed's knee. Zeds may not feel pain anymore, but with his knee destroyed, immediately after putting weight on it, he stumbled and fell. "This might not end well for us," Melvin shouted. True was too winded to give a proper answer. All he could do was keep firing. Chapter 23. Who the Hell Is That? Part 1. True reached the truck first. He threw his rucksack in the back before jumping inside. Melvin was right behind him. He did the same with his rucksack, jumped into the driver's seat, and turned the key. "It might take a few minutes before it starts," he said. True grunted. He knew the truck had one of Josue's refurbished batteries. He hoped it had enough juice to start the cold diesel engine. There were several dozen Zeds surrounding the truck by the time it started. The windows were covered with thick hardware cloth, but it didn't deter the Zeds from banging against it with their fists in hopes of breaking through. When he first tried it, the engine turned over with agonizing slowness. Melvin gritted his teeth and waited for a full minute before trying again. After a couple of attempts, the engine cranked to life. "I wasn't worried," True said. Melvin glanced over. True appeared calm, as if they were out for a Sunday drive. Melvin put the truck into drive and ran over a Zed as he began driving away. He glanced at the mirror before turning and looking behind them. "We have 4 Zeds in the back of the truck, and we need to get our fuel trailer without their interference. Get us some distance from that horde, and I'll take care of them with my knife. Unless you want to join in too," True said. Melvin chuckled. The snow and ice prevented him from going too fast, but after a series of turns he lost sight of the Zeds. He spotted a good-sized church and parked behind it. The 2 men got out, knives in hand, and made quick work of the unwelcome passengers. Dragging them out of the way, they wiped the blood off their respective knives in the dirty snow and dried them on their pants leg before storing them back in their sheaths. "Do you happen to know how we get back to the trailer?" he asked. True chuckled. Melvin took it as a good sign. The only time he ever saw True happy was when he interacted with Prairie, the little girl he had rescued back in Tennessee. "We'll get the tanker first, and then find a safe spot to transmit a message to Weather," Melvin said. "Mm-hmm," True answered. It took a little backtracking before they were going in the right direction toward their tanker when Melvin spoke. He remarked. True was staring out the passenger window, but instantly jerked around and focused on what had piqued Melvin's interest. "Who the hell is that? It ain't a Zed." "It sure looks like a regular human," Melvin agreed. A figure was standing on top of an old U-Haul box truck and was surrounded by 6 Zeds.
They were all clawing at and trying to climb up on the truck, but at the sound of their truck and its lights, they paused in their efforts and turned. One of them immediately began ambling toward them. Melvin stopped their truck. The Zed walked directly to the driver's side and began clawing at the wire mesh covering the door windows. Soon, another Zed joined him. "He's wearing one of them long gray coats, the same as those soldiers," True said. "You think he's one of them?" Melvin considered it. "Could be. Let's check him out. Or her, whatever it is." Melvin lurched forward, running over one of the curious Zeds. He then parked and threw open the truck door, knocking the other Zed down. The two men jumped out and made quick work of them. When they were finished, Melvin pointed at the man standing on top of the truck. "Come down from there," he ordered. The man hesitated, but then slowly climbed down and stood before Melvin while True checked the passenger compartment of the box truck. He was shaking and stared at Melvin in obvious fright. Melvin was 50% certain it was a man, although he was small, maybe 5.5 feet tall and small-framed. His cheeks were sunken, gaunt, an indication of malnourishment. He was wearing the same style heavy gray overcoat that was grimy and had seen a lot of rough usage. "Ain't nobody else in there," he told Melvin, and turned his attention to the small man. "He sure is a sorry-looking sight. What's your name, boy?" The man visibly gulped and stared at True in a mixture of fear and wide-eyed astonishment. True noticed. "He's acting like he ain't never seen a black man before." "Maybe he hasn't," Melvin said. He snapped his fingers to get the man's attention. "Do you speak English?" "A little English," the man answered. "Good," Melvin said, and tapped his finger on his chest. "Melvin!" The man nodded in understanding and tapped his chest. "Dong," he said. "Dong?" "Dong," he repeated. Melvin suppressed a laugh. "Do you have a gun, Dong?" Dong looked confused. Melvin stepped toward him and patted the heavy jacket. Dong realized what Melvin was doing and held his hands up. "No kill me," he pleaded. "Peng you, friend. Dong friend." "Uh-huh," Melvin said. "Hold your arms out." Melvin had to physically move Dong's arms out and took a glove off so he could unbutton the little man's jacket. As soon as he did so, his nostrils were assailed with body odor. Melvin reacted by wrinkling his nose and sneezing. "This boy hasn't had a bath in a while," Melvin complained, which elicited a grunt from True. The only weapon he found was a dagger-type knife sheathed in Dong's belt. When Melvin snatched it, Dong offered a sheepish grin. "No kill me, Dong friend." "Yeah, you keep saying that," Melvin muttered and held a hand up, palm facing Dong, indicating the man needed to be quiet. Dong nodded like he understood. "What do you think?" he asked True. "Same outfit," True said. "I ain't no Einstein, but I'd bet he's one of them." "Yeah, I'd say you're right," Melvin agreed. "The question is, what's he doing out here all alone? Hey, boy, are you a deserter?" Dong frowned before answering. "Dong friend." Melvin grunted and tested the edge of the dagger. "It's duller than Grandpa's dick," he said before putting his glove back on. "Well, he don't look infected," True remarked. "I suppose we could take him back to Weather for a proper debriefing." Melvin considered it. "Yeah, we could. I don't think anyone speaks Chinese, but Garrett and Grace might have some kind of translation software on that big computer." He took his glove off again to scratch his face and try to rub some of the smell out of his nose. "He stinks to high heaven, but if we put him in the back of the truck, he'll most likely freeze to death." "Yeah, and he's as good as dead if we leave him," True said. "If you're asking, I think we should take him back. We can always kill him later." "Dong friend, no kill!" Dong shouted. True grabbed him by the shoulder and shushed him. "Be quiet," he ordered in a harsh whisper, and then led him to the passenger side of the truck. He put Dong in the front passenger seat and got in the back. Melvin took a moment to inspect the dead Zeds.
They had various personal items that were of no value. Melvin noted none of them had anything that would be considered identification. Satisfied, he got back in the truck.
"They didn't look like 15s, he observed. "Mostly rotten skin and bones. None of them were Chinese soldiers, from what I could tell."
"Do you want to radio this in?" True asked.
"Maybe later. At the moment, I just want to get the tanker and put some distance between us and all those newly created zeds. We made more noise than I'm comfortable with."
"Yeah," True said in agreement. Both men knew from experience freshly turned zeds were faster, stronger, and much more aggressive than old ones.
"You know, if Zach were still living at Weather, I'd go ahead and call it in. He'd have everything prepped and ready for our new guest."
He then chuckled.
"And he'd probably have a list of questions already written up."
"Yeah, but how many? 500? True asked.
"Probably more like 5,000,
Melvin said. True smiled, which elicited a laugh from Melvin. Dong wasn't exactly sure what was being discussed, but laughed along with them anyway.
"Yo, Dong, why did you leave your friends?" Melvin asked.
Dong seemed to understand.
"Bad, all bad. No food. Hungry always."
Melvin glanced back at True.
"Yeah, he looks like he's starving,"
True concluded and reached into his knapsack. He then stuck his hand out and nudged Dong, who jerked and stared back at True in fright.
"Here,"
True ordered.
"It's food."
"Food?" It was a homemade Mount Weather granola bar. True was skeptical the first time he was served one at lunch, but he found them to be rather tasty. He and Melvin had stocked up on several before leaving on their mission. Dong tentatively reached out with his cuffed hands and took it. He tried a small bite, and True could have sworn Dong's eyes rolled back in ecstasy. He then devoured the small bar in 2 bites and bobbed his head at True in thanks. True must have been in a good mood. He gave Dong another granola bar and a canteen of water. Melvin chuckled.
"You're such a softy."
Melvin located the trailer 5 minutes later. He backed up to it and hooked it up, while True made Dong stand beside him while he stood guard. Finishing, Melvin motioned for them to get back in the truck.
"All right, we're all good. Let's go home," he said.
"Amen to that," True said.
"By the way, there was about a half-gallon of diesel spilled on the ground. Someone either opened the valve to see what was in it, or they helped themselves to some fuel and made a mess."
"If there's people around here, they're doing a good job of hiding," True surmised.
"Yeah, I would have spray-painted a message, but everything is iced over. We'll have to come back at some point and try to find them."
"When is the next resupply mission to Missouri?" True asked. "I imagine Clay needs some diesel and company. The man has to be lonely." Melvin shrugged his shoulders.
"Probably. He's got to be lonely out there. If it weren't for the fact that he killed someone, I'd say let's go get him and bring him home."
True didn't answer. Honestly, he had liked Dalton, the man Clay had killed, so he wasn't so sure he liked the man, but he kept his thoughts to himself. They rode several minutes in silence. Melvin proceeded slowly and cautiously. It was taxing having to pay such careful attention, but it was necessary. Besides, it was second nature to Melvin now. The cab of the truck was finally warm enough for Melvin to turn the fan to a lower setting. True took his jacket off and draped it across his legs before resting his rifle on top. Melvin had the dashboard lights blacked out, but he could see Dong's head lolling.
"The little man is out cold," Melvin said. "I'll keep an eye on him if you want to get some shut-eye."
"You gonna drive all night?" True asked.
"For a little while. I'm too keyed up to sleep right now, and I can't imagine anyone will be outside in this cold. It's got to be in the single digits."
"All right, you get tired, wake me up and I'll drive. Watch the little man, he might be playing possum." Melvin chuckled and glanced over at Dong, who had not stirred in several minutes.
"You got it, bro."
True was asleep within minutes, if not seconds. Melvin offered a small silent prayer of thanks for getting them through another day unscathed, and asked the Lord for safe travels back to Mount Weather. He knew True was an atheist, but even so he added him in his prayer.
Finishing, he glanced again at Dong, whose head was leaning against the door window. He was breathing deeply. It was going to be interesting to hear what he had to say, if they could find a way to adequately communicate. He imagined it was going to fall to Grace and Garrett to interview him. With their father dead and Zack gone, they were probably the two smartest people at Mount Weather and had taken up a lot of Zack's work. Melvin decided that tomorrow, when he'd rested up, he was going to try to interview Dong himself and see what kind of information he could get out of him. If there was a full-fledged Chinese invasion in the works, the people in the surrounding communities, and especially Oak Ridge, would need that info ASAP, and frankly, he doubted the new president and his lackey, William Reinhardt, would relay the info. He glanced at the clock. 0200, and they were only a few miles outside of the Cincinnati city limits. Many miles to go. Yep, it was going to be a long drive back. A little over 500 miles, and the roads were rough. Little did he know it at that moment, but it was going to take a few days of slow driving, 2 flat tires, and at least one major detour before they'd see home again. Chapter 24. Team Fred. Nikki had slept on the den couch. It was part of an expensive set of leather furniture Fred had found in a furniture store. She awoke to the noise of Fred throwing a log on the fire. He turned and saw her staring at him. "I got the potbelly in the kitchen going. It'll be hot enough for tea in about 10 minutes. We leave in 30. Nikki sat up and stretched. Fred saw she had stripped down to a t-shirt and underwear. Her body was lean and taut, and the cool air promptly made her nipples erect. He quickly turned away and hurried into the kitchen. Nikki joined him a moment later, fully dressed in jeans and a hunter-green thermal top over the t-shirt. She had not yet put her boots on, and Fred noticed a pair of thick, hand-knitted socks on her feet. Fred gave one of his small nods, poured them 2 mugs of tea, and handed one to her. "Have a seat, and I'll fix some breakfast." She sat, sipped her tea, and watched as Fred cooked up eggs and bacon. They ate in silence. Nikki was not much of a morning person, and it appeared to her Fred wasn't interested in talking anyway. After finishing, she helped them clean up their mess. Finishing, he pointed to some 5-gallon jugs sitting along the wall. They were plastic, blue in color and shaped like rectangular cubes with integrated handles on top. "That's our water for us and the horses. How much does water weigh per gallon?" She bit her lower lip in thought. "A little over 8 pounds per gallon," Fred said. "Each jug is full, so they weigh about 42 pounds. That's counting the jug. Can you carry those 2 jugs to the truck?" Fred didn't wait for her to answer. He picked up 2 of them and walked out. Nikki grabbed the other 2 jugs and followed. She had to set them down to rest her arms a few times, but she eventually made it to the barn. Fred was brushing out a horse when she entered. She set the jugs down and rubbed her aching hands. "Get the truck started," he directed. Nikki frowned, wondering why he couldn't start it himself. She thought maybe he wanted to see if she knew how, so she didn't argue and hopped up in the driver's seat. It took 2 tries before the diesel engine chugged to life. She got out and jogged back to the house, returning a moment later with both her backpack and saddlebags. Setting them down, she jogged back to the house again and returned with Fred's gear. When she walked into the barn, she saw the contents of her backpack dumped on the ground. "What are you doing?" she asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he squatted and began inspecting her items. After a moment, he stood. "Pack it up and let's get the horses loaded," he pointed. "We're taking those 2. Nikki was angry. Back home, she was known for her fiery temper, but she held it in check and stuffed her gear back in her backpack. Fred watched impassively. She noticed and finally could not stand it. "What?" she demanded. "There's a thermometer mounted on the barn door," he said. "Did you see it?" "That dirty plastic one? Yeah, I saw it. What about it?" 21 degrees this morning, he informed her. "Your gear is shy of a few things, and your pack isn't waterproof." He paused a moment.
Let me show you what I mean." He picked his own back up, opened every pocket, and dumped the contents. He then held up his backpack. It looked like it had been through hell and back, but it was intact with no rips or tears.
"It looks like you probably should throw it away."
"Yep, it doesn't stand out. That's the point. Found it in a house, brand new. Didn't look like the owner ever used it. I used a mixture of mineral spirits and a caulking tube of silicone to make it waterproof. When I was rubbing that mixture onto the bag, I added a little bit of sand. It made the pack look rough." Nicky nodded.
"You succeeded."
He gestured again at the bag and picked up a smaller canvas bag and tossed it to her. Nicky inspected it. It was canvas and looked like the same waterproof treatment had been done to it. "Made them by hand. Open that one up." Nicky did so and dumped it. Some bandanas and a dozen pairs of socks fell out.
"Do you think you got enough socks there, old man?" she asked teasingly.
"Socks can be used for a lot more than keeping your feet warm," Fred said. "You can cut the toes out and fashion some leggings. You can use them as mittens. You can make knee pads out of them. They're all clean, so you can use them as field dressings. The possibilities are only limited by your imagination. You only have one extra pair of socks. If they get wet, your feet will suffer. You need to add a bag of socks to your pack. Cotton and wool, all sizes. Open the other one." Nicky opened it and inspected the contents. There were several small pieces of wood and what appeared to be cedar shavings. "Smalls," Fred said.
"Smalls?"
"Yep. If you're going to be out in the wilderness, and that's what most of America is these days, you always want to have a pack of small pieces of wood, seasoned and dry. Fat wood is the best. Steel wool is good to have too, but that stuff isn't easy to find anymore. So, why do you think I carry a bag of wood with me?"
"For starting a fire when everything is wet," Nicky said in understanding.
"Yep," Fred replied. "I normally keep some charred cloth in here too, but I'm out and haven't had a chance to make up a new batch." They went through some of the other items in Fred's pack before he stored it all away and put it in the truck. "All right, we're taking those two," he said, pointing at two of the horses. "That one is Aisha, and the big lunkhead trying to nibble on your hair is Leroy." Nicky looked them over. Aisha was a beautiful Arabian, and Leroy was a big, roan-colored gelding.
"Why those two?"
Nicky asked. "Aisha is smart, quick, and she has better stamina than almost any horse around."
"And Leroy?"
"He's not the smartest, but he's a stayer, and he's in love with Aisha. He follows her everywhere. They make a good pair." Nicky grinned and helped get the two horses into the trailer. Once they had everything loaded, Fred turned to her. "I'm not much of a sociable person, and you're likely to be sorely disappointed in this training you think you're going to get."
"Are you trying to talk me out of this?"
Nicky asked. He stared at her a long moment before speaking. "It's up to you."
"I'd still like to go. If you don't want me to, you have to say it," she said.
After a moment, Fred gave a micro-nod. Nicky didn't know it, but it was a nod of approval. He pointed at the truck. She needed no further prompting and got in the passenger seat. Fred eased the truck and trailer out of the barn and then waited while Nicky got out and closed the barn door. Approaching the main gate, they repeated the process. When she got back in the truck, Fred fixed her with a pointed stare. "Did you lock it up properly?" he asked.
"Yep,"
she answered, and then wondered if she should be more respectful.
"Yes, sir,"
she added. Fred didn't respond, and soon they were heading east. With the exception of the heater and the truck's exhaust, it was quiet. Nicky quickly understood Fred was going to be content not to say a word the entire mission, so she decided to try and change that.
"It's going to be a cold one today, isn't it?" she asked.
"I expect it to warm up a little," he surmised.
"What makes you think that?"
He pointed out the window. "Look at the sunrise. Tell me what you see." Nicky looked out the window. The eastern sky was filled with thick, puffy clouds colored a crimson red.
"It's looking like a pretty sunrise."
Red sky at morning, sailor take warning. You remember that saying? He asked. Nicky frowned.
I've never heard it.
Fred dropped one hand off the steering wheel and flexed it. Both his hands were stiff from the cold, and that would not do. Nicky noticed, but did not say anything. What kind of formal education did you have while you were growing up? He asked.
Formal education? You mean like going to school?
Yep.
I was in 4th grade when it went bad. Like I said to Rachel and Serena, my parents were infected and killed. Some neighbors took me in. They're good people, but as I'm sure you know, the focus back then was survival, not sending kids to school to learn about history and arithmetic. They taught the basics for survival, but the most I've learned school-wise in the last few years was a couple of college textbooks I've read. I know a lot about hunting, fishing, gardening, and cooking, but don't give me a math quiz. Oh, and I've learned a lot about horses from the people who live in our group.
What about meteorology? Fred asked.
Nope, I didn't learn anything about meteors, other than they fall from the sky.
Fred started to inform her of the correct meaning of meteorology, but decided it wasn't important. Okay, pay attention. The red sky in the morning indicates there's a front coming in, and it looks like it's coming from the east. Let me show you. He stopped the truck. Roll down the window and feel the air.
Feel it? She asked. What do you mean, feel it?
Fred did not respond. Instead, he waited. Nicky did as he directed. She pulled the glove off her right hand and stuck it out. After a second, she stuck her head out for several seconds before sitting back.
It's getting a little warmer out, she said. Okay, yeah, I feel wind coming from the east.
Yep, feels a little humid too, doesn't it? Nicky gave a small grin.
I see where you're going. That front's coming from the ocean.
Yep, probably a high-pressure cell, Fred said. A lot of rain, I'm thinking. I'm no weather expert, but conditions seem right for it to turn to ice rain.
That'll suck, she said. If that happens, we could be stuck out here a couple of days.
Yep.
So more time for one-on-one training. I like it,
Nicky said with a smile. Fred glanced at her sidelong for a second. He wasn't going to say it out loud, but he was starting to like this girl. She handled the horses with practiced ease, and while she may be ignorant about a lot of things, she seemed like she had some possible intelligence in her noggin. He took his foot off the brake and accelerated to a brash 20 miles per hour.
I'd like to ask you something, she said.
What's that?
I don't think anybody noticed it. Well, maybe the first sergeant did, but you picked out a certain area you wanted to do your recon mission. Is there a reason for that?
Fred kept his breathing steady. I'm more familiar with that area.
Oh, okay. So, I assume you have a plan in mind.
Yep, Fred said. Our first priority is to get to our staging area before the storm hits.
Sounds like you have a specific place in mind.
Yep, Fred replied. It was a building that once housed a construction company with an office and a warehouse. He and Zach had picked it out over a year ago. They'd made changes to suit their specific needs, a makeshift stable, a living area, and rudimentary fortifications.
Okay, is it inside or outside? Nicky asked.
Inside.
Good, we'll be out of the weather.
Yep, but we'll need to hold off on a fire.
Because the smoke may give us away if there are hostiles in the area, she said.
Yep. She stared at him curiously.
You don't talk a whole lot. Were you always that way?
Fred glanced at her. I used to be more sociable, back when I was a family man and working for a living, and back before I'd lost so many loved ones and killed so many people.
What did you do for a living, back before? She asked.
I had a modest-sized manufacturing company that built greenhouses.
You had your own business? Were you rich or something?
Fred thought for a second. We were comfortable.
I bet you're educated. Did you go to college? She asked.
I had a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering.
Wow, impressive. Is that why Sammy wants to become an engineer, because of you?
I suppose that's part of it. He has excellent book smarts, really good at math. The future will need thinkers and builders. I teach him what I can. He glanced over at her. So, you said you're no good at math?
Nope. Is that something important to learn?
Yep, but we'll go over that later, maybe. How are you with firearms?
I can shoot. Maybe not as good as you, but I can shoot.
Have you ever shot a person? Fred asked.
Other than a Zed? No.
She stared steadily at Fred.
If you're wondering if I'm capable of shooting another person, I am.
Fred gave a hint of a nod.
You know, there are people who say you're a cold-blooded killer.
I've heard, Fred said.
That doesn't bother you?
Nope. In fact, Fred had never been bothered by the whisperings behind his back. He'd killed more people than most people knew about, and more than he cared to admit, so the talk was to be expected. But lately he was growing worried about how his reputation might affect his child as they grew up. He glanced at the clock on the truck's instrument panel. It was time. Get on the radio, call Mount Weather TOC and check in, he directed. Nikki reached for the microphone, turned the volume up, and used the proper call sign to check in. Fred was impressed. She had been listening during the mission briefing. Whoever was manning the radio back at Mount Weather, it sounded like Lois Marnix, acknowledged the call with practiced ease and without any unnecessary chatter. Fred waited a minute and then changed the frequency setting. When he had set it on the desired frequency, he held the microphone and made a series of clicks with the push-to-talk button. Nikki watched in puzzlement.
"What are you doing?"
she asked. Fred ignored her and kept driving. After a minute, he repeated the process. This time, after a few seconds, there was a response. Sort of. Nikki deduced someone was doing the same thing Fred was, pushing the mic button a series of times, only it wasn't exactly the same pattern as Fred's. Fred seemed to acknowledge with a single push of the mic button before attaching it back to the holder and resetting the frequency.
"What was that? Are you communicating with someone?" Nikki asked.
"Yep."
"Who?"
Fred was silent. Nikki asked him again who it was, but it didn't take a mechanical engineer to figure out he was not going to answer. They rode the next 20 miles in silence before Nikki could not stand it anymore, so she tried another subject.
"I haven't seen a single Zed. Have you?"
"Nope," he replied.
"The latest news is they are now hibernating when it gets cold. Do you believe that?"
"To an extent, yes," he answered.
"What do you mean?"
"They've learned to utilize shelter and they're digesting again, which means they're putting off heat. I've seen them huddling together for warmth, but that doesn't mean they're hibernating. They'll come out and hunt for food."
"Do you think they understand weather patterns?"
"I believe this new generation of Zeds do, yeah," Fred said.
15s, Nikki said.
"Yep."
"All right, what you're saying is they know this front is coming and they're going to hunker down, right?" Nikki asked.
"I believe so, yes," Fred said, and then paid Nikki a rare compliment. "That was good reasoning."
"What do you mean?" she asked.
"You took the information I provided, analyzed it, and reached a probable conclusion. That's called inductive reasoning."
"Not deductive, like Sherlock Holmes?"
"No, that's different."
"So, I've made an inductive conclusion?" she asked.
"Yep. It is probable that the Zeds are aware of this bad weather coming in and have hunkered down." "So, you've read Arthur Conan Doyle?"
"What?"
"How do you know about Sherlock Holmes?" he asked.
"Oh, we have a bunch of Sherlock Holmes movies on DVD back home."
Nikki was silent for a long moment.
"There's a woman in our group back at Shenandoah. She was a college professor back before, and she tells everyone constantly how smart she is. She told me once that I'm stupid."
"I don't believe you're stupid," Fred declared. "That professor may be book smart, but does she know how to shoe a horse or how to spot a pregnant cow that's having problems? I doubt it. But you can, right?"
"Damn right I can. But shouldn't I know books as well?"
"Yes, you should," Fred said. I think you should probably move to Mount Weather and enroll in some of the classes. No, maybe not. Not yet.
Why not? Nicky asked.
Because if your reading comprehension is as low as you say it is, they'll put you in with the kids. No, Rachel and I can get you going in the right direction.
I've taken the firearms and Zed fighting class, Nicky said. I really like them. Are there other classes?
Yes, there are. Zach created a whole program. They have the core education classes, but there are also classes covering almost everything having to do with survival, running a community, heck, even running a country. Zach created the lesson plans for almost all of it.
He sounds smart.
Fred chuckled slightly. Yes, he is.
What formal classes should I learn? She asked.
Fred thought a minute. All right, if you're serious about this, we'll get into it more when we're back home and create an educational plan. It'll depend on what you want to focus on. If Zach was here, he'd probably have you take an ASVAB test to figure out what your strong points are.
What's an ASVAB?
Fred grunted. It used to be something important that everyone had to take in high school. Do you have any idea what you want to do?
I don't know. Maybe an engineer?
There are different fields in engineering, and math is important in all of them. You said math wasn't your strong point.
Yeah, but you could teach me, she said.
Fred didn't answer immediately, but she could see he was thinking about it. Well, I think we should first get an idea of what you'd be best at and go from there. We'll start on it when we get back. Maybe enroll you in 1 or 2 classes and see how it works out.
I want to be able to build stuff, she suddenly said. Like an engineer.
Fred glanced at her and she thought she saw an inkling of a smile. Math would be important then. You know, they're always looking for people to live at Marcus Hook. Roscoe is an engineer and a lot smarter than me. He teaches people.
How? You had your own manufacturing business.
Roscoe is running a diesel refinery. That's much more complex than designing a prefab greenhouse.
No, I think I want to stick around and learn from you.
Fred emitted a single chuckle. Nicky didn't know it, but it was the most Fred had laughed in at least 2 years. If you're going to train with me, I'm going to put you to work, too. I have about 100 things around the farm I need to get done as soon as possible, and the list seems to get longer every day.
I can come live with you guys? She asked.
Fred realized what he said was tantamount to an invitation. He thought about it a moment. All right, I have a proposition for you. Rachel is going to need help once she gives birth. Nicky interrupted him.
I'll do it.
As I was saying, I've been depending on Sammy to help me with the farm work, but he has school and his family. So, along with Rachel needing assistance, I'll need a hand with the farm chores as well. Nicky jumped at his offer.
I'll do it, but I want dedicated training time, and I want to go on your missions with you.
Fred was slow to respond. I'll try to give you dedicated time, but it'll be here and there, and I won't be able to take you on every mission. Plus, I'm still training Sammy. I suppose you two could become study buddies. He frowned then. Or maybe not.
Why not?
I guess you might say Serena is a little bit on the jealous side. Sammy is growing up to be a handsome young man. He's smart and strong, too. He's making something of himself, and several of the young single ladies around Weather are taking notice. Serena doesn't like it at all. He did not mention the rumor that Serena possibly had a fling with another man living at Mount Weather, and that Sammy may not be the father of little Caitlin. Nicky snickered.
He's cute, but I wouldn't interfere with their thing.
Maybe some group study sessions at times, then. I'm not promising anything yet. I'm going to see how you do on this mission first. Nicky fixed her expression into eager determination.
You won't be disappointed.
Fred didn't respond. His intuition told him this girl had what it took. He hoped he wasn't wrong. He watched as the first drops of rain began hitting the windshield.
Getting back to the 15s, you were saying they can generate body heat again, Nicky questioned.
They certainly do. Zach and I killed a couple of them back in the spring, and he confirmed it by using one of those thermometers a medical examiner uses on dead bodies.
What kind of thermometer?
A long rectal thermometer, Fred said. Nicky thought a moment.
You mean a thermometer you stick up your butt?
Yep, but you wouldn't want that one used on you. Anyway, Zach checked the temperature of a few immediately after we killed them. He confirmed they're generating heat again.
Humph,
Nicky said.
And they understand shelter.
Yep, among other things. It's believed the infection did unique things to their limbic system and other organs. There's a few reports on file back at Weather if you want to learn more. Nicky nodded.
Their sense of smell becomes better, right?
Yeah, that's the belief.
So how do you keep them from smelling the horses?
You keep them as clean as you can, but use water only, no soap, Fred said. It was the first time anyone had asked him that kind of question. He glanced over at her. She was nodding.
That's what we do back at Shenandoah,
she said.
So where exactly are we going?
Enough questions for now, Fred said. Concentrate on the area. Make sure there are no zeds or hostiles watching us.
But I've got so many questions. I can keep watch while we talk, she said.
There'll be plenty of time for questions later. I need to concentrate on the road, and I'm watching for threats, too. Nicky was not deterred and kept asking questions, but Fred had become silent. After a couple of questions went unanswered, she shut up, but only for a couple of minutes before asking another question. I've got an idea of how to pass the time, Fred finally said. Nicky glanced at him, this time with a curious smile.
How?
It's a childhood game I've grown to love. It's called Quiet Mouse. Ready? Go. Chapter 25. Wilmington. When life was normal, it was a 15 to 20-minute drive from Marcus Hook to Wilmington, Delaware, depending on the traffic. There was no traffic anymore, no rush hour snarls, but the roads around there had not been maintained in years, and it showed. Plus, there was still snow and icy patches where the sun's rays did not reach. Johnny G had thought ahead and had snow chains on the tires. Still, travel was slow. An additional 30 minutes was added to today's travel because Riley stopped their Suburban and told him she wanted to perform a move she heard about called the reverse cowgirl on Johnny G. As soon as they stopped, a half-dozen zeds spotted them and surrounded their vehicle. Instead of concern, it seemed to excite her. She gyrated on him wildly while the zeds beat and clawed on the vehicle, snarling and gnashing their teeth. Johnny G had to admit to himself he'd done some crazy things back in the day. That time in Singapore with the two prostitutes during the middle of a typhoon came to mind, but that had been over 20 years ago. After Riley had her way with him, she climbed off and pulled a dagger out of a sheath that was above the sun visor. Johnny G hurriedly pulled his pants up because he had no idea what she was going to do next. Riley grinned, rolled the window down, and stabbed the nearest Zed in the face through the fencing that was covering the window. She killed 2 of them before the other 4 began to comprehend and scurried off in a slow amble. Riley exited the vehicle and squatted. After a moment, she stood, put her pants back on, and sat in the driver's seat.
"Okay, let's get going," she said.
She exited 495 to DuPont Parkway, and after a couple of turns, she slowed and stopped.
"Here it is,"
she said, pointing out the window. She was pointing at a metal building, a warehouse in the middle of an industrial complex with a large parking lot where a dozen shipping containers and several tractor-trailer rigs sat silently. He could see the Delaware River from where they were parked. "Nice location," he remarked.
"There are a couple of boat docks out back, and we found a big tugboat with diesel engines. It's in a dry dock not far from here, but Dad said once we move here, we're going to launch it. That'll open up all kinds of possibilities."
Johnny G nodded silently. Most boats had gas engines, so finding one that burned diesel was a plus. They had a couple of boats back at Marcus Hook, but they were only used for fishing during pleasant weather.
He continued scanning and observed the beginnings of several modifications. There was a lot of fencing and barbed wire, and several shipping containers were stacked around one building, presumably to act as a safety barrier. Riley pointed. "We're going to add firing ports around the perimeter, and when the weather breaks, we're going to put greenhouses on the roof. Dad's pretty sure the roof can hold the extra weight, but he wants you to check it out."
"What are you guys doing for power?" Johnny G asked.
"There's a diesel generator out back, but since the river is so close, we were thinking of hydroelectric," Riley answered, and casually stroked his thigh. "Is that something you can help us build?"
"Yeah, if we find the right equipment and material," he said. "I'm sure there's plenty out there in all these other buildings where we can make something work. Speaking of which, how's the scavenging going?" Riley gave a smile.
"Let's go inside and you can see for yourself."
Johnny G provided cover while Riley unlocked the gate. It was an overcast day and there was a light amount of sleet falling. He looked east. The sky was dark. He mentioned it. "Storm's coming. We probably need to get back soon. Otherwise we may be stuck here a day or two." Riley stared with those feral eyes.
"We have living quarters built with a full kitchen and wood-burning heaters. We can stay here for several days if we have to."
"What about water and food?" he asked.
"Yep, stocked up."
I don't think I brought any fresh underwear," he remarked. Riley giggled.
"I'll loan you mine."
She leaned forward and kissed him, probing deep with her tongue. He'd never tell her, but her inexperience with sex was obvious. He didn't mind, though. What she lacked in knowledge, she more than made up with enthusiasm. "I have to know something," he said.
"What?"
"Did the three of you get together and concoct a plan for you to seduce me so I'd be an ally in this trading post adventure?" The smile on her face disappeared.
"Maybe."
Johnny G slowly sighed. "You know, you don't have to do that. I'm sure it's awkward having sex with a man that's 20 years older than you. You don't have to. We can still be friends and I'll help you guys anyway." Now Riley looked upset, and she stared at him with what appeared to be pain in her eyes.
"Are you breaking up with me?"
"What? No, I'm simply saying you don't have to continue with this charade. We can still be friends, and I'll gladly help out with this."
"But I like you,"
she said. It was almost a pleading tone.
"Don't you like me?"
Johnny G stared at her. Her expression had hardened. He wasn't sure if she was about to cry or attack him. "Of course I do," he said. "I suspected all along, and yet I have found myself liking you a lot."
"Are you sure?"
"Absolutely. But our age difference—" She stopped him by grabbing him fiercely and planting a hard kiss on his lips. When they separated, she smiled.
"No arguments, then."
He couldn't help but smile, too. "All right, let's check this place out." Riley led him to a set of heavy steel entry doors. Fishing a key out, she worked the two deadbolts and opened the doors. Johnny G thought of how easily the doors could be breached with a lockpick set, which he had ample experience with. He decided to keep that information to himself for now. Maybe he'd tell her, maybe he wouldn't. They walked inside and stopped in the doorway. Johnny G looked around. He was impressed. The warehouse was not completely full, but it contained a sizable inventory. Now he understood why the two Fitzgerald men stayed absent from Marcus Hook for long periods at a time. When they returned, they were usually out of fuel and had little in the way of scavenged items to show for it. "The Fitzgeralds have been busy," he remarked.
"Mostly my dad and brother," Riley said. "I've been too busy at weather."
She then gave a small grin.
"But I've contributed, too."
When he saw what she was pointing at, he did a double-take. Sitting in the middle of several boxes and crates was the missing trailer of President-elect Rochelle Van Allen. Chapter 26. Team Fred. Nikki was a little irritated. Perhaps one could say she was seething.
After Fred's little thing with the radio microphone, he stopped talking altogether. That included ignoring her questions. Fred slowed to maneuver through a partial washout. When the trailer was safely through, he stopped and casually stretched his back. She was about ready to give him a piece of her mind when he turned to her. "We're circling around the south part of D.C. and coming up on Woodbridge. Keep an eye out. This was once a congested urban area." He pointed toward the sky. "It's going to bust loose on us any time now." Nicky looked up. The sky was filled with ugly gray clouds. Fred continued. "It feels like the temp is in the low 30s. This truck has one of those digital thermometers, but it hasn't worked in a while. If we have time and spot a truck like this one, we'll salvage some parts. Anyway, keep an eye out."
"I've been told everywhere around D.C. is full of zeds," she said.
"That's true. We've killed off a bunch around here, but we haven't messed with the D.C. area. We plain don't have enough ammo. They mostly stayed in that area, but on occasion they drift down this way." He gestured. "We're not too far away from Woodbridge now. There's a building there where we can stay. All right, stay alert." Fred took a series of turns, which caused the horse trailer to rattle loudly, coming to a one-story building that was a cinder block and sheet metal construction. The parking lot was barren except for one lone Ford Escape that was missing its tires. He proceeded around to the back and parked near a bay door.
"Is this it?"
Nicky asked.
"Yep."
He drove in, turned around, and backed the trailer to the bay door before parking.
"Keep watch," he directed.
Nicky nodded, and they exited the truck. She scanned the area, rifle at the ready, while Fred used a key to enter the door. A moment later, the bay door rolled open. Nicky noticed it did not groan and squeak in protest like most garage doors these days. She glanced at Fred, wondering if it had been lubricated recently. Fred gave no indication either way. She peered inside. There were skylights on the roof. They were dirty, but there was enough light filtering in to provide a dim ambiance. It was a large, mostly open area with a few pieces of construction equipment, but she observed a makeshift pen and stable that appeared to have been constructed with whatever scraps of lumber the builder could find. She observed other things like rat traps with fairly fresh bait, a clothesline, things that indicated this was used as a place to live on a short-term basis. Fred backed the truck and horse trailer in and motioned at the door. Nicky understood. She grabbed the rope that had one end fashioned into a hangman's noose and pulled the door down. Once the door was down, she slid the bolts closed on both sides of the door. Fred killed the engine and got out. Nicky followed. The two of them unloaded the horses and guided them into the pen. Nicky gestured at the pen.
"Did you build it out of pallet wood?" she asked.
"Yep. There was a whole stack sitting in the corner when we first found this place. We made use of them," Fred said.
After getting them settled, Fred pointed out a walled-off section at one end of the building.
"That was the employees' break room on one side and an office on the other side. Over there are the restrooms. The ladies' room still has a toilet, which can be used if you have a pot of water to pour into it, which we don't. We took the toilet out of the men's room. There's a hole in the floor that you can hover over, which you also need water to wash it down. There are a couple of mattresses in the office, and we've rigged up a barrel to work as a wood-burning stove. We have a couple of 5-gallon water containers, but no food stores. Before you ask, no running water or electricity." He paused for a moment. "We have some firewood over in the corner, but like I said, we can't make a fire yet. We're going to need to check out the immediate area first."
"All right, let's get the horses saddled," Nicky suggested.
"No, not yet. First, we're going to walk around the immediate area and see if we're alone or not."
He'd not even finished the sentence when a cacophony erupted on the roof. Nicky was startled at first, but then realized it was rain, although it seemed extraordinarily loud.
"Ice rain," Fred said. "That'll make things a little more interesting."
Chapter 27. The Pivotal Moment. Johnny G stared at the trailer in silence. The narrative in a murder mystery novel would declare this a pivotal moment in the plot. When Riley had pulled out that bottle of vodka, he intuitively knew it was the Fitzgeralds who had murdered the president and her people. Roscoe and the O'Malley brothers suspected it, but they had no proof, merely a small piece of circumstantial evidence. The O'Malleys needed physical evidence to prove their case, like a bottle of vodka with a distinctive tear on the label, or, even better, the president's trailer filled with her personal property. And there it was, sitting in the warehouse Riley had brought him to. If he exposed them, if he turned them in, no doubt they'd claim to have merely found it during their scavenging travels, but coupled with the fact that they were on the road at the same time Rochelle was murdered, would have assured a guilty verdict. Johnny G had a dilemma on his hands, a defining decision to make. The bottle of vodka he could have rationalized. He was a lonely man who had a moment of weakness when an attractive, hot woman made a pass at him. Now he was staring at the trailer. He could play along like he was her ally, and as soon as he returned to Marcus Hook, he'd expose them. The proof of their guilt was right before his eyes. All he would have to do is send a message to Mount Weather. He imagined Van Allen would send out the O'Malleys to handle it. They'd put up a fight, no doubt about it, but they'd be exposed. If they weren't killed outright, they'd be tried and executed. It was the only decision that was logical, rational. Johnny G stared at the trailer a long minute before facing Riley, who was peering at him with those hazel green eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled. "What?" Riley asked. "Those eyes of yours glow after you've had sex. I'll know immediately if you ever cheat on me." Riley eyed him curiously. "Do we have that kind of relationship?" Johnny G scoffed. "I'm under no illusions, Riley. We have a thing. We're friends with benefits. You aren't interested in taking it any further." "Is that what you want?" she asked. "Do you want to take it further?" He stared into her eyes. She stared back, a question behind them. It was time to decide. He pointed at the trailer. "That all has to disappear," he said. "But first, let's get some heat going in this place." The place only had a single wood-burning stove in the living area. It was a barrel that had been converted. The main warehouse area was unheated. They worked through the cold and pulled everything out of the trailer. "Throw all the clothes back in," he directed. "Someone might recognize them." "All right. What else?" she asked. "Their guns. Do you still have them?" She walked into the back of the building and came back a moment later with 2 handguns and 2 assault rifles. He hated to do it, but he knew the serial numbers were on record back at Hook. After all, he was the one who came up with the idea of a detailed inventory. He unloaded them, pocketed the bullets, and tossed the weapons into the trailer with the clothing. He went through the other items. Anything that might possibly be identified was thrown into the trailer. When that was accomplished, the 2 of them hooked it up to their SUV and towed it to the Delaware Memorial Bridge, which was only a stone's throw away from the industrial park. Picking a spot at the middle of the bridge, they put the tongue of the trailer on top of the guardrail. "Is this really necessary?" Riley asked. "If you don't want to be tried for murder, it absolutely is," he said, and gestured at the trailer. "This links you and your family to the murders. Come on, let's get this done." They backed their vehicle into the trailer and pushed it over. They got out and watched in time to see it splash into the river below. "Nobody would have ever found it," Riley remarked. "You guys thought the bodies would have never been found either." Riley scoffed. "Pure luck. You've heard of Murphy's Law, right? Never rely on luck going your way." Riley sighed. "I guess you're right. But those weapons were valuable trade items. Dad's not going to like it." Johnny G did not respond and continued staring down at the river. He deliberately helped dispose of evidence. He aided and abetted. He was an accessory after the fact. If he were ever caught, he'd be tried and executed along with the Fitzgeralds. Whether you realize it or not, when you killed Rochelle, you created a pivotal moment. The history of America has been changed. "Yeah, it'll change for the better," she said.
Johnny G grunted. He certainly hoped so. The two of them were silent now. They stood beside each other, staring at the river. Riley moved closer to him. "Are you with me?" she asked. "You knew the answer to that question before you even pulled out that bottle of vodka." Riley smiled and intertwined her arm with his. "You've never asked why." "No, I haven't. I might one day. Until then, don't tell me." Riley was silent a minute before speaking again. "She would have been a terrible president." "Her husband is convinced Zach is the one who killed her," he said. "I'm not sure he'll be any better as a president, but time will tell. Let's change the subject." "Tell me what you think of our future trading post," Riley said. "It's doable, but a little out of the way. We could make it work, but let me ask you something. Why don't you create this trading post at Marcus Hook? We can set up a location nearby and hook you guys up on the power grid. Besides, I want you to live with me at Marcus Hook." Riley glanced and smiled slightly. "You really want me?" "Yep." "I like that. But Dad wants automation. That's why he picked this place." Johnny G frowned in confusion for a moment. "Automation? Do you mean autonomy?" "Yeah, autonomy, independence, nobody bossing us around." Johnny G rubbed his face with a free hand. He felt a few drops of cold rain and eyed the sky. "Let me try to explain. Roscoe and I run Marcus Hook. You'll have more resources at your disposal, and you'll have armed personnel to protect you against any hostiles." He hooked a thumb back toward the warehouse. "If 1,000 zeds descend on the place, you'd run out of ammunition before you killed them all. And what if it's a wolf pack of marauders? Could you hold them off?" Riley had broken eye contact with him and was again staring at the river. She, too, could see drops hitting the surface. "What does your dad think about our relationship?" "He kind of encouraged it," she admitted. Johnny G emitted a small, wry chuckle. For all he knew, Trader Joe encouraged everything from the start. All of it. The rainfall started to intensify, and it felt more like sleet than rain. He tugged on his jacket. "The weather's turning bad. Let's get back to the warehouse and we'll talk more," he suggested. Riley agreed. By the time they arrived back at the warehouse, their vehicle had a layer of ice on it, and the rain was coming down harder. Riley grabbed an armful of logs that were stacked nearby and jogged up some stairs where they had made the living quarters. Johnny G unloaded some of their gear and trudged up the stairs. When he had walked in, Riley had put a couple of logs in the stove and was stoking it with a piece of rebar. He knew the metal of the barrel was not strong enough. After a year, the fire will have burned into the bottom of the barrel and pose a fire hazard. He'd tell her later, but it looked fine for now. Riley waved a hand around. "My brother and I built this. I packed the walls with insulation. It'll be warm in here in no time," she said. "Good," he replied. He dropped the gear and sat on a couch. Riley walked over and sat beside him. He looked around. "It's one large room," he observed. "Yeah, we built it in a day. The closet over there's the bathroom, but all we have is a compost toilet. No indoor plumbing yet." "It's a good start, but it's not big enough," Johnny G said. "You don't think?" "Not for 6 people," he said. She stared in puzzlement. "Aren't your dad and brother hooked up with Irina and Hermione?" "Oh," she said, and laughed. "Yep, they are. I guess secrets don't last long around the Hook. I don't know how long it'll last with either one, but I guess I see your point." "This could be a good alternate site, but I'm certain I can find a more suitable location somewhere close to Marcus Hook." "Before you start making plans in your head, you have to understand Dad will insist on full control. He won't want anyone telling him how to run it," she said. "He'll get it. We all need to have a sit-down with Roscoe when we get back." "Do you think Roscoe will go along with it?" "Leave that to me. Your job is to get your father on board." "Oh, that'll be easy enough," she said. She pulled off her jacket and tossed it to the floor. "It's starting to warm up in here." Johnny G stood and took off his outer coat.
He smoothed it and put it across a nearby chair. When he sat back down, Riley snuggled close. "The weather has turned ugly on us. We may be here a couple of days," Johnny G. remarked.
"Just you and me? All by ourselves?"
Riley asked with a grin, and then turned serious.
"I have a question."
"What's that?"
"Is your old ass ready for round 2?
Chapter 28. The Ice Storm. At about the time that Johnny G. and Riley were dumping the trailer, Fred and Nicky were in their own hideaway. Fred took off his hat and rubbed his bristly gray hair before looking up at the ceiling. He then gestured toward the makeshift pen. "No need for both of us to freeze. You can stay here with the horses."
"No, I'm coming with you,"
she said, although the last thing she wanted to do was go traipsing around in the freezing rain. Fred stared a moment, noted the determination in her hazel-brown eyes, and put his hat back on. "All right, wear that poncho you have. We'll take our backpacks with us." Fred went to the truck and pulled 2 handguns out of a bag. He locked the slide back on one of them and handed it to Nicky. Nicky inspected it. It was a Ruger .22 caliber, meticulously clean and well lubricated. Ensuring it was unloaded, she released the slide and aimed at an imaginary target on the far wall. He reached back into the bag, grabbed a handful of bullets, and handed them to her. "We only have 2 magazines, so put these in your pocket. If you have to shoot, reload your magazine as soon as you can. Always keep it full. Have you ever shot a handgun with a suppressor attached?"
"I've shot plenty of guns. A .22 caliber is easy to shoot," she said.
"They can be, but the suppressor puts a lot of weight on the front, which messes with your aim. If you have need to use it, I'd suggest using a 2-handed grip." He reached back into the bag and came out with 2 magazines that were already loaded. He handed one to Nicky. She inserted the magazine, ensuring she heard the click to indicate the mag was fully seated, and racked the slide. The only holster she had did not fit the Ruger, so she shoved the barrel into her belt. It was snug, but she worried that it might fall out at the worst time. "All right, let's talk," Fred said, which surprised Nicky.
"Okay, what about?"
"You said you took the combat defense class, right?"
"Yeah, Joker taught it."
"Yeah, he's a clown, but he knows weapons and shooting. So, you were taught what to do if we're in a firefight and your mag runs dry?"
"Yeah, yell out the word red, take cover, reload, and then yell out the word green. Unless you use other words?"
"Nope, those 2 will do. Don't yell if you don't need to. If it's humans we're shooting at, they don't need to hear what we're telling each other. How about the hand signals? Do you remember those?"
"Yeah, but I might be a little rusty with them," Nicky admitted.
Fred did not admonish her, and the 2 of them spent 10 minutes going over them until he was satisfied she was proficient in them before heading outside. The freezing rain pelted them as soon as they walked out the door. Nicky made the mistake of looking up and cringed when her face was hit by the icy particles. She tilted her face back down and pushed her resistol snugly on her head. She then looked around. The rain was sticking to everything and freezing within seconds.
"All this ice is going to be hell to drive on," she remarked.
"Yep, we might be stuck here a while," Fred replied. "But it'll also work to our advantage."
"How?" she asked.
"Nobody but us will be out in this weather. Not even the zeds. We'll be able to move around undetected."
Nicky scoffed. "You mean we're the only ones stupid enough to be out in this crap?"
"Yep."
He put a pebble slightly in the path of the door. If someone opened it, it would be moved, signaling them of an intruder. Standing, he faced Nicky.
"There's a parking garage a few blocks from here. It's only 6 stories high, but it'll do for now." He gestured at the handgun. "We'll only shoot if we have to."
"I could take my bow with us," she suggested.
"I don't think it'd be much good in this weather," Fred responded. "Are you any good with it?"
Nicky offered a smug grin. "Damn right I am. How about you?"
"Decent, but I'm better with guns." He thought a moment before adding, "And knives. When we get to the garage, we'll clear it and set up. Then we'll talk more. If we get separated at any time, make your way back here. Only come looking for me when you think it's safe to do so. Mount up on Aisha and tell her to find Fred. She'll find me."
"She will?"
"Yep, she's one of the smartest horses I've ever been around," Fred said.
"Does Leroy know you're in love with her too?"
Nicky said with a grin. That earned her a rebuking grunt before he began walking. The footing was slippery, and they walked with care. Fred seemed to walk with ease, while Nicky slipped frequently and almost busted her ass more than once. They reached the parking garage 20 minutes later. Fred crouched behind a pylon for a minute and scanned. The garage was typical. It was made of concrete, and each landing had a waist-high wall with the rest open to the roof. Nicky recalled someone telling her parking garages were commonly built like that to keep costs down and allow the garage to have adequate ventilation. They carefully made their way upward, clearing each level of any possible threats. The garage held few automobiles now, making it easier for them to clear each landing. Once reaching the roof, they went back down to the 5th level in order to avoid most of the rain. Taking up a position behind an old Porsche, well back from the opening, Fred took off his backpack, broke the frozen precipitation loose, and brought out a pair of binoculars. Nicky wrapped her shimok tightly and watched. Fred had the collar on his duster turned up, and his hat was pulled down low. She could hardly see his face, but he did not appear the slightest bit cold. After a minute, he walked over to the east wall, standing at least 10 feet back, and held the binoculars to his eyes. She kept watch while he methodically scanned. After he finished, he handed her the binoculars. "I'm only seeing one thing we might need to check out, but you look things over yourself," he said in a voice barely above a whisper. "Make sure I didn't miss anything." Nicky took the binoculars and repeated the same process of scanning. After 5 full minutes, she handed them back.
"I don't see anything. What were you talking about?"
she asked. Instead of answering her directly, he changed the subject. "Do you know what a PACE plan is?"
"PACE?"
"Yeah, it's an acronym. Have you ever heard of it?" he asked.
No, I don't think so. What is it?"
"It's an SOP you create for communications. PACE stands for Primary, Alternate, Contingency, and Emergency. You asked earlier about my communications. Back before, our primary communication was normally something like a telephone. Mount Weather has their telephone system up and running, so that's how they talk to the surrounding communities. The QRF and emergency functions generally use the radio. We don't have access to a working phone, so our alternate form of communication is also the radio."
"All right, that makes sense,"
she said. "Now for each category there is a subcategory. Using a type of code rather than speaking plainly would be a subcategory."
"What about that thing you were doing with the microphone earlier? Would that be a subcategory?"
Fred thought a moment before answering. "Yeah, I suppose."
"I knew it. You were communicating with somebody else in code," she exclaimed.
"Yep, I was. I'm not going to tell you who it was or what we were communicating. Not now, anyway. Maybe one day."
"I take it this PACE stuff is something important," Nicky said.
"If you're working with a group of people, yes. If you're going to be a lone wolf, not so much." He reached up, took his hat off, and scratched his head before putting it back on. What he said next took her by surprise. "There's a lot to learn. You seem to have a good head on your shoulders, so I suppose I could teach you some of it." A whirlwind of emotions went through her mind. The only person who had ever complimented her was her old boyfriend. She wanted to express her appreciation, but instead she felt tears forming and turned away.
"Thanks,"
she muttered. "Don't thank me yet. I won't be easy on you." Fred put his backpack on and adjusted the straps. "Let's go." Nicky followed him down the ramps to the street before speaking.
"Where are we going?"
"I saw movement over at a hotel a couple of blocks from here. Let's go check it out." Fred led her 2 blocks east and stopped behind some derelict cars.
He pointed at a hotel down the street. "Look in the lobby doors," he whispered. She did so and watched for several seconds before she spotted movement. The glass doors were under a canopy, allowing customers to be shielded from inclement weather when they checked in or checked out. It amazed Nikki that the glass in the doors was still intact. Almost all glass doors and windows were broken out these days. Although they were dirty and it was dark inside, she could see part of the lobby. Visibility was limited due to the rain, but after a few seconds of staring, she spotted movement. "Zeds or humans?" she whispered. "Only one way to find out," Fred replied. "Let's take a walk over there." "Really?" she asked. Fred answered by yanking a glove off and getting the suppressed Ruger out of his jacket pocket. Nikki reached under her poncho and did the same, and they began walking. They worked their way between cars, fallen utility poles, and other debris. The rain fell steadily, and Nikki's exposed arm was quickly becoming numb. Fred led them to the end of the hotel, where they cautiously peered into every ground-floor window before walking by them. They eventually made it to a car in the lot which blocked their view to the lobby doors. Fred signaled Nikki to crouch down. "I'm thinking it's Zeds. There aren't any guards posted, and I don't smell any smoke. Wait here and I'll check it out." "Oh, hell no. I'm going with you," Nikki retorted. Fred said nothing and instead motioned for her to follow. Nikki, mindful of her Mount Weather lessons regarding sectors of fire and flagging, walked behind and to the left of him. He came in from the side and slowly moved his way toward the front lobby. Fred stopped at the side of the double doors and made a hasty peek. The doors would normally slide open when activated by motion sensors. Now they were motionless. Dirty, but unbroken. Fred put his fingers into the gap and forced the doors apart. He stepped in and to the side, gun at the ready. Nikki was right behind him. There were 6 Zeds, 3 men, 3 women, cowering in the back corner of the lobby. They were a pitiful-looking sextet. Their faces were deeply scarred and their clothes nothing more than rags. But even with the scarring, Nikki could see something in their expressions. "They're afraid," she realized. "Yep." "I've never seen that before. That's weird. Are we going to kill them?" Fred stared at them a long minute. He could see that 2 of them had missing fingers, probably as a result of frostbite. One of them seemed to have compensated by wrapping rags around his hands. He thought back to the 3 female Zeds he found in the barn. For some reason he had tried to help them, but ended up putting bullets in their heads. Mercy killings, he'd later say. He turned and walked out. "Let's get back," he muttered. They walked back to the old construction company in silence. Nikki's teeth were chattering too much to talk anyway. It caused her to think back to a brutally cold winter she'd suffered through back when she was 11 or 12. What few livestock they had were steadily killed off by predators, and their group had eventually run out of food. They went several days without eating before one man happened upon a feral dog pack and managed to kill one. Any trepidations and revulsions about eating a dog were nullified by their empty bellies. One member of the group, a woman named Esther, was a minister or something back before it went bad. She held weekly church services during it all. When they were starving, she rambled on and on about how God was punishing the entire flock for the sins of a few. Amazingly, people were listening to her and believing her words. They embraced it, devoured it. That is, until she proclaimed God had spoken to her in a dream and directed her to sacrifice 2 children to appease him. Nobody listened to Reverend Esther after that, thankfully. Nikki never forgot that winter and learned 2 valuable lessons. Don't rely on other people to keep you from starving, and be leery of religious fanatics. It took them almost 30 minutes to make it back to their home away from home. By then, Nikki was so cold she could hardly move. When they arrived, Fred checked the pebble. It had not moved. In fact, it had frozen in place. Once inside, Fred worked off his duster and then helped Nikki take off her semi-frozen poncho.
Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Fred noticed. I didn't see any indication of people around, so we might be able to risk a small fire, he said. The rain will help dissipate the smoke. Get some food out of the truck and I'll get it started. Nikki bobbed her head in numb agreement. She went to the truck and got some canned beans, corn, pork chops, and cooking utensils out, gathered all in a big armful, and joined Fred beside the steel barrel that had been converted into a stove. Fred had a fire going in no time. Nikki hovered near it and warmed up while Fred cooked. Soon the pork chops were sizzling in the skillet. When she was no longer shaking, Nikki excused herself, grabbed her toiletry kit, and entered the men's room. She had to use her flashlight to see, but encountered no problems. After, she used some water to wash up and brushed her hair. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she thought Fred might get the idea that she was fixing herself up for him, which may or may not have been accurate. Staring a moment longer, she roughly grabbed her hair, pulled it back into a ponytail, and secured it with a piece of string. When she rejoined Fred, he had 2 plates of food waiting. She forked several mouthfuls into her mouth before she finally spoke.
Why didn't you kill those zeds back at the hotel?
Fred chewed thoughtfully on a piece of pork chop and swallowed before speaking. I'm going to give you a Zach Gunderson answer. He always liked to give detailed, articulate answers, unless he didn't like you. You ready? Nikki gave a confused frown.
Okay.
Has anyone ever told you that back before, the population of the United States was something like 330 million?
I think I've heard that,
she said. All right, so the plague hits. I don't know how many people died, how many survived, and how many got infected, but I've been told the infection rate was incredibly high, somewhere between 70 and 90%. Let's put it at 70%. So how many in America were infected? Nikki scrunched her face up in confusion, which reminded Fred of a kid. She thought about it for a moment and gave up.
I've never been strong with math.
Roughly 231 million that are spread across the country. That's a lot of zeds, right? Fred asked.
Hell yeah,
Nikki answered. Now, a bunch of them have died off, but not all. Some of them seem to be evolving.
The 15s,
Nikki said. Yep, that's what they're calling them. Some people seem to think back when that batch of vaccines was sabotaged, it created the 15s, and maybe that's true, but there's also another type of Zed out there. You just saw 6 of them. Nikki once again scrunched her face up in confusion.
What? Those Zeds at the hotel? What's different about them?
You spotted it yourself. They were afraid of us. Fear is an emotion, which means they are experiencing emotions again. And, this is important, they understood that we were a threat.
That's not what everyone else is saying, she said.
Fred gave a slight shrug and continued eating.
You're the only one who believes this,
she said it like an accusation. Fred wiped his mouth. Melvin once saw a Zed exhibiting fear when he was being chased by some men. That was last year, I think. Zach and a few others have seen it as well. The point is, these types of Zeds are mostly harmless. Nikki was incredulous.
Harmless? They eat people.
Those 6 Zeds didn't try to attack us. I don't know about you, but for the first few years, every Zed I came across immediately tried to attack me. They weren't afraid of me at all, even while I was killing their companions. Some Zeds still behave like that, but those 6 didn't. Nikki thought about it a moment.
So we leave them and hope they don't sneak up on us and take a bite out of our ass?
Yep. Nikki grunted, much in the same manner that Fred would occasionally grunt, and continued eating. After dinner, they cleaned up their cookware and stored it back in the truck. Fred explained to always keep the truck loaded and ready to leave at a moment's notice. He glanced at his watch. Time to call in. He led her to the truck and turned the radio on. We're going to send the message a little bit different than we did earlier. Nikki peered at it.
Okay. How?
We're going to send it in Morse code. Do you know code? He asked.
No.
Nicky hesitated a moment.
I've never even heard about it until a couple of weeks ago.
Fred's expression tightened slightly. All right, well, you'll need to learn it at some point. They used to have a class at Weather. You might want to check into that. He started to tell her Sammy was an expert with Morse code and could teach her, but then thought better of it.
Sure, but why aren't we just talking into the microphone? Wouldn't that be easier? She asked.
2 reasons. First, most people don't know Morse code, so it's a little more secure. Second, the range is longer with dots and dashes than the human voice. Speaking of which, let's hook up the outdoor antenna. Nicky watched as Fred walked over to the wall and grabbed a coil of coaxial cable that was hanging on a nail. One end of it snaked up the wall and through the roof. He took the other end and attached it to the back of the truck. He unscrewed the antenna cable attached to the radio in the truck and attached the other cable. He straightened to see Nicky staring and explained. Back a while ago, Zach and I put a directional antenna up on the roof. It's set up so that it is pointed toward Mount Weather.
Okay,
Nicky said. She wasn't exactly sure what Fred was talking about, so she simply watched. Fred turned the radio on and, after tuning it, began using a button to tap out a series of beeps. When he was finished, he explained while awaiting a response. After identifying myself, I kept the message short and sweet. I tapped out, "Arrived, CXIC, N contact, CM. Tell me what I said.
We have arrived. I don't know what CX means. I guess that N contact means no contact with any soldiers, which is what we're supposed to be looking for. And I don't know what CM means.
CX is an abbreviation for weather conditions, and CM is an abbreviation for Charlie Mike, which means continuing the mission.
Oh.
Fred frowned slightly. All right, add phonetics to the list of things you need to learn. Nicky held off a retort as a series of beeps emanated from the speaker.
What'd they say?
She asked. They acknowledged the mission and confirmed that we should continue our mission. All right, let's go ahead and give them a weather report. Fred thought for a few seconds before tapping on the button again. After finishing, he waited for a response, which came a few seconds later. The general SOP is to radio in the morning, letting them know we're heading out, and then giving them a shout in the evening to let them know we're still alive. If we spot something of significance, we radio them as soon as possible with a sit-rep. Nicky frowned.
Sit-rep?
That's an acronym for a situation report. Do you know what a salute report is?
No idea, she said.
Okay, we'll go over it later.
Go ahead and tell me now, she insisted.
Salute is an acronym. I'll go over all this when you get a notebook and start taking notes so as I don't have to keep repeating myself. He then sat staring at the radio. Nicky thought they had finished communicating with Mount Weather.
What are we doing now? She asked.
Fred held up a finger to silence her. After a few more seconds had passed, she heard a couple of microphone clicks. Fred clicked back before shutting off the radio.
Someone else listened in, didn't they? Nicky asked. Who is it?
Not now, Fred said, and turned the radio off. He then unhooked the cable and rolled it up, storing it away. He glanced at his watch. It's 2100 hours. Let's tend to the horses and then turn in, he directed.
They're going to need exercise, she pointed out.
Yeah, we'll get them out tomorrow. He pointed toward the barrel stove. I'm going to drag a cot over and bed down there.
Can I sleep there too?
Nicky asked. She could see him tense slightly, but after a moment he answered. Yeah, sure. In no time they had a fresh log in the barrel and the cots were on either side of it. Fred explained they could not put too much wood in because of the smoke. He then spent the next 30 minutes explaining the specifics of a salute report. He then yawned and pulled the blanket up to his nose. Nicky was fidgety and not ready to sleep.
I want to ask you something.
Sure, Fred said.
Shouldn't one of us stay awake and be on guard or something like that? That's what they teach at those classes.
Normally I'd say yes, but nobody is going to be out in this weather. Besides, we have everything locked up. They'd have to breach a door and make a lot of noise to get in here. If that happens, we'll hear them and kill them.
Nicky heard him shift in the dark. The barrel had a slight glow which put the room in a dull orange light. She could see him staring at her.
One thing I need to hear from you, if it comes down to it, do you have the mettle to shoot another human?
You're damn right, she said without a moment's hesitation.
He stared a second before speaking.
Okay, I believe you.
Nicky beamed in the dark at the compliment. Fred was quiet now, and Nicky suspected he was going to sleep, but she still wanted to talk.
How did you know about this place?
Zach and I found it last year. We've set up a few spots like this one in various locations.
He paused a moment.
I guess this can be a training lesson. You want to make hideouts like this in your area of operations. Find a building that doesn't stand out. You can't have one on a main road, but it needs to be close. It has to be a building you can fortify without it looking fortified, and have a way to escape if you need to.
And put a cache of food in it, she surmised.
Yeah, some type of food that'll last a while, like canned products. It's good if you have a cold room to help preserve the food. Not a problem during the winter, but the summer heat can and will ruin your food wares, even canned products. We stocked this one with a case of canned vegetables in a large Yeti cooler, and those blue barrels over there have water.
He then gestured toward one end of the building and the other end.
You want more than one entry and exit, but not too many. I don't know if you noticed earlier, but there is a ladder to the roof, and we made up a couple of parapets up there. They have good fields of fire. We have 100-meter markers outside, and there are strips of rags hanging at various locations to give you an idea of the windage, although they wouldn't do any good right now because they're all frozen stiff.
Nicky thought about it.
You know, I understand the food and water cache, but you've gone beyond that. I would have never thought about the range markers and the wind rags.
And don't forget the radio antenna. There are other things we've done. I'll show them to you tomorrow, Fred said.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Zach.
Are you two close friends? She asked.
Yes, we are, Fred said. We've been through a lot.
You know where he is, she declared.
Fred did not respond.
I mean, I'm not trying to get any information from you. I've heard the president wants him arrested, but I'm not a spy or anything. You know what? Forget I asked.
We'll talk more tomorrow. Get some sleep, he said.
He expected her to keep talking, but to his surprise, he heard her breathing deeply within seconds. Soon, he was asleep as well. Chapter 29. Fred and Nicky continue their recon. Nicky sensed movement and slowly opened her eyes. It was still dark, and the glow from the barrel was gone. Fred's cot was empty. She sat up, and when the blankets fell away, she was instantly hit with frigid air. She heard a door open and looked toward the restrooms to see Fred emerging. She laid back down and pulled the blanket back over her, but Fred walked up and nudged her foot.
"It's time to get up," he said.
"What time is it?"
"Almost 5. You need to get a watch."
Nicky was used to being an early riser, but 5 o'clock was about an hour earlier than she was used to. She didn't complain, though. Instead, she pulled the blankets off, stood, and stretched.
"I think I'm going to soak in a hot bath for a little while before breakfast. How about you fix us up some omelets and biscuits while I soak?"
Fred ignored her sarcasm and hooked a thumb over his shoulder.
"Let's feed the horses and then get them saddled up," he said.
They trotted the horses outside 30 minutes later. Nicky kept watch while Fred shut and locked the bay door. It was still cold, maybe a little warmer than yesterday, but not much, and the sky was a dark gray with lots of somber clouds. But there was no rain. She looked up and saw the clouds moving west.
We'll need to clean up the stable when we get back. The manure will attract mice and rats." He glanced skyward for a moment. "It looks like that front's moving out. Don't know what's behind it, but it feels like the bad weather has passed."
"When will it warm up?"
"Hard to say," he answered.
"All right. Which way are we riding?" she asked.
He opened one of the pockets of his backpack and produced an old map. Carefully unfolding it, he pointed. "We're right about here. We'll ride in an easterly direction and make a wide loop. If it works out, we'll be back by sunset." He gazed out at the empty city. "The last time I was out this way, I didn't run into any people, and I don't currently see any smoke."
"So nobody lives around here. Are there zeds?"
"Yeah, I'm sure there are more zeds out there," Fred said. "We'll only kill them if we have to. Only use that Ruger."
"What about my bow?" she asked.
"If you want to risk losing arrows, go ahead," he replied. "If we come up on any survivors, we start out friendly, but keep your guard up. Most people around here know about Mount Weather and what it offers, but they've turned down offers to join. They're independent types, which can be a positive character trait, but I've come across some that haven't been doing so well. Those types will kill us just so they can eat our horses."
"I understand,"
Nicky said. Fred started to mount up, but hesitated. "Have you ever heard of cannibalism?"
"People that eat people,"
she said.
"Yeah, I've heard of them. Have you ever known of any?"
"Yep, I've bumped into a few. You've got to watch out for those kinds as well." Nicky nodded. She wasn't sure if he was being serious or messing with her. She watched as he mounted Aisha, and she did the same with Leroy. Even though Leroy was bigger and obviously stronger, Fred preferred riding the smaller Arabian. It caused her to smile. Leroy wasn't the only one who had a soft spot for the beautiful horse. After 20 minutes of careful travel, they had reached I-95 at Occoquan Road. Fred led them to an overpass where the interstate went over Occoquan. "Let's take 10, he said, and dismounted. They each took a sip of water from a canteen and used a Tupperware bowl to give some water to the horses. It wasn't much. Nicky offered Fred a piece of jerky. He gave her a micro-nod and chewed it in silence. After a minute, he gestured upward. "Why don't you walk on up to the interstate and have a look around? I'll mind the horses." She stared in confusion. Why would he have her do something on her own while he sat doing nothing? She decided it was some kind of test, so she nodded and began walking. She walked first to the south end and looked around. The embankment was at a steep angle and had heavy growth, which would have made it next to impossible to climb up by itself, but it was currently all covered in ice. Cursing under her breath, she walked to the opposite side and found more of the same. In addition, there was a concrete barrier wall. There was no way she could have climbed up that embankment. She walked back to Fred, who was sitting on a wooden pallet that he'd found from somewhere.
"There is absolutely no place to walk up to the interstate from here," she declared.
"What do you suggest then?" Fred asked. Nicky scoffed.
"Why don't we mount up and ride to the on-ramp like they did back when there were people in cars?"
Fred finished eating the last morsel of jerky before speaking. "That's an excellent idea. So let me ask you, why didn't you notice all that before we walked under this here overpass?"
"Notice what? You mean how it's impossible to walk up the embankments?"
"Yep."
She suddenly realized what kind of test Fred was administering. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, I guess," she grudgingly admitted.
"Yep. So what have you learned?" Fred asked.
"To always pay attention to your surroundings."
"That's true. But why?" Nicky squirmed, trying to form the right answer.
"Situational awareness," she finally said.
Fred looked around before fixing her with an indefinable stare. "That doesn't really answer my question." Nicky squirmed some more.
"I'm not sure what you're looking for."
"While you were riding, I imagine you were watching for zeds and humans, which is good. But otherwise you weren't doing anything else other than enjoying the scenery, right? Don't answer. I know I'm right. What I'm trying to teach you is to look at everything and remember what you looked at. Suppose we rode here and took a breather, only to hear a big ruckus going on up on the interstate. You'd know it would be almost impossible for anyone to climb over the retaining wall and come down here. Instead of panicking, we could stay put right here, be as quiet as a church mouse, and wait for them to move on down the road before safely leaving. It's the little things that'll keep you alive out here when you're on your own.
Gotcha, Nicky said.
Back when you were a little kid, things were different. People in my age bracket had a hard time adjusting to this environment. You have a little bit of an advantage because most of your life has been centered around survival, but you need to take it a step further if you want to be a leader among your people.
I'm not looking to be a leader. I just want to know how to survive, Nicky said.
You want to be some kind of lone wolf? What kind of life is that for a young filly like you?
Nicky found herself fidgeting under Fred's hard stare, but did not reply. Fred stared a moment longer before making a head nod toward the road.
The Occoquan River is up ahead. Let's go look things over. Can you swim?
No, she said.
Then don't fall in, he deadpanned.
Nicky wasn't sure whether to laugh or glare at him. Fred mounted Aisha and began riding. Nicky hopped on Leroy before the love-struck horse took off without her. Chapter 30. Fred and Nicky at the Occoquan.
The Occoquan River is a tributary of the Potomac River, which flows into the Chesapeake and eventually into the Atlantic, Fred said.
How far are we going? Nicky asked.
Fred pointed toward north. If we were to get on a boat, we could go right up into the heart of D.C., but we're going to stay out of that rat's nest. Remember Patient Eve?
Yeah, I heard about her. What about her?
Before Zach took off, he told me there was a big concentration of zeds in that area, even to this day. He also thinks there's a possibility that is where Patient Eve is currently living.
Nicky's eyes widened.
No shit. How does he know that?
He's got his ways, Fred said.
Nicky waited to see if he was going to explain. He didn't.
I wonder what they do for food these days, she mused.
Rats and other vermin, most likely, Fred replied. All major cities are infested with critters these days. All right, our mission is not about her or D.C., so we're going to stay out of there and concentrate on this area.
Nicky stared out at the river. The brownish-green water wasn't frozen and flowed slowly. There was the occasional log or piece of debris flowing by, but nothing alarming.
Okay, what do we do now? She asked.
We're going to ride the area, hug the waterways, look around, see what we see. Our goal is to stay hidden. If we're spotted, we hightail it out of here. Oh, if you see an opportunity, use that bow to snag our supper.
You got it, Nicky said.
They rode in silence for almost an hour. Suddenly, Fred stopped, causing Nicky to stop. The dip of his head toward the west was almost imperceptible, but Nicky saw it.
No sudden moves, he whispered.
On the west side of the river were several dozen zeds.
Stillness,
Fred emphasized in a whisper.
That's the key. They don't see so well anymore, but they can still spot movement. If the wind shifts, they'll smell the horses, so let's wait it out and see what happens.
The two of them sat, not moving a muscle. Leroy started to nuzzle the ground, but Nicky slowly tightened the reins. The zeds turned in unison and began walking south. If they had been spotted, they gave no indication of it. Soon they were out of sight.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any signs of humans, Nicky remarked.
Fred continued to stare at the direction in which the zeds had disappeared.
Nope, I haven't either.
He gestured in that direction.
They're going to recon that area for us.
How? Nicky asked.
If they encounter a large group of humans, I imagine we'll hear a little bit of gunfire. So, Miss Nicky, what do you propose we do next?
Nothing to the north of us. The zeds are traveling south. We came from the west, but to the east of us is nothing but water, she said.
Good analysis, but you're not answering the question.
Nicky frowned, shrugged, and then pointed.
What's the name of this road?
It's commonly known as the Jefferson Davis Highway, Fred said. It roughly follows I-95.
Well, we haven't gone down there. Maybe we should follow it the rest of the day and then head back tomorrow.
Fred stared at her a moment, gave a small nod, and nudged Aisha. Soon they were heading south at a slow walk, careful to keep their distance from the zeds. Chapter 31. Fred and Nicky find zeds.
Look, Nicky said and pointed.
Fred peered in the direction she was pointing. Good eye. Cover me, he whispered and dismounted. He walked down the street toward the intersection where Nicky had pointed. The ice-covered ground was not clean and pristine. In fact, it was dirty and rough, like a lot of people or things had recently traveled across it. After a moment, he straightened and stared toward the west. The stare lasted a long 10 seconds before he walked over to Nicky. More zeds, he whispered. Get down and take a look. Nicky dismounted and followed Fred back over to the tracks. He pointed. This is the trail of the group we were trailing behind. He then pointed south. Another group came from there and joined them. They're now heading west. Nicky stared at the ground, trying to understand Fred's analysis. There were several scrapes in the ice and a lot of dirty stains. What is your estimation of the number? Fred asked. Nicky scrunched up her wind-burned face.
I don't know how many, but it has to be a lot.
Why do you say that? He asked.
There's a lot of dirt, grime, and scrapes. It looks like a lot of zeds, she said.
Fred stared.
She felt like it was not the answer he was looking for, but he did not rebuke her.
All right, if I had not said anything about zeds, would you still believe these are zed tracks? She stared again at the disturbed and soiled ice on the road. After a second, she met him in the eye.
Yes, I would.
Why?
I guess I'm not sure. Oh, wait a minute. We were following this one group who we know are zeds, and another group joins them. It's not like zeds and humans hang out together, so it has to be another group of zeds.
Yep, Fred said. He squatted down again and made another inspection of the road.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you, she said. How do some of these zeds still have decent shoes on?
Excellent question. I believe these rascals have somehow figured out how to replace their shoes. They must be 15s. Nicky nodded as she looked around.
That makes sense, I guess. They're starting to think again, so I guess they could figure out shoes.
Yeah. So it would appear we have encountered a large number of 15s, who we know are a little bit smarter than the old zeds.
What are they up to? Nicky asked.
Fred stood and stared out to the south. Good question. They're moving toward Mount Weather, and that's something they need to know immediately. We're going to head back to our hideout and radio this in. Nicky did not protest. She thought they were going to be out here for at least a week. So far, she'd been continuously cold for several hours, and that was enough for her. But she was growing to like the old man and his unusual style. Despite his gruffness, she enjoyed his company. We have a little bit of a problem, he said. Do you know what it is? She thought a moment. Movement to her left caught her attention, but it was only a couple of squirrels scampering around.
We're not supposed to travel back on the same route in which we came, she said.
Yep, so why are we breaking our own rule? This time she paused for a full minute before answering.
The only thing I can think of is you think this is a situation that is, I don't know what the word is, scary?
Dire would probably be the best word, he said. We have to get back to the radio as soon as possible and give them a heads up, so we'll have to risk it. Chapter 32. The Chase is On. They'd been riding back toward their hideout at an easy pace for 10 minutes when Fred drew up suddenly. They'd been riding abreast, and when Aisha stopped, Leroy stopped too.
"What is it?"
Nicky asked. "Those zeds are heading right toward our hideout," he whispered. Nicky shrugged.
"That shouldn't be any problem. We can hide and wait for them to leave."
Fred didn't respond, which made Nicky wonder if there were something else concerning him that he was not voicing. He sat motionless on Aisha for several seconds before nudging her, and they began walking. Nicky pushed Leroy forward. They continued along the roadway silently and slowly, all the while scanning their surroundings. When they rounded a bend in the road and their building came into sight, the first thing they noticed were the zeds. Hundreds of zeds, and they were all staring directly at them. Fred reacted instantly. "This way," Fred said, and turned Aisha. She obeyed instantly and increased her pace. They soon had the horses at a trot. He explained as they moved. "We're going to try to lead them away from our building. Then we'll circle back." Fred led the way, traveling east on one street for a block, turning north, then back east. He did this for several blocks, but as they rounded the old hotel, a dozen zeds emerged. They had been hiding behind cars, staying out of sight until the two humans on horseback appeared. "They're flanking us," Fred growled, and cut Aisha into a hard turn. The Arabian slipped on some ice, but managed to regain her balance. Her brief stumble caused Leroy to skid to a stop. It gave 4 zeds enough time for them to lunge at the big horse and Nicky. Before Nicky could get her suppressed pistol out, 4 loud shots rang out. 3 of the zeds dropped instantly. The 4th zed's head snapped to the side. He was a big one, well over 6 feet, and he had a big watermelon head. Even so, Fred's aim was a little off. The bullet had scraped the side of the zed's head, and although it was wounded and addled, he had managed to grab Nicky's shin and with a loud growl, bit down. Fortunately for Nicky, her jeans and cowboy boots protected her from the bite. She now had her pistol out and put 2 bullets in its forehead at almost point-blank range. When the zed dropped, she looked over at Fred in concern. His expression, what was a good word? Worried. Nicky saw something few people had ever seen. Fred was worried. He saw her staring, made a head motion, and increased Aisha's speed to a canter. Leroy needed no encouragement. Zed scared him, and Aisha was leaving him. Nicky was certain they were going in the wrong direction. She said as much to Fred. "They're trying to draw us out and trap us," he said. "We may have to ride several miles before we're free of them. Let's keep the horses at a canter for now, then we'll give them a rest." Nicky nodded. She knew a horse could travel for miles at a slow trot before needing rest, but the speed they were traveling now, maybe around 15 miles per hour, lessened that range. An Arabian arguably had the greatest endurance of any horse. Leroy, although bigger and stronger, would die if he tried to keep up with her all day. She instinctively reached down and stroked his neck. They ran the horses for a couple of miles before Fred gave the signal, and they stopped near an intersection which gave them a good field of vision for several blocks. The big gelding was breathing heavily, and he snorted a couple of times to let Nicky know he was not happy. "He's a little noisy," Fred said. "Can't be helped, I suppose." "They're going to need water soon," Nicky said. "I guess you know that already, though." Fred responded by holding a finger to his lips and then pointing at his ear, indicating he wanted her to be quiet and listen. Nicky noticed once he lowered his hand, he flexed it a couple of times. They let the horses recover as they sat atop their horses in silence, listening keenly for any out-of-the-ordinary noises. The 15s may be a little smarter, but they were not yet aware of the value of silence. Fred glanced over at Nicky. "I suppose your hearing is better than mine, so tell me what you think," he said. Nicky took her hat off and turned her head this way and that. After a minute, she put her hat back on. "I'm not hearing them," she said. She gestured with her nose. "I'm not smelling them anymore, either." Fred's expression was dark. "I hate to say it, but I believe those rascals know where our little hideout is." "What are we going to do?" Nicky asked. Fred glanced up at the sky. Nicky did as well. "It's going to be dark soon. "An hour or so," he whispered. Nicky looked up at the sky again. It was a dull gray. The sun was hidden by thick cloud cover, which made her wonder how he knew the time of day. She decided there was no way and called him on it.
"How do you know what time it is?" she asked.
He responded by pulling up his jacket sleeve, showing her the watch on his left wrist. "It's a Timex wind-up. Had it for about 15 years now, and it's still ticking." Nicky chuckled slightly.
"If you say so. Should we head back?"
"Nope. I think those zeds are waiting on us. We need to find somewhere to hide for the night." He pointed toward some buildings a few blocks away and nudged Aisha. Nicky clicked her tongue, but Leroy was already moving. Fred headed toward an area where there were several businesses and stopped at a building that used to offer in-and-out automotive oil changes. He dismounted, found the bay door was partially open, and went inside. After a moment, he came back out. "It's still in decent shape, small enough to defend. There shouldn't be any rodents, and we can keep the horses in there," he explained.
"Sure,"
Nicky said in agreement. Fred worked the door up while Nicky walked the horses to the side of the business where there appeared to be pristine snow on the ground. She knew they would have preferred fresh water, but this would have to do as she did not see any creek nearby. After a few minutes of them pawing at the snow and eating some morsels of grass, she walked them inside the business. Fred, who had been walking around, followed her in and pulled the bay door down behind him. It was a little noisy, but couldn't be helped. They each took out their bedroll and ate a snack of biscuits that had become hard from the cold.
"I'll be glad for a good meal," Nicky remarked. "I guess trying to kill a squirrel or rabbit is out of the question."
"We can't risk a fire," Fred said. "I can't explain it, but I think they're actively looking for us."
"They'd kill for a good meal, too? Is that what you're saying?"
Nicky asked with a slight grin. "Yeah, something like that. This is one of those times where one of us has to be awake while the other sleeps." "How tired are you?" Fred asked. Nicky shrugged.
"I'm fine. You want to rest up for a little bit? I'll tend to the horses and keep watch."
"Yeah. Wake me in a couple of hours." Fred took both blankets and wrapped himself, leaning against a wall. Nicky glanced over a minute later, and he already seemed to be asleep. That was fine with her. She was too keyed up to sleep. She'd give him a couple of hours of uninterrupted rest before waking him. She unsaddled the horses and then sorted through a pile of shop rags. Finding a couple that were relatively clean, she used them to rub down the horses. Both of them were nodding off while standing. She knew she wasn't the most knowledgeable person around, but she knew horses, and these two needed food and rest. She walked out and looked around until she found some more grass under the snow. She pulled up several handfuls and brought them back inside. The horses eagerly nibbled from her outstretched hand.
"I know it's not much," she whispered, "but I promise we'll make up for it."
There was a chair in the office, and she moved it over near Fred and sat. The business had a total of 4 bay doors, 2 on each side. From her vantage point she could see out of them, but visibility was diminishing with the growing darkness. She glanced over at Fred. He was breathing deeply. She was cold and hungry, but she didn't regret coming on the mission. She was learning from him, and she was growing used to him. She had to pee and made her way outside. Looking around first, she dropped her pants and squatted. It was cold, and whatever body warmth she had instantly disappeared. But she wasn't the type of person to complain. Finished her business and went back inside as quietly as she could. "We are in a quandary," Fred said from under his hat, which surprised her.
"I thought you were asleep,"
she said. He straightened and readjusted his hat before speaking. "I was, but my gut is telling me they're aware of our hidey hole. If we try to go back to it, they'll try to ambush us again, or they'll wait until we're inside and surround us. Had that happen to me back in Tennessee."
"How did you get away?"
Nicky asked. He thought back to that incident and remembered the tactic he and Julie had used. Fred felt uncomfortable describing the specifics and chose his words with care. We were on top of a building and surrounded by zeds. We used fresh blood as bait to lure them to one side of the building. When they were preoccupied with the blood, we escaped on the other side. I don't think it'll work this time, Fred said.
Nicky grunted. Fred scanned the area while the horses pawed at the ground and ate the sparse amount of grass they uncovered. After a moment, he turned to her.
This isn't something I can teach you. It's called intuition. I guess I've had it since I was a kid. My father pointed it out to me when he was teaching me about horses.
How? She asked.
Even though I was young, I was able to tell immediately when a horse was about to throw a hissy fit, and I was able to calm them down. It's the same with shooting. Sure, I've put in hours and hours of practice, but I have an intuitive ability to put a bullet where I want it to go. He turned his head and stared at her a moment. Do you drink and smoke that weed? He asked.
Sometimes, she admitted.
Well, I used to drink. My first wife put a stop to it. That's probably the only reason why I still have good intuition. These days it's saved my bacon more than once. I'm not saying you should quit, but don't let it get the better of you.
You're saying your intuition is telling you the zeds are waiting for us? Nicky asked.
Not only waiting for us, but they're also searching for us. I don't know why. Maybe they don't want anyone to know that so many of them are out here.
Nicky considered what he said for a moment before responding. But zeds don't think at that level, right? That's what I've been taught.
That's how they used to be. They used to have a simple, primitive aggression. Kill and eat. Nowadays, they're doing a lot more.
So what do we do? She asked.
There's too many of them to confront them. I don't believe you're going to like what I believe we're going to have to do.
What's that?
We're going to have to abandon the truck and ride back on the horses, Fred said.
Nicky's eyes widened. Wait a sec. That's about a 70-mile ride, right?
Yep, Fred answered. He then stood and stretched. Get some sleep. We're going to have a long couple of days ahead of us.
Chapter 33. A Cold Night for an Oil Change.
It's cold, Nicky said between chattering teeth. In addition to being fully clothed and wearing her overcoat, Fred had given her the blankets to wrap herself in so she could sleep, but it didn't work. Back before either of us were born, Buddhist monks in Tibet learned how to raise their body temperature and could sit outside in the freezing cold without succumbing to hypothermia. The scientists called it neuroplasticity. It's the ability to change the neuron pathways in the brain. You can do a lot of things if you master it. Before you ask, I haven't mastered it. So you're saying if I meditate, I'll get hot?
That's what they did, Fred said. I can do it to a small extent. You can train yourself to do it too.
How do you do it? She asked.
You have to will your body to relax and eliminate distracting thoughts. It is a good tool for a number of reasons. There are a few books back at the Mount Weather Library. I would encourage you to read them.
All right, but I'm not a good reader. Remember that professor I told you about? She said I had the reading level of a 10-year-old.
We can work with that, if you're willing, Fred said.
Yeah.
She would have said more, but she was too cold. She rubbed herself under the blankets.
I'm colder than a penguin's pecker. That's what my stepfather would say when he was cold.
You ever seen a penguin? Fred asked.
Just pictures in a book. They live at the North Pole, right?
South Pole, mostly. Why don't you try to meditate?
Nicky tried to concentrate and think warm thoughts, but after a couple of minutes decided it was impossible. She changed the subject. When is the last time you missed? She asked.
What do you mean?
That big Zed. Your bullet caught him on the side of the head, but for you that counts as a clean miss.
Yeah, Fred said after a moment.
So, when's the last time?
I think I was 15, Fred said.
Nicky stared in the dark. You were 15 years old the last time you missed what you were aiming for?
Sounds about right. He paused another long moment before speaking again. I think I'm losing my edge. Nikki thought she heard a slight amount of dejection in his voice.
I don't think so. I think you may have injured your hand in that fight, and it's affecting your aim.
I suppose it's possible, but I've been in fights before and never had any problem shooting the next day.
The winter cold might have something to do with it, too. Do you get in a lot of fights? She asked.
Fred grunted. I guess I did back when I was a younger man. I did bronc riding in a rodeo circuit. I did trick shooting, too. That was in between semesters of school. I got my share of fights both with cowboys and frat boys. Nikki gave a clipped chuckle.
I bet you were something else.
I certainly thought I was. Eventually, I grew up, got married, started a business, and had a kid. A daughter. She would have been a few years older than you. He paused a few seconds before speaking again. She had a reading disability. When she was a child, I bought some children's books and had her read me stories every night at bedtime. It seemed to work out.
So I'm going to read you bedtime stories? Nikki asked.
Fred grunted. Not like that, but we can work on it. I'll have you reading at a college level in no time.
Is it true you went all the way to Los Angeles to find her, and you did, and that she was infected?
Yep.
And you killed her? She said.
Yep. Let's change the subject.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's going to be a hard ride back, Fred said.
How long?
If it were only Aisha and me, we could make it back in a day and a half. It's a little too far for Leroy, so 2 days minimum. And we shouldn't ride at night, not with the way these zeds are behaving. We'll have to take breaks to allow them to eat and drink. Yeah, a solid 2 days.
What does your intuition say about the weather? Nikki asked.
What does yours say?
I think it's going to be as cold as a penguin's pecker at the South Pole, she said.
Yep.
She was about to say something else, but paused and cocked her head. Fred saw her and waited for her to say something. Did you hear that? She asked.
Fred had to admit he did not, but his hearing was not the best anymore.
It sounded like, I don't know, it sounded like ice crunching, she said. Fred was instantly up. He edged over to the bay door and peered out one of the broken windows. Nikki was right behind him. She crouched down where she was at his knees and leaned against his leg to peer out. They both saw the zeds at the same time and jerked back. They were several yards down the road, but they were slowly moving toward their location. How are they still moving in the freezing cold? I thought they couldn't do that, Nikki asked.
We can figure it out later, Fred whispered back. Right now, we need to get out of here before they surround us and make life difficult.
They packed their blankets and saddled the horses as quietly as they could and mounted up. The bay door on the opposite side had a long rope still attached at the bottom. Fred retrieved it, slid the bolt open, and remounted before focusing on Nikki in the dark.
The plan is to head west. Shoot only if you have to. We have to stick together, but if we can't, head back home. If I'm alive, I'll find you.
Nikki nodded. Although she was young, she did not scare easily, but she was scared now. She watched as Fred yanked the bay door up and followed him as Aisha sprinted out. She did not even need to prod Leroy. He was right behind her. It was immediately clear if they had waited one more minute, they would have been surrounded. Like Fred said, the zeds knew they were there. Nikki saw at least a dozen working their way toward the quick lube business they were fleeing from, and a dozen more coming up from the opposite end of the street. The zeds were lunging for them as they ran by, and they both had to kick the zeds off multiple times. After approximately a mile, they stopped the horses in what appeared to have been a children's park at one time. After listening and scanning the best they could in the darkness, they dismounted.
We'll stay here a minute to let them rest, but we're going to need to walk a while, Fred whispered.
Nikki watched as Leroy began pawing at the snow to get at the grass beneath. Both horses were breathing heavily.
To Nicky, it sounded loud enough to be heard for miles around.
"Both of them are tired and hungry," she exclaimed.
"We'll have to be easy on them," Fred said. "That'll mean we're going to have to do a lot of walking instead of riding. It's going to wear us out, too."
"Mr. Fred, I'm a little scared," Nicky said.
"Me too," Fred said. Nicky's eyes widened in the dark.
"You are? Bullshit."
"Fear is a natural emotion. If you control it, it keeps the mind sharp."
"Okay, but I'm still not sure I believe you. I don't think anything frightens you."
Fred surprised her by emitting a slight chuckle. "If you only knew. All right, I have their wind back, mostly. We need to get going." Chapter 34. Trading Post Business. The ice had caused Johnny G. and Riley to stay at the warehouse in Wilmington for an extra 2 days. During that time, they were able to explore the area without threat of hostiles. They successfully found several items they could use back at Hook and items that could be used for barter. On the second night, after another marathon sex session, Johnny G. was lying on his back, and Riley was by his side with a leg draped over his lower torso. She slowly stroked his chest, and soon her hand made its way south, where she began fondling him. "You're insatiable," Johnny G. muttered. Riley emitted something that might have resembled a giggle.
"I can't help it,"
Johnny G. grunted. "I don't think I have it in me." She lightly slapped him on the chest.
"You're no fun."
After a minute or two of silence, he felt like he could safely fall asleep, but it was not to be.
"Do you like me, Johnny?"
she asked. Here it comes, he thought. He learned quickly that Riley needed constant affirmation, and if she didn't get it, her mood darkened. She could sulk and pout all day. "Absolutely," he said. "More and more every day."
"Really?"
"Yep. You know, I've noticed something about us."
"What's that?"
she asked. "We get along. What I mean is, we don't argue, and our conversations are nice. Years ago, I dated a woman that looked a little bit like you. She was pretty, but she would argue with anything I said. I ended it after a couple of months."
"Was she prettier than me?"
Riley asked. "Oh, hell no," he quickly replied. "You're much prettier."
"Thanks, baby,"
she said, and then reached back down and began stroking his penis.
"Round 2?"
The next morning, Johnny G. was surprised that he was the first to wake up. He crawled out from under the warm blankets and was hit by frigid air. The fire in the stove had gone out during the night, which he figured would happen because there was not a dampener in the flue. He also suspected there was little in the way of insulation in this building. It was originally a warehouse, after all. He hurriedly dressed and walked over to the only window in the room. Pulling aside the blackout curtains, he peered outside. He heard Riley stirring and looked over. She had the blankets pulled up to her chin. "Good morning," he said.
"It's cold. How's the weather outside?"
"It's sunny. I don't know if it's going to get above freezing, but the sun certainly helps," he said, and walked over to the stove. It took him a few minutes before he got a flame going. He tossed a couple of small split logs in before closing the door. "It's going to take a few before the fire catches and we get some heat," he said.
"Sounds like you need to get back under the covers where it's warm,"
she said, grinned, and pulled the blankets down slightly, exposing her breasts. After some more beckoning, she persuaded Johnny G. to yank his clothes back off and crawl in. After, the two of them lay on their back, panting heavily. "We need to go back today," he said.
"Why?"
"Because I'm the number 2 man at Hook, and I'm already 2 days behind in my work." Riley blew a raspberry between her lips.
"You don't know how to have fun."
It took some prodding and badgering, but he managed to get Riley moving, and they were on the road 2 hours later. They drove cautiously and arrived back at Marcus Hook before sundown. They separated, with Riley going to find her father and Johnny G. finding Roscoe in his office. He looked up from something he was reading. "How was your vacation?" he asked with a grin.
"Funny," Johnny G replied and sat opposite him. "Do you have anything to drink?" Roscoe reached down and came up with a bottle of Jack Daniels. He poured a generous amount into 2 coffee mugs and pushed one of them over to Johnny G. He nodded. Roscoe had a case of Gentleman Jack hidden away somewhere and only occasionally drank it. He was trying to make it last until someone down in Lynchburg, Tennessee, reopened the distillery.
"Thanks. I'm drained."
"I bet," Roscoe said.
"So, tell me all about it."
Up until now, Roscoe only suspected the Fitzgeralds' involvement in the murders, but now Johnny G told him everything, except for Riley's unquenchable sex drive. Roscoe listened thoughtfully while he sipped his whiskey.
"So, all they'll ever have is circumstantial evidence, that being they were on the road at the same time as Rochelle and the Lillard women," Roscoe surmised.
"Yeah," Johnny G said. "What do you think? Was it right or wrong of me to help destroy the evidence?"
"Only time will tell, I suppose. Don't get me wrong, I do not condone cold-blooded murder," Roscoe said. "But we were not complicit in the murders, nor did we know they would do this. We were only complicit after the fact. Did she ever give a reason why they did it?"
"Nope. I could have asked her, but I didn't."
Well, I know if this blows up on us, I know you'll make the necessary corrections," Roscoe said.
"Yes, I will," Johnny G promised.
"All right, now let's talk more about this trading post. It's an idea I've thought about from time to time," Roscoe admitted. "But the diesel production and our crop and livestock management have stretched our manpower. Plus, the construction of the safe road into Philadelphia has been extremely laborious."
"We'll start seeing it pay off when we start scavenging in earnest," Johnny G said.
"I dare say we'll find a lot of bartering goods, and perhaps we'll find pockets of survivors we've not encountered before. Now that we're producing an abundance of diesel, I'm certain we can use it as leverage to recruit more people." "Yes, indeed," Roscoe said. "While you were gone, I sent them off with a tanker filled with diesel and parked it on South DuPont Boulevard. There's a sign on it telling anybody who comes along where we're located. We'll put a few more out when the weather permits."
"That's great," Johnny G said.
Roscoe set his glass down and leaned back in his chair. "Let me ask you something. What if we asked them to build this trading post closer to home?"
Johnny G thought about it. The smart thing to do would be to let the Fitzgeralds move out of Marcus Hook, far, far away from Marcus Hook, but dang it all, he didn't want Riley to leave. Sometimes he thought he was a big fool and chuckled to himself. "I think it'd be an excellent idea. We'll need a good location, somewhere close, accessible," he said. Roscoe grinned.
"I already have a good spot picked out. How about I show it this evening after dinner?"
"All right, I'm good with it," Johnny G said. "I'll find Riley and get it arranged." The men talked about a couple of other issues before Johnny G left and went to find Riley. He found her in the cafeteria, talking with a couple of men. She looked up when he approached and grinned.
"They're telling me I need to come work with them in the refinery. What do you think?" she asked with a mischievous grin.
"Yeah, that's a possibility," Johnny G said with his own smile. "If you two don't mind, I need to speak with Riley a minute. Come with me," he said, and led her out into the hallway. She listened as he explained. When he finished, she bit her lower lip in thought a moment.
"Is this your idea or Roscoe's?" she asked.
"It is originally Roscoe's, but the more I think about it, the more I like it."
"Why?"
"Because this way we won't be apart," he said. When he said it, her face lit up.
"Really?"
"Yep."
"Okay, I'll tell Dad," she said. "But I don't think he'll go for it. The whole reason for setting up the trading post away from Marcus Hook is so that we won't be controlled by anyone. He called it automation or something."
"Autonomy," he corrected with a patient smile. "I understand his feelings on it, but I think we'll have a proposal he'll be agreeable to."
Besides, if you move, who's going to take care of your sexual appetite? Riley's grin turned into a mock frown.
Damn, I don't know.
She then laughed.
Okay, I'll let him know.
The meeting took place 2 hours after dinner. Roscoe and Johnny G were sitting in their car on Flower Street at the base of the bridge crossing the Delaware River.
You told them to keep this get-together to themselves, right? Roscoe asked.
Johnny G nodded in the darkness. I told them, he said.
Good. I love everyone here, but there's a couple of our residents who try to assert themselves as having the right to first dibs because they've lived here longer.
Johnny G didn't respond. They'd already discussed all this, but Roscoe had a way of repeating things when he was nervous. It didn't bother Johnny, though. He liked listening to his friend talk things out. Headlights appeared, and soon they could see the Fitzgerald's SUV. That's them, Johnny G said. He heard Roscoe mutter something and glanced over.
They've brought company,
he said. Johnny G focused back on the car. The driver parked the SUV and 5 people got out. In addition to the Fitzgeralds, there was also Irina Fleming and her daughter Hermione. Except for the age difference, the mother and daughter looked a lot alike. Both had average features with plain brown hair and oversized breasts.
Is that the Fleming gals?
Roscoe whispered.
What the hell are they doing here?
I don't know if you've been keeping up with the local gossip, but Trader Joe is hooked up with Irina and his son is shagging the daughter, Johnny G said. Roscoe grunted.
Well, I guess it's just as well. If this thing works out, they will need workers. I guess it's better to utilize those two rather than take away any of our skilled laborers. Let's get this started.
Johnny G zipped his jacket up. He left the car running and the 2 men got out. The others approached the headlights, and Johnny G found himself staring at Irina. She was wearing a heavy jacket, but he knew there were a big set of Ds, maybe double Ds, hiding in there. She was in her late 30s, and if Johnny G was not aware of her true nature, he would have considered her a fairly attractive woman. When her husband Clay had been found guilty of murder and banished to the middle of nowhere, she turned her back on him. She did not even go visit him at Mount Weather to tell him goodbye. Johnny G was a man who had always had a proclivity for a healthy set of breasts, but the fact that she did that to her husband did not sit well with him, so he kept his distance.
Hello, everyone,
Roscoe greeted. I'm glad you guys came.
It's cold out here, Hermione complained.
Yes, it is,
Roscoe replied with a grin.
So let's get to it, shall we?
He raised his arm and made a broad waving motion to his right.
What do you think?
All of them turned and stared at what Roscoe was gesturing at.
Isn't that a soccer stadium?
Little Joe asked.
Indeed it is,
Roscoe said.
Unused since the ungodly plague manifested itself. A couple of years ago, a few of us explored the place. There were a few zeds, not many. The place is mostly intact except for the plumbing. The years of harsh winters has ruined it, and there is some associated water damage. Nothing that a little hard work can't fix.
All 5 of them stared a long, quiet moment at the stadium. It was Trader Joe who finally spoke first.
Are you proposing using it as a trading post? He asked. Yes, sir, I am, Roscoe said.
The headlights illuminated Trader Joe's puzzled frown.
We need a warehouse type of structure. That won't work, Little Joe said, pointing at the stadium.
Riley, who had slowly but steadily worked her way over to Johnny G, looked up to him questioningly. He cleared his throat and spoke up.
Joe, you strike me as an educated man. How versed are you in the ancient Greek city-states?
Trader Joe stared in confusion at Johnny G and Roscoe. He turned toward the soccer stadium and stared a moment longer before understanding. He smiled slightly.
Dad, what is he talking about? Little Joe asked. These 2 men are suggesting we convert the stadium into a modern-day agora, he said. Yes, Roscoe said in almost a shout.
What's an agora? Hermione asked. Isn't it a type of open-air market? Riley asked.
Yes, exactly, Roscoe replied.
In the Greek city-states, their original purpose was a gathering place to muster the military and for the announcement of public statements from the king to the commoners, but they became much more. Everyone came to congregate and socialize. Entrepreneurs recognized the opportunity and set up their markets. It was extremely successful.
Trader Joe returned his gaze to the dark stadium and bit on his lower lip in thought.
An agora,
he muttered, mostly to himself. He absently scratched his beard and muttered something else that nobody could make out. Riley leaned her head back. Johnny G bent forward slightly so she could whisper in his ear.
That's his way when he's thinking hard about something.
Johnny G glanced at Roscoe and suppressed a smile. Roscoe saw and knew he needed to set the hook.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but a few years ago when Zach and his people were living in Tennessee, they put together a rendezvous.
Irina interrupted him.
What the hell is a rendezvous? You two throw out fancy foreign words and do nothing but confuse everyone.
Johnny G scowled in the dark but kept his tone pleasant.
It is a planned, organized gathering of people from all around the area for the purpose of performing trade and other associated business.
I remember Zach talking about that. He said it was extremely successful, Riley added.
Yes, it was, Roscoe said. He made a detailed report on everything they did, how they set it up, what worked, what didn't, and so on.
I believe I'd like to read that report, Trader Joe said.
Me too, Riley quickly said.
I'll get you two a copy in the morning, Roscoe replied. My proposal is this. You remodel the stadium any way you see fit, and we will proclaim it to be the official Marcus Hook Agora. Johnny and I would like to see it set up and ready no later than April, and we'll kick it off by having a rendezvous.
Interesting, Trader Joe said, and scratched his beard again. Will we have a free hand in what we do?
Yes, you will, Roscoe answered. You're only limited by your imagination what you can create here.
He pointed at it again.
There's plenty of room here. We'll have no problem incorporating a fortified building to use as a storage warehouse.
Johnny G wondered what Trader Joe meant by that question, but kept silent. Trader Joe's next question surprised him, though.
What do the folks at Mount Weather think about this?
They don't know anything about it, Johnny G said. They will eventually, but not now.
Why not? Irina asked.
We want it to be a happy surprise, Roscoe said with a smile.
In truth, neither he nor Johnny G wanted any meddling by the current Mount Weather administration.
What if Zach was still at Mount Weather?
Riley asked.
I wish he were, Roscoe said. Zach made our partnership with Mount Weather tenable and positive.
So, you don't like President Van Allen? Irina asked. There was an edge to her tone.
Just the opposite,
Johnny G said with a straight face. He heard a slight scoff from Riley.
We are going to continue our alliance with Mount Weather and the commitment to rebuild America. This will be a small yet significant step in the right direction. It should have been done a couple of years ago, Little Joe griped.
You're right, Johnny G said.
This is late in coming, but we've had so many projects with a higher priority, this one kept getting put on the back burner. Besides, nobody wanted to undertake this job until now.
Interesting, Trader Joe said again.
Explain to me again why this is secret. We don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, Roscoe said. If we announced this project, we have a few people here who would decide they needed to be the ones running it, and the politicians in Mount Weather would want to form a special planning and oversight committee. Do you know what they'd do then? They'd create all kinds of unnecessary work for you people to do.
And rules, Johnny G added.
Yep, Roscoe agreed. They won't come here and help out with the manual labor, but they'll damn sure create more work for you, and they'll create all kinds of rules for you to follow.
Trader Joe nodded.
I agree with that assessment, but at some point people will start asking questions about what is going on here.
Once we get everything in place, we'll make a local announcement, but we see no reason to tell Mount Weather until we're ready for the rendezvous. If questions are asked, We'll tell them it's business as usual around here, Roscoe said. Mushroom effect, Little Joe said. Hermione, who had been standing quietly beside Little Joe, looked up at him. Mushroom effect? What's that? Feed them a lot of shit and keep them in the dark, he said. Hermione giggled and squeezed his hand. Roscoe gave a good-natured laugh as well. Exactly, he said. We are going to take active measures to prevent their meddling. Trader Joe and his son looked at each other. What do you think, son? It's going to take a lot of work, Little Joe said. We're no strangers to hard work, son. The question is, do we want to scrap our other project and start on this one? You can still keep the other warehouse for secret storage, Johnny G said. If this place doesn't work out, you can revert to that warehouse. Trader Joe stared hard at Johnny G a moment. Interesting. Interesting indeed. We can have our own planning committee and work out the details, but make no mistake, we want you to run it. It'll be your baby, Roscoe said. Trader Joe nodded. All right, you've given us a lot to think about. I admit it's tempting, but there are reasons why we were originally planning on creating a trading post away from Marcus Hook. You are worried about what kind of rules we will impose on you, Roscoe said. That's it in a nutshell, Trader Joe agreed. If you choose to locate here, you'll be mostly autonomous, Johnny G said. But when anyone mentions the Fitzgerald's trading post in Marcus Hook, we want it to have a reputation for honesty and integrity. Goes without saying, Trader Joe said. But we may be dealing in products or services that were considered illegal back in the day. What do you two think of that? As long as it does not involve the exploitation of people, especially children, we don't see a problem, Roscoe said, and then glanced at Johnny G, who nodded in agreement. We're not going to run a charity service either, Little Joe said. We're doing this to improve our status in life. You're a capitalist, understood, Johnny G said. So what if we bartered in marijuana or drugs? Little Joe asked. Not our concern, Johnny G said. What about prostitutes? Johnny G shrugged. Same answer, but I am curious. Where the hell are you going to find these prostitutes? Trader Joe laughed. It's doubtful we'll find any at all, but if we do, we don't want any grief about it. You won't get any, Johnny G promised, as long as they're treated well and not exploited. There were a few more questions and answers, and it could have gone on all night, but it was getting colder and the Flemings started complaining. You've given us a lot to think about, Trader Joe said. When will you need an answer? Why don't you talk it over amongst yourselves and get back to us in a day or so, Roscoe suggested. You got it. Roscoe grinned. Excellent. Now let's get back to where it's nice and warm. He clapped his hands together as he looked around. This is a historical moment. I cannot wait to log it in my journal. That went well, don't you think? Roscoe asked as they drove back home. They're going to do it, Johnny G said. Joe Sr. just wants to think it over and make sure he's not forgetting to ask for anything. We're going to need to create a formal contract, Roscoe said. Do you think he'll agree to that? I believe so. All right, good. So, you and Riley seem to be getting along, Roscoe said with a small grin. Yeah, I'm sure everyone knows about it by now. Yep, most likely, Roscoe said. His grin broadened, but he said nothing else. Chapter 35. After the Trading Post Meeting. After the meeting with the Fitzgeralds, Johnny G turned down the offer of a nightcap with Roscoe and went back to his room. It was small, one of the smallest ones in the building, but that was fine with him. One main room with a desk and bed, a counter that held a coffee pot that he never used, and a bathroom with a working shower. He didn't need much because he wasn't here much. Sleeping and showering were the only things he needed the place for. A typical day started at 5, and he often did not return until midnight. This particular day went well, and he managed to finish up his duties in a timely manner. He did his rounds after dinner and slipped into bed well before midnight. A soft, insistent knocking on his door awakened him from a deep slumber. Crawling out of his warm bed, he peered out of the peephole out of habit, even though he already knew who it was. He had hoped he was going to get a full night's sleep, but he wasn't angry when Riley walked in. She kissed him deeply before he got the door closed. Johnny G glanced up and down the hallway before shutting and locking the door. She had been living in a nearby house with her father and brother, but she'd been finding her way into his bed every night since the night with the vodka. That was 4 days ago, maybe? He was too sleepy to do the math. When he turned around, Riley was already shedding her clothes. He watched her, and as tired as he was, he still felt a stirring. He crawled in bed before she noticed. She got in a moment later and snuggled up against him. "What'd your father have to say?" he asked.
"He's going to go for it, but he wants some concessions," she said. "I do too. I want dick concessions." She emphasized it by wiggling her butt against his groin.
"Riley, sweetie, not tonight. I'm tired as hell and I have to be up in less than 5 hours." Riley scoffed.
"I should have found a younger man."
He thought that'd be the end of it, but within seconds she reached back and began fondling him. It had the desired effect, and he became aroused. He once dated a girl who was a lot like Riley, and experience told him she wouldn't take no for an answer. It would be far easier to go ahead and get it over with. He reached down and pulled off his underwear. "You're on top," he said. He did not remember falling asleep, but when his alarm went off the next morning, Riley was already awake and in the shower. It was a little cold in his room, which reminded him that he needed to perform maintenance on the HVAC in this building, and probably all the other buildings as well. He reluctantly got out of bed and made his way to the shower. Riley was soaped up and shaving her legs with his straight razor. He was impressed with how adept she was with it. He waited for her to finish before stepping in. She held up the razor.
"I had one just like it, but I lost it somewhere," she said. "You need to keep it dry when you're not using it."
"Yeah, I'll see if I can find you one for your own," he said, and yawned. He got a mouthful of water and squished it around in his mouth before spitting it out. Riley had already begun soaping him up and vigorously soaped up his genitals. He felt himself reacting, but stopped her. "No," he drawled. "I have too much work ahead of me today. I need my strength." Riley gave him a light slap on the chest.
"You're no fun. You know I went too long without sex in my life, and I need to catch up."
He chuckled. "When did you lose your virginity?"
"When I was 19. How come you're not worried about me getting pregnant?"
"I had a vasectomy years ago, so if you want a kid, you're going to have to find yourself another man."
I'll have to get to work on that."
Johnny G grunted. "What are you going to do today?"
"I'm going with Dad back out to the soccer stadium. He wanted to take a closer look at it in the daylight, and then he wants to make a day trip to Atlantic City. Is that okay?"
"I'm not sure about the roads. You guys might want to wait until there's better weather."
"Yeah, but Dad thinks we might not have better weather until March, but they still want to go. Is it okay if I go with them?"
Johnny G paused in washing his face to stare at Riley. She stared back with her beautiful eyes, and he realized she was seeking his approval. "Sure, it's okay, but if you'd rather hang out with me today, I can sure use the help." She stared a moment longer before stepping out of the shower and began toweling off. Johnny G turned the water off and joined her. When he finished brushing his teeth, he turned to see her staring at him yet again. She'd put on a pair of jeans, but was topless. It made him wonder how she'd look if she had bigger breasts, and then realized he was being too picky. Her breasts were perky enough for any man.
"I think I'm going to tell Dad I have to work with you today, okay?"
"Yeah, okay," he said. She pulled a sweatshirt over her head that had the VMI logo on it and hurried out the door. Johnny G combed his hair and stared at himself in the mirror. He needed a haircut, and it seemed to be a little grayer than last time he gave himself a close inspection. His face was a little more drawn, too.
It caused him to wonder about Riley. If he didn't know better, he thought she may be starting to have feelings for him, which was surprising. The question that immediately popped into his head, was that a good thing? He got dressed thinking about her father and brother, and the possible reasons why she killed Rochelle. She'd most likely give him a truthful answer if he asked, but he wasn't sure he was ready for that. He hurriedly dressed and headed to breakfast. His days were full of work, and today was going to be no different. First, he needed to meet with the scavenging team. They were waiting for him in the cafeteria. "Good morning," he greeted as he sat, with a plate of eggs and biscuits. He smiled to himself. They'd found an older woman, Bee, who was roughing it on her own. She was an Amish woman who knew how to raise chickens. Roscoe and Johnny G had convinced her to relocate closer to Marcus Hook, and they'd help her. They seldom went without eggs now. He looked up to see the three men grinning. "What's up?" he asked. "Oh, nothing," Jimbo said, still grinning. "How are you, JG? You been sleeping good?" Jimbo was the only person who called him JG. It didn't matter to Johnny G. What mattered was the shit-eating grin the man had plastered on his face. Obviously, they knew about his budding romance with Riley. There were few secrets around here. "Is the truck ready?" he asked, changing the subject. "Gassed up and checked out," Ringo answered. Ringo looked like a young Ringo Starr, hence the nickname. He and his buddy Bandy showed up one day a couple of years ago in a leaky boat that was close to sinking. "We're leaving after breakfast unless something's changed," he said. "Nope, we're good to go. So let's go over some things so I know we're on the same sheet of music." Jimbo held up a hand and swallowed some food before speaking, while Ringo unrolled a map and weighted it down with a couple of coffee cups. "We conduct surveillance for a minimum of 30 minutes before going through the Ridley Park gate." Jimbo tapped on a grid space that had not been colored in. "Once through, we'll travel into the Spruce Hill area and start house to house." "Good," Johnny G said. "The only worry I have is the condition of the roads. The snow is going to hide the bad spots." "No worries, boss. I'm driving," Ringo replied with a grin. "Well, that's a load off my mind," Johnny G said with a grin. The four of them laughed. "I'll make sure we have someone on radio duty." He instantly thought of Riley. "All right, one other thing. Remind me again how many zeds you three encountered last time you went out?" He tapped on the map on a colored-in grid next to the open grid they were going to explore. "Remind me again how many zeds were encountered here." 40 or so, Jimbo said. "But no injuries." "Let's keep it that way, right?" Johnny G said. "By the way, I haven't checked out the medic kits in either truck. Make sure they're good to go." "You got it," Jimbo said. He finished his beverage, stood and rubbed his belly. "All right, man, let's get going. I want to be home by dinner." Chapter 36. Melvin and True Return. "That boy never stops eating," True griped. Melvin chuckled. Dong laughed too, but only for a second, and then resumed munching away on their last homemade granola bar. It was a common theme for the past couple of days. If either Melvin or True laughed, Dong would laugh. They were almost home, less than 100 miles away. They'd had a lot of issues during their drive, but now the end was in sight. They were tired and cranky, but neither of them complained. They had survived another mission unscathed and were almost home. "Ain't seen many zeds this trip except for in Cincinnati," True remarked. "They're better at hiding these days, but I imagine a lot of them are dying out," Melvin surmised. "Could be," True said. "Everywhere we go there are skeletons. What do you think is going to happen to our little friend when we get back?" Melvin shrugged. "I don't know if anyone at Weather even cares, but we'll do what we can for him. I don't know if they'll even allow him to live there, and if they do, I don't know if they'll insist on keeping him locked up." True was silent for a minute, but then hooked a thumb at Dong. "I'll look out after him. Otherwise they'll keep him locked in a cell. That wouldn't be fair." "Are you sure?" Melvin asked. "Yeah. If it doesn't work out for him at Weather, I bet I could talk Johnny G into letting him live at Hook." "What do you think about him?" True asked.
Who, Johnny G? He reminds me of a sergeant who was in our support unit back when I was on an A-team. He was quiet and unassuming, but the man was always on top of everything. He handled the logistics like a pro. Roscoe is a highly intelligent engineer. Johnny G is his go-to man. When there is a problem, Johnny G comes up with a way to solve it.
Melvin glanced at Dong while he was talking and wondered how much English the man understood. By merely listening to their conversation, the man could gather a lot of intel about Mount Weather. Melvin changed the subject, and the two men talked mostly of farming for the next few hours and arrived at the main gate an hour after sunset. Friss and Savannah were manning the guard post. As soon as Savannah saw the familiar truck approaching, she ran outside to greet them.
"Hey,"
he said as he hugged her tightly.
"I'm glad you're back,"
she said and glanced over at True.
"I'm glad both of you are back."
"How's the little princess?" True asked. Savannah grinned.
"Rambunctious as ever. She's with the other kids in the playroom. She'll be glad to see you."
She was about to say more, but then she spotted Dong sitting in the truck. When he saw her staring, he grinned and waved. She stared a moment longer and then peered at Melvin in confusion.
"Who is he?"
she whispered.
"He's one of those Chinese soldiers we were sent out to look for,"
Melvin said. He then went over to the passenger door, opened it, and let him out. Dong stepped out and stretched a moment before walking over to Savannah and giving a small bow.
"I am Dong,"
he said, showing his buck-tooth grin. Savannah's eyes widened.
"What are you going to do with him?" "I'm sure they'll want to quarantine him and give him a physical. Then he'll be debriefed. True and I have been talking to him. He understands a little English."
"He's not dangerous, is he?" she asked.
"He seems harmless enough."
"I'm going to walk him to the showers, and then I'll make sure he's fed before we lock him down for the night," True said. Melvin nodded and turned to the guard.
"I'm sure they've already told you to tell us to report in immediately." "Yes, sir, they have."
Melvin grunted.
"All right, you've told me."
He glanced at True.
"What do you want to do?"
"You go on with Savannah. I'll take care of the truck and Dong," True said.
"Thanks, brother. I'll give them a mission report in the morning."
Melvin then grabbed Savannah around the waist, and the two of them walked inside. True grunted. He was both happy for his friend and envious that he had a woman who loved him. He hated to admit it, but he missed Sandy, Prairie's mother. She had her faults, but he still missed her terribly. He sighed deeply without realizing it.
"True?"
Dong asked. True looked at him. The little man was staring at him with an expression of concern. True grunted. "Come on, we got a truck to clean up and put to bed." Chapter 37. Spruce Hill.
"Leaving the Ridley Park gate,"
Jimbo said into the microphone. A female voice acknowledged. Jimbo frowned in surprise.
"Riley, is that you?"
"Affirmative. There was something going on at the refinery that needed extra hands, so I'm filling in."
"Nice. Okay, if you weren't told, we're the only ones outside the perimeter and we'll be in and around the Spruce Hill area most of the day. I'll check in every hour or so."
"Roger that. Out," Riley said. Jimbo put the microphone on the clip and grinned. "So, it's true?" Ringo asked.
"About her and Johnny G? Oh, yeah," Jimbo drawled.
"Damn," Ringo muttered. "Well, good for him. Everybody needs a significant other, especially now." He frowned and yanked on the zipper of his insulated coveralls. "These things are too hot." All three men were wearing them. They had been custom-tailored, designed for both warmth and protection against zed bites. Ringo unzipped his down to the waist and worked his upper torso out of it. Jimbo turned the heat down and unzipped his as well, but continued wearing it. They approached the next security gate and stopped. Seeing that no zeds had breached, they opened the second gate, went through, and secured it behind them. When Ringo got back in the truck, Bandy cleared his throat.
"I don't know about those Fitzgeralds."
"How so?" Jimbo asked.
My uncle was a sheriff in a rural county in Mississippi. There was this big clan of Irish travelers who lived there, and he was constantly dealing with them. The Fitzgeralds remind me of them."
"What are Irish travelers?" Ringo asked.
"I don't know a whole lot about them, other than they'd travel from state to state, pulling all kinds of scams. They never ripped off people in our county, but once they crossed the county line, anything was fair game. I went to school with a few of them. They were nice enough, but Dad always told me not to trust them."
"I have one question," Ringo said. "How in the hell did a redneck from Mississippi end up in Pennsylvania?"
Jimbo guffawed. "Haven't you heard the story? He was chasing a gal who'd gotten a scholarship up here." "Yep, sure was," Bandy said. "She dropped out after 2 months and went back home to Mama, but I stayed. I'd gotten a good-paying job at the refinery. I didn't live at Hook back then. I lived about a mile from where we're going today. There were plenty of co-eds running around, so I got over her pretty easily."
"Did you like working at the refinery?" Ringo asked.
"Yeah, it did. I was looking at a big promotion when everything went to hell." Bandy rubbed his beard. "I like Marcus Hook, but a day doesn't go by when I don't think about going back home. Everyone I know and love are probably dead, but there have been many nights where I'm tossing and turning in bed and wondering what really happened to them."
"I hear you," Ringo said. "There's not a day that doesn't go by when I wish Johnny hadn't been shot and we could have put the band back together."
Jimbo stared at Ringo in confusion. "Who?"
Ringo explained. "The Beatles. John Lennon. Get it?"
Bandy howled in laughter. It took Jimbo a moment before he understood and laughed along with them. Ringo started to respond with a smart-assed retort, but it was cut short when the front left tire went into a deep pothole that had been hidden by a layer of snow. A loud, sickening crunch wrenched its way through the interior. Ringo hit the brakes, and they slid to a stop.
"Shit!" he exclaimed.
The 3 men got out and examined the damage. The driver's side tire was pointed straight, while the flattened passenger tire pointed several degrees to the right. Ringo squatted in front of the tire and, after giving it an inspection, muttered a few more invectives. "How bad?" Jimbo asked.
"Bad enough. Flat tire and a broken strut. That's what I can see. There may be more damage that I can't see."
"Can't we change the tire and drive back with it like that?" Bandy asked. Ringo slowly shook his head.
"Look at the way the tire is pointed off in the opposite direction to the other one. If we tried to drive on it, we'd cause more damage and still wouldn't make it back."
Bandy's eyes widened. "What? Do we have to walk back?" "Negative," Jimbo said. "We have a contingency plan in place, remember? All we have to do is call it in and they'll send someone to come get us." He got back in the truck and got on the radio. Riley answered within seconds. Jimbo advised her what happened, told her to send someone to pick them up, and gave their location. Riley acknowledged and set the microphone down. Her first instinct was to find Johnny G. She switched channels and tried to raise him. She knew he had a portable radio with him, but also knew there were dead spots around the area, including inside most of the refinery area. While they waited, the 3 men opted to stretch their legs and stood beside the truck, scanning the area. Everything was quiet. Ringo pointed and identified the group of buildings.
"That's the University of Pennsylvania campus. This grid hasn't been searched, am I right?"
"No, it hasn't," Jimbo said in agreement. "What are you thinking?"
"Let's run through a building or two while we're waiting," he suggested. "We're not being productive just standing around with our thumbs up our butts."
Jimbo peered at the first building. It was impressive. Brown brick, mostly rectangular with one section round, and around 12 stories high. "May as well make use of our time. I'll call it in," Jimbo said. Riley acknowledged.
"I'm having trouble finding Johnny G," she told him.
"Don't worry about him. Find a vehicle large enough for all of us and come get us. There ain't a Zed in sight, so there's nothing to worry about."
"Roger that," Riley replied.
Jimbo smiled again at the thought of her and Johnny G, although it made him wonder if he was ever going to find himself a woman. He'd been a confirmed bachelor back before, but Ringo was right.
having a significant other now seemed more important than ever. It wasn't like he could go down to the local bar in downtown Philly and try to lure some cute, drunken filly back to his place. He shirked off the thoughts and concentrated on the task at hand. "All right, we're going to be off the air for about an hour or so. Tell whoever's coming to stand by at the truck and call us. We'll be nearby."
"Roger that," Riley replied again. Jimbo shut the truck door quietly and looked around. It was chilly, and the sky was glum, which meant it was unlikely they'd have good lighting inside the building.
"Let's do a double check on the flashlights, men," he directed. "It's going to be dark in there."
Each man had 2 flashlights, with Jimbo also having a headlamp. Ensuring they worked properly, the men walked down Walnut Street and found the main entry doors open, like school was still in session. The main lobby was grand and impressive, with the Wharton name emblazoned on the floor and on the wall here and there. They cleared the ground floor and then ascended the stairs. Unfortunately, the second floor was occupied. Chapter 38. Debriefing Dong. Even though his room had no windows, True awakened promptly at 0500, as he had for the past 10 years. After getting himself cleaned up, he walked to the other end of the building and unlocked the door to Dong's room. Dong sat up and rubbed his eyes before offering a hopeful grin.
"We eat?"
he asked.
"Yeah, we eat," True said. "Then you get to meet some people."
True led Dong to the latrine where he got himself cleaned up and put on some clothing that True had rounded up for him. The shirt, a size small, fit well enough, but the pants' legs were a little long. Dong had compensated by rolling them up a couple of inches. True thought he looked like an ugly kid wearing hand-me-downs. There were some curious stares when they entered the cafeteria. True led Dong to the serving line, and they sat at the Tennessee table. Sadly, it was empty.
"There's usually more people who sit here," True muttered to Dong, who nodded.
The 2 of them ate in silence for several minutes. True was lost in his thoughts when someone began speaking to him.
"So, this is the chink, huh?"
True looked up to see D-Day standing over him, staring with obvious disdain. He was casually resting a sawed-off shotgun on his shoulder, and his long graying hair was still wet from showering, and he had it pulled back in a ponytail. True noticed for the first time the man had a nervous tic in his left eye. Although the man appeared to be freshly bathed, the faded red thermal shirt and blue jeans looked like they had not been washed in weeks. He still had the remnants of 2 black eyes. The man bent over slightly and gave Dong a cold, scrutinous stare before straightening, snorting, and rubbing his crooked nose.
"She sure doesn't look like much."
While True agreed with his assessment, he was not going to admit it. Not to this redneck, anyway.
"What do you want?"
"I'm just checking him out," D-Day said. "You need to get him out of here, though. The president will be here in 10 minutes, and we don't need the likes of him in the same room as the president."
"When does the president want to debrief him?" True asked.
D-Day gave an expression of confusion.
"Are you joking with me?"
"Why would I be joking?" True said. D-Day sneered.
"Do you really think the president is going to waste his time with this slant-eyed mutt?"
True had 1 or 2 retorts in mind, but he let it go. "I'll have him out of here in a couple of minutes," he said.
"See that you do,"
D-Day warned. He gave one last contemptuous stare at Dong before walking off. Dong may not have been able to understand most of the conversation, but he understood body language easily enough. True saw the little man staring anxiously.
"Don't worry about that knucklehead," True said.
Dong stared and nodded as if he understood, and shoveled in a mouthful of food. After breakfast, True led Dong over to Dr. Salisbury's office. She greeted them both with a studied look, led them to an examination room, and spent the next 30 minutes giving him a physical.
"No signs of infection or bite marks," she remarked.
"He's obviously malnourished." "Has he exhibited diarrhea?" she asked.
"I believe so," True said.
She frowned and then nodded.
"I suspect he has roundworms. Since you are now his guardian—" "Hey, hold on, Doc. I ain't nobody's guardian," True exclaimed. "You rescued him, you have been feeding him, and you brought him here for his physical, right?" she asked. "Well, yeah, but—" "It sounds like you're his guardian, Mr. True. Now, as I was saying, for the next couple of days he will need to be restricted to certain foods. I'll write a list. After 3 days, inspect his stools for worms. If there aren't any, he can resume a normal diet. So, try to put some weight on him." True gave her a sidelong stare. "Doc, I ain't inspecting nobody's stools." "You owe it to your new friend," the doctor said, and gave Dong one last long look before walking out. Dong peered at True with a hopeful grin. "We friends?" he asked. True did not respond and instead motioned for Dong to follow. He walked down the hall with the intention of locking Dong back in his room when he was intercepted by Lydia. "Mr. True, I need your help," she exclaimed in her usual tight, toneless voice. True stopped walking and faced her. Lydia Creamer was a plain-looking woman who, as far as True knew, had never been in a relationship. Her job had always been the work coordinator. She did not have many friends at Mount Weather, but she'd always treated True with courtesy and respect. He liked her for that, if nothing more. "What do you need, Miss Lydia?" he asked. "The TOC has called. They have advised that Flash was supposed to have been relieved from guard duty over 2 hours ago, and his relief is nowhere to be found." "Say no more, Miss Lydia. I'll go relieve him," True said. Lydia gave a grateful smile. "You've always been dependable, Mr. True. I promise I'll find someone to relieve you in no more than 8 hours. "I would appreciate that," True replied. He then looked at Dong, who was staring at Lydia in wide-eyed wonder. True did not know if he was ogling her or what. He thought a moment and decided. "Come on, Dong. You get to join me." Dong grinned and began following him. True scowled. "I don't know why you're so happy. We gonna be stuck together all damn day." Chapter 39. Wharton. Ringo spotted them first. "Zeds!" he yelled before firing twice. The men scrambled backwards out of the room in tandem and hurried down the stairs. "I didn't get a good count," Jimbo said. "Over a dozen," Ringo wheezed, a reminder that he had asthma. It was mild, but could still sometimes be a detriment. "Good enough. Back to the truck," Jimbo ordered. He had not even taken a breath before the horde began working their way down the stairs. The men hurried out the doors, only to be met by another dozen Zeds converging on them and cutting off their route back to their truck. Bandy, who was in the lead, changed directions and ran across what was once no doubt a plush green to the building next door. The men did not know it, but the building housed the Lippencourt Library. The doors to it were also unlocked. They ran in and looked around, expecting more Zeds to appear. It was dark inside, which normally would have meant a cautious approach, but the Zeds outside were already clamoring at the door. "We need to find a back door," Jimbo said. He didn't have asthma, but he was still winded. As Jimbo watched, Ringo grabbed the handles of the double entry doors. "Go, I'll hold the doors," Ringo said in an urgent whisper. "No, come with us," Jimbo said. "No, I can hold them for a few. Hurry up and find us a way out of here." "When I yell, you better come running," Jimbo said and gestured at Bandy. They used their flashlights to work their way further into the interior of the library. They found a fire exit about the time they heard the two doors being violently attacked. "Ringo, run to my voice!" Jimbo shouted. "Run, Jimbo! They got me!" Ringo shouted back. His shout was followed by several gunshots before he started emitting blood-curdling screams. Bandy started to run back toward the front, but Jimbo grabbed him hard by the forearm, causing Bandy to stop and face him. "He's gone! We've got to get out of here!" Jimbo shouted. "But he's my friend!" Bandy shouted back. Jimbo squeezed his arm and stared. Bandy had been in enough of these situations to know he was right. He could run back, guns blazing, but it was already too late for Ringo. "All right," he croaked. They turned back to the fire exit and pushed open the door. A dozen zeds were standing in the parking lot, about 20 feet away, almost like they were expecting them. Both men opened fire, and after several gunshots had dropped the zeds. "They all look like college students," Bandy breathlessly said as he reloaded. Jimbo grunted in agreement. All the zeds appeared to be in their early 20s. Some were wearing UPenn apparel and even wearing backpacks. Jimbo struggled to catch his breath and orient himself. After a moment, he pointed. "The truck is back that way and around the corner. Let's go." When they heard the fire door open, they needed no further prompting and resumed running. As they rounded the corner, they were brought up short by at least 20 to 30 more zeds. These too seemed to be waiting on them. Whether they were drawn to the gunfire or working in concert with the other zeds was unknown, but Jimbo suspected the latter. The men were surrounded, and although they fired with fatal accuracy, the horde was closing in. Suddenly, they heard a small-caliber automatic weapon firing. Several zeds dropped, and when Jimbo spotted a black Nissan Titan with a familiar-looking damaged fender, he almost cried in relief. He pointed to it and yelled at Bandy, who was already running in a full sprint. Jimbo didn't even get a good look at the occupant of the Titan until he jumped in the truck. Bandy had gotten to the passenger side first, threw open the door, and crawled into the back. Jimbo was practically pushing him as he jumped into the front passenger seat and shut the door. It was then he realized it was Riley in the driver's seat. She fired off another burst before shutting her door and taking off, deftly reloading her weapon with a fresh magazine as she steered with her knee. "Thanks for the save," Jimbo said. "No problem," Riley replied and glanced over at him. "I thought there were 3 of you." "Ringo didn't make it," Jimbo said. "Oh, damn, sorry," Riley said. She glanced in the rearview mirror at Bandy. He was sweating heavily and gazing out the window with a 1,000-yard stare. She kept her own expression emotionless, but she was feeling nothing but contempt for these two. How dare they let one of their teammates die? "Is that an Uzi?" Riley looked over at Jimbo, who was eyeing the weapon sitting in her lap. "Yep, it's Johnny G's. He showed me how to use it the other day, and I've been dying to try it out. It has an insane rate of fire." Jimbo nodded slowly. He'd only seen an Uzi on TV back when the world was somewhat normal. Riley had fired it like a pro and had cut down a dozen zeds in her first burst of fire. "I didn't expect any zeds," Riley said. "Y'all said there weren't any." "They ambushed us," Jimbo said, and turned back to Bandy. "You know what I think? I think when they saw us drive up, they hid and waited on us, like they knew we were going to start searching buildings. We didn't stumble on a place where they were living. That building didn't smell like zeds, and there wasn't the usual stuff you see where zeds nest, right, Bandy?" Bandy did not answer. Riley glanced in the rearview mirror again to see if he was going to respond, but it was like he didn't even hear Jimbo. He was still staring out the window, his thoughts a million miles away. They were back at Marcus Hook 30 minutes later. Riley had radioed ahead, and several people were waiting on them. Bandy ignored everyone and walked off. Roscoe asked someone to put away the Nissan and let everyone else into the cafeteria, whereupon Jimbo told them what happened. It made for a somber Thanksgiving Eve. Chapter 40. Prairie Meets Dong. At about the time Jimbo and his 2 friends were being attacked at the Wharton School of Business, Melvin was walking Little Prairie to the main guard post, where True was trying desperately to be patient with Dong's desire to touch everything. "Hi, True," Prairie greeted. "Hi, Lil Bit," True replied and grabbed her in a big hug. "You know, you've grown since I've been gone." "You smell a lot better since you got back," Prairie replied, which brought a rare smile from True. "Well, thank you, ma'am," he said, and then looked at Melvin. "What have you been doing this morning?" he asked. "I had an early morning meeting with Van Allen and Reinhardt," Melvin said. "I noticed I wasn't invited," True said. "Nope, Reinhardt didn't see the need in both of us being there,"
Melvin tersely replied. True knew what he meant. Reinhardt was an older, rich white man who came from a rich white family. Old money. Back before, his only interaction with black folks was with the hired help. How'd it go, and what do they want to do next? True asked.
They were only interested in a brief summation of our mission. They believe that since those soldiers became infected, there is no further threat from the Chinese.
True scoffed. Dong had been attentively listening. Whether or not he understood was unknown, but when True scoffed, Dong mimicked him and scoffed too. It caused Prairie to giggle.
He acts just like you, True,
she said, and turned to Dong.
My name's Prairie. What's yours?
He frowned and looked at True for guidance. True patted her head.
Savannah.
Dong nodded vigorously in understanding, tapped his chest, and gave a buck-toothed grin.
I'm Dong.
Prairie emitted another giggle. True smiled.
You're a little giggle box today, aren't you? What about our new friend here?
Melvin asked True.
Garrett came by this morning. He had some translation software on his laptop so we could talk a little bit. From what I understand, Dong was a farmer's kid, came from a family of rice farmers. He lived in some rural village that I can't even pronounce. They were isolated. None of his family got infected. The villagers, there were only a dozen or so, knew something bad had happened, so they kept themselves separated. It was like that for a few years, but then soldiers came and rounded them up. He was in a camp for several days, and then they were conscripted into the military and brought to America by ship. He was told that the Americans created the plague and they had to wipe it out. He claimed not to know anything else. Have you figured out how old he is? Melvin asked. He said he thinks he's 19, which means he was just a snot-nosed kid when everything went bad, True said.
Melvin had been casually studying Dong as True spoke. Dong, in turn, stared intensely at True, occasionally nodding. Melvin couldn't decide if it was an act, if Dong did indeed understand what True was saying, or if he was acting like he understood in an attempt to fit in. "What do you think, Dong?" Melvin asked. Dong grinned and bobbed his head, causing Prairie to grin. Melvin smiled but continued studying the little man. He sensed Dong was holding back. If that was the case, he wondered if it was going to be necessary to use other means to get him to talk. He could waterboard the man. Back when he was on the teams, he watched some CIA goons do it to a high-ranking Taliban scumbag. It was a rather simple method of torture and left no permanent physical damage. He watched as Dong made a goofy face at Prairie, who was not giggling uncontrollably. Melvin found himself grinning as well. No, he wouldn't torture the man. Any pertinent information the little man may have, they were going to tease it out of him. It would take a while, but it'd work. He'd work out the details with True later. "All right, the little princess and I are going to grab a mid-morning snack at the cafeteria. You guys want me to bring you anything?" "Snack?" Dong asked with a hopeful expression. Melvin smirked. "Yeah, I got it. I'll be back in a few." Chapter 41. The Big Meeting. Captain Justin Smithson and Dr. Stephen Kincaid stopped their vehicle at the main gate of Mount Weather. Justin rolled down his window as Melvin and True walked out. Little Prairie was tagging along with a small framed Asian man they did not recognize. All were dressed for warmth, including the Asian man who was wearing a brown jacket with sleeves that were at least 6 inches longer than his arms. "Good morning," Justin greeted. "Happy Thanksgiving," Melvin rejoined. "Happy Thanksgiving," Prairie repeated. Justin grinned at the little girl and eyed Dong. "Is this the one I've heard about?" "Yep, his name's Dong," Melvin said. "I'm Dong," Dong repeated with his usual grin. "You guys let him run around free?" "Nope, one of us is always with him. Right, Dong?" Melvin asked. Dong grinned and bobbed his head up and down. "Does he understand?" Justin asked. "Yeah, a little bit. We can talk more about it later." "Yeah, I'd like that.
I haven't seen the mission report, Justin said. Melvin stared a moment and then at Prairie.
Sweetie, True and I are going to step away for a few minutes. You and Dong stay here. If anyone drives up, let me know.
Okay, Prairie said sweetly. The four men walked several yards away before Melvin spoke.
I gave Van Allen and Reinhardt a briefing earlier this morning. I had a detailed report, but they insisted I keep it short. They weren't interested in the details.
I'd like to hear about it, Justin said.
Me too, Stephen said. Melvin and True spent the next 10 minutes telling them about Cincinnati. They paused in conversation as they watched a dirty black Chevy Tahoe approaching. It stopped behind Justin's SUV and two men got out.
Looky there, it's Roscoe and Johnny G, Melvin remarked. There's nothing on today's schedule saying they're coming. Let's go say hello and see what's up.
Happy Thanksgiving, Roscoe greeted as soon as the men approached.
Same to you. Were you guys called to the meeting too? Justin asked.
Yep, and we were not told what it's about, unless you're going to give a mission summary, Roscoe said to Melvin. I honestly don't know if I am or not, Melvin replied. Before you guys drove up, I was telling the captain I gave the Prez and Veep a briefing this morning, but it was by no means complete.
Melvin recounted the briefing, which took all of 5 minutes. So they're all infected? Johnny G asked.
All except him,
Melvin said, pointing at Dong, and explained why Dong was now at Mount Weather and not an infected Zed.
What's he saying?
Johnny G asked.
Not a whole lot,
Melvin replied, and repeated what they had learned from Dong.
We haven't gotten a lot out of him because of the language barrier. He acts like he only knows a few words of English here and there. Time will tell if he's genuinely ignorant or he's good at playing dumb and there's more to him.
Johnny G understood and stared at Dong, who seemed embarrassed by the attention.
Say, do you speak Mandarin?
Melvin asked Johnny G. Johnny shrugged. Only a word or two, not enough to give him a thorough interview.
I know you two will figure him out,
Roscoe said, and changed the subject.
Well, the meeting is in 30 minutes. I'd like to go by the cafeteria and get some of that spiced tea first. You know, I have a hankering for another cup myself, Melvin said.
He then turned to True.
If you'd rather sit in on the meeting, I can spell you here.
True shook his head. Dong is better company than some of those people. The men parked their vehicles in the designated area and walked with Melvin to the cafeteria. There was a dozen or so present, but the ambiance seemed reserved, somber. Roscoe looked around.
Doesn't seem to be much in the way of a Thanksgiving atmosphere, he said.
Melvin grunted.
It didn't come from me, but Lydia said Van Allen told her not to organize any kind of event or feast. He told her a lot of people had complained about having to go through an outdated ritual, but I don't believe it. A few folks are giving us a welcome home party later this evening, but that's it.
Everyone seems tense, Johnny G murmured.
Yeah,
Melvin replied, but offered no opinion why.
It'd be nice to have been given advance notice of what the talking points are going to be about,
Roscoe said in the same hushed voice.
All I can say is that I was told my presence was welcome but not needed. Savannah said last night the man was in the cafeteria going on a drunken rant about Zach. It seems he's become obsessed with the man. I'm not sure, but I think I caught a whiff of alcohol on his breath during this morning's briefing. Things are different around here nowadays.
Melvin glanced at the clock on the wall.
Anyway, it's almost 10.
The 5 men got glasses of spiced tea and quick-stepped to the big conference room. They found seats and looked around.
There's a lot of people here,
Johnny G whispered to Roscoe, who merely nodded.
I thought this was going to be a small meeting between us and the president, Stephen said in a low voice.
Yeah, me too, Justin said. He caught Senator Bob Duckworth staring at him. Justin started to get up and walk over to him, but Bob gave a subtle shake of his head and followed it up with an even more subtle hand signal. It was a hand signal they used during military ops. It meant he was to wait or stand by.
Justin gave a slight nod, indicating he understood, and casually looked away. He resumed scanning the room and tried to appear relaxed as he waved or nodded to friends. Nobody seemed to be in a festive Thanksgiving mood, which was troubling. Past Thanksgivings had always been cheerful around here. It was giving him a bad vibe. He did not know it, but the other men were getting a bad vibe as well. Stephen voiced what they were all thinking. "Something doesn't seem right," he said. There were a couple of grunts of assent, but before any of them could comment, the doors opened. President Gil Van Allen then walked in, followed by his ever-present bodyguards, Ruby and D-Day. William Reinhardt was deferentially walking 10 feet behind them, but still had his ever-present sour expression. "All rise!" D-Day shouted. Everyone stood, although many felt it was an unnecessary act. Justin noted a couple of frowns and smirked when he saw D-Day. Ever since Fred had given him a beating, he had taken to carrying a sawed-off shotgun with him everywhere he went. Gil stood in front of his chair, an elegant leather chair that was larger than the others. Justin idly wondered where they'd found it. D-Day shouted again. "This meeting is hereby called to order. God save this country and the President of the United States." Gil sat and then nodded at his bodyguard. "Be seated," D-Day barked. Gil opened his laptop and read over something before speaking. Let's get started. We will have no preamble today. The first order of business will be Fort Detrick," Reinhardt said. Justin knew it. This was not a meeting about the recon missions. This was something else entirely. It only took a moment for him to see Reinhardt pointedly staring. His anxiety kicked up a notch, and his palms started to sweat. He forced himself to remain impassive and take slow breaths. "Please stand, Captain Smithson. You too, Dr. Kincaid," he directed. The two men glanced at each other before doing so. Reinhardt waited several seconds before speaking again. "President Van Allen wants to be apprised of the status of Fort Detrick since the attack. Specifically, he wants to be brought up to speed on any and all scientific research." Justin cleared his throat. "I submitted our weekly report 3 days ago, sir. Are there any supplemental questions you may have that was not covered in the report?" President Van Allen fixed Justin with an unfriendly stare. "I have read your report, Captain. It is full of information. You have described the ongoing repairs and updates to Fort Detrick. You have notated food and water consumption. You have documented the minutest of issues with Fort Detrick personnel, like, let's see." He paused to put on some bifocals and peer at his laptop screen. Yes, a member under your command sustained an injury during a training session." "Yes, sir," Justin answered. It was a small prevarication. They'd gotten up a competitive snowball fight a few days ago, and Shooter had somehow broken his pinky finger. It was a minor injury, but the protocol required even the smallest of injuries to be reported. It was true that he wrote it up as a training accident, but they did not need to know the real circumstances. "Here is what I do not see in this report, or any previous reports since the attack. I do not see anything regarding scientific research." Dr. Kincaid spoke up. "Mr. President, I can assure you we are conducting research and various tests almost every day." "Oh, I see. So, tell me, Dr. Kincaid, tell us all, what kind of scientific breakthroughs have you and your colleagues accomplished lately?" Well, Dr. Kincaid stammered. "We've observed some interesting phenomena with patient Eve's blood and are continuing to analyze our data." "Yes, that's old news, Doctor. Tell us what you have achieved lately." "Let me answer for you?" "Nothing. You and your people have done nothing. Not one damn thing." The doctor replied immediately. "Not true, sir. We have numerous experiments ongoing. One cannot simply have a scientific breakthrough after every test. Proper analysis of research takes time." "How much time?" the president asked. "Days, weeks, years," Dr. Kincaid replied. "There is no definitive time frame." Dr. Kincaid, you sound like a typical lazy bureaucrat attempting to use vague expressions in order to hide your non-existent productivity. I strongly disagree. Sir, President Van Allen interrupted him with an upraised hand and turned his head toward Justin. Captain Smithson, you are hereby ordered to close Fort Detrick. You will have 7 days to complete this task. All food supplies and other material will be transferred back to Mount Weather for proper dispersal. Justin felt the blood going to his face. He was incredulous, but had the forethought to take a deep breath before speaking. Sir, this is a terrible idea. I can list a dozen reasons off the top of my head why. President Van Allen interrupted Justin in the same manner he had interrupted Dr. Kincaid. It is not a suggestion, Captain. It is an order. An order I expect you to carry out, unless you perhaps intend to commit treason. Justin felt his blood pumping harder, and there was a strong desire to jump over the conference table that separated them and beat some sense into the man. But he knew he would have to kill the husband-wife bodyguard team first. He took another deep breath and regained his bearing. No, sir, I have no intention of committing treason. Your orders will be carried out. Excellent. I expect you want to get started immediately and have it completed within... He paused and looked over at Vice President Reinhardt. The old man took his cue. 3 weeks is more than ample time, he said. Excellent. We expect you to have this task completed by Christmas. You're dismissed. The president paused only long enough to adjust his bifocals and read something on his computer before speaking again. Our next order of business is Marcus Hook, correct, Mr. Vice President? That is correct, Mr. President. Reinhardt faced Roscoe and Johnny G. Please stand, gentlemen. The two men glanced at each other as they stood, wondering what they were about to face. We submitted our own report 3 days ago as well, Roscoe said. We don't have any scientific breakthroughs to report. Of course, we aren't conducting any experiments. There were a few guffaws from the crowd. Even President Van Allen smiled a little. No, Roscoe, I'm sure you aren't. But there are other matters of importance we need to discuss. First, let's discuss the unfortunate death of one of your residents. What was his name? Ringo? His real name was Marcus Anthony Starr, Roscoe said. Marcus Anthony Starr, Van Allen repeated. Commonly known as Ringo. He fell victim to the zeds. Am I correct? Yes, Mr. President, Roscoe replied. And he was killed as a result of a foolish foray into an unexplored section of Philadelphia, correct? In retrospect, the mission could have used more manpower. Unfortunately, we have a limited number of personnel, a situation in which the President is aware of. Tell us more about this so-called pipeline, Vice President Reinhardt directed. This time, Roscoe felt his face redden, not from shame or embarrassment, but from anger. The pipeline, or secure route, had been in the works for over a year. Everyone knew about it. President Stark was an advocate of it. Please indulge the rest of the audience, Roscoe, the president directed. As I have discussed before, we have created a secure route down the I-95 corridor into the heart of Philadelphia. The roadway is covered in various forms of protection, such as concertina, barbed wire, fencing, and the like. This has enabled us to venture further into the city than previously. If you have read the reports, you would know all about it. I know a man has needlessly died, Reinhardt retorted. There are always risks in this day and age, Roscoe rejoined. He did not mention the fact that the men had foregone wearing protective headgear, and Ringo did not have his protective coveralls pulled all the way up. We'll get back to these so-called scavenging missions into Philadelphia in a minute. Let's now talk about this rumor I've been hearing, President Van Allen said. What a rumor might that be, Mr. President? Roscoe asked. The rumor is the two of you have authorized the construction of some sort of trading post. An agora, maybe? Both Roscoe and Johnny G stood there, stunned,
but like Justin, they kept their facial expressions neutral.
Yes, Mr. President, we have. We hope to have it up and running by spring. That is splendid news. But my question is, why weren't we apprised of this project?
Why? Johnny G said.
Excuse me?
Gil asked.
Mr. President, why do you think we are required to inform you of our projects? Cohesiveness and unity of command, Mr. Sidebottom. We, that includes the members of the Senate, the Vice President, and me, we can provide valuable input and guidance for a project of this type. In addition, all projects of this magnitude require oversight.
Actually, you just hinder us, Johnny G said. The personnel at Marcus Hook are more than capable. We don't need any input nor guidance, and we damn sure do not need any oversight from meddlesome politicians. We can use some manual laborers, though. Are you volunteering?
President Gil Van Allen stared with a less than friendly expression. The niceties were gone.
That leads me to my next line of questioning. Is it true that you two have offered the job of running this trading post to the Fitzgerald family?
Yes, we have, Roscoe said.
The president made a clucking sound with his tongue.
That will not do, Roscoe. You know you should have come to me with this before making these decisions. A delegation will need to be created to conduct a proper evaluation and assessment of this endeavor, and while we are at it, a feasibility study needs to be conducted of venturing into Philadelphia.
Do you have people here who are experts at trading posts, Mr. President? Johnny G asked. If you do, I will need to conduct a proper evaluation of them to ensure they are not full of shit. Same for anyone else who thinks they are experts at scavenging. Gil fixed him with a rebuking stare before speaking.
Furthermore, I find it unacceptable that two seemingly intelligent men have been duped into allowing this Fitzgerald family to beguile you two into appointing them to manage such an important facet of this bureaucracy.
I don't follow, Roscoe said.
Joe Fitzgerald Sr. is an intelligent, educated man, an attorney in his past life, I believe. Plus, the Fitzgerald family have previous experience in post-apocalyptic bartering. They are more than qualified. I must disagree. I have received credible information that the Fitzgeralds have a shady past and may possibly have acted as accomplices to Zach Gunderson when he murdered my wife and her staff. They will not be running any outpost. An executive order reflecting this directive would be a prudent measure, Mr. President,
Vice President Reinhardt suggested.
Yes, of course. I will prepare an executive order ordering a cease and desist on the building of the trading post until an evaluation is completed. In addition, there ought to be no more foolish scavenging forays into Philadelphia or any other city without my express approval. Do I make myself clear?
Johnny G started to say something, but Roscoe spoke before he could.
We understand, Mr. President. If there is nothing else, we need to get back to Marcus Hook.
Van Allen waved a dismissive hand. There was a guffaw from someone in the audience. Roscoe pretended not to notice while Johnny G glared at the room, trying to determine the perpetrator. Justin watched them walk out. He wanted to join them, but he needed to stick around and talk to Bob. Maybe he could get some straight answers about what the hell was going on around here. The president issued a few more asinine directives before dismissing the meeting. Justin waited in the hallway. Bob was the last person to walk out, glanced at Justin and made a head motion. He then walked off. Justin waited a few seconds and then followed him. They ended up outside. Bob led him to a familiar spot in the ground. He pointed and smiled.
Remember?
It was a garden plot that was currently covered by a thin layer of snow. It's where Justin showed Ensign Boner that he was the alpha male of the Marines.
Seems like a long time ago, Justin remarked. We've made a lot of progress around here since then, Bob said. Until now, that is.
What the hell is going on? Justin asked.
It's been kind of strange around here since Gil arrived and took over. He spends almost every night in the party barn, getting drunk with the sots and stoners. Sometimes he goes around all day wearing that damn granny sweater he was wearing at the meeting. Justin frowned and swore under his breath. Can't something be done? At the moment, he's pretty popular around here. My guess is that popularity is going to wear off soon. Until then, all I can do is document all his bizarre behavior and plant little bugs in people's ears. Tonight, during dinner, I'm going to throw out a few casual questions about the logic of today's directives. I must be subtle about it, but if I can get people to start seeing how detrimental all this is to Mount Weather, I can get him removed from office. It might take some time, though. Is there anything I can do? Justin asked. Do the same thing I'm doing. Talk to people, feed them little suggestions of doubt, Bob said. Justin sighed deeply. In the meantime, I go forward with shutting down Fort Detrick. Bob nodded. Okay, I'll do it, but I hope you know what you're doing. Chapter 42. Betrayal. Both Roscoe and Johnny G were seething, but the two men did not speak until they had reached the parking area and ensured nobody was within earshot. Did you see that smug smirk on his face when we were leaving? He did it on purpose, Roscoe growled. A public humiliation to show everyone who is in charge. He seems to have forgotten that when we took them in, they didn't even have a pot to piss in, Johnny G said. We welcomed them with open arms and treated them like family. We even accommodated them when Rochelle ran for president. And this is how he repays us, Roscoe said. The power has gone to his head. He thinks we're his subjects now. I should have called him out right then and there, show everyone what a little shit he really is, Johnny G said. No, if you had done that, there's no telling how he might have reacted, Roscoe countered. He probably would have had us arrested for treason or something. Johnny G scoffed. He needs to be taken care of. I'm not sure that'd work, Roscoe said, understanding the inference his friend was making. If that little squirt is killed, both he and his wife would become martyrs to the idiots who voted for them in the first place. No, he must be allowed to live so he can ruin himself, and we're going to help it along, Roscoe said. Johnny G stared at his best friend. Operation Betrayal? Yes, indeed, Roscoe replied. Johnny G gave a small smile. See, I told you all those nights of playing What If wasn't a waste of time after all. Roscoe chuckled. When the two men met years ago, they had instantly become the closest of friends. They worked hard from before sunup to well after sundown every day. At night, they sat around strategizing. Much like the original Mount Weather think tank, they dreamed up multiple post-apocalyptic scenarios and then created contingencies for each one. They were leery of Mount Weather and its politicians from the beginning, but the demands of running a refinery left little time for the population of Marcus Hook to cultivate a sustainable farming operation. Johnny G personally led a recon mission on Mount Weather one week and was impressed by their farming operation, so they made the decision to visit Mount Weather and create a partnership. It turned out to be a mutually beneficial arrangement, and strong friendships were forged. One night after the recent election, Roscoe opened a bottle of Four Roses bourbon, and the two men discussed the possible ramifications of Rochelle Van Allen and her husband taking office. They assumed, since the couple had lived at Marcus Hook, that the friendly relations would continue. Even though they were drinking the bourbon to celebrate the election, bourbon has a way of sometimes altering a person's mindset to a more paranoid way of thinking. This night was no exception. And it was on this night, with this bourbon-induced mindset, that Operation Betrayal was created. The plan was rather straightforward. If their relationship with Mount Weather soured, they'd cut off all contact with them. This included turning off the phone system and creating roadblocks to the main routes between the two communities. And, most importantly, they would cease supplying diesel to them. They chuckled at the silliness of it the next morning over breakfast, but Johnny G did not discard the notes.
Instead, he fine-tuned them and added them to his notebook, which contained all the other contingency plans.
"All right, we'll send out some invites to people we want to join us, and then we'll put the roadblocks in place," Roscoe said.
"Good. I'll get my team together and brief them tonight. We can start in the morning," Johnny G said.
"And I'll disable the phones. The only way they'll be able to communicate with us is by radio, and we'll simply ignore them. Before I disable them, I'll give Captain Smithson a call and explain everything."
He listed a few other people he wanted to talk to. Johnny G agreed to each name Roscoe mentioned. "Discretion is the key," Johnny G remarked. "If Van Allen gets word of this, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to send an armed force to intervene." Roscoe glanced at him.
"No diplomatic envoy?"
"If it were Stark or even Reinhardt, certainly. With him, I highly doubt it. When you talk to the captain, let him know how we feel about something like that."
"Noted,"
Roscoe replied.
"You know, we forgot one person we should extend a personal invite to."
"Who's that?"
"Fred McCoy,"
Roscoe said. "Good one. He and Rachel would be good to have around. I've got some pictures of a big, nice farm a couple miles west of Hook. That might lure him."
"If he's with us, we'll always have Zach on our side."
"Yes, we will," Johnny G agreed. "His place is only a little out of the way. Let's stop by there on our way back home." They waved at the guards as they exited the main gate and turned onto Blue Ridge Mountain Road.
"I'm going to miss this place," Roscoe said. "Especially all the different varieties of spiced tea they have."
"Maybe one day the people of Mount Weather will come to their senses and make some changes," Johnny G said. "Maybe by spring. In the meantime, we'll be on our own."
"We can handle it,"
Roscoe said. They stopped at Fred's house and learned from Rachel he was away on a mission. The two men extended the invite and showed Rachel the pictures of the abandoned farm while promising to provide all the help they needed to make it livable again. Rachel promised she'd discuss it with Fred when he returned. Once back on the road, they spent the next hour discussing the finer details of Operation Betrayal. After a lull in conversation, Roscoe changed the subject.
"Who do you think told him about Ringo and the trading post?"
"Irina, no doubt," Johnny G answered. Roscoe bit his lower lip while he pondered it. Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped up.
"He said agora."
"He did," Johnny G said. "Nobody uses that word anymore except you and anyone else who knows Greek history. And the only time that word has been mentioned lately was the other night at our little secret meeting. That is no coincidence."
"So it has to be one of the Fitzgeralds, Irina or Hermione."
"Definitely Irina. Hermione isn't all that smart, and she wouldn't care anyway, and it wouldn't have been any of the Fitzgeralds."
"I don't know," Roscoe said. "Trader Joe may be playing some kind of angle."
"I'll bet you it's Irina." Roscoe glanced over at his friend.
"What kind of bet?"
"I'll bet you $1 it's her," he said.
"Do you have $1?"
"Actually, I have a mint-condition $100 bill sitting in my desk. I kept it out as a memento. I'll bet that." Roscoe thought a second.
"I have a few real copper pennies somewhere in my room. I'll bet those."
"Deal," Johnny G said. "When I win, I'm going to make them my lucky pennies." Roscoe grunted.
"How do you think our people are going to handle this?"
"There will be some grumbling, but they know we consider them family and we take care of our own first."
"True enough. Anybody who disagrees can always leave," Roscoe said.
"Nobody will leave," Johnny G said. "In fact, once the fuel runs out at Mount Weather, I strongly suspect we'll have a lot of people who will want to come live with us." Roscoe gave a dry chuckle.
"Van Allen and his cronies are about to find out the hard way that he who controls the diesel is he who is actually in charge. That's another reason why I want Fred to come join us. There are only one or two of them who know how to break a horse, and we don't have anyone who is even close to being a farrier."
"He can breed them, break them, shoe them. He can even float their teeth. Everything you need to do with a horse he knows how," Johnny G added.
"I wonder how they're doing with things like bicycles and parts."
"No idea."
Do you want to know what I think? Roscoe asked.
Sure, Johnny G said.
I think the man has no intention of continuing with the mission of rebuilding America.
His behavior doesn't seem to indicate it, Johnny G said.
Roscoe murmured his agreement. It's a shame. Stark was on the right track.
The ambitious plan of rebuilding America required mobility, which allowed a larger span of control of the country. They needed fuel to achieve it. They also needed fuel to power their farm equipment. Roscoe doubted any of them knew how to hitch up a team of mules and plow a field. President Van Allen and his new tag-alongs were going to learn their arrogance exceeded their actual power.
It's too bad about the man, Johnny G said, referring to Stark's illness. I wonder how much longer he has to live. It sure came on quickly. I guess that's what happens without the benefit of modern medicine.
Yep, Johnny G said.
If something like that happens to me, do me a favor and put me out of my misery.
You got it, Johnny G said solemnly. The first time you piss yourself, I'll put a bullet in the back of your head.
Roscoe laughed. All right. If it is Irina, what do you think Joe Sr. is going to do about it?
I'm not sure I know him well enough to answer, Johnny G said. Roscoe paused a few seconds before asking the next question.
What about Riley?
Johnny G gave a small chuckle. I'll keep her straight. In fact, I've been thinking I can use her to prove Irina is the little rat. He explained his thoughts.
Roscoe chuckled. I like it. Okay, if Irina is the rat, we'll talk it over with Senior. But what if it's one of the Fitzgeralds?
I don't see how it would benefit them by ratting on themselves, but if it is, we'll confront him and hear him out. Roscoe scratched his face.
The more I think about it, the more I think you're right. I sure am going to miss those pennies. Are you going to kill her?
Johnny G smiled. Nope. In fact, we're going to have some fun.
How so?
We can use Irina to give them false information. He explained the plan that was formulating in his head. A smile spread across Roscoe's face.
I like it. We can really mess with Van Allen.
Yep.
Changing the subject, we need to try to recruit one or two of those doctors. We'll need to think up something to offer them. I'll add them to the call list before I call the president. Then I'll cut the phones.
What are you going to say to that douchebag? Johnny G asked.
Roscoe scrunched up his face a moment and then thought of an appropriate response.
Johnny G laughed loudly. Chapter 43. Thanksgiving at Marcus Hook. Unlike Mount Weather, the people of Marcus Hook had a lavish Thanksgiving feast planned. This was the first Thanksgiving they were not depending on Mount Weather for food supplies, and they wanted to celebrate their quasi-independence. This Thanksgiving was somber, though. Ringo was a likable man, and everyone considered him a friend. There were the usual whispers from people who liked to play armchair quarterback, but mostly everyone chose to mourn Ringo's death by getting drunk and high and reminisce about the good times. During this, Roscoe and Johnny G gathered up the Fitzgeralds and led them to a table in the back, away from the crowd.
I got an extra space heater under the table to keep our feet warm, Roscoe said, and then held up a large jug of wine. This'll keep our bellies warm. I like the sound of that, Trader Joe said, and held out a glass.
Roscoe did the honors and filled everyone's glass. Riley used the diversion to move her chair closer to Johnny G and subtly placed a hand under the table and down in his nether regions.
Is this Mount Weather wine? Trader Joe asked.
It is. We grabbed a few jugs during our visit, Roscoe said.
I'd like to make a toast.
He held up his glass.
Here's to lost friends and to new beginnings.
Salute, Trader Joe said. The other four joined in and turned up their glasses. Johnny G refilled his and passed the jug around.
Now that everyone's thirst is quenched for a few seconds, let's talk about our future trading post, Roscoe suggested. Yes, let's do that, Trader Joe said. My son and I had a long talk today while traveling to Atlantic City. By the way, everyone there said to tell you two hello,
and a few of them were inquiring if they could get some more fuel. Roscoe acknowledged with a nod.
How are they doing?
Not too good. They lost 4 of their own to a zed attack last week.
The cold weather has them hungry, Little Joe remarked.
Roscoe thought about that as he took a drink of wine.
They used to have some folks that were good sailors.
They were always stocked with fresh seafood, Johnny G. said.
I don't believe that is still the case, Trader Joe said. They looked pretty pitiful, if you ask me.
Yeah, Little Joe agreed.
Poor diets, poor hygiene. But we can talk more about them later.
The older Joe paused, set his glass down, and pulled out a couple of folded-up pieces of paper from his pocket.
We have created a contract for you men to look over, he said. It is written in double space so that we may add conditions if necessary.
He slid it over to Roscoe, who donned his bifocals and began reading. He read for a minute before looking up and passed the paper over to Johnny G. Riley read it along with him. After a moment, he looked up at Roscoe and gave a slight nod.
I think this is all doable, but I do have a couple of questions, Roscoe said. Fire away, Trader Joe replied. Item number 3 states that you want no legal constraints. What exactly do you mean?
Trader Joe looked to his son, who answered.
Like we mentioned earlier, we may engage in some forms of business that were once considered illegal,
Little Joe said.
We understand, Roscoe acknowledged. As long as people, especially children, are not exploited, we are agreeable.
They discussed several finer points and conditions, and there were several clauses added into the contract. The first jug of wine was soon empty, and the second one was being opened. Roscoe held up a finger.
I think we almost have a complete contract, but there is one final item we need to address and put in here.
What's that, Mr. Roscoe? Riley asked.
I'm glad you asked, Riley. Because we want this business to have a rock-solid reputation, we must have a manner in which disputes are resolved.
What do you suggest? Little Joe asked.
I propose an arbitration process for disputes, Roscoe said. I could go along with that, Trader Joe said. The arbitrator would need to be a neutral third party, though. Yes, they would. I don't have anyone to suggest currently. Perhaps we could make it an elected position.
Trader Joe instantly shook his head.
I'd rather it be an appointed position, and in answer to your question, I'd like us to decide who is appointed.
Roscoe considered what Trader Joe said.
All right, I would normally ask my friend for an aside to discuss this, but I see no reason not to talk about it while sitting here with you. Transparency will be paramount. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, Trader Joe replied and peered at Johnny G.
Thoughts, Johnny?
It can work, he said. The outside vendors and traders will be the real problem, but if you can keep them in line, I believe it'll work.
Are you committed to helping us?
Trader Joe asked. Johnny G felt a slight squeeze on his thigh from Riley. He glanced over at her. She smiled sweetly.
I am, he said. All right. I'm speaking for the Fitzgeralds when I say we are committed as well.
With that pronouncement, he reached out and slid the contract over to him. Taking out a pen, he signed his name at the bottom. He then slid the contract over to Little Joe, who did the same. Eventually, the contract was signed by each Fitzgerald, Roscoe, and Johnny G. The deal was sealed with another toast.
Here's to the future Marcus Hook trading post,
Roscoe proclaimed. Glasses were clinked, and everyone drank.
What's this you guys are celebrating?
They looked over to see Irina and Hermione walking toward them. She sat beside Trader Joe, and Hermione stood there awkwardly before Little Joe got up and dragged another chair over.
Have I missed something? Irina asked.
We are formalizing terms and conditions for the new trading post, Trader Joe said with a cheerful smile.
Irina seemed surprised and gave him a puzzled expression.
You're going through with it?
Yes, absolutely. Why wouldn't we? Little Joe asked.
Her expression quickly changed to feigned indifference.
Oh, I just thought you guys were going to do it somewhere else. I personally like that it's going to be built here.
She smiled now and gave Trader Joe a kiss on the cheek. He, in turn, beamed at her. Roscoe and Johnny G swapped a subtle glance. Irina then picked up Trader Joe's glass, took a sip, and grimaced.
It's no Mouton Rothschild, she quipped.
What's a Mouton Rothschild? Riley asked.
High-end French wine, honey, Irina said. I used to date an oil billionaire. We drank nothing but the best.
Oh, Riley said. Irina waited for Riley to ask for details. Riley instead sipped her wine and smacked her lips in approval.
I like it, she said.
Irina scoffed and then turned to Trader Joe.
Are you still going to modify the soccer stadium?
Yes, we are. It'll take some work, but we should have it up and running by springtime.
Roscoe was now feeling the effects of the wine and grinned broadly.
This is going to be a significant, historic achievement in Marcus Hook history.
They talked and drank late into the night. At midnight, Johnny G called it quits and stated he was headed to bed. Riley did not bother with subtleties now and left with him arm in arm. The wine had made her more passionate than usual, and Johnny G was feeling amorous as well. If Jimbo were to have witnessed them, he would have described their act of lovemaking as going at it like jackrabbits. After, they lay entwined in each other's arms.
There's something I need to tell you before I nod off, Johnny G said.
What's that?
Riley asked. He summarized the meeting with the president and his orders.
Can he do that? She asked.
He thinks he can, but we're not going to go along with it.
He paused a moment.
The thing is, he was tipped off about our plans of the trading post before anyone else even knew about it.
Really? She asked.
The only people who knew about it were you, me, Roscoe, your father, your brother, Irina, and Hermione. We didn't do it. Neither did Roscoe, your brother, or your father, and I don't think Hermione cares one way or another. So that leaves Irina.
He felt Riley fidget.
That's weird. Why would she do that?
I'm not sure. There's a rumor that she and Gil had messed around back last year, so they might be closer than any of us know about, he said.
I didn't know that. I bet Dad doesn't know either. So you and Roscoe are going to ignore his order?
Yes, we are. Both orders, he said.
Wow. What do you think the president will do when he finds out? She asked.
I'm not really sure, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to break off our association with Mount Weather, and when I say we, I mean Marcus Hook.
Now Riley turned on her side.
Holy shit, really?
Yes, really, he said.
Gil is going to be pissed, she surmised.
No doubt about it, he said in agreement.
Won't he try to do something?
It's highly probable. Some of them will suggest a diplomatic response. He'll probably send a message filled with threats and ultimatums and then order something more direct and forceful, but we're going to take preemptive measures.
Riley listened keenly as Johnny G explained the elements of Operation Betrayal.
The biggest amount of work will be creating the roadblocks. After we get everything in place, we'll make an announcement to everyone living here. Anyone who disagrees can leave if they want to.
Riley smiled.
I'm not leaving.
Good, Johnny G said with his own grin.
My brother and father will stay too. Is there anything we can do to help?
Johnny G smiled slightly. If you want, you can help us confirm Irina is the one who told Van Allen about the trading post.
Ooh, this sounds like fun, she said. What do you want to do?
Create some ruse to be with her tomorrow. Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Right now, there are only a few people who know about Operation Betrayal. Roscoe, me, you, and a couple of others. I'm taking my crew out right after breakfast to block the roads. Roscoe is going to disable the phones. An hour after breakfast, I want you to get her alone and reveal the secret of Operation Betrayal. Tell her everything. Especially tell her we are going to disable the phones, which will cut off communications with Mount Weather. And then you are going to let her in on another little secret.
What's that?
She asked. If she's the spy, she's going to want to tell Van Allen everything as soon as possible. That's when you tell her about the shortwave radio hidden in the closet of my office that's tuned to the Mount Weather frequency and that you can call them anytime you want to.
Ah, I see now. If she's the spy, she's going to want to use the radio, she said.
Yep. Now, as you know, I keep my office secured. You're going to tell her this, but then you're going to let her in on another little secret about the spare key I keep in my dresser drawer.
There is? Oh, I see where you're going. I'll tell her I know about the key and we can use it to get into your office.
Yep, exactly. Riley gave a soft chuckle.
Don't worry. She'll think I'm her best friend before the end of the day.
Good. If she's not the snitch, she won't care about the radio. And if she is, she's going to talk you into getting access to it. Riley scoffed.
I bet she can't wait to get on that radio.
Good. Make her think you're being unwittingly duped. If I know her the way I think I do, she'll insist on doing the talking. You go along, but make sure you remember everything she says.
And report it back to you, she said. Okay, I can do that. I'll kill her then if you want me to. Dad will be upset, but he'll get over it when I tell him why I did it.
Let's not go to that extreme, he cautioned.
Why not?
She may be a snitch, but it's nothing extreme enough to kill her over. Besides, we may be able to use it to our advantage and have her unwittingly pass along bogus info to Van Allen.
You're going to mushroom them, she said, chuckling at her brother's earlier reference. So we're never going to have anything to do with Mount Weather again?
I think things will iron themselves out by the time the trading post is open, he said.
She snuggled up against him. If you say so. But if you change your mind and want me to kill her, let me know.
Chapter 44. Fred and Nikki Return. Fred would never say it out loud, but when the gate to his driveway came into view, he offered a silent prayer of thanks to the good Lord. He was cold, his legs and hips hurt from the long hours in the saddle, and he was hungry. He glanced over at Nikki. She looked miserable, but to her credit, she had not uttered one word of complaint. She caught his glance.
"We made it,"
she said, and tried to smile. Fred did not respond, not even a micro-nod. Approaching the gate, he stopped Aisha and swung a leg over. He was so stiff he almost fell when he dismounted. Nikki pretended not to notice. While Fred held on to Aisha, attempting to steady himself, Nikki slowly dismounted from her horse and almost fell too. She looked over to see Fred holding on to a stirrup and stretching. She did the same to work out some of the stiffness. After a minute, Fred unlocked the gate and swung it open. Nikki led Leroy through and waited for Fred, who did the same with Aisha. Locking the gate, the two of them awkwardly mounted their respective horses and walked down the long drive to the house. Rachel exited the front door at their approach and ran over to Fred as fast as her pregnant body would allow her.
"Get down off those horses and come inside," she exclaimed.
She then yelled for Sammy, who came hustling out a moment later, pistol in hand. Seeing Fred and Nikki, he holstered his weapon and jogged over to them.
"Help me get them inside," she ordered.
"No, take care of the horses," Fred rasped out. Sammy looked to Rachel for guidance. She nodded at the horses before grabbing the two of them around the waist and escorting them inside.
"All right, you two, off with your boots and coats and go sit. I'll fix some tea."
"Water for me, please," Fred asked.
"Me too,"
Nikki echoed. Rachel nodded and disappeared into the kitchen. She came back a moment later with 2 glasses of water, went back into the kitchen, and returned with a plate full of sausage and biscuits. Nikki croaked out a "Thanks, Rachel," while Fred gave her a nod. Rachel responded by running her fingers through his short hair. After a few minutes of silence, the two of them were feeling much better. "This is good," Fred said. "You're a great cook."
"Hell yeah," Nikki agreed. "But I'll be honest, in about 10 minutes I'm going to find somewhere warm to sleep for the next 10 hours.
"Yeah, you two definitely need to rest.
But tell me what happened first, Rachel demanded.
Fred spoke between bites and told her everything in short, perfunctory sentences. Nicky added the color commentary by waiting until Fred would pause and then adding detail to whatever Fred said. Rachel watched the two of them talking and realized they made a good team.
"When are you going back for the truck?" Rachel asked.
"Soon, hopefully. We're going to need a few people with us if those zeds are still there," Fred said. He didn't say it aloud, but if Zach were still around, the two of them could take care of things. He glanced at Nicky. He'd take her along for the ride.
"I bet we can get the QRF to go with us," Nicky suggested.
"No, we don't want everybody knowing about our hideout, right?" Fred said.
"Oh, okay. What are we going to do then?"
Fred finished his glass of water and stood. "We'll get back to that. First, we're going to chat with Rachel about something else." Rachel frowned.
"What about?"
He pointed at Nicky and explained how they had talked about her coming to live with them and helping out while he attempted to mentor her. When Fred asked what she thought of the idea, Rachel smiled at Nicky.
"We'd love to have you here, sweetie. I must warn you, though, Fred is one of the hardest workers I know. You'll be collapsing in bed every night from sheer exhaustion." "I can handle it," Nicky declared.
Rachel nodded.
"If Fred didn't think you could, he would not have suggested this."
"It's settled, then. We've got a bedroom that we've been mostly using for storage. We can clear it out and move you in. First, though, we need to get cleaned up and go to Mount Weather and give our report." Fred started to stand, but Rachel stopped him.
"It's my turn now. There's a lot to tell you," she said.
Fred sat back. "What's that?" he asked. Before she could respond, Sammy came in.
"The horses are taken care of," he said.
"Thank you, hoss," Fred replied.
Rachel directed him to sit, and then she went on to explain the recent developments at Mount Weather. "What is up with this president?" Nicky asked. "I've never even heard of him until I came up here." "He was Rochelle's husband and running mate," Rachel answered. "When she was killed, he became our new president."
"He has no idea what he's doing," Sammy grumbled.
"And he made an enemy of practically everyone at Marcus Hook," Rachel added. "Why did he order them to stop building a trading post and stop scavenging?" Nicky asked. "It's all about control," Rachel said. "He wants the trading post at Mount Weather so he can have control over it and claim that he's the man who created it. I think the order to stop scavenging was nothing more than vindictiveness." "I didn't realize so much was going on around here," Nicky remarked. "Yeah, lots of petty politics," Rachel said. "Ever since the election, it seems like a lot of that is going on instead of doing what is best for the country." "What about all the people who voted for Rochelle? Are they having regrets now?" Nicky asked.
"Some are," Rachel replied.
"Serena's mom voted for Rochelle," Sammy said. "I think she's having second thoughts about it now, but she won't admit to it." "If he's so bad, isn't there something that can be done?" Nicky asked.
There was a moment of silence before Fred spoke up. "The Senate can bring him up on impeachment charges, or under the 25th Amendment, if he is found to be unfit, he can be removed from office."
"Everyone just needs to stop with the nonsense and appoint someone who knows what they're doing," Rachel said. "There is one other thing," Sammy said during a lull in conversation.
"What's that, son?" Fred asked.
"I checked the game trail cameras yesterday. There's a Zed that's been walking around. He's on several cameras. I've tried to find him, but I haven't had any luck."
"Can you tell what he's doing?" Fred asked.
Sammy shook his head. "He's just looking around. It's strange."
Fred gave a slight nod. "We'll have a look around tomorrow."
They sat at the kitchen table and chatted for several minutes before Rachel noticed both Fred and Nicky were nodding off. She woke them both, directed Nicky to go lay down on the couch and put a blanket over her before leading Fred to their bedroom. Chapter 45. Operation Betrayal is Executed. It was a sunny day, and the temperature had climbed to the low 40s by noon.
"We got us a heat wave,"
Jimbo joked. Johnny G smiled. He had met with his 4 closest men the night before and explained the situation. They unanimously agreed. They ate an early breakfast and left at sunup. It took almost 40 minutes before they arrived at the Conowingo Road at the dam. A few overturned semi-trailers did the trick. If the people from Mount Weather tried to drive through, they'd need a couple of the large tow trucks to move them out of the way. They'd be cautious about doing it because Johnny G placed a couple of military minefield signs nearby. Then it was on to the next choke point. It took them all day, but they had their roadblocks in place before sunset. When they were done, Johnny G radioed Marcus Hook. Roscoe answered. "Stage 2 is complete. Our ETA home is 1 hour, give or take," he said. "Roger that. Stage 3 will be executed in 5 mics. I'll see you guys in an hour," Roscoe replied. After signing off, he promptly walked downstairs to a closet where their telephone switch hub was located, unplugged it, and then changed around a few of the Cat 5 cables. Now, if someone were to simply plug the power source back in, it would not work. Only a communication technician who was familiar with the system would be able to quickly repair it. Roscoe smiled to himself as he walked out of the closet. President Van Allen was about to learn a hard lesson about assuming his word was the law of the land. Someone on the outside looking in might think their actions were a drastic response to the president's orders, but Roscoe knew the man well. It wasn't going to stop with 1 or 2 directives. If Marcus Hook had any hope of being considered an equal, they needed to set the tone now. It wasn't like that when Stark was president and Zach was their liaison, but times had changed, and not for the better. He walked outside with the intention of heading over to the manufacturing plant and checking the evening shift. Lately they'd been griping about their work duties, so he and Johnny G would drop by frequently to help them out. It seemed to help with morale, which made it worthwhile. He ran into Irina and Riley as soon as he walked outside. "Hello, ladies," he greeted. "How about this weather?"
"It's nice. Almost warm enough to not have to wear a jacket," Irina said. "What are you up to?"
Roscoe glanced around like he was checking to see if anyone else was listening, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. "I don't know if you two are aware of it, but the Mount Weather president ordered us to stop the construction of the trading post and with our scavenging forays."
"Don't you mean the President of the United States?"
Irina asked. Roscoe scoffed. "Yes, the president. Anyway, he seems to think we need his permission. We don't, and we're going to go ahead with the construction anyway."
"Oh, that's great,"
Riley exclaimed.
"Dad and little Joe have been a little worried about Mount Weather's reaction."
"I'm sure they'll be pleased. We're not going to allow them to tell us what we can and cannot do," Roscoe said, and casually glanced at Irina. Whatever she thought of this new information, her expression remained unchanged.
"How did President Van Allen react to this?"
Riley asked. "Well, I think we're just going to keep it a secret from all of them," Roscoe said with a grin and a wink. "Even if I were inclined to, I'd have to call them on the radio. It seems our phone system is acting up again." He stretched and worked a kink out of his neck. "All right, I have to go check on the plant before dinner. I'll see you ladies later." Roscoe smiled again before walking away. When he was out of earshot, Irina grabbed Riley by the arm.
"I have to do something, and I need your help,"
she implored. Riley stared with her most innocent expression.
"Anything for my future mother-in-law? What do you need?"
Irina gave Riley her warmest smile. Riley didn't know if it was sincere or fake, but didn't care. She had the same feelings toward this woman as she did toward Rochelle Van Allen, and it took a great deal of self-control not to pull out her lock-blade knife and cut this woman's throat.
"Here's the deal. I need to get in touch with the president on the down low," she said.
Riley's eyes widened in mock surprise.
"Really? Why?" "Honey, I know you don't know much about how a government works, but the president cannot be kept out of the loop on matters like this." "But he wants to shut down the trading post," Riley exclaimed. No, sweetie, he doesn't want to shut it down. He only wants to send a team out here to conduct a feasibility study. I'm not supposed to say anything, but they're probably going to create the trading post back in Mount Weather instead of here in this dismal little place. But what about my dad and brother? Riley lamented. Oh, honey, don't worry about that. I'll make sure they still get to run it, Irina promised. She then gave a motherly smile and ran her fingers through Riley's hair. Don't you worry. I always take care of family, and I consider you three to be family. Riley acted as though she were thinking it over before giving a slow nod. I'm with you. Irina reached out and gave Riley a hug. Good. This is the right call, girl. You'll see. Okay, I need to communicate with Gil somehow. Do you have any ideas? Riley bit her lower lip a moment before answering. Yeah, I think so. Johnny has one of those ham radios in his office. I saw him talking on it one day with someone from Mount Weather, so it has enough range. He told me not to tell anyone he has it. Irina stroked her hair some more. Where is Johnny G? I haven't seen him all day. He told me he and a couple of others were going to take advantage of the weather and go scavenging, maybe hunting too. They won't be back until later. Irina gave a smug smile. Perfect. Chapter 46. Gil. Garrett waited patiently while Gil typed something into his laptop. It must have been something important. He typed continuously for 5 minutes before pausing and looking up. He gave what some people would call a studious stare. Garrett was about to speak when the president spoke over him. You and your sister are close personal friends with Zach and his wife, isn't that correct? Yes, sir, we are. Zach and Kelly Gunderson are good people. Many people here think the world of them. So, you no doubt knew all about his plans to assassinate my wife and then flee prosecution, he accused. Garrett intentionally took a long pause before responding. Mr. President, Zach did not murder your wife. He had no reason to. The facts prove he left well before she was killed. My sister and I have already compiled a timeline of events based on all the known facts, and it is accurate. And for the record, if I knew where Zach was living, I wouldn't tell you or anyone else. Gil gave his own pointed stare. The truth will come out eventually, and anyone caught collaborating with Mr. Gunderson will be tried for treason. Very good, sir. Now, would you like to hear the recent radio communication from Marcus Hook? Marcus Hook is an entity. An entity does not speak. Who is the person who sent the communication? Garrett took a quiet, deep breath of patience before answering. If I had to guess, I'd say it was a woman, but the person took measures to muffle their voice. Gil immediately straightened. Why was I not immediately notified when this communication came in? You left strict instructions with your bodyguards to not be disturbed. Ruby only reluctantly allowed me in after I made several attempts and told her this was extremely important, Garrett said. He was not one for conflict or confrontations and had a lot of patience, but he felt himself losing patience and becoming angry. Gil grimaced and shook his head as though he were dealing with a moron. All right, let's hear it. The person said to tell you that your order to stop work on the trading post and your order to cease scavenging missions are going to be ignored. Gil steepled his hands in front of his face. I see. Anything else? That was the extent of the message, but there is another development. The telephone lines to Marcus Hook seem to be on the fritz. I tried calling to arrange the fuel logistics and could not reach anyone. All right, get them repaired immediately, Gil directed. I have already checked the system. It is working fine on our end. Either the phone lines have been damaged somewhere, or the system is offline at Marcus Hook. Very good. Please keep me apprised of any new developments. Gil shooed him out with a dismissive wave of his hand and called for Ruby. Yes, Mr. President? She asked. Call a meeting of our Senate, he directed. Right away, sir. May I ask what for? I'm only asking because everyone is going to ask me when I contact them. Gil tapped his laptop and gave a smug smile. I have created an executive order. We are going to try Zachariah Gunderson in absentia for murder and treason."
Ruby's mouth fell open, but it was quickly replaced by a malicious grin.
"Yes, sir, Mr. President."
Gil eyed her backside as she hurried out, closing the door behind her. He resumed typing in his journal, convinced that it would one day be viewed with awe-inspiring reverence. He absently thought of Marcus Hook as he typed, specifically Roscoe and Johnny G. They were arrogant men who needed to learn their place in the pecking order.
"Zach first, then you two," he muttered.
Chapter 47. Pillow Talk.
"You know, this is getting to be a regular thing," Riley mused. "We do our own thing during the day, and I come over after dinner. We do the nasty, and then we talk until you tell me to shut up and we go to sleep."
Johnny G stared at her. He had a small lamp on his nightstand with a 5-watt bulb, not enough to read with, but enough to see. The dim light cast shadows on her and accentuated her features. "I'm fairly certain I've never told you to shut up," he said.
"Well, not in so many words," she retorted.
Johnny G chuckled. "I may have told you to quiet down, but most of the time you fall asleep before me."
"Do you like being with me?"
"I certainly do. I admit I've enjoyed your company immensely."
"Do you want me to move in?"
she suddenly asked. He was taken aback. It took him a couple of seconds before he replied. "Is that what you want?"
"Just forget it,"
she snapped, offended at his slow response, and rolled over in the bed, turning her back to him. "I didn't say no." She did not respond or move, so he repeated himself.
"You didn't say yes," she retorted.
"All right, I'm going to answer, but before I do, I want you to answer a question. How do you feel about us? Are we friends with benefits, or is there more to it than that?"
"How do you feel?" she asked.
"Nope, you have to answer me first. It wasn't so long ago you had a thing for Zach. You told me so yourself. I'm not criticizing you, but if you're still stuck on him, there's no need to talk about this any further."
"I'm not stuck on him," she said. "I'll always think the world of him, but I'm over him."
"All right, I believe you. So, how do you honestly feel about me?"
"I really like you," she said softly.
"Are you sure? I'm 20 years older than you. I can hardly keep up with your energy, and that includes in the sack."
"You haven't heard me complaining," she said.
"No, I guess not," he conceded. "But I haven't heard your answer." She was quiet for a moment. All he could hear was her soft breathing. He thought she was drifting off to sleep, but then she spoke.
"I want to move in. I want you to be mine, and I want to be yours."
Johnny G was a little surprised, but the surprise was how he found himself feeling about her. Sure, she seemed to be a little off-center, but who wasn't these days? He liked the girl. She was a good-looking woman who did not play female head games, and they got along well together. He'd never been married. Many relationships, but never married. The relationships always seemed to have similar ends. They realized Johnny G was not the marrying type, and they'd move on. There was only one woman who he had even thought about marrying, his first love. That was a disaster. A year into their relationship, things went south. She created imaginary problems, accused him of cheating, and left him. She married one of his best friends 3 months after leaving him. He later found out they'd been having an affair while she was still involved with him. Back then he'd made an oath to himself to never allow something like that to happen again. A confirmed bachelor. That was years ago. A lifetime ago. Things were different now. That's what he told himself, and he was fairly sure he believed it. "This room is a little small for 2 people, and it's Spartan. There are a couple of offices down the hall that aren't being used. We can knock down the adjoining wall and remodel it, personalize it, make it ours." Riley turned over and faced him.
"Really?"
"Yes, really. I think we're a good pair, and I want us to be together," he said.
Riley responded by grabbing him and hugging him tightly. He hugged her back. She was freshly showered and had a wonderful feminine scent. Yes, he was a confirmed bachelor, but he had to admit she felt damned good. The remodeling would be easy, he thought. He and Jimbo could knock it out in a couple of days. You can do all the decorating, but keep it sensible. Don't paint anything pink. She snuggled closer and murmured something he didn't understand. He hugged her tighter and hoped he wasn't being a fool. What was that old English proverb? There's no fool like an old fool? He wondered if that applied to him. He listened as her breathing changed and smiled to himself. The girl could fall asleep in seconds. There was so much swirling around in his mind he doubted he'd fall asleep within the next hour, but he was wrong. The sensation of her body against his calmed and comforted him. He was asleep within a minute. Chapter 48. A Discussion of Ouster. There were 9 of them. They met in the TOC, a place where the president had never visited. The plan was to meet in a location away from prying eyes, but if anyone walked in on them, all they would see is 9 people sitting around a table that held several firearms in various states of disassembly. It would appear to anyone they were having a weapon cleaning session, something that was common in the TOC. First Sergeant Crumby waited until the last pair walked in, casually glanced around, and then shut the door. "All right, everyone's here. Grab a weapon, look busy, and we'll get started. Senator?" Senator Bob Duckworth took his cue and stood. "First, thank you all for coming. Let me start by saying this meeting is secret. I am going to say some things that might be misconstrued." "As in, some people might call it treason," Jeremiah clarified. That earned a grunt from Norman Marnix, who was wrestling with the lower receiver of an AR-15. "Nobody is jumping up and running toward the door. I'll take that as a good sign," Bob said with a smile. "So, here's why we called this meeting. I'm sure all of you are aware of the purpose of the 25th Amendment." "Senator, I barely graduated high school," Joker said. "No problem, I'll explain. That particular constitutional amendment clarifies, among other things, the ability and power to remove the president from office if he is deemed unfit." "Okay, I got you," Joker said. "Well, he's only been in office for a few weeks, and if you ask me, he's a nut." "Yes, but in order to effectively remove him, we're going to have to be able to prove it. That's one reason why we've put together this little ad hoc committee. We need to be able to articulate how his behavior is detrimental to the country." He glanced over at his wife, Angela, who had a laptop computer on the table in front of her. She cleared her throat. "Here is a list of some of the things he's done since he took office. First is his ongoing fixation on Zach. He is convinced Zach is the assassin, even though there is no proof." "The O'Malley brothers told him there's no proof," Lois Marnix remarked. "Yes, they did, but he is still fixated on him," Angela said. Continuing, he has ordered the closing of Fort Detrick with no logical reasoning behind it. Justin spoke up. "Add this to your notes. I spoke to him later and convinced him that I needed additional time to move equipment and supplies and to winterize the place. He agreed, but then ordered me to destroy the labs. Don't ask me why. I asked and he refused to explain." Angela nodded and typed the additional info on her laptop, while the others murmured amongst themselves. When she was finished, she spoke up. "All right, for no apparent logical reason, he ordered the closing of Detrick and the labs destroyed. Next, he ordered Marcus Hook to stop scavenging and stop construction on a trading post." "I haven't asked, but has he told anyone in the Senate why he did that? Has there been meetings regarding Fort Detrick?" Justin asked. Bob shook his head. "I only found out about it from Garrett a couple of minutes before the meeting. I asked William about it later, but he either could not or would not answer." "If I know Roscoe and Johnny G like I think I do, they won't follow those orders.
Melvin said. Probably not, Bob said. In fact, I feel like the consequences of our president's arrogance may prove disastrous. He gestured at his wife. Okay, please continue. Angela waited until they had spoken and then continued.
Next, there was an issue with the mission to Cincinnati that I believe Melvin or True can explain better than me.
True gave a slight nod to Melvin.
I'll answer, Melvin said. As you all know, we'd found the Chinese military contingent in Cincinnati. We were conducting surveillance and watched as they were attacked and became infected. I met with Van Allen and Reinhardt the morning after with the intention of giving a detailed after-action report. It didn't happen. Once I had confirmed the Chinese soldiers had become infected, which nullified any mission they were on, Van Allen ended the meeting and summarily dismissed me. I tried to tell them there was a lot more, including Dong, but they weren't interested.
Melvin sighed in exasperation and looked around.
True and I wrote up a damn fine report. If anyone wants to read it, I'll give you a copy. We even included pictures.
What about Dong? Bob asked. Hold that thought. They've read Clay's report where he said the paddle boat left after dropping the soldiers off. Did they inquire about that?
No, they didn't, and they don't care about Dong. They don't see him as a possible intel source. But don't worry, if the little man knows anything, True and I will eventually get it out of him.
Don't forget to tell them about Clay, True said.
Yes, Clay, Bob said, and looked again at Melvin.
True and I have volunteered to go on a resupply mission for Clay. I even suggested we bring him back home, maybe set him up on a farm a few miles out. Van Allen said, and I quote, "Fuck Clay Fleming." He then chuckled. As far as I know, nobody has even bothered calling to check on him lately.
There were a couple of grumblings of disapproval. Angela waited to see if anyone had any further commentary before looking at her husband.
You should tell them.
All right, I'm not one to spread gossip, but there is an unconfirmed rumor that Gil and Irina Fleming may be more than friends, but I do not know this as fact, he said. I won't say who told me this, but the Marcus Hook people want to create a trading post that will be in the style of an agora. Only a few people knew about this, and all of a sudden, Gil is talking about this illegal agora being built. Roscoe and Johnny G believe Irina is behind it, and they think those two may be better acquainted than what anyone knows about. Acquainted, as in they've been banging each other, Joker remarked. Hell, they were probably banging while Rochelle was still alive.
There was a minute or two of speculation before Angela continued.
Moving on to another item, I believe Sergeant Lutz has an incident he would like to add to the list, she said.
Yeah, hang on, Joker said.
He reassembled a Sig Sauer P365 and gave it a quick function test.
All right, this happened last night. D-Day gets on the radio and tells me the president has ordered a muster formation of every guard on duty. This was about midnight. We stood in the parking lot for over an hour while the man ranted on and on about conspiracy theories.
Was he drunk again? Lois asked.
Yeah, he was, Joker said. He'd probably been smoking a little, too. Wait a minute, who was guarding the perimeter? Jeremiah asked. Nobody. Absolutely nobody, Joker said.
The first sergeant emitted a disgusted groan.
We were lucky. Damn lucky.
Yep, Justin agreed.
All right, Senator, what are we going to do about this asshole? Joker asked.
Bob considered Joker's question. He reached for his wife's laptop and read her notes. After a few minutes, he slowly pushed it back across the table.
What are your thoughts, Senator?
Justin asked. He stared at the disassembled Glock 17 lying on the table in front of him for several seconds before answering.
I don't think it's enough.
Joker snorted.
Not enough? What the hell do you mean?
It's not enough, Bob repeated. Everyone started talking at once. Even True had one or two things to say.
Finally, Justin raised a hand, silencing everyone. I hate to say it, but he's right. Bob's right. Right now, everything Van Allen has done can be attributed to poor judgment or short-sightedness. One could argue that he's a rookie at this job and he's simply making rookie mistakes. There were some thoughtful nods at Justin's reasoning. In other words, he's going to have to do something more, something that any rational person would look at and agree that he's batshit crazy, Melvin surmised. Yes, exactly, Bob said. Something outrageous, something shocking to the conscience. Be careful what you wish for, True muttered. If Van Allen is put out, Reinhardt becomes the next president. Melvin chuckled, but any further commentary was interrupted by the radio's speaker. TOC, this is Post 5, sitrep, over. Jeremiah grabbed the microphone. Post 5, this is TOC, send it, over. We've got 5 zeds in the wood line. There might be more, but all I see now are 5, over. Roger that, keep monitoring and I'll send out a team to take care of them, the first sergeant said. I'm on it, Joker said, and quickly loaded his weapon. He pushed his chair back, stood, and then gazed around the room with a slight grin. I'll grab a few people from the QRF, unless any of you want to join me. Melvin and True stood, causing Joker's grin to widen. Justin and Jeremiah stood as well. I could use a little exercise, the first sergeant said. That's what I'm talking about, he said. Later that afternoon, the president's questionable behavior manifested itself again. The announcement was made during dinner in the cafeteria. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Gil asked. The people in the cafeteria immediately became silent, even the children. Thank you. I'm sorry to disturb your meal. I'll only be a minute. Today, I have signed an executive order authorizing a trial in absentia of Zachariah Gunderson for the murder of President-elect Rochelle Van Allen, Zelida Lillard, Tatiana Lillard, and Shayla Robeck. The trial will begin in 2 days. Thank you. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out. Those who were sitting at the tables near the exit saw the smirk on his face. As soon as the door closed, the cafeteria exploded in conversation. Chapter 49. Trial in Absentia. President Van Allen opened the door ever so slightly and stared into the conference room, which had once again been temporarily converted into a courtroom. The overwhelming number of people in the room caused him to emit a smug smile. Do you really think this will work? The president turned around. Bob Duckworth was standing there. His expression was grim. When the announcement was made, there were a few who pointed out the illegality of such a move. Bob was one of those people. He was outvoted. It was an interesting and troubling phenomenon. People who at one time called themselves Zach's friend were now on board to have him tried in absentia for the murder of Rochelle, Zelida, Tatiana, and Shayla. It was almost like herd mentality. When Bob realized there was no way to reason with them and the trial was going forward, he volunteered to serve as Zach's defense counsel. This trial has been long overdue, Gil rejoined. Bob slowly shook his head. You simply don't get it, Mr. President. Gil scoffed and imitated Bob. It's unconstitutional and there is no evidence. I've already heard your blather, Senator. Save it all for the trial. Did you ever stop to think that this trial may prove to be your undoing? Bob did not wait for a response, and instead pushed by the president and walked into the room. Promptly at 0900, Seth Kitchens walked into the courtroom wearing his traditional black judge's robe. All rise, Ruth yelled as Seth took his seat behind the raised desk. He read something on the open laptop before taking his glasses off and peering at the other court bailiff, Priss. Madam Bailiff, are all witnesses present? He asked. They are, Your Honor, present and sequestered, Priss replied. Very good. Please show the jury in, Seth directed, and watched in stoic silence as the members of the jury were led in and seated. He conducted the formalities and swore them in. He did not like it.
All the prospective jurors had been supposedly drawn at random, but the rumor was they had been hand-picked by Gil. Bob's voir dire was a little amateurish, but he was successful in getting two of them to admit they had some animosity toward Zack because he'd once put them on punishment work details due to laziness. Seth had no problem dismissing them for cause, but D-Day and Ruby were jurors, along with a couple of other Van Allen cronies, including Vice President Reinhardt. Seth vowed to himself to be neutral and unbiased, but he strongly suspected those three would try their utmost to sway the rest of the jurors to render a guilty verdict. He was worried. Not necessarily for Zack. The man could take care of himself. He was worried for Mount Weather. He realized everyone was staring at him, cleared his mind, and took a deep breath. For the record, this is the case of the United States versus Zachariah Gunderson for treason and the murder of Rochelle Van Allen, Zelita Lillard, Tatiana Lillard, and Shayla Robeck. He paused and then peered at the Senator Connie Nelson, who was once again the acting prosecuting attorney. "Does the prosecution wish to make an opening statement?" Seth asked. Connie stood and straightened his tie. Years into the apocalypse, he still had several custom suits that he wore on special occasions. "We do, Your Honor," he said. "Please proceed," Seth replied. Connie took in the audience before focusing on the jury. In the third week of November of this year, Rochelle Van Allen, Zelita Lillard, her daughter, Tatiana Lillard, and Shayla Robeck were on their way to Mount Weather, whereupon Rochelle was to be sworn in as President of the United States of America. Before they could reach their destination, they were ambushed and brutally murdered. Their bodies were then set on fire in a heinous act designed to cover up the murders. The state intends to prove that Zachariah Gunderson was the perpetrator in this evil act. Connie then resumed his seat. Seth waited a moment to allow the jury to soak it in before directing his attention to Senator Duckworth. Bob stood slowly and faced the jury. "Good morning. All of you know that I am not an attorney. I have taken this position with the approval of the President and acting Senate. Therefore, I will do my best to represent Zachariah Gunderson, the defendant in this case. During the past few days, I have attempted to learn the finer aspects of criminal law, and some of you may not know it, but the acting prosecutor, Senator Nelson, has been my teacher." There was some light laughter in the audience. Bob smiled. "I know it seems unusual, but this appears to be the way of the world now. One important thing I have learned during my brief education of the law, it is not my burden to prove Zach's innocence. Let me repeat, in America it is never the citizen's burden to prove their innocence. It is the sole burden of the prosecution to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I submit to you, Judge Kitchens, to you, the members of the jury, and to you in the audience, citizens of the United States of America, there is not one scintilla of proof that Zach Gunderson committed these heinous murders of which he is being accused of. I ask you all to keep this in mind when you hear the testimony. Thank you." Judge Kitchens waited for Bob to sit before speaking. "Call your first witness, Mr. Prosecutor." Connie stood. "We call Liam O'Malley to the stand." Pris went to a side door and opened it. "Liam O'Malley, step forth to give testimony." Liam walked in casually, stood in front of the witness chair, and waited to be sworn in. This was not the first time he had testified in a court of law. Once sworn, he sat and made himself comfortable. "Please state your name for the record," Connie directed. "Liam O'Malley." "Please tell us a little bit about yourself, your occupation before and your current occupation." Liam gave a slight nod. "My little brother and I are originally from Pittsburgh. We were cops there and lived there when everything went bad. We came to Mount Weather back last October. After the late president and her entourage went missing, Logan and I were officially appointed police officers of the United States. Our first assignment was to investigate the whereabouts of the president and her entourage." "Please tell the court the details of this investigation," Connie said. Liam spent the next 30 minutes testifying about the actions he and Logan performed, starting with being debriefed by the politicians, interviewing First Sergeant Crumby,
and their search and discovery of the bodies. Connie scrutinized how Fred was the person who led them to the bodies. "Didn't you find that a little odd, Detective?" he asked. "How's that?" Liam asked. "Well, did it not seem like quite a coincidence that Fred McCoy was the person who happened to find the bodies, a man who, by his own admission, is a close friend of the accused?" "It did seem curious at first, but after a few inquiries, we learned he did not just happen on the bodies. He was asked to search for the ladies." Connie looked puzzled. "I was not aware of this. Who asked him?" "Lois and Norman Marnix." "Why?" "Everybody around here knows Fred is an expert tracker, so when the QRF couldn't find them, they personally asked Fred to lend his expertise. We also created a timeline for the president's travel and found that Fred has an ironclad alibi during that time period." Connie had tried to hide his look of consternation. He nodded and paused a minute to make a note. He then continued questioning Liam for another 30 minutes about their investigation before he was finished. Seth called for a 10-minute recess before Bob began his cross-examination. When court was called back to order, Bob stood. "I only have a couple of questions at this time, Your Honor. Detective, did you examine the van?" "Yes, we did." "And you advised you performed autopsies on each corpse, correct?" "Yes, we did," Liam answered. "And although you are not a trained medical examiner, you have extensive experience in this type of work, correct?" "In a manner of speaking. Like I said earlier, I did not go to medical school, but I've witnessed many autopsies during my career and have studied the forensics aspect as part of my occupation. I have an idea of what to look for. Regarding the deaths of the victims, did you determine a cause of death for each one of them?" "Yes, sir, we did. If I may add, we conferred with Dr. Salisbury regarding our findings." "Did she agree with your findings?" "Yes, sir." Bob nodded in seeming concern. "I have no further questions for this witness at this time, but I believe I have the right to recall him at a later time in the trial if necessary. Would that be correct, Your Honor?" Bob asked. "It would," Seth answered. "Detective, you may step down, but you may be recalled to give further testimony at a later time. You do not have to stay in the courtroom, but please be available for a bailiff to find you." Liam nodded and stepped down from the witness stand. Instead of leaving, he found an open seat in the gallery. "Call the next witness, please," Seth directed. Connie stood and glanced at the president who was sitting on the front row. Seth thought he detected an expression of uncertainty on Connie's face and a subtle nod from the president. "We call Torrey Freitag to the stand," he said. Seth frowned before he caught himself. He vaguely knew Torrey. He and his brother were two of the no-accounts that had come up from Kentucky with Zach's half-sister. He had heard nothing nice about any of them, and in fact this was the first time he heard their last name. Seth watched as Torrey was sworn in by Pris. The man was rough-looking. He'd probably bathed recently, but he hadn't shaved or trimmed his hair in a while, and his fingernails appeared to have a year's worth of grime under them. Connie began by asking his name. "Torrey Freitag," he responded. "You know Zachariah Gunderson by sight, do you not?" Connie asked. "Yes, I do," he answered. "Have you seen him recently?" "Yep, my brother and I saw him back, He stumbled a little. "Well, sometimes I get my days mixed up because I don't pay much attention to them anymore, but it wasn't too long ago, a few days after the election." "Where did the two of you see him?" Connie asked. "Up on the interstate, I-70. "Please tell the court what you observed, if anything," Connie directed. "Well, we were doing a little scavenging here and there. The cold weather is really the best time to scavenge because those stinking bastards ain't as active. Anyway, we were looking around when we heard cars nearby. Me and my brother hunkered down because we didn't know if it was marauders or whatnot. So anyway, we was hunkered down when we see this white van driving down the road. It had a trailer on it, so they was driving kind of slow. When they got closer, we could see a woman driving it, and there were two other women in it. We didn't know who it was at that time, just 3 women in a van." "What happened next?" Connie asked.
Well, we were watching when we saw a man jump out from behind some cars. He had a gun in each hand, and he just started shooting."
"Shooting at the van?" Connie asked.
"Yes, sirree," Torrey said. "He shot the ever-loving hell out of it. Them women never stood a chance."
"Well, what happened next?" Connie asked.
"Well, the driver, I guess, was killed instantly because the van kind of slowed down and hit an old car before it stopped. Then the man ran up on the van. He yanked open the passenger door and then shot each woman in the head. After a minute or so, he got out of the van and waved. That's when we saw a woman come out. She must have been hiding nearby. She came out and stood guard while the man unhooked the trailer. She then went and got a pickup truck and brought it back. That man then hitched up the trailer to the truck. He got in the van and drove off. The woman followed him in the truck. A few minutes later, we saw a bunch of smoke."
"What did you two do then?"
"We hightailed it out of there," Torrey exclaimed. "We were scared we'd be next if they saw us."
"All right, the big question, Mr. Freitag. Did you recognize the man and woman?"
"Oh, yeah. It was Zach Gunderson and his woman, Kelly. No doubt about it."
There was a collective gasp in the audience. Connie faced Seth. "No further questions, Your Honor?" "Cross-examination, Mr. Duckworth?" Seth asked. Bob stood and fixed Torrey with a hard stare. "Let me make sure I understood your testimony, Mr. Freitag. You are asserting that you and your brother Trey observed Zachariah Gunderson murder President-elect Rochelle Van Allen and her staff."
"Well, I don't know the names of them other 3 women, but yeah, that's what we seen."
"And your testimony is you personally observed Mr. Gunderson shoot each woman with a handgun."
2 handguns, Torrey said. "They were 9mm. They looked like Glocks, and they were definitely 9s.
"How far away were you when this allegedly happened?" Bob asked.
"Oh, about 30 or 40 feet. Close enough to see everything," Torrey replied.
"Is there any possibility you may be mistaken?" Bob asked.
"Nope, none at all." He turned to the jury. "I know what I saw, and I ain't lying."
"Did Mr. Gunderson use any other weapons, like an assault rifle?" Bob asked.
Torrey smirked. "Nope. All he had was them 2 9mm automatics."
Bob paused only a moment. He hoped he wasn't the only one who suspected Torrey's testimony had been coached. "Do you know what I think, Mr. Freitag? I think you are a liar." Connie jumped to his feet.
"Objection!"
"Sustained," Seth said. "Senator, please refrain from doing that." Bob gave a curt nod. "I apologize to the court, but I stand by my statement. I have no further questions for this so-called witness." Connie declined redirect and waited until Torrey had stepped down from the witness's chair before speaking. "That is the state's case in chief, Your Honor." "Very good, sir," Seth said and glanced at the clock on the wall. "This is a good stopping point. We will recess for lunch and reconvene in 1 hour." He banged his gavel. The jury was escorted out first before the rest filed out of the courtroom. Precisely an hour later, Seth was back on the bench and called court to order. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution has concluded their case. The defense will now present their case," Seth declared. "Senator Duckworth, you may call your first witness." "Yes, Your Honor, I would like to recall Detective Liam O'Malley to the stand." Liam stood, stretched, and walked directly to the witness chair. Seth reminded him that he was still under oath, to which Liam acknowledged. Bob started as soon as Liam was seated. "Detective O'Malley, were you or your brother ever made aware of these 2 alleged eyewitnesses?"
"No, sir, we were not."
"So you never interviewed either one of them or checked out their story?"
"No, sir," Liam said.
"I assume you listened attentively to his testimony?" Bob asked.
"Yes, sir, I certainly did," Liam answered.
"Let me go ahead and answer the question you are about to ask. He's lying, and the reason I'm calling him a liar is the physical evidence contradicts his allegations in several ways." "Oh? Please explain," Bob said. "There are a couple of facts we omitted during our briefings. One of those facts is there were no bullet holes in the van.
The shooter or shooters did not spray the van with bullets like this Mr. Freitag described. No, sir, they were well-placed shots. Also, President-elect Rochelle Van Allen was not shot to death. Liam was not surprised when there was another collective gasp in the audience, followed by a lot of murmuring. He locked eyes with Tori, who was trying to give him an eat shit and die stare. Liam was nonplussed. "Is that so, Detective?" Bob asked. "Yep." "All right, I'll bite. How did she die, Detective?" Bob asked. "Her throat had been cut. There were no gunshot wounds, and she was definitely dead before the van was set on fire. Also, Zelita Lillard had been stabbed to death." The courtroom came alive. Seth waited several seconds before banging his gavel and silencing the court spectators. "No further questions at this time," Bob said. "Cross-examination?" Seth asked Connie. Connie stood and fixed Liam with an incredulous stare. "So, you admit to withholding pertinent evidence of the murder of the president? Correct, Detective?" "My brother and I withheld such evidence from people that would not hesitate to compromise the integrity of the investigation. Yes, we did." There were a few chuckles in the audience. Connie frowned. "You are admitting to committing an illegal act." "No, sir, I am not. My brother and I found it prudent to withhold certain aspects of our investigation in order to prevent certain people from using it to frame a presumably innocent man. Due process was thrown out the window the moment this farce of a trial commenced. I used to respect you, Senator, but it is obvious you are one of those who believe the Constitution only applies when it benefits you. This trial has denied Zach Gunderson of any due process. You should be ashamed to be a part of it." There were some strong murmurs of agreement in the audience now. Connie noticed, but he acted as if he did not. "So you have acknowledged you withheld evidence, and you have made a couple of claims that contradicts the sworn testimony of an eyewitness. There are actually 2 eyewitnesses, and yet you smugly claim they are lying. Is your character so much stronger than the witness that the jury should believe you over him or his brother?" "Well, sir, I don't know the Freitag brothers personally. I've heard about their characters, as I'm sure you have, but I don't know them. What I do know is I have physical evidence to support everything I have testified to, including pictures. My brilliant, but often misunderstood brother took numerous photographs of the van and of each corpse during the stages of the autopsy. They show the lack of bullet holes in the van. They also show the injuries of each victim, including the lack of gunshot injuries to one particular corpse. This, I believe, would lend credence to my testimony and impeach the testimony of this so-called eyewitness." Bob stood quickly. "Your Honor, I move that the pictures in question be presented as evidence to the court." Although it was a procedural error on Bob's behalf, Seth allowed Liam to introduce the pictures. Another hour was spent while Liam went over each photograph. With each photograph and Liam's explanation, Connie's gusto kept diminishing. "I now would like to call Grace Anderson to the stand," Bob announced. After the swearing in and Grace was seated, Bob dove right in. "Grace, do you know the whereabouts of Zach Gunderson and his family?" "Yes, I do," she answered. A lot of eyes widened in surprise, including the president, the vice president, and the acting prosecutor. "Where is he?" Bob asked. "He is currently in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. As everyone knows, he and his family left Mount Weather the day after the election. They arrived at Oak Ridge approximately 9 hours later. If necessary, I can verify it through the encrypted radio transmission, which has the coordinates embedded in each radio transmission. There's no possible way Zach Gunderson was at the scene of the murders. Therefore, there is no possible way Zach committed the murders." Bob turned to Connie. "Your witness?" "Miss Grace, who have you told about these radio communications?" he asked. "My brother." "Who else?" he asked. "Nobody." "Not even the president?" "No. There is no law requiring me to inform the president of my personal communications," she said, and faced the jury. "I don't know about you guys, but my personal life is not subject to scrutiny by anyone." Connie was undeterred. "But Mr. Gunderson is the subject of a criminal investigation and had a warrant out for his arrest.
Your actions were tantamount to harboring a fugitive." "You have applied an incorrect definition to the law of harboring a fugitive. I have researched this extensively. Would you like me to recite it to you? I know it by memory."
Connie paused and gave her a slight smile before sitting.
Bob took his cue and stood. "Your Honor, in light of this recently discovered evidence, it is profoundly clear that this trial is motivated from personal bias and has no foundation in the criminal investigation process. I therefore move for a dismissal of all charges."
Seth had been steepling his fingers, but now rested his hands on the desk in front of him and gave President Van Allen a long, hard stare before speaking.
"The process of the judicial system and the pursuit of criminal justice can be complex, but there are some aspects that are clear. Absence of probable cause. A person cannot be arrested, nor can they be denied due process, which has clearly been done here. Quite frankly, I have never seen a more blatant misuse of power and abuse of the judicial system in my life. This behavior borders on criminal, which members of the Senate should investigate forthwith. I would encourage our two detectives to continue in their investigation of these heinous murders, but as for the immediate issue at hand, in the case of the United States of America versus Zachariah Gunderson, I am dismissing all charges."
When he banged his gavel, it was like he shot a starter pistol. The courtroom erupted into a cacophony of shouts and applause. Seth stood and cast one final disapproving stare at the president before walking out. As the other members of the jury began exiting the courtroom, Ruby and D-Day rushed over to the president.
"Can he do that?"
Ruby asked. The president was fuming and red-faced, but he did not respond. Instead, he turned and stormed off, walking back to his office with the stride of a man who felt he had been betrayed. Chapter 50. Secession. There was a steady, insistent knock on the door. The person would knock, wait precisely 3 seconds, and knock again. President Van Allen tried to ignore it. He had taken his shoes off and was splayed out on an overstuffed leather couch, drinking homemade wine in large swallows. Finally, he had enough.
"I told you, Ruby, no fucking visitors," he growled toward the closed door.
His rebuke seemed to have the opposite effect. The door opened, and Senator Bob Duckworth walked in. He stood in the middle of the room and stared at the man in thinly veiled disdain. The president sat up and stared in surprise, which quickly turned to annoyance.
"What the hell are you doing in here? Get out!"
He peered through the open door.
"Ruby!"
"I do not know where your 2 bodyguards are, Mr. President. Perhaps they are otherwise occupied."
The president huffed, stood, and walked over to his desk. He refilled his glass and took another swallow before responding.
"All right, say your piece and get the hell out."
"There are some things that have recently occurred in which you should be aware of."
Bob waited for a response. Gil's only reaction was a sideways glare before taking another swallow, followed by an annoyed stare. Bob continued.
"I received a formal notice from Roscoe Sidebottom 2 days ago. He asked that I wait until this morning to make the notice public."
"What notice?" Gil asked. "What the hell are you talking about?"
"The community of Marcus Hook has formally announced they are seceding from the Union, and they had a specific message for you."
Gil was scowling at Bob. Bob stared back without any emotion. He lifted his glass and took a swallow before answering.
"What would that message be?"
Bob kept a passive face.
"Roscoe said to kiss his ass. To be specific, he said to kiss his old, hairy, wrinkled ass."
Bob watched as Gil's face turned beet red, and he could see his jaw muscles undulating. To his credit, though, he did not throw a temper tantrum.
"You like this, don't you?" he accused.
"I have tried many times to counsel you. Several of us have. You have chosen not to listen," Bob said.
"Yes, you and your friends have certainly been rather audacious in offering unsolicited advice since the moment I arrived. There seems to be a group of you who are of the opinion I don't know what I'm doing."
"You don't,"
Bob retorted. Gil walked behind his desk and sat before renewing his annoyed stare before speaking.
Very good, Senator. You have gleefully delivered a message from an insignificant shithole community who have told us they don't want to be our friends anymore. Do you feel good about yourself?
No, I don't, Mr. President, and with good reason. Not only is this a step backwards from our primary mission, have you looked at the fuel usage projections lately?
If you are referring to the spreadsheet of gibberish created by Zach Gunderson, not only is it outdated, but it is also nothing more than whimsical speculation with arbitrary numbers. Considering who wrote it, I place absolutely no value in it.
Yet another mistake, Mr. President, Bob said.
Yes, according to you, I'm full of mistakes.
When it comes to Zach, yes, you are. The ridiculous murder charge is a glaring example.
Gil stretched his neck, causing it to crack before refocusing on the senator. I wondered how long it would take for you to gloat about that.
I am not here to gloat, Mr. President. I'm here to try to get you to see how your obsession with Zach is causing you to lose focus on the rebuilding of America.
Are you serious? Gil asked and scoffed. You are as beguiled with that nonsense as the rest. The rebuilding of America is pure poppycock, a pipe dream. It's been, 9 years now?
10, actually, Bob said. Mount Weather was made operational 10 years ago this month.
10 years. 10 god-awful years. Tell me, Senator, what the hell do you people have to show for 10 years of work?
I know you believe you're being sarcastic, Mr. President, but that's a good question. I'll name a few of our achievements. We have created a series of protected communities that are safe from zeds and other hostiles. They have food, clean water, power, telephones, access to medical care, and an education system for their children. We have fuel to run our vehicles and harvest crops. Speaking of crops, we have created a sustainable food infrastructure for twice our current local population. Nobody is starving around here. We are in the beginning stages of manufacturing. Our Constitution is intact, except for that farce of a trial you instigated. And most importantly, we have created a vaccine against the Zed virus. We've had setbacks, but we are making progress.
Gil scoffed. It doesn't sound like much, but I'm sure all of you are very proud of yourselves.
It could be better. It could always be better. Our progress has come in small increments, that's true. But it is progress.
Bob had been standing at the desk opposite Gil. Now he leaned forward and put the palms of his hands on the desk.
Let me get to the point, Gil. Zach didn't kill your wife. He didn't need to. He knew she'd make his life hell, but instead of sticking around and undermining her, he left. He had plenty of places to relocate to.
He was scared of her, Gil said.
No, he was not afraid of her. He simply did not want the drama. He knew she'd make a mess of things, and all he had to do was wait for her to be voted out in the next election. All of the false promises she had made and failed to fulfill would have been her undoing, and he knew that. They're going to do the same to you, if you make it that long.
Gil missed the implication. Instead, he was still thinking of Zach.
You've known where he's been hiding all along. No, but I had a hunch. He has a lot of friends everywhere, including Oak Ridge. Don't worry, though. I have a feeling he'll be back soon.
Gil smirked.
If and when he does come back, he'll be facing another trial for murder, and another until he is convicted. Actually, he won't, Bob rejoined. From the moment the jury was sworn in, jeopardy attached, which means once the charges were dismissed, he'll never be legally retried on them again. It is covered under the Fifth Amendment. Perhaps you should spend some time studying the Constitution. Or, even better, invite Zach to be your legal advisor. He has the Constitution memorized.
Oh, he'll be charged again, Gil growled. Why do you think so highly of him anyway?
You've been around him enough to understand the depth of his intelligence. Not only is he smart, but he's also a visionary, Gil. We need visionaries. He'll be leading this country one day after you and I are gone. I admit I once aspired of running for president. Back before it went bad, my party even had me on the shortlist as a potential contender. Funny how life turns out. I bet in your wildest dreams you would have never imagined being president one day. Gil agreed by holding up his glass toward Bob for a moment before taking a swallow. Bob acknowledged it and continued. And I happen to like Zach. I had a son and daughter from my first marriage, and they're gone, of course. Funny, Zach reminds me of my daughter. She had the same blue eyes and blonde hair. She was intelligent, too. Bob paused a moment. You and Rochelle never had kids, am I correct? Gil's focus dropped down to his glass of wine. Rochelle did not want children. I get the impression you wanted them, Bob remarked. Gil did not respond. Zachariah Gunderson is a fine young man. His wife Kelly is a wonderful young lady. I would have been proud to have either one of them as one of my kids. It appeared Gil was considering this. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his chin a moment before leaning forward and staring directly at Bob. You've said what you have to say. Now get the fuck out of here. Bob straightened slowly and returned his stare for a long 5 seconds. There is one last thing I have to say before I leave. Your days here as our president are numbered. Yes, it is a threat, but it is also a promise. With that, Bob walked out, closing the door behind him. As he walked away, he had the pleasure of hearing the distinct sound of something being thrown against the wall. Chapter 51. Gil Declares War. Gil stared several minutes at the remnants of the wine running down the door. When he saw the doorknob turning, he grabbed the bottle and was going to hurl it at whoever walked in the door. Fortunately for Ruby, the president's grip slipped off the bottle before he could throw it. She had instinctively ducked and now looked at Gil. You okay, boss? She asked. Where have you been? Get in here. Ruby stepped in and closed the door behind her. Seeing the remnants of the broken glass and spilled wine, she frowned in concern. What happened? She asked. Nothing. I need you to surreptitiously gather up our people. Syrup what? Ruby asked. Gil frowned, once again reminded of Ruby's low intellect. I need you to secretly round up our people for a meeting later. Let's say a couple of hours after dinner. What are you going to do? Ruby asked. Gil leaned forward, his jaw muscles tense. I'll tell you what I am going to do. The same thing that Lincoln did when the southern states seceded from the Union. Ruby's jaw dropped. You're going to declare war on somebody? Who? Marcus Hook, he declared. Marcus Hook? Did they recede? Secede, yes. They made it official today. But they've probably been planning it for months. Ruby's jaw dropped in wonder. What are you going to do? Have them killed? In a manner of speaking, I'm going to order Smithson and Crumley to assemble a force, go to Marcus Hook, and kill anyone who does not immediately surrender. I bet Zach's hiding there. He ain't really in Oak Ridge, she said. No, my contact there has searched everywhere. He's not there, but I think that claim of him being in Oak Ridge is a lie. He's close, but he won't stay hidden forever, and when I find him, I'm going to see him executed. Ruby's face became flushed. I get so wet when you're like this. Gil stared and leered. That idiot husband of yours is in the cafeteria? Are you sure? She gave him a sly smile. He's in the party room getting high with that Freitag dude and a couple of others. He'll be there for a couple of hours. Gil absently licked his lips. Lock the door. Chapter 52. Closing Fort Detrick. I'm kind of going to miss this place, Stretch commented. What about you? She, Justin, and Shooter were the last people at Fort Detrick. They were performing final shutdown procedures and inspections. It was the hope that it would be reopened one day, and Justin wanted to minimize any damage from a lack of use and maintenance. I suppose, Justin replied. He mostly agreed.
Since being assigned to run the place, he'd developed an intense love-hate relationship with the place. It was called a military installation back before, but that was a stretch. While it was true there was fencing and security checkpoints, that was about it. They'd put in numerous hours to transform the installation into a viable post-apocalyptic living facility. Plus, they'd gotten the labs up and running so the scientists could run their experiments. Justin had spearheaded most, if not all, the work. It was his baby. It was far from complete, though. Several buildings remained vacant and unused. He never had an adequate amount of manpower to do everything, so they had 3 working buildings, the labs, and fairly adequate defense works. Justin felt Stretch staring, but he ignored her. If he started talking about closing the place, he might become emotional, and that would not do for a captain in the Corps.
"Are we not going to do anything to the labs?"
Stretch asked. He felt his lips tighten and turned to face her now. Stretch was Justin's number 2 in charge at Fort Detrick, and they had a close working relationship. One drunken night it went a little bit further. They were both embarrassed the next morning and agreed on 2 things. 1, it must never happen again, and 2, they must not tell anyone. Ever. "I think what we have done will be adequate enough," he said. She nodded in understanding. Justin could not bring himself to destroy the labs, which is what the president had ordered. Instead, they had welded steel plates to the entry doors. Somebody would need a cutting torch to gain entry.
"I doubt he'll ever visit this place anyway," she said. "He's more of a guy who sits in his ivory tower and issues memos rather than being a hands-on president."
"Yeah."
"He's ruining everything, isn't he?" she asked.
Justin could not help but sigh. He's certainly not helping. He thought about the directives meted out by the president in the short time he had been in office. Some were humorous, like an order to reinstitute casual Fridays. Some were weird, like the memorandum he sent out reminding people to thoroughly chew their food, especially corn, to keep the Mount Weather sewer system from being clogged. Justin thought about how life was going to be as he located the sub-panel for the 2nd floor and began flipping off circuit breakers.
"Maybe it won't be so bad,"
Stretch said. "We'll have to make the best of it," he replied. He had given it a lot of thought. He'd be glad to be back and have all his Marines in one place, but he'd be under the thumb and scrutiny of Van Allen and all the other petty people who believed they knew the proper way to run Mount Weather and the surrounding communities. The truth was there were only a couple of people who ran things. Abe Stark was the main one, Parvis when he was alive, his kids, and Zach. The rest of them were merely mouthpieces, figureheads. They did a lot of talking, but little else. Zach had helped appease them somewhat. He'd appoint senators as liaisons. For instance, Bob was the Fort Detrick and Marcus Hook liaison. Connie was the Roanoke liaison. It worked out for the most part. His thoughts were interrupted when Shooter came running down the hall. "We've got problems!" he yelled. Justin stood and faced him. Shooter was sometimes known for being melodramatic, but he seemed genuinely alarmed. Shooter answered the question before it was asked. "We got zeds everywhere!" Justin was about to go to the exit doors and have a look, but a sudden slamming of doors and the sounds of a lot of people coming down the corridor caused him to change his line of thinking. "Here they come!" Shooter shouted. "Let's go," Justin urged and led the way. The other 2 followed Justin as he ran toward the opposite exit. Before they made it more than a couple of steps, the door opened, and zeds started crowding through the doorway. He turned toward the inner doors, which led to another hallway, some empty offices, and the stairs leading to the upper 3 floors. The stairs were their only option. They scrambled to the top floor. It was the only way to get enough distance from the onslaught of zeds. Thankfully, these were once the offices of higher echelon personnel, back before. They were designated secure rooms with heavy steel doors and oversized deadbolts. In addition, the rooms had firewalls. That is, the walls were not drywall that stopped at the drop ceiling. They were thick, composite wood that went all the way to the bottom of the next floor.
Justin practically pushed them in and closed the door, locking the deadbolt behind him. He didn't remember how he did it, but he had apparently bumped his injured arm. Although it was healing, it was still tender and now throbbed.
"I think we need to barricade the door," Stretch suggested.
The two men agreed and moved the receptionist's heavy desk in front of the door.
"It'll have to do for now," Justin said.
"That's great, sir. But I don't know if you've noticed, we're trapped. We don't have any rations, no water, and only our sidearms with a limited number of bullets," Stretch said.
"Your grasp of the obvious is what makes you so valuable to have around," Justin said, which got a snort from Shooter.
Justin walked to the far wall where the room's only window was located and looked out. The once vacant parking lot was now full of zeds.
"How many, do you think, Miss Keen Observer?" Justin asked.
She and Shooter had joined him and stared out the window. She was silent for a couple of minutes, counting silently to herself. When she finally responded, she was pale.
"Over 300 that I can see. If I were to guess, there are most likely twice that number out there where we can't see."
"Or more," Shooter muttered. "Game over, man." "All right, let's not be fatalistic. We are expected back at Mount Weather in the morning. When we're overdue, they'll try to raise us on the radio. When we don't answer, they'll send someone up here to check on us. That's the protocol, and we all know the first sergeant is a stickler for protocol. We'll be stuck here for 2 days, tops. All we need to do is conserve our energy. It'll work out."
Stretch and Shooter stared at Justin before swapping a glance at each other. They both wanted to believe Justin was right, but the incessant banging on the outer doors did not make them any less anxious. They turned back toward the window and stared. They stared in silence for the next hour while the banging on the door continued. Finally, Stretch spoke.
"There's something weird going on," she said.
"What's that?" Shooter asked her.
"The ones at the door. They're banging on the door and carrying on like nobody's business, but the ones out in the parking lot haven't moved an inch this whole time. All they're doing is standing there and staring up at us."
"You know what I think?" Shooter asked. "I think that—" He didn't finish his sentence. The three of them saw her at the same time.
"Holy shit,"
Stretch muttered. The massive horde parted in tandem as one Zed made its way to the front. It did not take long to recognize the identity of the Zed. It was Patient Eve. She walked to the front of the pack and then stood there, almost like a statue, fixating them with a malevolent stare.
"Holy shit,"
Stretch muttered again.
"Something tells me she's not paying us a social call."
Chapter 53. Who the Hell Is That? Part 2. The three of them had been trapped in the room for several hours now. Justin had been pacing for the last hour. He then tried sitting and willing himself to relax, but that did not work. His arm was hurting, and the pain had caused a headache. He glanced over at Stretch and Shooter. They were sitting on the floor on the opposite side of the room, whispering to each other. Stretch seemed to sense they were being stared at and glanced over. She looked scared. "What's up, guys?" he asked.
"We're going to die in here, aren't we?" she said.
"I don't want to starve to death," Shooter said. "It's just a matter of time before we become so hungry that we'll turn on each other."
"Don't worry," Justin said. "We'll die of thirst before we die of starvation."
"Oh, well, that's good news," Shooter grumbled.
The three were silent now. Stretch and Shooter sat on the floor, brooding. Justin felt no better, and he racked his brain for the 100th time trying to think of a solution to their dilemma. While he was thinking, he frowned and looked up. "They've stopped banging on the door," he said.
"You think they got bored and went home?"
Stretch asked. Shooter smirked, and then a puzzled expression crossed his features.
"I hear something."
Stretch cocked her head.
"I do too, from outside."
The three of them stood and walked over to the single window, which overlooked a parking lot and not much else. The Zeds were still there, like silent scarecrows in a cornfield. They had not moved the entire day. Neither had Eve.
"I thought I heard the sound of crunching gravel, like someone's coming up the road, but I don't hear any engines or exhaust noise," she said.
More zeds, probably, Shooter grumbled. Justin walked over to the window. The other two stood and joined him. After a couple of seconds, Justin pointed. You see that? Several of them turned to look at something. They craned their necks to see what had captured the Zed's attention. They didn't see anything at first, but after a few seconds, 7 vehicles came into view. 6 of them were decked cargo vans with some modifications made to them, like an open turret on the top with a machine gun mounted. The last vehicle in the procession was an odd-looking box truck. It, too, had armor, but no gun turret. The 3 of them watched in fascination as the vehicles drove into the parking lot, forcing the Zeds to move. They parked in a tactical formation around the box truck. "Who the hell is that?" Stretch muttered. "And what's up with those vehicles? I've never seen anything like them." "They don't make any noise either," Shooter remarked. "They've got to be electric-powered," Justin surmised. "But where did they come from? I don't know of anyone around here who drives those, and electric-powered vehicles have a limited range." "It might be the Chinese," Shooter surmised. "Maybe. I don't know," Justin murmured. There was nothing in Clay's report about the soldiers having vehicles. Besides, he knew of no electric armored vehicle that could travel 900 miles on a single charge, unless the Chinese had developed something. "If they're here to save our asses, I don't care who it is," Shooter said. Stretch echoed her agreement. Justin agreed too, but he was naturally wary of the identity of their would-be rescuers. For all he knew, they weren't here to rescue anyone, but to take over the place and kill anyone who got in their way. The Zeds kept a respectable distance from the vehicles, which seemed rather odd. Each turret was manned, but there was no shooting. After 20 or so seconds, a man exited the lead vehicle. He was tall, and his features were obscured by a boonie hat and shemagh. He walked in front of the armored vehicle, stopped, and stood motionless, staring down the Zeds. "Who the hell is that?" Stretch asked. "Not sure, but that's one crazy bastard," Justin said. He glanced over at Shooter, who was staring intently out the window. "You recognize who it is?" Shooter continued staring intently. "Guys, I think that's Zach," he said. Justin frowned and stared even harder at the figure who was staring down the Zeds. The height and stature were right, but he was too far away to see anything else. After a minute, the man looked up at them and removed his shemagh. "Holy shit, you're right," Justin exclaimed, and waved at Zach through the window. "Why aren't they attacking him?" Stretch asked. It was indeed puzzling. The 3 of them watched as Zach and the Zeds stared at each other. Justin pointed. "Look, each turret is aimed at the Zeds. If Zach gives the word, they'll have no problem mowing them down. They probably know that." "But he's not doing it," Stretch observed. "I wonder why not." As the 3 of them watched, Eve emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zach. She stopped when she was only a couple of feet away. Zach appeared to be having a conversation with her, which also seemed odd. Everybody knew Zeds can't talk. After approximately 5 minutes, the Zeds parted and Zach was able to walk into the building they were trapped in. After a minute, there was a knock on the door and the person identified themselves. "It's Zach," he said. It took a minute to push the heavy desk out of the way and they opened the door cautiously. Zach was standing there. He was by himself and Justin thought he looked better than ever. He opened the door wider, allowing Zach to step inside. "I never thought I'd say it, but holy hell is it good to see you," Shooter gushed. Stretch one-upped him and grabbed Zach in a big hug. Justin settled for a fist bump. "We're glad to see you, buddy. But how did you know to come?" Justin asked. Zach gestured toward the horde outside. "She sent me a message." "She? Who, Eve?" "Eve sent you a message. What the hell does that mean?" Shooter asked. Zach did not explain. Nobody understood about his dreams, with perhaps the exception of Kelly. If he did explain, he'd tell them patient Eve came to him in his dreams and told him to come to Fort Detrick.
After having the same dream several times, he decided to try and explain himself to Doc, the leader of Oak Ridge. Doc listened to Zach in silence, and when Zach was finished, he asked only one question. "Are you sure this is the best course of action?" Zach considered the question for several seconds before answering. "It is for now. I've no doubt we will have to do something about them in the future, though." "All right. Why don't you take a few of the Amazons and head on up there?" Doc was referring to their latest development, the vans that had been converted and modified. They used to be a fleet of Amazon delivery vans, hence the moniker. Zach looked over his friends. They looked stressed and fatigued, but otherwise in good shape. "Are you guys ready to get out of here?" "They're going to let us walk out?" Stretch asked. "Yes, so here's the deal. I made an agreement with Eve. You guys grab your personal belongings. We're leaving immediately." "No argument here," Shooter said. "Something tells me there's more," Justin said. "There is," Zach replied. "We're not coming back. We're giving them Fort Detrick." "Giving it to them?" Justin asked. "For what?" "They want a place to live," Zach said. Justin's expression was that of incredulity. "Are you joking?" "Nope. All right, we can't delay. Are we ready to go?" "I am. Let's get out of here," Shooter said and hurried out. Stretch nodded in agreement. Zach then faced Justin, who was staring at him in confusion. "I'll explain later," Zach promised. He escorted them outside and pointed to the lead vehicle. "Captain, ride with me. The young man in the turret is called Radar." Radar peered down and gave a casual salute. He was in his late teens, lanky with dark hair and eyes. Zach focused on Shooter and Stretch. "You two bring your truck. Stay in the middle of the convoy." "You got it," Stretch said. Zach and Justin got in the armored car and closed the doors. All the while, Zeds watched in silence. "All right, I have to know about these vehicles," Justin said. "Are they electric?" "They are," Zach said. "If you guys came all the way from Oak Ridge, that's some damn good battery life." "Carbon-copper nanotube composite is the secret sauce," Zach said. "Brother, you lost me at carbon," Justin said. "The scientists back at Oak Ridge have created a composite that increases the efficiency of battery-powered motors. We've been able to convert the engines in these vans. The technology enables more power and decreases power usage. Also, we created a mobile charging truck." He pointed at the box truck that was in the middle of the convoy. The standard box had been enlarged. It was painted a flat black, and the only markings was a red radiation symbol. "They've taken some plutonium and engineered a powering unit. Tonight we'll simply plug in our vehicles and charge them up." "So it's a radiation hazard?" Stretch asked. "The scientists assure me it's safe, but you won't find me standing too close to it for any length of time," Zach said. They swapped glances with each other, uncertain if Zach was joking or not, but none of them had any desire to get a closer look at it. Chapter 54. Coming Home. Justin was riding in Zach's vehicle while Stretch and Shooter followed in a Fort Detrick truck. He watched Fort Detrick from the side view mirror until it was no longer in sight. "Are you going to miss it?" Zach asked. He glanced over at Zach, who was driving. "Are you going to miss that place?" "Maybe a little bit," Justin said. "It was my baby, and I was starting to make something of it." Zach looked up at Radar, who was manning the turret. "How's it looking?" "All clear and everyone is accounted for," Radar replied. Zach nodded and gestured at the radio. "Why don't you give Mount Weather a sit-rep, Captain? They have to be wondering where you guys are at by now." Justin grunted. The QRF should have responded hours ago when they did not make their hourly check-in. Norman Marnix answered the hails and acknowledged the sitrep. "Is there a problem with the QRF?" Justin asked. Norman explained. "They've been ordered to pay a visit to Marcus Hook. They've encountered roadblocks all along the main routes. I suggested we respond to you guys, but that order was countermanded." Justin shook his head in disgusted understanding, gave an ETA, and signed off. "Zach, since you've left, things have changed around Mount Weather. That's another reason why I liked living at Fort Detrick." He started to say more, but instead shook his head again.
You'll see what I mean.
Zach thought about what Justin said. He'd gotten snippets of information from Grace, and it sounded like Mount Weather was a place he no longer wanted to live, although he missed it terribly. He pondered for a moment, but only a moment, if things would have been better had he stayed. But he knew better.
How's Oak Ridge? Justin asked.
They have a heck of an operation, Zach said. They have nuclear power, their own supercomputer, you name it. They can build anything. These electric vehicles are a good example. They're also working on an artificial intelligence network. I'm amazed at the stuff they're doing.
As opposed to Mount Weather, Justin grumbled.
Yeah, Zach agreed. Mount Weather was rather stagnant compared to the accomplishments achieved by Oak Ridge. The two men continued to talk and catch up until they arrived at the main gate of Mount Weather 40 minutes later. Word had gotten around, and there was a sizable crowd clustered at the gate waiting for them. When Zach exited the vehicle, he was almost immediately surrounded. There were handshakes, hugs, and pats on the back. In a matter of seconds, the questions began.
Where have you been, Zach? Did you really kill Rochelle? Are you here to kill Gil?
Zach was about to start answering the barrage of questions when he spotted Fred and Rachel standing off to the side.
All questions will be answered, but for now, please excuse me, he said, and worked his way through the crowd.
What do you say, old man? He asked with a grin. It's good to see you, son, he replied as Rachel gave him a big hug.
As they spoke, Lois Marnix walked up.
Good to see you, kid. Are you going to stick around and watch the fireworks?
Lois asked. What fireworks? Zach rejoined.
In 30 minutes, there's going to be a big meeting. One might even say it will be historical, she said with a wry smile and explained.
Zach gave a slow smile.
I didn't know it was going to be today. Yeah, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
The four of them walked with the crowd to the big conference room. It already had people in it, and soon it was standing room only. Zach and Fred picked a spot along the back wall, while Rachel and the Marnix couple found seats.
By the way, I missed you, old man, Zach whispered.
Fred responded with a grunt.
It's amazing how much has changed in only a month. A lot of these people are sheep, Fred said. Oh, they can shoot a zed, plant herbs in a greenhouse, or sow crops in a field, but they're incapable of functioning at a higher plane of existence without competent leadership. When Parvis died and you left, all it took was someone like Van Allen to come along and make a mess of things.
Lois, who heard what Fred said, gave a slow, agreeing nod. Fred did not mean for his statement to be overheard by anyone else. He spoke in a quieter whisper.
We'll talk later.
They watched as the senators filed into the conference room and took their assigned seats. A minute later, Vice President Reinhardt, who was acting as President pro tempore of the Senate, came in and took his assigned seat. A full 5 minutes elapsed before President Van Allen walked in, followed by his bodyguards.
All rise! D-Day yelled.
Everyone slowly stood. The president was wearing the same full-length sweater that he always seemed to wear. He stood in front of his chair and balefully stared at the senators a moment before starting to sit. As he did so, he caught sight of Zach and froze for several seconds before gathering his wits. He sat and curtly nodded at D-Day.
Hear ye, this special meeting is now called to order. God bless the President.
It did not escape anyone that he purposely omitted adding the blessing of the United States of America.
Be seated.
President Van Allen cleared his throat and began speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today.
He was interrupted by Vice President Reinhardt raising a hand and standing.
Point of order, Mr. President.
It was not at the level of a shout, but it was with a raised voice, the loudest anyone had ever heard him speak.
This is a called meeting of the Senate in which you have been invited to attend. You are not in charge of this meeting. I am.
Gil Van Allen gave William one of those if looks could kill scowls before leaning over to D-Day and whispering something. William waited a half beat before continuing.
This is a special meeting of the Senate called for by Senator Robert Duckworth, previously representing the state of Utah and now a representative of District 2 of the provincial United States of America. I now yield the floor to Senator Duckworth.
Bob, who was sitting to the left of William, stood and faced him.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
He then turned to face the audience.
Members of the Senate and fellow Americans, after long deliberation and prayer, I have made a decision, one of the hardest decisions I have ever made. I am here today to call upon my fellow members of the Senate to remove Gilbert Edward Van Allen as President of the United States under the tenets of the 25th Amendment.
He spoke in a somber tone, yet loud enough so that everyone in the conference room had no doubt what he had said. He waited a moment before continuing.
Mr. Vice President, I will now enumerate the reasons leading for me to call this meeting, and to ultimately call for the invocation of the 25th Amendment and the removal of President Van Allen.
Please proceed, Senator, William Reinhardt said in the same somber tone. It was expected that someone would immediately object. If not one of his cronies like Senator Nelson, perhaps Gill himself would object. Surprisingly, the room was silent. Bob hid his surprise and began. He started slowly. He had a list which he kept in front of him, but he had the speech memorized. It took precisely 37 minutes to enumerate each of Gil Van Allen's transgressions. When he was finished, he paused long enough to take a sip of water before speaking again.
In conclusion, I must reiterate that it is not one item, a singular idiosyncrasy or bizarre act that would predicate President Van Allen's inability to fulfill his oath of office, but the totality of his acts and behavior that make him ineffective to lead. I therefore call for a vote to remove President Van Allen from office. Thank you.
Bob sat down, and after a moment, Senator Nelson stood.
I second the motion.
There were a few gasps in the audience. Nobody expected it, certainly not from Senator Connie Nelson, a supposed ally of President Van Allen. Gill, who had been sitting like a statue during the entire proceeding, stood suddenly, which caused his chair to fly backwards 2 feet.
"Traitor!" he snarled. "You're all traitors!"
He kicked his chair over and stormed out of the conference room. It made the ensuing vote easy. It was not unanimous, but the overwhelming majority voted Gill out. After the vote, Vice President Reinhardt called for adjournment and almost everyone went to the cafeteria. Today, the Tennessee table was almost full.
The sooner he packs up and leaves, the better, Rachel said.
There was a chorus of agreements.
Who will take office now?
Kate asked. The Vice President will step in, Zach said. Once the swearing-in formalities are performed, he'll officially be the 5th President of the provincial United States of America.
5 presidents in 10 years. We go through them quick around here, Rachel quipped. I imagine his first act will be to pick Connie Nelson as his vice president, Lois said. Why do you think that? Kate asked.
Connie switched sides, she said. He knew Gil's days were numbered. Everything he's done up until now he can explain. Neither one of them will ever admit it, but I would bet $1 that once the 2 men knew what Bob intended, they met in private and planned their best course of action. She was interrupted by a couple of people walking up and patting Zach on the back.
We missed you, big guy, one of them said.
Zach thanked them. After they walked off, he looked around the cafeteria. There were a few smiles and waves.
Well, it could be worse than Reinhardt, Rachel said. So, Zach, are you moving back home?
Zach's Oak Ridge team stopped eating and stared directly at Zach, waiting for his answer. I must admit, I miss this place. I miss most of the people and what it stands for, but Oak Ridge is my home now. That brought a few smiles, but there were also a couple of sad expressions, and it was damn near impossible to tell, but Zach would have sworn Fred's expression saddened as well.
Pardon the interruption.
It was Connie Nelson, looking splendid in a pair of steel-gray slacks, a starched white shirt, and a navy blue blazer. Zach was always amazed the man still had nice clothes so many years after the apocalypse.
"What can we do for you, Senator?" Kate asked. "I was hoping to speak to Zach. In private," he replied.
Zach wiped his face and stood. He first focused on radar. "After y'all get a good meal, prep the vehicles and check the gear. We're leaving in 2 hours." Chapter 55. An Invite from Connie.
"Let's go visit your old home away from home," Connie said.
Zach said nothing and followed as Connie led him to the elevators. They eventually ended up in Zach's old office. It was locked. Connie used his keycard to gain access. He flipped a light switch and stepped in.
"Come on in," he invited. "I believe it is just as you left it."
Zach walked in a couple of feet, stopped, and looked around. His infallible memory told him nothing had been disturbed, save for a couple of papers lying on his desk that appeared to have been shuffled through. "Nobody took over after I left?" he asked.
"Our former president believed this position made one too powerful in the Mount Weather hierarchy," he said. "For what it's worth, I felt the same way. You made our jobs unnecessary."
"Speaking of unnecessary, where is Van Allen?" Zach asked.
"He has locked himself in his office," Connie replied.
He gave a casual shrug.
"We'll leave him be. He'll come out in a day or two and we'll deal with him then. I would say we'll send him back to Marcus Hook, but they have ceased relations with us."
"I've heard," Zach said.
"Yes, that is something we'll certainly need to address,"
Connie said, and then stared pointedly at Zach.
"I'll come straight to the point. Would you like your old job back? You will have the same authority and responsibilities as before, perhaps even more."
"I don't think so," Zach said. "There are more than a few of you I think should be banished from here." Connie nodded thoughtfully.
"I understand, and I know you probably think I'm being gratuitous, but if I were in your shoes, I'd feel the same."
"Does Reinhardt know about this conversation?" Zach asked.
"Yes, he does. He was supposed to join us, but he was feeling a little under the weather and went back to his room. I believe I know what you're thinking. Why would William Reinhardt want you back? The fact is, he respects you, Zach. I do as well. A lot has happened in a short time, and frankly, we need you back here to help straighten things out."
"Let me guess, you want me to negotiate with Marcus Hook because Mount Weather is almost out of fuel," Zach said.
"You can add Roscoe and Johnny G to the list of people who have enormous respect for you. And yes, we need fuel. It seems as though Oak Ridge has found an alternative solution to petroleum, though," Connie said.
"Yes, they have," Zach said. "There are some applications where diesel is still the more viable of the two, but they are still experimenting with different things."
Connie gave a slight, thoughtful nod. "They've never shared any of their knowledge with us. If you came back, perhaps that will change."
Honestly, until I told them about the original Patient Zero and showed them the video, all of them were convinced the pandemic was a New World Order conspiracy perpetrated by puppet politicians.
Connie chuckled. "I've heard several variations of that theme."
Zach gazed at the walls of his office where his maps were. He wondered how much damage Gil had caused in his brief time as president. After a minute, he turned to Connie. "I would suggest calling Marcus Hook on the radio as soon as possible. It may take a while, but they will answer. Tell them what has happened and ask for forgiveness. As for me, I must go back to Oak Ridge. I'll discuss your offer with my wife and my friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I promised Fred and a couple of others I would speak with them before I leave." Chapter 56. Invasion. "Passing Phase Line Hotel 1, Zach said into the microphone. "Negative, sit rep."
"Roger, out,"
the staticky voice replied. Zach placed the microphone back on the hook. Phase Line Hotel 1 was the intersection of I-81 and I-64, which meant they were roughly halfway back to Oak Ridge. He had mixed feelings about leaving Mount Weather, but his wife and kids were at Oak Ridge, and that is where he was going. Zach tried to adjust himself in the seat, searching for a better level of comfort, if it even existed. There simply was not enough legroom, and the seat was not designed for his broad shoulders either. Getting comfortable was difficult. He glanced over at the driver, Radar, whose real name was Xavier.
When we get back to Oak Ridge, I'm going to modify this damn seat where it's more comfortable, he grumbled.
Are you going to grab some shut-eye? Radar asked, without taking his eyes off the road.
Yeah, I thought I would, Zach replied.
You know what I think? Radar asked, and then answered his own question. I think you'll be going back.
To Mount Weather? Zach asked.
Radar nodded.
Yeah, I'll go back from time to time. Now that I'm not a wanted felon, he added with a wry grin that did not reach his eyes.
No, that's not it, Radar said. You'll be going back to live there. Those people look up to you. More than one of them said they need you back there.
Zach grunted but offered no comment. Instead, he leaned against the inner wall of the armored vehicle and closed his eyes. It wasn't going to be easy, but maybe he could get a few minutes of shut-eye. He was starting to decompress and relax when the radio crackled to life.
Hard Charger, this is Oak Ridge 1. Over.
They're calling you, sir, Radar said.
Zach had been almost asleep, floating in between checking his eyelids and deep slumber when the radio roused him. He leaned forward, reached for the microphone, and answered.
Mount Weather is reported to be under attack by several zeds. They are believed to number in the thousands. There is no further information at this time.
Zach did not hesitate and ordered the convoy of armored vehicles to turn around. Radar could not suppress a groan. Zach understood. Since leaving Oak Ridge, they'd only had a few hours of sleep. Plus, these men had family back home they'd prefer to be with. He reached and turned a switch, which allowed him to speak to his team members in the other vans on a sideband.
All right, men, we're not playing around this time. When we get there, we're going to take care of business.
What about that Eve woman? Radar asked.
I'll deal with her personally, Zach promised. Zach had pushed the convoy, but they were limited in how fast they could travel, especially at night. It took them 5 hours. They reached the outskirts of the Mount Weather area at approximately midnight. Zach had believed the number of zeds to have been an exaggeration, but they were not even within sight of the fenced perimeter when their spotlights illuminated zeds. And there were many, many zeds.
When do we open fire?
One of the men asked in the second armored vehicle.
Stand by, one,
Zach directed. He was in the turret of the armored vehicle and began scanning the zeds with the vehicle's spotlight, looking for any familiarity in the distorted faces or even the clothing. He saw none.
Some of them are wearing some weird-looking uniforms,
a team member known as Dax said over the radio.
It might be those Chinese soldiers.
Another voice came over the radio.
They've stacked on the fence line and are climbing over, he said,
meaning the Zeds had piled their bodies along the fence and continued to stack, allowing other Zeds to climb over them and clear the fence. Zach thought of something and keyed his mic. Has anyone heard any gunfire? There were a chorus of negatives in response. Zach found it odd. There were several people at Mount Weather who were seasoned Zed killers. The lack of gunfire emanating from the compound was concerning.
All units watch your sectors and begin firing. Follow my lead, Zach ordered, and turned to Radar. Take us slowly toward the main gate.
Roger that, sir,
Radar replied. As the Amazon inched forward, Zach flipped the safety on the turret's M60 and began firing in short, methodical bursts. He handled the machine gun with practiced ease, and he hit everything he aimed at. There was a time when Zach took great joy in killing Zeds. Somewhere along the way, that joy had diminished. He thought about that as he killed a group of 3 charging at his vehicle. It had to be the 3 female Zeds that Fred had found in the barn. They were practically harmless. Fred cared for them for a couple of months before ultimately killing them, putting them out of their misery, he said. And then he met patient Eve. No idea what her real name was. Even though she was infected, she still had a certain degree of attractiveness. With a nice figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes, Zach thought she could have been a college cheerleader or a swimsuit model back when she was a regular human. He had some sort of mental connection with her that he could not explain. He wasn't ready to call it telepathy, but it was something.
She had a higher degree of sentience than any other Zed he'd ever encountered, except for one particular Zed he called Big Bastard. He guessed it was Eve that finally made him start to question killing Zeds. But not right now. These Zeds were engaging in an offensive action against humans, and that was unacceptable. He took aim at a couple of them climbing over the fence and put 2 3-round bursts into them. He continued firing as they moved. The main gate came into view in less than a minute. It was closed, but as they approached, the motors on the gate activated and the heavy double gates began opening. They drove in slowly. The inner area of the Mount Weather compound was full of Zeds. There were also many bodies lying on the ground. Zach wondered how many of them were humans. They fired in unison, and soon there were dead Zeds everywhere. Zach, with his unique counting ability, numbered the Zeds at slightly over 1,000. He'd not seen these many Zeds massed together in some time. Even at Fort Detrick, there were only about 500. The body count increased, and soon there were no Zeds left to shoot at. They circled back and stopped at the main gate. The guard shack, a heavily fortified building, had stacks of dead Zeds in front of the firing ports. When they parked, Slim and Priss emerged. Zach ordered radar to park and exited the armored vehicle. He approached them and looked them over. They appeared fatigued, but he didn't see any visible injuries. "Are you two all right?" he asked.
"No worse for wear,"
Priss answered.
"We've been stuck in there for a while," Slim said. "We sure are glad you came back."
"What the hell happened?" Zach asked. Slim rubbed his face.
"At first the power went out, the backup batteries worked, but we didn't have much light. I tried to call it into the TOC, but the phone line was dead," Priss said. "I jogged over to the TOC to see what was up. The president was in there talking with trucker Troy. He said not to worry about it and get back to my post. Then Becky over in Post 5 started shooting. Before I knew it, we were being swarmed," Slim said. "Now here's where things became weird, Zach. First, the alarm never went off. I hit the big red button, but it was deader than Grandpa's silver hammer."
"When was the last time it was tested?" Zach asked.
"Yesterday," Priss said. "I watched the first sergeant and Joker check them. No problems."
"Okay, what else?" Zach asked.
"The spare ammo," Slim said. "I personally went to each guard post and did a spot inventory of all the ammo cans 2 days ago. All of them were good to go. So when the Zeds attacked and we'd burned through a couple of magazines, I opened the ammo cans to get more and they were empty. So we've been dead in the water here. The guard posts are the same."
"Who were in the other guard posts?" Zach asked.
"Well, like I said, Becky's in Post 5, Flash is in Post 2, Charlie Mack is Post 3, and Kate is Post 4. Post 6 was empty. It was supposed to be D-Day, but he never showed up."
"All right, I have some suggestions, but I need you two on my side if we're going to do this," Zach said.
"Fire away, Zach," Slim said.
"All right, I want you to load up with radar and take him to Fred and Rachel's place. Make sure they're okay, and make sure he sees you. He'll recognize you and won't start shooting."
"Roger that,"
Slim said, and trotted over to the armored vehicle. Zach focused on Priss.
"You and I need to head to the TOC."
The doors were secured, and Priss's security card would not work. She cursed in frustration and pointed.
"All right, there's the security card lock, and there's a key lock below it. Where are the master keys at, Zach?"
2 people have a master key. The president, the officer in charge of the TOC, and, well, the rest are here and there.
"What do you mean by that?" she asked.
"I'll show you." Although it was dark and Priss had a scarf wrapped around her, Zach could see her frowning. A dead Zed was lying on the spot of ground he needed to get to. He dragged it to the side before pulling out his pocket knife and squatted. "A few years ago, Parvis and I rigged up some small containers out of PVC and buried keys and stuff around the compound. Grace and Garrett know about them. Stark knew about them, although he probably doesn't remember now, and me, of course. Now, I believe it's time for somebody else to know about them." Zach began digging at the frozen ground with his knife. It wasn't easy, but after a few minutes he dug up a 6-inch-long piece of PVC pipe that had a threaded cap on one end. Standing, he wrenched the cap off.
a couple of brass keys dropped into Zach's outstretched hand. On the left side of each main entry door, you will find one of these buried in the dirt. The main gate has a bigger pipe with some other stuff in it. Zach faced her. You and I got off to a bad start back when we first met, but over the years I've grown to both respect and trust you. Pris stared solemnly.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach stared a moment, and a small smirk crept over his face. So, it's time you learn about things like this. It goes without saying, if you betray that trust, I'm going to have to spank that ass again. Pris huffed and gave Zach a punch in the chest, but could not hold back a giggle. The lock was cold and stiff, but Zach worked the key, and finally the tumblers broke free and the lock opened. They opened the door and entered with handguns drawn. Trucker Troy was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Surprisingly, he was still breathing, although it sounded raspy and haggard. Pris squatted down by him and assessed his injury, while Zach checked for any possible threat behind the desk and inside the room's single closet. Finishing, he walked over and squatted beside Pris.
It looks like 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. I can't believe he's still alive, she said.
When she spoke, Troy reached out and weakly grabbed her arm. His skin was clammy.
"The son of a bitch shot me," he said.
"Who?"
Pris asked. Troy coughed, emitting a frothy spray of blood. Zach knew from experience one of those bullets had penetrated a lung.
"The president,"
he croaked out, and managed to point toward the rear of the TOC.
"We were talking, and all of a sudden he pulled out his gun and shot me. Last time I saw him, he'd walked in there and shut the door."
The armory was in the back, secured by a heavy steel door. Zach walked to it and gently tried the knob. It was locked. He walked back to Pris and Troy. Troy appeared to have lost consciousness. Pris had been in the process of wrapping a compression bandage around his chest, but had stopped. She looked up and slowly shook her head. Zach frowned. Sudden movement at the outer door caused him to turn and aim his handgun. Flash raised his hands quickly.
"It's just me!"
he exclaimed. Zach lowered his weapon and motioned for him to come in. "Good to see you're alive."
"Thanks, man. You too,"
Flash said. He glanced down at Troy. "Is he dead?" Pris nodded.
"The president shot him."
"Really? Holy shit, the man has gone plumb crazy," he said. "We're going in after him," Zach said. "More specifically, I need you two to go in after him." He saw the puzzled expressions and explained. "There are still people who think I killed Rochelle. If I go in and it gets ugly and I kill him, well, imagine what people would think then."
"Not a problem,"
Pris said, and checked her handgun before holding her hand out for the master key. Zach had faith in their abilities. He also felt the best thing to do was stay out of it and wait outside, which he did. He heard the door being unlocked and opened. A minute later, Pris walked outside.
"He shot himself. I'd say he did it a couple of hours ago. At least we won't have to worry about giving him a trial," she huffed.
"Good," Zach muttered. "Don't anybody move him. I want everyone to see what happens so there won't be any wild conspiracy theories."
"Yeah, you got it,"
Pris said. "You know this means your father is now the acting president," Zach said. Pris scoffed.
"Lord help us."
"What are we going to do now?" Flash asked.
"Everyone else has to be down in the bunker," Pris said. "When the attack first came, I expected people to come pouring outside to help, but there wasn't anyone. Something has happened."
"Let's go check on them," Zach said and turned to Flash. "Get with my team and distribute ammo to the guard posts. Also, see if you can get comms restored."
"Roger that, boss,"
Flash said. "And talk to them. Reassure them," Zach said.
"I'll let them know you're on top of it, Zach."
Zach nodded and headed off with Pris. 2 minutes later, they were standing in front of the entrance to the lower floors. The blast door was closed, along with the guillotine gate in front of it. Zach had lived at Mount Weather for a few years, and during that time neither door nor gate had ever been closed.
"Something tells me we're going to need more than a key,"
Pris quipped. Zach grunted in agreement. The gate was composed of thick steel bars, and the blast door alone weighed over 30 tons. "Obviously the power is out," he said.
The power room is down there, along with 2 generators. I sincerely doubt anyone down there is twiddling their thumbs, wondering what to do, so that means it has probably been disabled. I wonder if he set off a charge or something before locking them in.
Does he know how to do that? Pris asked.
I don't think so, but D-Day certainly does, Zach said. Let's go check the status of the power room up top. Zach led Pris to a plain square concrete structure on the west end of the compound. He explained. The power lines from Philpott Dam come to here, then they go underground into the bunker. He walked up to the thick steel door and used his flashlight to inspect the 2 heavy padlocks. One of them had a key broken off in it. That's going to slow us down a little, he grumbled.
But you have a plan, right? Pris asked.
Don't know if it's a good plan, but I can't think of anything else. He led her to the motor pool, and 10 minutes later they were back with a battery-operated cutting tool with extra blades. The lock was of high quality, and it took him almost 30 minutes to cut it off. Once inside, they discovered the high-voltage circuit breakers had been disengaged. When they reset them, the lights immediately came to life. When they returned to the blast door, it was already moving. Not fast. A 30-ton door does not move fast, but it eventually opened. William Reinhardt was the first one to emerge. He stared at Zach a second before focusing on his daughter.
"What's been going on here?" he demanded.
Pris began explaining as more people emerged from the bunker. When Pris got to the part about Gil Van Allen killing himself, William ordered her to take him to the body. Pris complied, and almost everyone followed. There were some surprised gasps when they went outside and saw all the Zed corpses. Pris gave a running commentary to the group as they walked toward the TOC. Zach stayed out of it and stuck with his team.
"We aren't driving all the way back tonight, are we?" Dax asked. "I don't know about everyone else, but I'm worn out."
Nope, there are some dorm rooms down below where everyone can shower and bed down for the night.
"I think, under the circumstances, I'd rather not go down in that bunker tonight," Dax lamented.
This got a few chuckles. An armored vehicle approached the main gate and drove in. Slim got out along with Fred, Rachel, and Nikki. Zach walked up and hugged Rachel.
"Glad y'all are okay," he said.
"We didn't have any trouble at all," Fred said. "I'll check my trail cameras in the morning, but I thought I'd keep Rachel here tonight."
By now, everyone had gathered up around Zach and Fred. Zach did not hesitate. "All right, listen up. As you all know by now, Gilbert Van Allen did a little sabotaging, which trapped most of you in the bunker, and he killed Trucker Troy before killing himself. I saw D-Day among the dead out here with all the Zeds, but I don't know who else is missing. Lydia?"
"Right here, Zach," Lydia said from within the crowd.
"Get a roll call of everyone and let's see who's missing and unaccounted for. We also need to double the manpower to the guard posts, and we are going to have a roving patrol for the rest of the night. Volunteers would be wonderful, but if we can't fill the positions, some of you will be voluntold. In case you are wondering, Vice President Reinhardt is the acting president pending him formally being sworn in. He is going to have his hands full, so in the meantime, let's help him out as much as we can."
"What are you going to do, Zach?" William asked.
"If you like, I'll do my old job in direct operations."
"I would be grateful," he said.
"All right. Does anyone have any questions?" Zach asked. There were a few, which Zach answered. In the end, mothers took the kids back down in the bunker to calm them and get them back to sleep. The rest of the Mount Weather members stayed awake and helped with the guard duties and getting everything else back to normal. Chapter 57. Ruby. Ruby was found hiding in the closet of the president's office by the O'Malley brothers. She was brought into the cafeteria where several people immediately expressed their anger toward her, and a food fight broke out with her being the primary target. She dropped to the floor into a fetal position amid the jeers and pieces of food hitting her. Realizing their mistake, the brothers hurriedly took her out and took her to one of the lockup rooms where she was kept under guard. Zach was helping with the removal of Zed corpses when Pris found him.
"Dad wants you and Fred to interrogate Ruby," she said.
Zach stared. The implication was clear.
get the truth out of her by any means necessary. He found Fred in the barn working on a horse's hoof that had developed an abscess. Sammy and Nicky were watching. "We're being asked to interrogate Ruby," he said. Fred nodded and handed a farrier knife to Nicky. "Check my work, spray it and wrap it." "And put on a block," Nicky added. Fred gave her a nod and walked out with Zach. They retrieved Ruby and took her to the small conference room that was generally used when there were only a couple of people present. Zach patted one of the guards on the shoulder as he walked by. "You two can take a break," he said. "We'll call if we need you." Ruby's face was white as a ghost when Fred walked in and sat in the chair opposite her. Zach closed and locked the door before taking a seat beside Fred. He stared impassively for a full minute before speaking. "I'll make it simple for you, Ruby," Zach said. "We want to hear all about it. We want to hear everything, and we want the truth. You can choose to be forthright or you can lie to us. That's up to you, but we're going to get the truth, one way or another." Ruby had no doubts of what could happen. She moved some of her red hair out of her face with a shaking hand and nodded.
"Where do you want me to start?"
"How about when Gil first started going off the deep end?" Zach replied. Ruby gave a nervous nod.
"Well, I guess you could say it started with you, Zach. Back before Rochelle was even elected, she'd tell Gil all kinds of stories about you and how you told her you were out to get her."
"And he believed this?" Zach asked.
"Yeah, he seemed to believe everything she said. So she gets elected and then she gets murdered. He believed from the bottom of his heart you did it. He thought everyone would rally behind Rochelle's death and hunt you down and kill you. When that didn't happen, he came up with the idea to put you on trial."
"Who suggested he do that?" Zach asked.
"He thought it up on his own. I think he saw it in a movie once. One of them senators told him there was a Supreme Court case that made it illegal, but he didn't believe him."
"Crosby versus United States," Zach said absently.
"Huh?"
"Nothing. Keep going," he directed.
"Well, he was always doing odd little things, but when the trial didn't go like he thought it would, he kind of went a little crazy, I guess."
"Before you continue, whose idea was it for Tori to testify as an eyewitness?" Zach asked. Ruby had been staring at her shoes while she talked. They were Danner half boots, and somebody had done an awful job of resoling them. Now she looked up at Zach, intentionally avoiding eye contact with Fred.
"We knew he made it all up," she said. "He came to me and D-Day one evening in the party barn and said if the price was right, he'd tell a story so convincing there'd be no problem getting a conviction."
"What kind of price?" Fred asked.
He wanted a couple of women to take back to his place, one for him, one for his brother. Anyway, we set him up a secret meeting with Gil."
She leaned forward in her seat and stared directly at Zach.
"I knew he was lying. I tried to tell Gil, but he wouldn't listen."
Zach was unsympathetic. "I understand you were on the jury." He waited for Ruby to nod before continuing. "You should have disqualified yourself, yet you didn't."
"I know, and I really feel bad about that," she said.
Zach stared icily. There were people here who had done him wrong. Ruby was one and Tori was another. He decided he'd deal with both when the time was right. "All right, keep going," he directed.
"Well, after they threw out the murder case, he got a little stressed, and when he was kicked out of office—"
Ruby sighed, and then to the men's surprise, she wiped away a tear.
"I tried to talk him out of it, but he said nobody here deserves to live."
"How did he know about the zeds?" Zach asked. Ruby shook her head.
"He didn't know anything about them. Not that I know of, anyway. His plan was simple. Lock everyone in the bunker and they'd eventually starve to death."
"What about the dozen or so people who were topside? What was he going to do with them?" Zach asked.
"Him and D-Day were going to kill all of them. Gil was going to keep Trucker Joe occupied while D-Day went around to each guard post and killed them. He had a silencer on his gun, and he seemed to think he could ride up to each post under the pretense of checking up on them and then shoot them in the back of the head."
"What was your role in the whole thing?" Zach asked.
"I cut the phone wires," she admitted. "And I stood guard while he flipped the circuit breakers, and then he messed up the lock."
She took a deep breath and grabbed her knees. The two men noticed her hands were shaking.
"We were walking to the TOC, and I saw them on the outside of the fence. I pointed them out and started to yell, but Gil stopped me."
She drew a deep breath before continuing.
"I gotta admit, I was scared. But when I looked at Gil, he wasn't scared at all. Just the opposite."
"How?" Fred asked.
"He got this weird smile on his face and said something really strange."
"What did he say?"
"He said something about his dreams coming true," she replied.
Zach and Fred glanced at each other. "Ruby, what exactly did he say?" Zach ordered. "Repeat it word for word."
"I don't remember exactly. All I remember is that queer smile and saying his dreams had come true. Then he told me to go hide somewhere and he'd find me later. I didn't hang around. I ran."
"What was the plan after he'd killed everyone?" Zach asked. Ruby shrugged.
"He never told me. I asked, but all he said was it'd work out like it was supposed to. I had no idea what he meant by that, and yes, I asked, but he never answered."
The questioning continued for another hour. As they finished, Fred, who had been mostly quiet and letting Zach do the questioning, leaned forward and fixed her with a piercing stare.
"Who else was in on this?"
he demanded with a tone so ominous that Ruby jerked and shrunk back.
"Nobody that I know of," she said.
He pressed it.
"Not Nelson? Not Reinhardt?"
"No, I swear to God. I don't think anyone else knew what he was up to. If they did, he didn't tell me or D-Day."
After the interrogation, the two men walked into the president's office, where Reinhardt was sitting, watching the monitor.
"Do you believe her?" he asked.
Zach shrugged. "She might know a little more about what his plans were for afterward than she's admitting to. He probably told her something like they'd live happily ever after, but yeah, she's telling the truth," Zach said.
"What do we do with her now?"
William asked.
"Leave her be,"
Fred said. Both William and Zach stared in surprise.
"She's been through enough."
He stood.
"You got bigger problems around here you need to take care of. Zach and the others can take care of most of it, but you need to step up and reassure everyone. Tell them you are going to fix the problems this nut job caused. Marcus Hook is one of those problems. I'd suggest you get Zach to help you out."
Chapter 58. Reunion. Zach had several things he wanted to question William Reinhardt about, but after a few minutes the man concluded the meeting with an upraised hand.
"I believe I want to record a few notes while they're fresh in my memory, and then I'm going to turn in early," he said. "These past few days have drained me. Perhaps we can meet again in the morning."
He then thanked them for their help and bid them a good evening. "Let's head to the cafeteria," Zach suggested after they had walked out of William's office. Fred gave a slight nod and waited until they'd walked some distance down the hallway before speaking.
"He wasn't looking so good."
"I was thinking the same thing," Zach said. "I think the stress of the past few days has been hard on him. He's about to be sworn in as president. I hope he's up for it."
"We'll see, I suppose. You know he's going to need your help."
Before Zach could respond, they turned to the sound of footsteps. Flash was running down the hallway. He stopped when he neared them and took a second to catch his breath before speaking.
"I'm glad I found you. You'll never believe who's at the front gate, and they specifically asked for you."
Zach wasted no time and hurried to the front gate. Fred ambled along behind him. Johnny G. and Riley were sitting in a truck that Zach recognized as belonging to Marcus Hook. A tanker was hitched to the back. He walked over as they exited their truck and gave them both a fist bump. Fred stood off to the side and watched without emotion. Riley smiled, but Zach sensed a little aloofness in her. "It's good to see you two," Zach said.
"We brought some diesel as a peace offering. We aren't going to be arrested, are we?"
Johnny G. asked with a sardonic grin.
"No, absolutely not," Zach replied.
He glanced around. There were several people outside performing cleanup duties. A few had paused in their work to listen in on their conversation. "Come on, let's go sit and talk," he suggested, and motioned for Fred to come with them. The four of them ended up in the horse barn, which made for a decent, confidential meeting place. "We might get a little privacy here. It's a little chilly, but those people who used to wear suits for a living tend to avoid any place where they might get manure on them," Zach quipped. Johnny G chuckled. "Zach, it's good to see you back," he said. "Yeah," Riley agreed. "I admit I've missed this place, but it's only temporary," Zach replied. "As soon as the inauguration takes place, we'll be heading back to Oak Ridge. Before I go, is there anything I can do to help things?" "We hope so. Now that Van Allen is gone, we would be more than happy to resume relations with Mount Weather, but we must insist on stipulations," Johnny G said and explained. They discussed it for several minutes, but it was amicable. Zach assured them all their requests would be agreed to. "Leave it to me," he promised. He found most of them rather quickly. The senators and a few others had gotten together and were cooking up a big meal for everyone. They weren't fooling Zach. The kitchen was warm, and they did not have to deal with any stinking Zed corpses. William was located in his room. He reluctantly agreed to attend. "All right, for those of you who are not aware of it, Johnny G is here," he told them. There were a couple of head nods, but there were also a couple of concerned expressions. He explained their terms and stipulations for resuming normal relations with Mount Weather. "It sounds like they want autonomy," Connie remarked after Zach had finished speaking. "They don't want meddling from your people," Zach said. "Everything they are doing is done for survival and improving their way of life. Despite our late president's lack of tact, our input would be invaluable to them," one of the senators said. This set off a chorus of agreements. Zach stared a moment before answering. "They do indeed need valuable input, but in the form of manual labor. Are you interested in volunteering?" This started several people arguing at the same time, which served nothing more than to drown each other out. It continued for a full minute before Zach rapped the table with his knuckles several times. He waited until everyone had stopped talking. "Let me clarify the situation for you, ladies and gentlemen. You people need Marcus Hook more than they need you." "They seem to forget they need food," one of them said. "Not anymore," Zach replied. He received a few puzzled stares. "It's taken them a lot of hard work, but they are now self-sustaining. Their farming operation is going strong. In fact, they now have 4 fishing boats up and running. Let me ask you people, when is the last time any of you had lobster for dinner?" There were a few murmurs, but the complaining had stopped. "Exactly," Zach said. He did not tell them about the one and only time he had lobster. He was 13, and the church his grandmother attended had a seafood feast one Wednesday night. It was wonderful. The thought of fresh steamed lobster made his mouth water. "If you guys work it right, they'll supply you guys with diesel and seafood. You guys either agree to their terms, or they'll go back home and that's the end of it." "What about the roadblocks?" Bob Duckworth asked. "They have agreed to dismantle all the roadblocks and restore the telephone system. They have also agreed to assist in refurbishing the roads between here and Hook when the weather warms and after the spring crops are planted." Zach paused and looked around before settling on William Reinhardt. "Mr. President, you haven't had much to say." William looked up, and a glimmer of a smile passed across his lips. "I'm not officially the president yet, but I'll go ahead and propose we take an informal vote. All in favor of accepting the terms presented by the representatives of Marcus Hook signify by a show of hands." Zach watched as almost all raised their hands. The 2 holdouts looked around and slowly raised theirs. It was unanimous. William nodded in satisfaction. "The proposal passes. Mr. Gunderson, since you have acted as the mediator in this matter, would you please do the honors of passing along our decision to them? Oh, and tell them I am extending an invitation for them to stay for the inauguration tomorrow after the funeral services. It's my understanding a rather festive celebration is planned." He started to say more, but suddenly grabbed a napkin and coughed hard into it. When he was better, he clenched the napkin in his fist and looked around apologetically. "I believe I'm coming down with a cold.
If you all will excuse me, I'm going to get a refill of tea and head back to my room." He then smiled slightly. "I have a big day ahead of me tomorrow and need my rest." His quip got him some ingratiating chuckles. Everyone stood when William stood. Although Mount Weather was far less formal these days, it seemed as though they wanted things to go back to where they once were and were depending on William Reinhardt to make that happen. Once he left, Zach addressed the table. "It's up to you guys, you know," he said. Bob Duckworth held up a finger. "Zach, we all know how to get things done, but we can certainly use your expertise." Zach did not respond. Instead, he motioned toward the door. "Johnny G and Riley are waiting outside. Let me go give them the good news and invite them to join us. You guys need to make them feel welcome. Resuming relations with Marcus Hook is a win-win for everyone." Chapter 59. Funerals and Inaugurations. At 0800, there were only a few people in the conference room. They were cleaning and getting it ready for the funeral services that were going to occur later. The rest of the Mount Weather population was actively working on disposing of the rest of the Zed corpses. But when the whistle blew, most of them stopped what they were doing and headed inside. When the clock clicked to 0900 hours, First Sergeant Crumbie stood and began the debriefing. "It isn't going to be easy to explain the last 72 hours, but I will give it my best. 3 nights ago, a couple of things happened simultaneously. First, there was this man by the name of Gilbert Van Allen who became president after his wife was murdered. His craziness manifested itself, and thanks to Senator Duckworth, he was ousted from office. He then really went crazy. He sabotaged the blast door to the bunker, trapping almost all of you inside. He then compromised the guard detail, killing Trucker Troy in the process." The first sergeant paused as there was some angry commentary in the audience. When it was over, he continued. "During this, we were invaded by a horde of Zeds. From the looks of it, it was a planned, coordinated attack involving several hundred of the no-good bastards. I don't know how and why they chose that moment to attack. We've had random attacks the entire time we've been here. But like I said, it had the appearances of pre-planning and coordination between them. For example, there were several Zeds who appeared to be the Chinese soldiers Clay Fleming had originally reported. Intermixed with these Zeds were several hundred other Zeds who appeared to be average infected American humans. During Mr. McCoy's recon mission, he stated he observed several hundred Zeds massing together and heading west. So we had a horde from the west and a horde from the east who converged on Mount Weather. I have no explanation for this behavior." The first sergeant paused and waited to see if anyone cared to add an opinion. When there was none, he continued. "As a result of the attack, 4 of our people were killed. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but you all deserve to know the truth. The 4 of them were relaxing in the party barn and perhaps imbibing in adult substances. Apparently something caused them to go outside. Perhaps they heard the gunfire from the guard posts and went to investigate. Unfortunately, none of them were armed. The Zeds had themselves a nice meal. Their remains were found close to the party barn, which indicated they were immediately attacked." He paused again, hoping this would sink in and it would be a good learning lesson. "Trucker Troy was one of our decedents, but he was not killed by Zeds. He was found inside the TOC with a gunshot wound that eventually killed him. Priss spoke to him before he died, and he identified Gil Van Allen as the person who shot him. Priss and Flash then made entry into the armory and found the president. He was dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The O'Malley brothers conducted an independent investigation and confirmed this." A hand raised in the back. "Yes?" "The TOC armory was locked, isn't that right, First Sergeant?" "Yes, it was. Zach provided Priss with a master key so she and Flash could make entry. Now I want to say something. There are a couple of you idiots who are trying to start a rumor that Zach Gunderson opened the armory door and shot Van Allen in cold blood. Let me reiterate, Trucker Troy identified Van Allen as his assailant to Priss. Priss and Flash then made entry into the armory and found Van Allen. Zach stood by outside because he knew somebody would try to twist the facts around. If anyone disagrees, feel free to conduct your own investigation,
But if I were you, I'd be mighty careful before you go accusing Zack of murder. He saved our asses, and I for one am grateful I did not die down there in that bunker. You go around spouting off nonsense. If Zack doesn't put a dent in your nose, I will." A lot of people loudly agreed with the sentiment. The meeting carried on for another hour. Several items were discussed, resolved, or tabled for a later time. Among one item that was agreed to was to have a mass funeral service for their 5 friends, but without Gil Van Allen. He was unceremoniously cremated, and his ashes were buried apart from the others. Zack had not attended the meeting. He already knew most of what was going to be discussed. Besides, he had someone else he wanted to talk to. He found Fred working on a horse. Sammy and a woman close to his age watched. They looked over when Zack walked in. Sammy grinned. The woman stared. The horse recognized Zack and nickered when he walked up. "What's wrong with him?" Zack asked. "He picked up a nail in his front hoof," Sammy said. "Fred's giving us some doctoring lessons." "Fred's a good teacher," Zack said. "I've learned a hell of a lot from him." Zack focused on Nikki. "I've met you before. Nikki, right?" "Yeah, we have, sort of. I'm Nikki," she answered. "I remember now. You live in the Shenandoah Park community," Zack said. "How are they doing?" "They're okay, but I'm going to move here. Fred's offered me a job of sorts." "Fred's going to mentor her," Sammy said. "Rachel is going to need help once she gives birth," Fred added. Zack nodded. "When I first met Fred, I was a know-it-all kid." He glanced at Fred and smiled. "Julie was too, I guess. He took us under his wing. I learned a lot from him and consider him a friend." Nikki stared at Zack and then at Fred. "I've heard you two have been through a lot." "Yes, we have," Zack said. "Are you moving back home?" Sammy asked. "Yeah, are you?" Fred asked. Zack sighed before he could help himself. "I guess I'll need to discuss it with Kelly." "Do you want to?" Sammy asked. "Yes, I do," he said after a moment. Journal entry, January 1st, 10 AZ. I am currently in the back of one of our specialized vans, leaving Mount Weather. I haven't had much sleep these past few days, and although I'm fatigued, I'm a little too antsy to sleep, so I thought I'd catch up on an entry. The months of November and December have been, what's a good word? Tumultuous? Bizarre? Surreal? I'm not sure which would be the best descriptor. Perhaps there is a more appropriate word to use that isn't in my vocabulary. The best I can do is try to summarize the events of the last 2 months and let you decide how to define it. As I mentioned in the last journal entry, an election was held in November. Abe Stark lost. Rochelle Van Allen won. Because of this, I packed up my family and we secretly relocated to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We were welcomed with open arms, and I got to see firsthand how much of an advanced operation they had. The scientists treated every problem like a wonderful opportunity to create an experiment. They'd made several remarkable achievements, and even though I was only there a short time, I have learned a lot from them in only 2 months of living there. I'm going to need to dedicate an entire journal entry detailing everything about them. I'll do that later. Next in this journal entry will be, in no particular order of importance, the documentation of multiple mysteries that are currently active at Mount Weather. 1. Shortly after arriving at Oak Ridge, I began having dreams. It was one dream, but I kept having it over and over. It was of patient Eve. She was standing in front of the main entrance to Fort Detrick, staring at me with those odd-looking eyes of hers. She'd then look over her shoulder, turn to face me again, and then rasp out my name. I understood by the time I had the dream for the 3rd time. I was to go to Fort Detrick. She was there with her Zed friends waiting on me. I knew what she wanted. She wanted the place and the labs. My intuition tells me she wants the labs to find a cure, but I'm uncertain how she's going to accomplish that. What is she up to? She obviously controls those Zeds, but how many are there under her control? 2. Gilbert Van Allen. What the hell happened to the man? I never liked Rochelle, but I had considered him to be a likable and hard-working fellow. But when Rochelle was murdered, something changed in him.
In only a short time, his behavior became more and more erratic, especially toward me. He had convinced himself I was the murderer and even had me tried in absentia. His behavior ultimately caused his ouster from office, but he was not done. The night after his ouster, he sabotaged Mount Weather and attempted to destroy everyone in it. All explanations for his actions died when he killed himself. 3. In continuation of Gilbert Van Allen, when he was implementing his sabotage actions, a horde of zeds attacked the compound. How did this happen? Was it a coincidence, or did they somehow know about Gil and what he planned to do? Why did Gil say his dreams were coming true? He had to believe things were going his way, and yet he killed himself. Why? 4. Who killed Rochelle Van Allen and the 3 women with her? Despite some people's beliefs, I had nothing to do with it. I asked Fred if he knew. He found the bodies, after all, but all he would say is that it wasn't him. The O'Malley brothers are still actively investigating the crime, but so far they are reluctant to name any possible suspects. I do know the Fitzgeralds were the only known people who were on the road at the same time. Is it merely a coincidence, or were they somehow involved? They have denied it, but if they are in fact the murder suspects, why did they do it? 5. The Chinese. Why are they on American soil, and what is their mission? How could they amass enough people and resources to make the trek to America? Are there more out there? Are there people from other nations who are currently on American soil? 6. Speaking of the Chinese, many of the zeds who attacked Mount Weather were the Chinese soldiers that were originally spotted by Clay Fleming in Missouri. Was there something left over in their memories that compelled them to walk all the way to Mount Weather and attack it? Were they somehow in communication with Eve? 7. And finally, Eve, previously known as Patient Eve. She and her fellow Zeds are now living at Fort Detrick. I know why she wanted to have Fort Detrick, for the usage of the labs. The question is, why? Is there a Zed in her group who was a scientist and has retained enough of their memory to utilize the labs? It has been suggested to me that I go up there and try to find out. I'll get back to this in a minute. Back to the current events at Mount Weather. After the funerals were conducted, William Reinhardt was to be inaugurated, but the most bizarre thing happened. He died of a heart attack before he could solemnly swear. As one might imagine, this led to a lot of problems and prevented me from leaving Mount Weather and going back to my family. After much debate, which became spirited at times, it was decided to hold an open election. The normal procedural process to be eligible was waived, and one simply declared themselves a candidate. Many people threw their name out there and began fervently politicking. The ballot boxes were collected and officially counted at 1900 hours on New Year's Eve. A team of 10 of us, including yours truly, conducted the counting. When the ballots were tallied, Robert Clark Duckworth, Jr. was the winner by a large margin. I was happy for the man and happy for Mount Weather. I think he'll make a good president. He asked me to move back to Mount Weather and resume my role as Director of Operations. I am at odds with myself on this matter. I miss Mount Weather, but am uncertain if this is the best thing for me. I will close this journal with one final issue. Last night, after the post-election festivities, I slept in my suite, the one I lived in with my wife and kids. I thought I would dream of them. Instead, I dreamt of Eve. She was standing with her back to me, staring at a rusty steel plate that had been welded to a door, and then she would turn her head and stare back at me. It looked familiar, but I couldn't place the location. It wasn't until breakfast this morning that someone mentioned the steel plates that had been welded to the entry doors of the labs that I realized what I saw. I know what she was trying to communicate to me. Access to the labs. I still don't know how she's able to communicate to me through my dreams. I don't know a lot of things, but I've made a decision. My team and I will be arriving at Fort Detrick in about 10 minutes. Captain Smithson told me where the plasma torch is located, and I will be cutting the steel plates off the lab doors. Yes, I will be doing this for Eve. The history books will decide if this is an appropriate act, or if I've gone as crazy as Gil Van Allen. Who the Hell Is That? Part 3.
I'm telling you, if we can get them alone, we could do all kinds of nasty stuff to them, Tory said to his brother. They sure didn't hesitate to shoot us down earlier, Tory grumbled. If we can ever get them alone, they're going to pay for that. We'll probably have to kill them after, but I'm good with that. He was referring to a couple of women they'd attempted to hook up with. They'd driven to Mount Weather yesterday, hung around for no reason, loafed most of the day, and spent all night in the party barn drinking and smoking. They were driving home now, hungover and bereft of their cherished smoke. Trey agreed. They smoked all our weed and then told us to piss off. That's bullshit. I've gone too long without a piece of tail. We'll catch them out soon. Spring's coming. People like to get out and wander. If we play our cards right and keep an eye on them, we'll catch them out alone. In the meantime, I guess it's another night with Rosie Palm, Tory said. You know what I think? I think maybe we should go back and pay another visit to that little stink hole at the Shenandoah community. Tory chuckled. I like the sound of that. We'll probably have to snatch her this time. No problem, Trey said. If there's any problems, we'll just kill her after and dump her in the river. Everyone will think Zed's got her. I've been wanting to try something I saw in a movie. Maybe we can do it with her. What's that? Trey asked. The death by 1,000 cuts torture. I'd like to try that on someone, Tory said. Oh yeah? What would you cut first? The titties? Both men erupted into raucous laughter. Suddenly, there was a sudden loud popping noise followed by the Jeep swerving wildly. Trey almost lost control but managed to bring the vehicle to a stop before crashing. What the hell happened? Tory asked. I think we had a blowout. We better check it out. Trey put the vehicle in park and killed the engine. The two men got out of the Jeep and looked around. Deciding there were no threats, they walked around the vehicle, stopping at the front passenger tire. It was mangled. Tory crouched and inspected it closely. There's a few chunks of metal shards sticking out, he exclaimed and looked back down the roadway. I think I see something. He pointed and walked back up the road several yards. Look, there's more. There were several more pieces of jagged metal strewn in the roadway. He knelt and picked one of them up. Look, they're all painted black to blend in with the asphalt, almost like someone set them out on the road on purpose. That's bullshit, man, Trey growled. If I catch who did this, I'm going to take a knife to them. 1,000 cuts, man, 1,000 cuts. Yeah, we'll figure out who did it, but for now let's get the tire changed and head home, Tory said. I'm pretty sure there's a jack and a spare in the back. Trey watched his brother try to slide a jack under the Jeep and then made a leisure scan of the area. He wasn't on any kind of heightened alert because there'd been no zeds in the area since the attack back in December. So, when he saw a lone figure standing in the road 50 yards away, he inhaled sharply, loud enough that Tory heard him. He stopped jacking the car up and stood. What is it? Zeds? He asked as he looked in the direction that Trey was staring. He squinted at the figure. Who the hell is that? The man was wearing a long jacket called a duster and a cowboy hat that was pulled low on his head. It prevented the two brothers from seeing in his face. The man stood like a statue, unmoving and silent. The two brothers swapped a glance. Is that Fred McCoy? Trey whispered in puzzlement. That looks like Fred McCoy. Yeah, it does, Tory replied. Fred, is that you? He yelled. The man raised his head, revealing his face. It was indeed Fred McCoy. Tory absently rubbed his face in concern as Fred began walking toward them. What's he doing out here? Tory whispered. The brothers glanced at each other again. This time the worry was plain in their expressions. Neither man made the connection between the metal shrapnel in the road and Fred's sudden appearance, but they were worried all the same. Tory pulled his handgun out of his waistband. It was a Sig Sauer P320. His brother did the same. He was carrying the same brand of handgun, only a model P365, both chambered in 9mm. They spread apart and watched as he walked in a slow but deliberate gait. When he was within 50 feet, he stopped. Hello, boys, he greeted. Yeah, hello, Fred, Trey replied. What are you doing out here? Oh, I've been doing a little walking and a little thinking, Fred replied. Tory leaned close to his brother. "I think the old fart has finally lost his marbles,"
he whispered, and then spoke up. "Yeah? What have you been thinking about?"
"Well, I'm glad I've run into you boys. I have a problem, and maybe you two can help me out,"
Fred said. Those 2 sentences amounted to more words than Fred had said to the Freitag brothers in a long time. If they were as smart as they believed they were, they would have recognized the red flag, but they were oblivious.
"Yeah, what's that, old man?" Trey said. "You can't get it up anymore, so you need us to service that little filly you're hooked up with?"
This elicited a chortle from Tory. Fred stared a moment and then even grinned. Another red flag. A big, bright one that would glow in the dark.
"No, son, it's much worse than that. You see, lately my shooting skills appear to have languished. Y'all know what that word means, right?"
"Sounds like it means you can't shoot worth a shit anymore, am I right?"
Tory asked and chortled some more.
"You can't get it up and you can't shoot. Damn, that's awful."
Trey emitted his own guffaw.
"Yep, I guess that about sums it up," Fred said. "As you can imagine, it's caused me a great deal of worry and more than a few sleepless nights. That's where you boys can help me."
"How?"
Trey asked. Suddenly, he was beginning to feel anxious. Fred slowly grabbed his jacket and pulled it back behind him, uncovering the pistol on the right side of his hip. He used his left hand to grab the jacket and hold it out of the way.
"I need to see if I still have it. You see, I can't simply challenge anybody back there at Mount Weather. That wouldn't do. So I told myself I had to find 1 or 2 men who were viewed as despicable inbred pieces of shit. Like you two, for example. Tory, you lied about witnessing Zach murder 4 women, and both of you raped a 14-year-old girl a couple of weeks ago, right?"
Tory couldn't help but grin, showing a set of teeth that were threatening to fall out at any minute.
"Maybe. So what? Yep, you two are the pure definition of scumbags. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will care if you die today."
Trey scowled at Fred.
"You know, you sure do talk a lot of shit."
"Yeah,"
Tory echoed.
"Well, boys, if I have offended you, I guess you need to go ahead and make use of those guns you're holding, unless you want to go back with me to Mount Weather and turn yourselves in for raping that little girl."
The Freitag brothers were not too smart, but they were cagey, and they'd killed before. Without hesitation, they brought up their handguns and began to fire. That was their intention. Unfortunately, they never got off a shot. The last thing the Freitags saw was the blur of Fred's hand and a stab of flame. He shot Trey first. He then angled his handgun slightly and instantly fired 2 more rounds. It all occurred in under a half-second. Trey fell forward like a limp rag doll. Tory turned slightly and fell on his right side. His body spasmed slightly before growing still, his dead eyes staring at his brother. Fred stood there a moment before walking up to the 2 dead men and examined his work without any outward emotion. He thought back to when he shot Calvin Malloy not so long ago. His loose shot grouping was concerning. When he almost missed shooting that big Zed back in Woodbridge, he became downright worried. So worried, when he came back from the recon mission, he spent hours exercising, practicing, and rubbing liniment onto his hands every night. Looking at the 2 Freitag brothers, he knew the hard work had paid off. He may not be as fast or as tough as he once was, but by golly, Fred McCoy was back. He almost grinned, but caught himself when he saw Nikki coming out of the trees. She slung her rifle across her back as she approached.
"I got it all,"
she said, holding up the video camera momentarily. She walked up beside Fred and squatted by the 2 Freitag brothers, admiring Fred's work. After a moment, she stood and grinned at Fred.
"Those bullet holes are so close together it's hard to tell you shot each of them twice."
She then shook her head in almost disbelief.
"That's the most amazing thing I've ever seen, Fred McCoy."
Fred responded with a small nod, which Nikki now knew was a gesture of immense gratitude.
"When we show this video, nobody will have any doubt. They admitted to raping that girl, and you gave them a chance to surrender peacefully," she said. The O'Malley brothers might get a little miffed you did their job for them, though.
Maybe, Fred said.
The truth of it was the O'Malleys were at the Roanoke community now, taking sworn statements in order to obtain arrest warrants. They assured the new president they were going to be professional law enforcement officers. Fred knew the O'Malleys would have gone by the book, arrested the men, and brought them to trial. He had no intention of letting it go that far. That little girl deserved justice, and Zach deserved justice. He reloaded his pistol and then admired it for a second before sticking it back in his holster.
I have a confession to make, Nicky said. I know you told me not to interfere, but if they somehow managed to outgun you, I was going to kill them.
I know, Fred said.
Nicky arched an eyebrow.
You did?
That's why I brought you along. I couldn't tell you to kill them, though. It had to be your decision, not mine.
She nodded in understanding and stared back at the brothers.
Well, I'd say you're back at the top of your game, old man.
Yep, he replied.
He stared at the dead men a moment longer before speaking. Let's go home. This concludes Who the Hell Is That? By David Achord. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Copyright 2021 by David Achord. Copyright 2021 by Severed Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Severed Press and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.